Good afternoon and welcome to the backside of the Triton Super High Roller Series from here in Montenegro. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, and some Triton titles can be won in a day. Some require a couple of days. Today, however, the $200,000 final table is what we're bringing you, a third and ultimate day on the hunt for a champion, and $4.8 million nearly, that which will be awarded up top. Later on, we will be covering the $100,000 Pot Limit Omaha main event. That's getting underway here today. A lot of faces you and I hadn't seen up until this point in the festival have trickled into the room, but let's focus upon the faces that are at this FT. A total of 93 entries, generating a prize pool of $18.6 million, Randy. And I talked about the 4.8 up top, $483K locked up. Top six, all going to receive $1 million. Let's run through them. Biggest chip count, Victor Malinowski. What can we say about this guy, other than he's known as Limitless when he's out in the computer streets?
I mean, that is a big part of it, right? He's known as Limitless. He plays the high-stakes cash games, whether it's ring, heads up. He's just always there, and he only shows up mainly to our Triton stops for the big buy-ins, the 100K plus, and he has plenty of scores in those.
I mean, if you look at his Triton profile here, we've got it up on the screen. Most people, 8, 9, 10 events per festival. You can see just limited involvement when he pops in, but it is the big stuff. Look at London, the 250, the 125. He's not getting out of bed, generally speaking, if it isn't going to be for the goods. So, big chip lead for him. Obviously, we'll touch on that in a little bit later. Mikita Badzikowski, one of only 3 players to have earned 5 Triton trophies. The 2 others being Phil Ivey and Danny Tang. 2 of Mikita's victories actually came here at prior Montenegro festivals. Here he is with a chance to pick up yet another.
Well, he can be the one that moves into second most titles with 6 by himself. As you mentioned, he is sharing it with 2 other people. He had quite the journey to this final table. He actually was at risk on the bubble, happened to get there against Boss. So, he's been very swingy, but very comfy now in second place.
3 caches already here in Montenegro. 20-something place is kind of where he's ended up meeting his end until today. So then, third in chips. What can we say about this guy, Jason Coon? 10-time Triton title winner. Won the Player of the Year, Ivanly Out Player of the Year award last season, I should say. And here he is remarkably with the chance to make a meaningful close-in on Danny Tang.
I don't know how this man does it, right? Like you mentioned, he came out of nowhere and took it away from Steven Chidwick, down at least 1,000 points last season, going to the last stop. Here, he wasn't in the top 3, but now if he can get a second or better, will overtake Danny Tang for the lead in the Ivan Lau Player of the Year award. And I don't know, it's Jason Coon. This guy, he can do backflips even before he reaches the final table.
Look, he's been looking to spin some circles around some people out there. The only person, by the way, who has more titles than those 3 guys who are on 5, and you can see his profile here. I'm going to scroll down because the only 2 caches came in succession in the 40K Mystery Bounty and the 50K Bounty Quattro. These are not the kinds of results that are going to move the needle for him. Expensive schedule that he plays, multiple bullets until he can't fire anymore, one would expect, is his approach to everything. So we'll see whether or not Danny's going to be sweating somewhere else in this room as Jason closes in on this FT. So, Jonathan Jaffe. He's had a lot of chances to do something other than play, unfortunately, because it's been a rough festival for him. We've actually had the luxury of having him in the booth. And if anybody had any doubts or questions about just how strong a player Jonathan Jaffe was, cat's out the bag, because we got to listen in on just how deep his knowledge is in the game.
Yeah, we had him in the booth for several times, right? And he's very passionate about the game. You can tell, very technical, willing to get into the details of the hand. It's really nice to have him in the booth. Perhaps a little booth run good, I hope, because like you said, hasn't been going so well for him, but this is a 200K series saver here.
Yeah, Jaffe has just 1 title under his belt, but no caches so far here. I can scroll down and you just see it's all did not cash. DNCs are not the kind of resume you want to build. He's fixing the bricklaying here today, courtesy of this first cache. Let's see just how good a cache it will be. Shaman O'Dwyer, another guy who has had a poor trip so far. I'll bring up his profile. Just 2 for 9, Randy, coming in.
Just for 2 for 9, but this guy's got that magical power. Of course, we know we joke about it. He is the shaman. He will have his little trinkets to make something happen, but O'Dwyer You know, he's just one of the best. If you look back at his track history in the Triton Poker Plus app, you will see that he has scores dated way back to
Philippines 2016, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken, is where he first joined us. There it is. Look at Randy feverishly trying to get all the way down
I'm
to the bottom.
getting used to it, but like 2017, 2018 in
But
Jeju,
did
in
you see something,
Montenegro.
though? 5 consecutive cashes in his first 5 attempts. So obviously, when you start your Triton journey in that way, and you see all of them were very deep finishes, it's kind of tough to go through these dry spells. You're like, man, what's going on? I know I can do it. I know I know these guys. I go way back with them. It's just the ebb and flow. It's just the variance. But O'Dwyer, third cash rather here, 1 title coming back here in 2019, and another, can't remember where it was, but 2 under his belt already, hunting the third. Let's move on from Shaman to Sir Watts. He completed the Triton Trident earlier at this festival. And for those that don't know, Randy, the Trident is?
That's when you win 1 title in the 3 different variants that we offer, which is PLO, short deck, and no limit hold'em.
Yep, that's right. He picked up his 4th title in the 30K. Now, he's another guy that could end up in the conversation potentially. With a win here today, he would be within 300 points of Danny. Obviously, some deep runs in the PLO streets would be required of Watson if he were to then overcome Danny. So the 25K PLO was an event that all of these guys were shut out of. Not too many points available in it, but could become relevant in terms of just, are you drawing live to win the Player of the Year award? So let's talk about El Conquistador. He's been out there conquisting. It's a word we've made up, and it's one that's very apropos of especially this Montenegro performance. When you pull him up on the app, Randy, it's just insane. He's been like a hot knife through butter so far here in Montenegro.
Yes, look at his scores. This is his, 4th final table, 2 6th-place finishes, amazing performance to win the 50K for first for 1.7, and now here in the 200K final table, he is one of the best. We've got to witness him, just maneuver the big stack to medium. He just is such a great player. Happy
Dialed
to see
in.
him here.
You know what I mean?
Of course
Like,
he's dialed in.
it's
Focused.
It's not as though like this is somehow unique to Adrian. Anytime you see him at the table, obviously, he takes the craft very seriously. And what I love about it is as soon as the hand's over, he can kind of have his moment release. But when we're involved in a pot, this is a man who's bringing all of himself to that particular hand, any moment in question, and the results do speak for themselves. Tremendous amount of support coming from the Spanish camp in the YouTube chat in particular whenever he is being featured. It is incredible. Obviously, a superstar, not in the making, but just legitimately already having arrived. By the way, does have a chance to win Player of the Festival, unfortunately not within striking distance for that Ivan Leal Player of the Year award, which of course does come with an extra $200,000 to be stuffed in to the accolade itself. Nicky P, this is a guy who anytime it feels like we're mentioning him, we're somehow having a moment of sympathy. Poor Nicky P, he hasn't won a title, he had one of the biggest dry spells. Let's cut that all out, courtesy of what? The 50K Turbo, his last event.
Yeah, he just shipped that one for good 750K coming into this 200K at the final table. It's been great. He also has another final table under his belt in Montenegro.
You heard what he said, though, after he won that 50K Turbo bounty. He said it doesn't count. It didn't feel, especially because it wasn't on stream, it wasn't necessarily a big enough buy-in, like it registered for him. Here he is with an opportunity, but spins may be required to make a little bit more of a seismic impact. And last, but by no means least, the Lithuanian Matas Simbolas. He is going to be your short stack, just 10 big blinds in front of him, 388K in career Triton earnings, most of it coming in his very last event, the 125K main, joined us for the first time in Jeju. Still, relatively speaking, a bit of a mystery man to us.
A mystery man, but you know what? He's at this final table.
That
he can
he
make
is.
something happen.
That he is, and he's locking up a min cash, as we touched on, of $483,000. Let's take a quick peek at the pay ladder that's on deck as we see 483 in 9th, 661 for 8th. A lot of ICM pressure, and no pressure whatsoever for our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, who's about to get things underway. Let's send it down to the arena for the final table intros.
93 entries in the biggest event here in Triton, Montenegro, the $200,000 buy No Limit Hold'em 8-handed event. We're down to a final table of 9. They're going to compete for glory, gold, and more than $4.7 million. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. In scene number 1, we have our chip leader with 5 million from Poland. Please welcome Viktor Malinowski.
North of $3 million in career Triton earnings, countless millions elsewhere in the cash game streets, hunting his first Triton title.
Our seed number 2 from the US says 970,000. Please put your hand together for Nick Petrangelo.
Nicky P won his first title already here in Montenegro. The seal has been broken. Will the floodgates soon follow?
Seed number 3 also from the US, 1.9 million. Please welcome Jonathan Jaffe.
Such an excellent academic of the game. Not an excellent trip so far in Montenegro, but things could be fixed here today.
Seed number 5, 1.8 million from Ireland. Please put your hand together for Steve O'Dwyer.
Superstition or not, Steve O'Dwyer is just stone cold strong. And here he is hunting his third title in his 25th Triton Cash.
Seed number 6 from Belarus, 2.7 million. Please put your hand together for Mikita Badziakowski.
Over $20 million in career Triton earnings for the 5-time title winner. How big will his 31st career cash be?
Our seed number 7 from the US with 2 million. Please put your hand together for Jason Coon.
Well, if you thought north of 20 million was impressive, how about north of 27 million? That's what the 10-time Triton title winner is sporting as he takes his seat here at the FT.
Seed number 8 from Canada with 1.8 million. Please welcome Mike Watson.
Another man who's tasted victory already here in Montenegro in the 30K 8 Max. Watson, over 10 million in career Triton earnings.
Seed number 9 from Lithuania with 770,000. Please welcome Matas Tsimbolas.
You can see Matas is loving it. First time he's had the chance to walk the corridor in his first final table ever at a Triton series.
Closing down our final table, last but not least with 1.6 million from Spain. Please welcome Adrian Mateos.
All hail El Conquistador. What a trip he is having. Player of the festival rights potentially on the line.
The button has been drawn on Nick in seed number 2. We still have 25 minutes remaining of level number 20. 40,000, 80,000, 80,000. Best of luck, everyone. Shuffle up and deal, please.
Let's get ready to rumble. 9 players parked in their seats, and there's a look at the official chip count in total. And in descending order, just look at the almost 2-to-1 lead that Victor sports over Mikita. The Americans running 3 and 4. Petrangelo, a third member of the delegation here, 33% of the field made up of the Stars and Stripes. 40, 80, and 80 are the blinds and ante. And we didn't really get a chance to talk about it ahead of time, Randy, but when you look at the FT, something I'm always looking for is things to keep our eye on in terms of seat draw, which becomes very relevant. You can run real bad or real good when it comes to that.
Well, it's going to revolve around the chip leader, Malinowski, right? Is who's out of position against him, which is Mateos, Matas, and Watson. So they're not going to like their seat draw a bit too much. But also to the left of Malinowski, you got to realize that he's going to open the button so much into your blinds.
I suspect it's not just the button he's going to be opening, though.
True. With
the ICM pressure. Didn't do the math on that pay jump. We alluded to it. It's 200 and let's call it, well, no, 180, let's call it, is the gap between 9th and 8th. King, queen suited, no gap. Up we go.
Oh, we're sipping up, and there's a reason why.
Ace, king. Matas with medicine here. Now remember, he is the shortest stack at the table. Might he force feed it all forward with an opportunity to nab this 175?
So he's only playing a 10 big blind stack, is going to jam most of his chips in there.
The old in case of emergency. We have seen a few occasions on which, remarkably, the fold was appropriate given what developed behind. This is a more modern advent of the game.
This is just a tough spot because Watson raised from +2, getting jammed on immediately by the next seat over. It isn't that weak of a hand, but the price is quite good. Also important to note that Montas is the shortest stack, so he's got a little bit more desperation in him where maybe there's a bit more pairs. Looks like we're going to run it with 45K chips back.
It is a hand that has so many wonderful blocker effects to the ace-king, the ace-queen, kings and queens. Never mind just the sheer firepower, but up against an ace-king, it has itself some real issues. $1.65 in the middle, a club in the window, along with a queen. Watson hits the side card. What a disaster this is going to prove to be for Matas, who's not looking for an excuse to get away with just 45,000 back.
No, that light is flickering, my friend.
Has Watson acted yet?
Yeah.
Did he check?
Checked.
Has he? Okay. One way or another, the 45's getting in here, is it not?
Watson will always bet the turn.
Yeah, Symbolus with the check back. I'll tell you something. In spite of the fact that we know that Watson loves this king-queen on this particular board, I have a little bit of respect for the fact that he didn't just go flicking the 50 out there, giving maybe Matas something to think about in terms of, oh boy, how am I performing here? In case it wasn't such a foregone conclusion, but as we can see, it is, and the disappointment worn on Symbolus's face is with good reason, as he needs the ace, instead hits the 9, and, well, that's about as short-lived a stint as one can have at a final table. He was hoping for better, no doubt about it.
Literally played just one hand and had a great spot to double up and be in contention.
That's tournament poker. The life he's chosen. He'll be back, no doubt about it. Unclear whether or not he's going to dance in the PLO streets with us. Good opportunities to register for that 100K pot limit Omaha available should he seek them. No PLO tournaments on his resume to this point. So Watson the beneficiary. He's now up to 2.8 million, 34 bigs, running just ahead of Badzikowski in second.
So we're down to 8, Ollie. But you know, pay jumps just get a little bit bigger each time.
Talk to me.
Now we're guaranteed $661,000 and survive one more. 865K in your pocket, close to 200,000.
Yeah, 204 to be exact. Pocket jacks, 175 to be exact. The declaration by Coon, a little pretty one here for O'Dwyer. Queen 10 suited, small blind.
It's pretty, but he's playing from the small blind against an undergun open. It's a bit dicey. It's hard to balance the small blind flatting range too. It also allows the big blind to come along or maybe put in a squeeze. Fold makes a lot of sense.
These guys aren't afraid of playing out of position, but
Sure, not afraid, but it's just making the right decision with the circumstances.
just given the opportunity, obviously.
That was sad. I would like to know what would have happened if we knew that. I thought of it at one point. I think it was the Greek temples that dismissed me though, not the disease thing. But the disease was another like. I never knew the Greek temple thing. That's the coolest clue probably.
Jack 8 suited here for Jonathan Jaffe.
He doesn't really have the chips to get out of line at the moment.
24 bigs is more than a lot of the field, but you can see
I mean, my brain was storming.
what he's got to contend with to his left. Deuce is here for Bads.
So this is a hand that you would see like open rip or limp jam. The problem is that him and Jason are 28 big blinds effective, so that would be very excessive. Going limp call is a pretty nice approach. Jason with 10-5 off. Sometimes we see this type of hand activate, but he's very comfy in terms of chip counts.
Happy to check back. There's a man that's got firm command of ICM. Queen, queen, 6. Deuces.
This hand does warrant some protection on queen, queen, 6. Although when he bets the flop, it does look a bit suspicious normally. He does invite a little bit more floats. But he doesn't want to protect against the 6 in terms of counterfeit.
So limp and lead. That's the line that Jason is faced with. Out of there. Bads sizing up his surroundings there. Oftentimes we do get questions in the YouTube chat. Shout out YouTube chat, by the way. Let us know where you're streaming us from this fine morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever it is on the planet you happen to be, as to what are players looking at. There is tournament clock access above the featured table, multiple monitors. And they'll show the current payout, they'll show the average stack, they'll show the time left in the level. All stuff that...
Keep an eye on the other side events as well, if you want. Yeah, let us know where you're from. I'm streaming from Montenegro.
Thank you, Randy. Have you liked and subscribed, Randy? Don't be a button nit.
I'm not logged in. What do I do?
Log in.
I don't know my password.
I actually believe you. Ace 9 for O'Dwyer. 7-8 offsuit here for Watson. 175 is sort of the adopted open sizing here, slightly north of the 160, which would be the minimum.
If any chance you can dissuade the big blind to fold just a little bit more.
Yeah.
You kind of want to reduce variance when possible, but Watson will look them up with 8-7.
Ten, 10-5, couple of clubs, ace high, still in front.
It is a board that the big blind does miss a lot. Could just fire a little bit. It's just a little problematic when you do it against a guy who's got more chips than you because they have room to attack, but straightforward at the moment.
Tell you what, if this first half in orbit is any indication, this is going to be a
What would you prefer?
kind of tooth and nail affair out here. Real steely vibes.
Yeah, after they got rid of Montes, they're like, you know what? Maybe if we just sit around a little bit.
Well,
we
all
get
eyes
some
on
big
Petrangelo,
takedowns.
who did inherit the short stack duties now, sitting just 12 big blinds deep.
And the thing is, Petrangelo is at the bottom by himself, so
Yeah.
I would expect the 20 to 24 big blind stacks to just wait around.
The short stack's one of those islands you don't want to be hanging out on solo, right? King Jack here. Being contemplated by Bads. He takes us to 160. Perhaps worthy of note, he's not going with the peer pressure.
I think this hand will put some peer pressure on.
Pocket queens.
Yeah, like the way that you sweat the cards, I think, is the right way for these tables. I do it sideways. I'm just live to get seen, I think.
The decision here actually is 3-bet to induce or just 3-bet rip.
Well, he has
Count
declared
one
a
at a time.
440K 3-bet now.
Because a lot of players in the big blind like to 3-bet polarize, like, you know, those ace, king, X offsuits. So you might as well do it when you got a big hand like this so that players can play back at you.
I got this little gap here. I'm scared, you know.
I like how Jason and Watson are
A little high
strategizing
stakes.
how to peel your
Learning out
cards.
a new technique today, but I might have to.
Yeah, I confess I wasn't quite as riveted at Mikita's decision, which ends up being a fold, as I was about this FT card sweat strat.
Did I get a plate of berries or fruit if you don't have, and then a bowl of chicken soup, and
Can I get a mochaccino? Because Ollie did not order me one today.
Blueberries and
Randy.
the chicken breast, please. Can I
Maybe
get
that's
the,
because you didn't
lemon
text
butter
me to
with the
tell me you
chicken
were
breast?
coming down to lunch,
so
which is
much.
why I had to inhale my meal while you were sitting there, knife and fork, cutting through that fruit. Same kind that Jason just ordered. I see how it is, buddy. No, I didn't do it on purpose. I'll get you one, Randy. I'll start you up.
I started to feel bad for saying that after you attacked me. I was like, all right.
pass.
Maybe we should order fruit and soup, and we can be like Jason Coon. That's what he ordered.
Yeah.
Fruit and soup.
Fruit. Okay.
Not fruit soup.
Really? You know what?
There is fruit soup, by the way. It's like gazpacho, strawberry gazpacho. I've had this at one of these fancy restaurants.
Yeah,
I'm
of
like,
course. They're fancy restaurants,
I
my
know.
friend.
Randy's still mad at me because we
How many-
punted like 600 euros on dinner in Monte Carlo each. And he was like, no, it wasn't worth it.
Nah, I'm not going to lie. Just because like, I spent a lot of money, therefore it's good. If it's not good, it's
No,
not
I
good.
agree with you, man. Queen 9 suited. Bueno, says Mateos. Suficiente. To limp, but now faces a raise to 250. Now, of course, we don't limp this sort of hand with the intention of going away when activation takes place behind in the big.
He also expects Limitless to raise a wide range, just given the chip distribution. Massive chip leader, of course.
Adrian's assignment could be regarded as the toughest at the table, even though he's not the short stack, just purely based on that phenomenon of having not just the chip leader, but Wiktor Malinowski as the chip leader to your direct left. Mateos has outflopped him, though, here on the queen, 8-7 board, top pair, well out in front of ace-deuce.
Quite a good start for Mateos.
I think this flop decision from Wiktor could kind of give us an insight as to how hard he plans on going at things when he's involved.
Well,
Check
he's
back.
thinking about the limp calling range, and that flop kind of hits it, but the king is more favorable to Wiktor.
Third club out there as well. And Mateos just has to be so respectful.
Mateos' mission is to get the showdown as cheaply as possible, but still put in a bet or two if necessary. As played, Limitless, he sees the king, he knows it's scary if his opponent is holding like a 7, an 8, or just some random cards. He can really attack it and get a lot of folds.
You said 450.
450K and
So 450 is a big bet. It's about 75% pot.
right.
And the idea here is he can fold out reasonable draws, maybe one that has a club, a pair, like an 8-9. He definitely is targeting 7 and 8 to get those hands to fold now. If he bets really small, those hands will hang around. But once he gets called, he knows he's likely against a king or a queen.
So Mateos sticks in there. Not a river that should be complicated.
Very difficult to follow through once more because he is playing a guessing game about Mateos' range. It's very unclear.
Just imagine if Malinowski piles something big out there right now. You feel pretty sick.
You would, but then again, Limitless doesn't know if he's getting trapped.
Yeah, he does end up coming with the check. You could feel that he was contemplating whether or not pressure could really be ratcheted up on Adrian there. That pot was a lot more tense than you might be tempted to think it was just based on the fact that it went check, check, call, check down.
So you mentioned something important, is that Mateos has got the worst seat, quote unquote, at this table, right? Because he's got the chip leader to his left.
Right.
But Mateos is just one of those guys where when he won that 50K, he was attacking with the short stack. I mean, he was showing resistance. He wasn't playing in a manner where, oh, I need to just outladder each very short stack. And clearly they're demonstrating that he's going to be one to fight with the chip leader to his left.
And you wonder whether or not Malinowski may have approached things differently against a different opponent himself, because not lost on him is the talent to his right.
It's a good point, right? Some players, maybe you feel more confident falling through with a river bet. Others, you know, they got a little extra fight, and you're like, you know what?
Yeah.
Maybe next time. But this time, you can see Malinowski just pushing in chips against the tournament short stack Petrangelo in the big.
Indeed.
There we go.
King high. Plows. Nikki P, Jack 9. Out of there.
You know, for me, this 200K is obviously our biggest prize, first prize of the festival, but it's just so amazing that we have 2 events this stop that's paying over $4.5 million. Normally at stop, right, you might think there's only one of these big binds, but somehow Triton just delivers with, yeah, let's just give you multiple events.
So Malinowski slightly off of the chip lead that he brought in, but still comfortably ahead of the remainder of the field. A fairly tight cluster in the low 30s between Mateos, Watson, and Bads. And then you got the tight cluster between one blind separating 24 and 25 bigs for Coon, O'Dwyer, and Jaffe. And as we mentioned, Petrangelo all alone on Short Stack Island.
Here comes the baby suited ace, but Malinowski's got pocket 8s. They're going to tango once more. I believe off of the 30 big blind stacks, you're going to see flats a lot more. It's not a hand you want to inflate the pot out of position. I mean, in position even. You just don't want to 3-bet fold a hand like pocket 8s play so well in terms of pair value, set possibilities.
So round 2 between El Conquistador and Limitless. Queen 10-4, bottom pair, lagging behind the red 8s, which are staring up at 2 overcards, no club in hand for either player.
While you might be interested in c-betting bottom pair here to target these middle pairs, the main approach at a final table is who's got the bigger stack. If you don't, then you play a bit more passively. The way I see it with these 2 hands, they're mainly looking to check it down.
Seems that way so far. Victor does pick up the bottom end of a gut shot.
There is a chance that Mateos attacks the jack, given that he's got the uncapped range, having ace-king in his range. I would expect Malinowski to always 3-bet ace-king, and he can really target all of the pocket pairs lower than a 10.
That's specifically what Malinowski would need to have, which he happens to on this occasion, for this bet to be effective, because otherwise a lot of the combos are interacting really nicely with a 10-Jack-Queen board and not necessarily inclined to c-bet. One doesn't know. But nice timing there from Adrian.
Another nice execution from Mateos. I'm not surprised. This is a surgical technician. I don't know, what do you want to call it, mechanic?
I mean, listen, I'm not taking my car over to his house for an oil change, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, yeah, that was a poor choice of words.
Mechanic is also, that's what people always call like a
card-
dealer
yeah,
like who's shady, right?
Mateos is not shady. I'm
No,
sorry.
no. We get what you mean, though. An engineer.
Engineer, there we go. Yeah, not a shady conquistador.
No. Pocket 5 straight into the bin from Coon. Adrian sits this one out.
I will take the time to say thank you for ordering that mochaccino, my friend.
You're welcome, Ready? You want to cheers it one time?
Let's cheers it.
All right, let's bring it
Cheers
in.
it.
Clink 'em.
Clink.
Nice. People might be wondering what the heck we're talking about. This is the gas we put in our tank each day to get hyped up and ready for these final tables and these streams at what, just given how grueling they can be on just us here on the booth, we can only imagine the stamina required to navigate these festivals by these players. Jack 10 suited goes up.
Everyone's favorite hand. But
Were you prophesizing a King Queen suited, or are you referring to the Jack 10? I know
I
it's the
was referring to Jack 10 suited, but you know what? I kind of like the King Queen suited a bit more.
Why wouldn't you?
He's going to play it in similar fashion as the pocket eights, in the sense that it plays so well post flop. You don't want to 3-bet fold this hand. And just an added effect is you can leave in dominated hands. Not in this case.
So Malinowski on the heels of flatting looks up at an ace-8-4 rainbow board.
It actually wouldn't surprise me if Watson goes for delayed c-bet.
Just given most of the flatting range that contains an ace for Malinowski wouldn't be flatting, it would be 3-betting, or?
No, it's like what I mentioned before with Mateos, is that we look at who's the bigger stack. Because let's say Watson even had a hand like ace-5 top pair.
Shadow boxing.
He's not looking to get raised and be put to a tough spot by the river. Like, I don't know if he's calling down ace-10, ace-jack even if he bets the flop. So you want to kind of remove one street and also balance the times that you've got some kind of weak pair that you want to show down.
Well, interesting turn card here as it gives Watson the double gutter after it goes check-check on the flop. But as you can see, it gives Malinowski second pair.
I could see him betting this turn for sure just because he's turned double gutter. He can attack those pocket pairs like, you know, 9s, 10s. They wouldn't be able to call. He has gone big 330, and this is kind of gross because it's not a small bet. I'm sure Jack 10 comes to mind for limitless clubs.
He cannot safely remove ace-X, can he?
He cannot. No. And that's why he is going to lay it down. I think he certainly would call like a 1/3 bet, but the bigger sizing, just, you don't know if a river bet is coming. So that's a really nice bet size choice from Watson. Can play it as more of a stab once if I get called and just get away, expecting the queen to fold.
Scared me. I was like, hold up.
Yeah, credit
Breaks.
to Sir Watts there. I, for one, was a little bit surprised, but obviously that 330, we call, it bloats the pot, and then we have to wonder, what do we do on a dry river if we face another meaty barrel? And that's where Malinowski didn't want to find himself. So his fold brings us to 50, 100, 100. 250,000 in orbit.
That's what's really nice about this final table is we just have the very best players in. We've already demonstrated at this final table that, sure, Limitless is the massive chip leader, but players are willing to still fight him. You know, Watson and Mateos with those stabs,
1.9, I think.
taking down the pots. They won't go down without a fight.
4 maybe.
That they won't.
All in.
All right, big sweat, big sweat. Ooh.
Jam
Let me start with a real sweat.
from Bads.
All you can ask for.
Coon looked at the queen first, and then the dust behind it.
I would assume that Makita probably had like an ace-8 suited there.
Felt like it too. Felt like it. The ladies, man. The ace of spades. And they're like,
Maybe offsuit.
Thank you.
Don't think it would ever do that with 2 8s.
Well, our first opportunity of the day to acknowledge our partners over at GG Poker, who remind you that if you sign up today using the code Triton_2024, and I confess, if you signed up yesterday and in all likelihood tomorrow, same story, but you'll be getting yourself a $50 Global Millions ticket with a minimum deposit of $20. Must be a first-time account. Head over to the world's largest online poker room. Get involved today, and while you're at it, pop into some Triton satellites. It's the only place it happens. Malinowski, min raise, early position. Dwyer with the 4s.
It seems like a bit too much to be jamming. Flatting doesn't seem nice either. So 4s and King Jack hitting the muck. Ace 10 now for Jason. I definitely can see him jamming against a later position open from Malinowski.
Is flatting an option?
I don't really think so, just because, I mean, maybe a little bit. Yeah, I don't mind this. It's just like a bunch of meh situation, you know, whether you flat, jam, fold. You know what? Let's just move on. Ace 10 suited, though. That's one where, like, what do I do now?
Yeah. It is incredible just how often the cuspy kit gets delivered to our doorstep. And I got to tell you, I've played sessions where all session long it felt like I never could get myself a clear-cut decision. And it takes a toll on you out there. And sometimes the compounding effect, if you don't have the right mindset of, I've had to fold 1, now 2, maybe 3 or 4 hands that were cuspy in a row, and you're like,
The fifth one, you're like, oh man, I push in, and that's the one you're out sometimes.
Yeah, right. Maybe it was good the first 4 times you found the bin, and then all of a sudden lack discipline when it mattered most.
As a professional, the goal is to play the hand you're dealt at that time with information to the best of your ability. Sure, sometimes maybe you would have won the hand or you would have lost, but it's just being focused and being surgical and getting the right decision every single time. And this is what these final 8 have been doing throughout this tournament.
I mean,
this
honestly,
is why they're here.
It's like we jiggled around in the OR and found 9 scalpels and just dropped them onto our feature table. Even the chat appreciating that this is a legendary collection of crushers.
Thank you so much.
That we're casting eyes on here.
3-bet all. I'm sorry, open jam all
Yep.
in.
Ace on the button. Take it, sir.
A smile from Adrian. Did you see that? Folding the big blind. That's the only time you're going to get a crack out of him. Or when he ships tournaments.
I'm happy. Again.
And guess you don't want to close.
I want to eat my lunch.
I ate so much chicken. What?
I said even if I have ace king off there, I don't think I want to call you out.
Interesting comment from Jason there. I kind of get it. Jason's just so sound in terms of playing down the streets that you work hard across 2 full days to get yourself to this point. When you end up spinning, whether you got the best of it or the worst of it, it just feels like such an anticlimactic conclusion to all the effort, you know?
I hear you. That's the thing. You might be thinking, well, why wouldn't he want action with ace king? Well, if he's getting called for that many blinds, he often is flipping, rarely dominating. And the goal at final tables is not to get your cards on their backs when possible, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you're not just crushing.
Well, the goal for Adrian is to induce Malinowski to get frisky once more against him out of the big blind as he limps 2 queens. Victor says not this time.
Mateos has came into this final table of a game plan to try and play defensively against Malinowski and trap. Ace-high board, though.
Second pair effective on this texture.
I wouldn't say he's too worried, just because Malinowski does open a decent amount of aces after the limp, but he still has to play passively and try to induce some bets.
Neither player with a flush draw as it goes check-check.
I would lean towards betting now. He can get 2 streets of value. It does check, though. But there was a bit of protection possibly needed with the 3 spades.
It's actually a nice river card for Adrian, given 2 checkbacks behind him, and I imagine he suspects that spades or an ace would have been heard from by now, and given that no bets were faced, comfortably reaches out and leads into the 300. And equal comfort for the 9-6 as it finds the muck.
Hasn't been that smooth of a final table for Limitless. Started with just north of 5 million in chips, has 4.1 now. Has been involved in a lot of pots.
It's interesting because obviously it's still early, but the opportunities we've had to kind of witness the Malinowski-Mateos exchanges, you can see just the mutual respect and caution that both are kind of exercising towards one another. And I would imagine that's not going to be the only pairing that evolves in that way out here, because these guys know every face they're surrounded by right now. They know the resumes. They know the talent level. They know there's no gimmies. This is going to be one of those trophies well earned. And to be fair, you can say that about just about any Triton event.
Everyone is deserving their own right. These final 8.
Yes, and Bolas, the only casualty, lasted just 1 hand here at the final table of this $200,000 no-limit event, where currently Nick Petrangelo is sub 10 big blinds.
That was actually a very interesting spot. You might have missed it, but Malinowski actually walked
Gave him a walk,
Petrangelo, and Petrangelo was sitting on, what, 7 to 8 big blinds? So I'm sure his hand wasn't very good, but if you look at it from the other point of view is, well, if I leave Petrangelo around with 8 big blinds, in theory, everyone else is supposed to just wait around and maybe I can just raise a couple more times next orbit.
It was just an 8-4 offsuit. It flashed on the screen briefly. I just scrolled back in the stream to take a peek as we give you a look at the chip counts and the payouts. Lion's share of the distribution of this $18.6 million prize pool. Not the largest we've collected. The 125K main holds that honor at north of 21 million, but it is going to be the biggest first place payout. Just 15 players were paid in this one. And who eked in on the right side of the bubble? Walk us through those who have already visited the pay desk, Randy.
Well, first it was Boss Paul, got 15th. Then followed by Patrick Antonius, a legend in itself, 14th. Then
That was
Ding
317,000 for
yes,
the Ning cash?
317,000 to 344,000 for both Ding Biao and Bryn Kenny, falling in 13th and 12th respectively. Then there was 11th place finish from Christoph Vogel saying 390K. In the ultimate final table, Bubble Boy was Stephen Chidwick, who jammed his 8-7 suited into 2 aces.
Oopsie.
He didn't get there.
Malinowski has jammed his ace-7 suited into Petrangelo and co. Jaffe out of there as Nicky P does make the call. And
Big spot for Nicky P.
1.8 million chip pot available to Petrangelo. What a delightful spot he finds himself in. You see a better than 2-1 favorite. King 7 deuce, and the disaster that is a Malinowski side card pops its head up on this board. Deuce on the turn, and it is strictly an ace. No, the ace doesn't work either. Just the 10 for Petrangelo. Instead, it's the 9, and the GGs are issued.
This has been a rough final table for the short stacks. Ace King can't beat King Queen. Now Ace 10 can't beat the Ace 7.
Well, the worst of it is performing quite well thus far here at the FT. And Petrangelo, having already tasted glory, looking for his car keys. I'm kidding. $661,000, 8th place finish. When you consider that he's in for at least 200K, possibly more. You don't know how in the black he is. But he said his other title earlier in the week didn't count, and unfortunately, I'm not sure how he's going to feel about an 8th place finish here. Don't hang your head, though, Nicky P. Took the best of it, didn't work out. Show me somebody who wouldn't have busted in that spot. But his departure, the second casualty so far at this final table, leaves us playing 7-handed. How big a difference is 7-handed to 9-handed in terms of your ranges?
Well, of course, you remove 2 positions. The blinds come around a lot faster. And now that you mention just the fact that we're getting shorter handed with each player elimination, this really favors a guy like Limitless, because not only does he have the big stack and attack and apply more pressure, he is primarily a short-handed cash game player with a lot of 3-handed, 4-handed experience, heads up, of course. So this is really shaping up to be quite a nice configuration for him.
Raise and take it here for Mateos, and I love that you just mentioned that, because I can think to, over the years, there's been guys that we've had to battle with, you know, across long stretches of our careers. And there's so many who, if you play a full ring game with them, they just seem to not perform well at all. And you're like, oh, yeah, this guy's a fish, right? Then all of a sudden I've caught myself playing short with those same characters, right? Where that overly aggressive disposition and the lack of an adjustment when you're playing ring is costly. But all of a sudden, you're playing 4 or 5-handed, and all of that aggression begins to pay off in spades. And it's very much a Jekyll and Hyde sort of effect in that way. And you can kind of be fooled, depending on where you've encountered that particular opponent, into thinking they're really, really good in all situations, or maybe not so good. But it is dynamic out there. And as you talked about, the profile on Limitless skews toward aggressive. So as we lose players, it does favor him.
100%.
Ace-9 suited, deemed favorable by Jason here. Under the gun, 2 1/4.
King, Queen for bads. He's actually in a spot where I think he's going to flat, because he is an undergun open. King Queen plays all right, and it's a bit too deep to 3-bet jam. So we do play 10-time champ versus 5-time champ going to the flop. Not too spicy. Quite
Two
dry,
sixes.
actually.
Yeah, 2 6s and a 4. Rainbow. And as sticky as bads can be, unclear the level of adhesion that Jason anticipates out of Makita given the current circumstances and the massive ICM.
So King Queen would call a lot of these types of flops, but when you look at the position undergun that is very ace-x heavy, he often won't be looking to continue, even though he does have a little bit more, well, a lot more 6x's in his range. But if you're wrong and you're up against a paired hand, you could really just put yourself in a bad situation. So we do grind for Jason Coon up to 2.4 million.
Check folding to the 175 is bads.
I've been wanting to comment, Ollie. I really want to know where that hoodie is from Jason. I really like it.
It actually
It's my
is
flavor.
quite flavorful, you're right. I know he's been rocking some Montclair lately. Not sure where that one's from. It looks like that light gray liner on the inside, too, looks kind of cozy.
Queen, queen.
Second time ladies have popped up. Mateos had a raise and take, I believe. No, he was against Malinowski, played it as a limp. It was the jacks that were a raise and take. But in any case, Jaffe happy to take us upstairs. O'Dwyer offsuit ace on the button. Slips right out. $10-9 off now for Jason.
He is looking at the stack that's opened off of 15 big blinds, realizes there are some marginal hands that would open, so we'll make the defense with 10-9 off. Won't be getting too much trouble on this King-King-7 board.
Doesn't seem like it. I don't think Jason's looking for any heroics as things stand right now. It's certainly within him, but deployed with tact and care.
I think Jaffe's going to range bet this board. He's just expected to c-bet here.
Jason with the check fold. Somewhat anticipated here as we fight on. Well, shout out to all of you who are streaming this third and final day of the 200K final table from here at the Triton Super High Roller Series Montenegro, our final stop of this season. If you're on Twitch, give us a follow. If you're on YouTube, mouse over, click like, click subscribe. Don't break Randy's heart.
Yeah.
He's a
I don't wanna be
sensitive man.
heartbroken. Sensitive. If you don't like it, I start crying.
If I ever looked over at you and I just saw you staring at the light counter and tears were streaming down your face, I don't know how I would react, Randy. I'd have some real concerns. Everything all right over there?
No, you know, ABC123 didn't like it yet. I'm just waiting.
$210, says Bads. Min plus a tickle. Watson with Jack 9. No, but seriously, guys, like, subscribe. Maybe even unclick it, click it again a few times just so I can get the animated heart thing going.
Are you serious? That
It brings
doesn't
joy.
change the number of likes
I know
we
it doesn't,
get.
but I'm just saying, but every time you mash it, I feel like the little heart thing. Anyway, King 8-4 here doesn't rate to be interesting to Watson as We explore this heads-up confrontation and my lack of fundamental appreciation for the way in which likes are counted on YouTube. All at the same time.
Yeah. My friend, you say some odd things sometimes.
I say some not odd things less often.
You can be quite creative, but like, I don't know about that liking business.
I want to do it. I want to look. The hearts are freaking going nuts. Right? Thank you, guys. There's like little hundreds. See,
I
that's
just
what I'm
saw a
talking
celebration 100%.
See what I'm saying, man? Do you see how happy this makes you?
Oh my god. I'm just going to look at this bottom right corner now, the iPad.
The devs, this is how they get us, dude. It's like I don't know.
You're telling me each emoji
graphical
that comes up is
narcotics.
someone using their finger right now. And click.
I think so. I don't know if like you get like 10 hearts per click. I don't know, but just like
Is there
it's
someone
amazing.
that can program a bot to just continually click this? This would be nice.
I sure hope so. Slide in the DMs, by the way. Maybe we can work something out.
Oh, I just saw an emoji. It was yellow.
Yeah, it's the.
Well, do you see it? Sorry, I'm getting a little bit too excited.
You know
about
what?
this.
You don't get to get excited about. I'm the one that asked for it. You made fun of me. You called a hand. I'm gonna stare at the
You
thing.
want me to call the A7 limp here? All right.
All in.
Sorry, I didn't even get that right.
what was that, Randy? Limp, you say? No shot.
Nice, got the A6 down.
This is amazing. I love all of you guys out there who are streaming live right now because I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing. Is they're unclicking and reclicking, and it makes me so happy.
Dude, the second I mention emojis, there's so many faces going up to the skies.
Oh, look who wants to enjoy the thing that I cooked up, even though he was quick to make fun of me for it.
I might miss the action, guys. I'm a bit focused right now.
Someone's gonna bust out, and me and you are gonna be trying to call out emojis.
Can you get like a poo emoji out or something? I'm just curious.
Is this a 200K final table? See what happens when you pump the mochachinos into us and just off
they
we
kicked
go.
in. Let us raise King 10.
Rain online.
Reverend Randy calling the service to order there. 5-6 at the pulpit.
This actually falls in a big blind defense. Being connected like this. 6-4 offsuit, maybe not, but 6-5 definitely.
What happened?
Queen 10 deuce, second pair, king of clubs working. Good looking flop for Watson here. As Malinowski defends and knuckles over.
Have been a lot of big blind defenses, but they haven't been picking up a piece. This is middle pair for Watson. This is the type of hand you want to try to get the showdown. Maybe one bet comes in. This is actually an interesting turn card because now Limitless has picked up a gut shot and a club draw. I could see him attacking a weak ace high. I would check back the flop.
Just the 6 of clubs and the gutter, but perhaps enough to embolden the big stack.
He can really put a lot of heat on a 10x that doesn't have a club as well. Pocket pairs, especially if they're red.
And let's remember, Watson, this was a button open. He doesn't have to have any of this board here. But 6 high against 2 randoms is not performing well, and hence the 850 into 600.
That's a massive overbet. And this is going to put middle pair in a lot of trouble. And Malinowski actually expects Queen X to bet the flop a lot, so he is often up against very weak hands. It's very tricky for Watson because he's got the king of clubs. That is a lot of equity in itself, and he might have the best hand with the pair of tens. What sucks is when his opponent bets 850, he can easily put you all in on the river, and you could be in a tough spot if you don't improve. So this pot is massive, Ollie.
Watson making the 850 call. Another 1.7 unexpectedly is pulled into the middle, and now the jack of clubs on the end, giving Mike the third nuts, let's call it. Ace of clubs or 8-9 of clubs, the only thing that Watson would fall to. Now Victor has made the flush. This pot is 2.3 million. How does he want to approach?
He should want to check this one down because he did make the flush. He could have the best hand at this point. If he had not hit the club, I think he might have followed through with a lot of bets on the river. He is reaching for chips, and it's basically a block bet.
Boy, it is a little bit awkward for Watson because, yes, we have the king of clubs, but just in case Malinowski has the nuts, if we come in with a raise and he were to pile over the top of us, how gross do we feel? As we can see, that's unlikely to be what transpires, but...
Of course, that's definitely something that's crossing Watson's mind. Then again, if he was up against ace of clubs, would they try to bet to induce? Or maybe they just go for more chips. And that's what he's got to ask is, how would the ace of clubs play in this manner? If he finds it unlikely that they would bet just 10% pot or so, then he's got more reasons to value raise this spot. He's decided it's time to value raise. If he can just get those chips over the line.
I think he'll make it.
Close enough.
Oh, actually, he fell short of the... Come on, Mike. There's not an actual physical border between the cream and black there. You can just... Anyway. As soon as we don't get snapped, by the way, how happy are we? Because the quick one-chip flick or the jam to ask us for the last 30K, which, by the way, if Malinowski, not to get too far into fantasy land, had the ace of clubs, just calling and leaving Watson out there with 30K would be the way to go, wouldn't it?
You're a sick man, Ollie.
I am a sick man. You haven't seen a killer whale spin a seal around for fun before it chomps it? Like they come up on the beach, they grab it by the flipper, then they play with it a little bit, and then chomp time. But in the interim, you know. Anyway.
I really like that you thought about that. Obviously, that's not going to happen. I wish we could have explored that. But I think you probably are right. For now, though, we do have to worry about, can Malinowski beat a bluff raise in this spot?
No, Victor is the seal. Bluff raising for another 30K would be just the most insane thing you've ever seen.
No, he's not going to bluff raise it. I'm just thinking, like, can he beat a hand?
Oh, is Watson bluff raising
Correct,
here?
correct.
Oh,
I'm sorry about not clarifying that.
I mean, super polar, of course. That's how sick I am, is that I thought that you were exploring the merits of Malinowski bluffing for another 30.
You are sick in many different ways, correct.
Imagine how Watson feels, though, if he did jam. Maybe not after this tank, but...
Yeah, he's definitely not thinking about jamming Limitless,
No.
that is. He's just thinking, can I find a hand? He cannot, so he lays it down.
Saw the bluff.
Two.
Coon seems convinced that it was a bluff. We can see that it wasn't. Even Mateos seemed to be crediting Watson with such navigations.
Take a look at the leaderboard, my friend.
Queen
We got
jack.
a new table captain,
Piled queen jack.
Mike
Aye,
Watson.
aye. All aboard. The SS Watson, 40 big blinds deep, and now he has dethroned the prior leader, Malinowski.
Stuck at queens.
Look at everybody speculating as to what Mike had.
Off the claw.
Courageous. Mike Watson, ladies and gentlemen.
I love that there's just so much open respect for one another here amongst this crew. Even they're kind of enjoying having this front row seat, you know, as brutal as it is to try to win one with all of this opposition.
The dynamics have changed as
Yeah.
Watson now opening the cutoff of A7 off, so he gets these opportunities. Jaffe, ace-9 of hearts. Jaffe's playing 18 big blinds.
Yeah, he's down at the bottom of the leaderboard alongside O'Dwyer in that regard.
Outpit by 1 big blind between those two. They'll play defensively with the call.
King 6-5. Couple of spades.
This board is actually more Watson. You know, he's got a little backdoor spade action, little 3-card straight. And that's actually slightly important too, because the 7, while sure it's just 3 cards, it blocks hands that can check call you or check raise you, such as 8-7, you know, 7-9, these kind of straight draws. So it's important that not only does it give you added equity, but it blocks continues, which can be sometimes overlooked.
125. Out of Watson there. Jaffe forced to check fold despite having the better of the 2 hands. I spied a comment here that was of some interest in the chat from Balkan Hooper, Randy, who says simply applying GTO doesn't work when everyone knows GTO. In a way, it's effective, but deviations and exploits are required to sort of break free and find the edge.
Look, it's about deviating at the right time.
Sure.
When they don't know you're deviating. That's when you get the edge.
Yeah.
You know, oh, I expect them to do this, and then you're not. Like, you can really create some nice value. But if you do it at the wrong time, you're actually giving away quite a bit yourself. That's why I love watching the best play. They really just shine in these kinds of spots. We do have an interesting development here.
9's shining. 225. And it's caught the attention of this king-queen suited for Mateos.
I think it's noteworthy that he's 3-betting this hand on, sorry, Jaffe right behind him, ace-queen's in a tricky spot. But it's interesting that he 3-bets because some players have been flattening the king-queen suited in position.
Not El Conquistador, and let's see how Jaffe feels about it. This is UTG +1 for Jason, cut off from Mateos. Jonathan with ace-queen off in the small, using a time bank.
This has got to be one of the most uncomfortable spots for him. Early position raise, medium stack 3-bet against the 20 big blind open. Like, you can't feel too great about this. Also holding just 15 big blinds. You don't have the most fold equity, but it seems he's found the raise. Nice for Jaffe.
4-bet to 1.4. Coon promptly folds. Mateos, with a larger commitment, asks for the count. He is the covering stack. It isn't quite an all-in. And in terms of this choice to 4-bet from Jaffe, Randy, how important is him perceiving that Adrian has some 3-bet folds with that sizing before he plays it this way?
Extremely important. If he didn't think that, he would never be jamming ace-queen. He knows Mateos would be willing to attack. Mateos now, he's asking a question. How often is it a pocket pair lower than the king-queen? because the more combos he can add, the more the better price he can make a call here. Is it jacks? Is it tens? Is it ever nines? And he's gonna go for it. Big pot.
Spot for me.
Bigger for Jaffe, given he's the covered stack. And the dominant hand here. All of a sudden, another big one, Bruce. 3.4 million in the middle. I can tell you who Steve O'Dwyer's rooting for as the second shortest stack coming in. And it isn't that man to his right, Jaffe.
Jack 9.
To the flop we go. King, Jack, 9. Mateos finding top pair. Jaffe, Broadway gutter, and an ace hunt.
Jason folded nines as well.
Would have been bottom set. Can double J find the ace or 10? No. An 8 on the river, and yet again, the best hand gets it in, and the dominated hand kicks it out.
0 for 3.
If Len was here, he'd be very proud of you.
King Gaga, in honor of Ren Lin. Well, for Jaffe, he finally found a cash here in Montenegro, but found a hand that was supposed to perform considerably better than that, and instead leaves him out the door in 7th place, 765K pickup. Was supposed to do better than he did in that one. What can you say?
It's actually 865K, but we are now in the $1 million payday club. And you don't mind seeing 3 paper busts with the best hand when you're Steve O'Dwyer just getting pay jumps like that.
You know, inside every head out there right now is that sort of cash register noise, the ding ding, 230K pickup,
I
just
like that
courtesy of
noise.
that
You
bad
just
beat.
pulled a slot machine, you
Love
get
it.
paid.
Love it. Wait, what? You pulled a slot machine?
You know, like the ding ding ding. Oh,
I don't know, Randy. Do you?
no.
Are you? Wait,
No, okay, I'm sorry. The
Randy-
clicking mouse machine.
Randy, you played a slot machine.
I told you no last time.
Yeah, but now all of a sudden you got me wondering.
You're not so sure.
There's a lot of denial out there.
Look, how about this? What if I told you I didn't at the time I told you?
And since then, I would believe you, actually.
Whatever he wants to do, bro. He can do whatever.
Yeah.
Heart desires.
Watson. Raise and take here.
What's also interesting about that last pot, imagine if Jaffe hadn't jammed. Maybe Jason Coon would have got the chips in there. I don't know, it could have
Yeah.
played out in many different ways.
That's interesting. Now, if he didn't jam, fold was the only other way to go, I would imagine.
For
500 of
Jaffe?
1.5 is not going to be stuck in there as a flat, is it?
Are you talking about for Jason?
Yeah, for Jaffe.
For Jaffe, no, yeah, it's just all
All
in
in
or
or fold, yeah.
But for Coon, there was definitely considerations
If
of
Jaffe were to fold, or
if Jaffe were to fold.
because once Jaffe jams, Coon's 9s are toast.
Agree. And that's why you can kind of see Jason actually was kind of asking Mateos, what do you do if I jam? Like, do you call king, queen there? It's interesting. How things can change based on how people play it. 2 9s now in the hands of Malinowski.
Well, they got forced into the wastebasket moments ago, and they would have performed quite well, as we saw. But instead, Mateos, the beneficiary. By the way, he is now clear of Mike Watson for the chip lead by 3 bigs. So El Conquistador didn't take him long to vault right up to the top of this leaderboard. Now, Bads taking a bit as he navigates ace-jack off in the small with 6 remaining. 23 bigs deep coming in.
He's between 3-bet and flat. I would say it's probably pretty close, you know? Like, you kind of don't want to push chips in because ace-jack is good, but then you also have a lot of fold equity. There's actually merit to even 3-bet small, 3-bet jam, flat.
550.
He's going to go with 3-bet small to 550. And now we've got a big decision here for Limitless. 2 9s can actually 4-bet rip. It can flat in position. And if you really respect Vazikowski, occasionally even fold.
Well, here's the thing. It isn't to say that if he were to choose to rip this, it's due to a lack of respect for Bads. In fact, it's respecting just how much heart Makita's got and the perception that Malinowski is on the aggressive side. Granted, he is no longer the chip leader, 36 bigs deep, has been dethroned, but he's saying, I know you think that I could be out here with a perceived wider range than what I've actually got. Does choose to play it as a flat for the extra 350. 1.3 now in the middle. 2 overs for Bads, and it's middle set for Malinowski. Note the gut shot on this 10 high flop, plus the ace of diamonds working.
Yeah, it's not a bad piece for Makita. It's also the type of texture, though, that hits that 3-bet calling range, you know? We think about hands like this, 9s, 10s, 8, 9 suited sometimes. Queen, Jack, King, Queen, they've got straight draws.
Yeah.
Hands that would fold to a flop C-bet is...
Diamond suited combos, of course,
yeah,
as well.
just not that much to actually fold to a C-bet. Ace, Queen comes to mind, I suppose. Ace, Jack. Sometimes. I don't think Makita comes in with a bet too often, but then again, he's looking at all the little pieces he's got himself, and like, maybe I can just bet jam a lot of turns. Malinowski with mid-set, checking back with that deception.
3 on the turn. Board goes two-tone with the texture.
So the way this one's playing out, Makita probably doesn't want to attack and just try to get the showdown, try to just see that river card. Although he might have expected Malinowski to bet the flop if he had a hand, just given the drawy nature of the board. So he brings in half the pot, and the bigger bet shakes out a similar hand like ace-jack. Of course, like I said, ace-queen. Even a gut shot, right, king-queen now, they wouldn't be looking to call unless they're coupled with a flush draw. And it's not unreasonable for Makita, if he had an overpair, to check the flop and start building the pot on the turn, because the flop is favorable to his opponent's range, so he would check overpairs to try to induce bets.
This is damp air that surrounds this set of 9s. Which did play as the check back, now facing this 650. Richter just flats it. Randy, this is not a little too risky. Don't we want to...
He's showing restraint. He's thinking, look, if my opponent is bluffing, then I'm going to give him an opportunity to put in chips poorly.
Now, we're not worried about 8x so much in this spot.
Not from a small blind 3-betting range.
So when we remove that, we do not have a club in hand. How concerned are we that some of the big club combos 3-bet and then activated on the turn and now maybe have us beaten? It's going to depend on the sizing from Makita, provided that Badzikowski's even betting here, which is not a given with 2.6 in the middle. And we see him shut it down.
I hear where you come from. I do think a clubs is a decent part of his range. The problem is the 6 is more favorable to the flatter.
Okay.
They've got the 8X. They have clubs as well. So it is very risky. It was definitely tempting holding the jack of clubs, but he will be check folding this.
He's going to take a minute to digest and just determine what exactly is going on across the way. I don't foresee a world in which Bads is going to stake his tournament life here with 4.8 million up top on ace-jack high on this board. I mean, we block the nut diamond draw. Granted, we block the clubs, but what would be the natural bluffs that would have raised and called this 3-bet? Maybe
the only hands he really
King,
beats
Queen?
is Queen Jack and
Jack?
King Jack. That isn't clubs. The problem is he's holding the jack of clubs, so obviously he's blocking hands he can pick off. I'd be shocked if he was to call this one off.
this is one of those hands where you look up at a screen, you look up at the board, you see the set of 9s, you see ace-jack high, and you're wondering, what is this man thinking about? But it just gives you an insight into how much is being considered
How many
at any given point in time by these guys.
Well, he's definitely giving this one some thought.
It's the king-high Broadway combos that whiffed. That's what he's thinking about picking off here.
Suppose there's a little bit of king queen of diamonds. You could check back flop and call turn, bluff this river. It might be that flop check back from Malinowski that's what's tripping him up a bit, but he is going to find a fold.
Yeah, and fortunate to have done so, given clicking call would have been the end of the road. Well, finally, Malinowski hauling in a healthy pot, and one that puts him back in the chip lead, Randy. What a tight cluster we've got at the top of the leaderboard. Malinowski, 50 bigs. Mateos, 49. Watson, 46. Those are the 3 parties that have enjoyed the chip lead at some point. Now very clear division in terms of haves and have-nots. Blinds up to 50 and 125,000. The have-nots I speak of. Coon with 16 bigs. Bads at the bottom with 11 after losing that one. O'Dwyer in between them. And there is the official peak brought to you by sportsbet.io. My. Things looking very different at present than they did at the onset. Absent Jaffe, Petrangelo, and Simbolas. 6-handed action here. On-tap payout of over $1 million, almost 1.1, with over 300,000, the latter, between 6th and 5th.
Over to the small blind of Jason Coon, Queen 3 suited. He is one of those short stacks. Currently sitting in 4th with 13 bigs. Gonna try to sneak into that for a flop territory as he limps. 7-3 offsuit is one of those hands that we do mention that might activate, expecting a lot of folds. But he also expects Jason Coon to set traps, given the chip counts.
$375K, says Sir Watts. Don't scratch your temple. This is just activation with bottom of range, fairly standard protocol in these blind versus blind collisions. And no, Jason dominating, hanging in there with that Queen 3 suited, well aware of the polarity of this raise from Watson. Doesn't have to be a great hand, but here on a Jack 8-3 monotone board, advantage Watson in terms of position, betting lead, and of course, the flush draw. Jason, technically the better hand by 3% right now, 875 in the middle.
Problem for Jason is that it's monotone, and his opponent, if he's bluffing, they've got a lot of outs against them, as you can see on the screen. Get a free turn card. The ace is not what Jason wanted to see. He rarely has the ace with that stack size, as they would often just limp jam, expecting a lot of fold pre. If Watson wants to attack, he really can just blow out this 3 out of water. He's not going to realize his equity. Finds the 4th club.
Yep, the 4 of clubs at that. Watson making the flush.
There could be some value to be had with the 7 of clubs. If he feels that Jason would look him up with like a naked Jack X, it is possible. Watson also asking a question, would Jason ever play a bigger club in this manner, or would they just value bet himself? He is going to go quite meaty, actually, 625.
Perhaps perceptions that a club may have been heard from earlier out of Jason given the check back on
Yeah.
the flop by Watson.
That's a good point. A lot of clubs actually bets the flop. Not this combo, just because it was paired up as well. But I think Jason does expect like a queen or king of clubs to bet the flop, but he just has a bottom pair.
Yeah. Bows out correctly after a third and final check. Well, Watson has just been bang on so far here at this FT.
Sorry.
I want to say, that O'Dwyer is the player that we've seen the least involved to this point, six-handed, and consider how much he's printed courtesy of that. The min cash was 483,000. We're up to 1.1 million. That's 620K, let's call it, just for being parked in that seat, as a pair of nines parks itself in Mateos's lap up against Jack High here. This was limped BVB.
This hand doesn't need that much protection. Wants to control the pot.
Six on the turn, as Mateos agrees with you.
I'm kind of expecting this one to check to the river and we play whether Watson will bet or not. Unless Mateos thinks he can get 2 streets of value with this pair of nines. Seems like he does, as he is going to put in chips and win it on the turn.
Fairly straightforward situation there.
It's a good time to get some aces.
Does it work like that? You just request aces and you just get them? Jason? We'll find out.
That we will.
It's not outdated.
You say?
think it's not updated.
You're not.
He's 6 suited now for O'Dwyer.
I like that he's going to reach for a min raise rather than open jam. It's just a bit too much, especially with 2 shorter stacks.
All right.
And he also knows he's been a bit quiet. Will look strong.
250.
A little bit of a tricky spot, but if he feels that O'Dwyer is min raising off of this stack with these type of hands, he will probably take a flop. These players are obviously very balanced.
Two 9s and a jack here. Victor defending, picking up an open-ender on this spade-free board.
While O'Dwyer does have the best hand, it's going to be extremely tough for him to win this spot. Because if he bets, of course, he's going to get resistance from open-ended straight, and if it checks through, I'm expecting Limitless to bet a lot of turns. As long as the ace doesn't fall. The thing is, O'Dwyer kind of wants to bet and take it out on paired boards, but then again, he knows there are straight draws and flush draws that might just check jam on his short stack, and he doesn't really want that to happen.
Hence the check back. Third diamond on the turn, neither player with the flush draw.
Ideally, Limitless would love having a diamond in hand, but he's got to think that O'Dwyer's check back range is very weak to not bet the flop.
Steve does let it go. It's one of those spots where you make the call for 250K and then you're just praying that you don't face a barrel on the end.
And you also pray for no 4th diamond. Yeah,
Sure.
It's just, you win, sir. Nice one, Limitless.
But just consider how profitable a lot of this sort of restraint and conservative behavior has been thus far.
That's what the advantage of having a big stack is. You get to buy yourself lots of free turn cards just having that threatening stack. That's why you want to get to these final tables with the chip lead when possible.
King Queen now for Victor.
He's just looking to jam into this sub 10 big
Sure.
blind stack, you know? You got it, got it. Expecting folds, chipping up. Dwyer doesn't seem too pleased with his chip stack in the moment. He is the shortest stack after paying that big blind and big blind ante. It's a race at the bottom. It's Dwyer 7, Bezikowski 9 bigs, and Coon 10. Then we look at the top, it's Watson, Mateos, and Malinowski with roughly 40 plus big blinds apiece. But the top 3 stacks have enough big blinds where they don't have to just play handcuffed. Like, they can fight back. They can pick on these short stack blinds. So it shouldn't be just one guy controlling the action. That's why Watson is still going to raise ace-5 in the hijack. Curious to see if he comes in with call or 3-bet. He has called king-queen suited before. We did see Mateos play his king-queen suited in a different form of a 3-bet.
There's the flat.
Yeah, he's just happier to play this one post-flop. More in his style.
So ace-5 taking on king-queen suited, and the queen 7-3 board is an absolute smash job here for Limitless. Just the ace of hearts plus that inside straightiness working for Watson. Relatively dry texture here could leave him feeling okay about a c-bet, Randy, or we're just checking as we see that's the choice he makes?
Like we've seen, the theme at the table has been check as pre-flop raisers are out of position against the flatting range, which is perceived to have a lot of queen X's, pocket pairs. Malinowski, of course, can bet this hand. The only card he really fears is the ace. But with two hearts, you don't really mind if one falls, if the ace of hearts falls. But that's not possible given Watson's got it. You know, sometimes Watson actually check raises his hand. Not sure if he'll do so off of these stacks, but it's definitely a candidate with the ace of hearts. Oh, he's counting out chips.
Look at this. Delightful sight for Victor. Little does Watson realize the world of hurt that he is in. The line obviously does look strong out of Mike. It's just that King Queen of Hearts is way too much hand to be able to blast through, at least for the time being.
A lot of incentive for Malinowski to just call. He can look a little weak as one pair. If a heart drops and he hits his flush, his opponent might just press on that. And I imagine Watson would if he does, given he's got the ace of hearts. The 4 is very spicy.
Wheel gutter, 7 high straight gutter. But is it going to be enough for Watson to think that he's going to be able to blast his way through? The trouble is the check raise check line, is it not, Randy, in terms of where that leaves us in future game, in terms of ability to bluff moving forward?
You lose the ability to bluff quite a bit when you don't follow through on the turn. I kind of feel that because he's picked up this much equity, he's going to bet again in case he can get hands to fold. A big part of Malinowski range actually is Queen X, though, with bet call, especially when he's holding the ace of hearts himself. So it blocks some flush draws his opponent could have. He is going to push in
1.6.
1.6. That's a lot.
That's heaps. He's got 3.7 back. Now, he does cover. Actually, he is covered coming into this one. Forgive me.
Our decision now for Malinowski. Of course, he can go nowhere with top pair, 2 hearts, but is do we call or do we just jam and ask for it all now because there's only 2.1 back?
That's an interesting thing to mull over here because obviously we don't anticipate many worlds in which Watson would raise pre, check raise us on the flop, barrel 1.6 at this turn, and then suddenly if we ask for the remaining 2.1, into the bin he goes. We know that we're never drawing dead with this King Queen of Hearts.
So Malinowski would never expect a worse queen to take this line. It is possible he's up against the better queen, ace queen, and an overpair. And with him holding hearts, it's also unlikely his opponent has got hearts himself.
Yeah, he blocks the kings. Obviously, he blocks the other queen combos, and this is a very hefty line for something like ace-queen to choose to take. Kings and queens on the river now for Malinowski. If there was a world in which this last 2.1 somehow, some way, might have been able to usher Victor out of this pot, it is certainly not this one. 5-6 in the middle, 2-1 back. Is Watson going to surrender?
It is crossing his mind. You know what? I actually don't think Malinowski has spades here very often. Because he bet called the flop and the queen of spades is on board, he can't be holding king, queen of spades. He does give up.
Yeah, in spite of spade removal perhaps as played, Watson just doesn't believe, especially when he holds the ace of hearts, Randy, that whatever's across the way is going to be stepping aside.
The big point you mentioned is him holding an ace of hearts. If he wasn't, there are hands that can fold, like ace x of hearts that call to check raise, call to turn. But the ace of hearts is actually bad now to hold for Watson.
Now, interestingly enough, you see Malinowski looking down at his stack. He could target aces with a bet here.
I feel like he does. Just needs to bet this one to try to get some crying calls, and that is what he's doing. Just 900K, hoping to get called by one pair.
Yeah, Watson just snap folds. And my. Just look at a little bit of a time machine, flashing back to the way Malinowski sat when he came in to this final table as an overwhelming chip leader. That bloody exchange with Watson, where the wounds were admittedly somewhat self-inflicted as Michael took the high variance approach, leaves him 68 big blinds deep, with Mateos a distant second, and you can see Watson, 17 bigs, now running in third. Now this, as we are six-handed, we've been anointed the massive chip lead once more, is where one could imagine Victor beginning to activate and kind of behave in very big stacky fashion. Jack 8 suited, the first opportunity before him.
You're completely right about this. And he's just open ripping it now. Good luck, boys.
Right on cue, you know what I mean? O'Dwyer, 7 bigs, Bad, 7 bigs, Coon, 8 bigs. Come and get some.
As long as Mateos doesn't have cards in front of him, he's just going to open rip relentlessly, and everyone has to play so tight.
So gross, too.
I mean, 3 players are sub 10 big blinds now.
Right.
These pay jumps, too. It's
Bananas.
just so sick for me to look at it.
300K
1.1
on
guaranteed,
top,
right?
on tap,
1.4, 300K like you just mentioned. Then you go plus 350. It only gets bigger eventually, getting to that 4.8 million up top. And Watson with 17 bigs, he really just has to chill out. There's nothing he can do. Oh, what timing is that for Badzikowski?
Under the gun open for Mateos with the Queen Jack suited. A min raise. Bad's just 830. Ready to saddle up. Not all, but most.
Mateos is going to be priced in here with Queen Jack suited, and he's got the chips that can afford this call. Oh, Watson's got Ace Jack, but it hurts. But he also knows that Badzikowski is going to get called and could be at risk, and he can maybe get that pay jump.
Yeah, he doesn't anticipate too much raise fold versus this sizing, and so with that in mind, and still pain percolating from that ace-5 check fold on the river, Watson bows out. Mateos ushers in the last 50, and we play for 2 million. That's his girlfriend on hand, as always.
You want a partner too, Mateos?
I don't know that there's any available for temporary use here.
Good start.
Love that sight right there. Those two so close. Never far from one another.
Oh, you might want to go back to giving him a little comfort because there's outs now.
Suddenly the warm embrace of his girlfriend. Picks up a little frost on the turn, but there you go. She knows when the kings have held. That was cool. And at this stop in particular, although Makita does never venture far from his partner, so many of the players brought their families, brought their girlfriends, brought their wives, children. And it really helps.
Had their family drive out to them, like Kulev, right?
That's right. Mom and Dad were on hand to watch him take one down. That was a 6.5-hour journey. Maybe there was this, perhaps there was some no speed limit roads between here and there. It's my favorite part of driving in Europe, by the way.
Are you going to talk about what kind of car you drive now?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Just thought you were trying to go flex.
No flexing.
250.
Cool.
Just, well, I mean, in terms of unlimited accelerator pedal, and let's see how far we can get that speedo. There's that flex. I gotta confess, I don't really know all the road signs. I'm pretty sure there's some pictures of me at warp speed and some speed camera.
Warp speed.
You know what I
you got
mean?
a spaceship, my friend? Or what are we talking
I'll
about?
Star Trek my way around Europe. I've Captain Kirked it.
A little bit of decision here for Coon, who is playing short stack, but you know what? If it was close against the Chip Leader Open, you might also be thinking, what if I can just outlast O'Dwyer and get a pay jump? Let us sit it out on the sidelines.
Victor, are you gonna tell me now or force me to wait?
I'll wait a bit.
My money's on 8 of diamonds, 8.
My money is on fucking Queen Jack. Or King Jack.
So insights into why it was that the Ace Jack thought as long as it did, and just as you broke down, Randy, it was the busted straight draw combos, King High or Queen High, that Bads had on his mind. And he is tormented, but he'll feel pretty good.
750.
And he realizes he was up against a set of 9s. Coon not feeling all that good, given that he's one of the 2 shortest stacks at the table, but Ace-5 good enough, he says, from the cutoff to make it 750 to go. He's dominated here by the boss stack, who says, let's get it in. You saw a quick lick of the lips.
I got
and
a bad one.
Jason says, I got a bad one, and take a look at just how bad it is. Now remember, all-in hands that have had the best of it have not performed well. Let's see whether or not the inverse will prove more fruitful.
Maybe flop a wheel. Slow start. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe chop. We can dream, right? 9.
Well, 9 Commandant is what the turn says. Coon draws dead. A 6th place finish as the 11th Triton title eludes Jason Coon, collecting the first of our 7-figure payouts, Randy, almost $1.1 million.
So worried to lose to a random bluff.
To add to his career total of over 27 million. You see, good buddy Ben Tollerine there to support. The road's clear relative to moments ago. More clear, I should say, as Jason Coon and all of his fight have been vanquished. Not much he could have done. Had to pick a spot and unfortunately ran into it. So 5 remain.
5 remain, and O'Dwyer once again getting pay jumps, just sitting around. Nothing wrong with that. It's kind of like a jackpot every time he gets a pay jump.
You know what I mean? That would be wonderful, wouldn't it, if we had that little sound effect that we could just pump in? I don't think the players would appreciate it, but given the power, I would mash that sound effect button quite hard.
Got a spot here. Is the chip leader open ripping into the ultimate short stack who just has 7 big blinds? And you can see O'Dwyer looking like, do I just take this spot? Because everyone's just going to wait for me. I know that Limitless is going to jam close to any two.
He just picked up over 300 dimes after Jason's bust. 1.4 on lockup, but another ladder of 340K plus.
That 5 dangler is not so nice for O'Dwyer because if his opponent's side card is higher than a 5, then his equity is reduced drastically. As you can see, 64-35. And that's much nicer if he's holding like a queen 10. The 10 would overcard the 9, for example. Nope, hands in air, and you know what? Just take it. My hand is just not good enough.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. That are really bad.
I don't mind it, Randy, even though I know that he expects near 100% from Victor there to just bludgeon. 340K more. He's already printed on a number of occasions. Let's sit back. And in between festivals, let's soak up the excitement that is the Triton Super High Roller Series on Pluto TV, available to those of you in the United States. It's a 24/7 subscription-free streaming channel on the leading free streaming television service, setting a new milestone in Triton poker history by providing fans with an unmatched poker experience. Tune in anytime and witness the intense gameplay, dramatic bluffs, and jaw-dropping wins from some of the best and most well-known poker players in the world. Pocket eights here. Malinowski, button, big blind, reputation. This is not like we think good hand always. Let's see if any trouble is afoot. A suited king in the small for O'Dwyer. This is nicer than what he had moments ago. Granted, a smaller investment of half a big.
This is getting very close now. If he does want to continue, he does want to do it against the chip leader, who is going to raise relentlessly.
He's going to have to play a little roulette at some point here, 5 bigs deep. Is this where he wants to do it?
Is this hand or a hand soon? And it's not going to be him spinning the ball, looking for black. Opportunity now for Badzikowski, queen 10. Bads is playing 16 blinds, which is just enough to continue. His stack isn't necessarily threatened on flop, turn, and river that often.
So Nikita coming along, given the affordability. 6-5 deuce, not the board he had in mind. Lovely for the eights, however. Action checked over.
It actually wouldn't surprise me if Limitless just goes a little bit more sizable, trying to get Badzikowski to put in all of his chips
Feels
in
like
on
a
this
card
board
from
texture.
your range, huh?
Funny comment there as Bats folds. Cards from your range, just acknowledging how wide said range is for Malinowski at present. And Adrian popping in and going, you're the big blind. No, it's supposed to be your hand.
Yeah, that's the funny part about it,
Right.
right? Because we always say, oh, you know, that's the flop that hits the big
Of
blind and he
course.
can continue. And now it's the chip leader who's got the range.
Yeah.
Even from under the gun, you know what? That might be in your range, Limitless. 11 million chips, 86 big blinds. Mateos is in second with just 3.8 million and 30 blinds. This is the Malinowski show. Look at the sixes. It's like, you know what, Limitless, you do your thing. I'm going to collect page humps.
Well, look, O'Dwyer, 5 bigs out there. The man's got a $340,000 bill hanging around his neck. All you got to do is bust him to collect it.
You know what kind of chain that's hanging around Malinowski's neck is just all in every hand. Jack 8 offsuit. 3's in the bin. Queen 6 in the bin. He's just collecting now.
Malinowski, not scalloped, not baked, stone mashed. That's the way he's handling these potatoes.
Potatoes, though. That was odd. And
We've
we went
been
from
eating-
scallops, you know, to
No,
potatoes.
scalloped potatoes.
Okay.
Not scallops. By the way, potatoes something you and I have probably had a disproportionate amount of since we've gotten here.
I had
to
some
Montenegro.
for lunch today, actually. They
Randy
were
actually washed down cantaloupe with a chicken nugget today at lunch, which was really peculiar. I mean, I know you looked over at me and you were like, okay, I don't have to feel guilty. Ali's eating like a child.
Yeah, I went to the kids'
I'm your
meal.
Huckleberry,
Yeah.
and then, you know.
Here, yeah. Ace
One
10.
of these days, I'm going to walk up to the kids' area at the buffet, and then there's going to be a kid there, and they're going to, like, look at me weird, and I'm going to be like, I'm just going to hang my head and walk away. Malinowski not doing any walking away, and unlikely for Badzikowski to be doing the same, perhaps, although 12 bigs, O'Dwyer 5 bigs, the ICM is oh so real.
You can't play this. You just can't.
Yeah.
You want to be the one jamming, not calling off.
Oh, you gamble a lot.
He's got too many chips in front of him. He doesn't know where to place them anymore.
Listen, the crazy thing is if Mateos was parked in front of all those tokens, he'd be behaving in a very similar fashion. That much we know. Palpable is the envy across all those middling stacks who are in Malinowski's penitentiary right now. ICM jail. He is the prison warden, and he is not showing much mercy. And look at solitary confinement for O'Dwyer, the only sub-10 big blind stack, just 585 in front of him, a little suited connector. This is not the one, I would imagine.
And he's going to eat the big blind next hand.
Ugh. It's going to be a forced feeding.
Let's just give Limitless a walk who shows the ace. Hey, guys. Don't mess with me.
Mistake. Mistake.
You know it's got to be a good feeling for Limitless when everyone's joking around about, like, yeah, we got this table captain who's just going to win every single hand
Yep.
while we try to wait for pay jumps.
Yep.
I did.
You did?
Maybe you did as well.
Ah.
We all did make mistakes, yeah.
We all did mistake. Ay.
Yeah, I didn't thought about that.
King 10 for Watson.
Nah, man.
Oh, he's attacking here. Interesting.
I mean, surprising, perhaps, a better way to describe it, is it not? And Malinowski, by the way, he can really give us problems.
Victor.
Leveraging O'Dwyer's nub. Nevertheless, the open gets through the chip leader.
You know what's interesting here? Is that Watson's range is perceived to be very strong to raise off this stack. O'Dwyer going to just try to flop any piece, has too much committed, he knows everyone's waiting for him. 210K behind.
Dwyer desperately needs to find a situation where he can get the rest of these chips in. A 5 of spades is the lone flush draw here, but 8 high is dusty.
Does have 3 spades, and is this enough? Wow. This is interesting because O'Dwyer's gone for the stop and go. He's got his opponent's got king 10, no spade in hand.
I mean, it's just about all in. And yeah, you see Watson, he's like, how did I end up here? Getting 4.5-ish to 1.
This would be a huge pickup for 8-5 off. I just don't really know how Watson can continue, but if he can find it, this would be amazing.
Raise.
Wow, he did. Look at this.
That's got to be frustrating if you're a Dwyer. You're like, really, bro, with the king 10? Come on, don't tase me.
I feel like O'Dwyer just needed like one more big blind maybe to shake out that king 10. So we do have a coin flip of equities. High card versus high card.
Note that the 8 high is performing better with 2 to come. Not anymore. Dropping to 32% as the ace rolls off.
Five on the turn. O'Dwyer.
¿Podemos tener el descanso entero de 15 minutos o no? Desde 13.
So he finds the pair and gets it done the hard way. A little wash down from the thermos there as even Steve O'Dwyer's steeliness can use a little something to clear some cotton mouth.
How do you think Banzikowski feels about that?
Everyone. How do you think everyone feels about that? And in particular, Watson feeling the worst because now he finds himself in a similar plight to O'Dwyer. Just look at those stacks. Sir Watt's officially the shorty. So as the players head to the break, you got to look at those chip counts. We bring you back to the desk. Ali alongside Randy, and wow. That was a story of the best hand getting showered, the first 3 bust outs, and then right there was a story of a miraculous 5 on the end for O'Dwyer, and we've got ourselves a little ICM penitentiary continuing to unfold as Malinowski ceded the chip lead back on top. This has been a delight, and I think it's what we expected.
It is definitely what we expected, and we'd kind of had, Malinowski kind of having some trouble at the beginning, and then all of a sudden he did surge, shoot his big stack. So in the end, for him, it really doesn't matter whether O'Dwyer doubled or not because he's going to still be able to just do his thing and chip up and try to capture this huge title.
All right, let's talk about the huge payout that is on tap. Looking at 1.4 million, is it? I confess I'm keeping an eye on the outcome in the 25K pot limit Omaha. Current payout on tap is officially 1.405 million. There it is, 343,000. The gap between 5th and 4th as just 5 runners remain. We're going to step aside alongside the players on this break. When we come back, Rasty's going to pop into the booth alongside Nano. I'm going to step aside and don't go anywhere. More of this 200K comes your way after this.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
With the ICM pressure, didn't do the math on that pay jump. We alluded to it. It's 200 and let's call it, well, no, 180, let's call it, is the gap between 9th and 8th. King, queen suited, no gap. Up we go.
Oh, we're sipping up, and there's a reason why.
Ace, king. Matas with medicine here. Now remember, he is the shortest stack at the table. Might he force feed it all forward with an opportunity to nab this 175?
So he's only playing a 10 big blind stack, is going to jam most of his chips in there.
The old in case of emergency. We have seen a few occasions on which remarkably the fold was appropriate given what developed behind. This is a more modern advent of the game.
This is just a tough spot because Watson raised from +2, getting jammed on immediately by the next seat over. It isn't that weak of a hand, but the price is quite good. Also important to note that Montas is the shortest stack, so he's got a little bit more desperation in him where maybe there's a bit more pairs. Looks like we're going to run it with 45K chips back.
It is A hand that has so many wonderful blocker effects to the ace-king, the ace-queen, kings and queens. Never mind just the sheer firepower, but up against an ace-king, it has itself some real issues. $1.65 in the middle, a club in the window, along with a queen. Watson hits the side card. What a disaster this is going to prove to be for Matas, who's not looking for an excuse to get away with just $45,000 back.
No, that light is flickering, my friend.
Has Watson acted yet?
Yeah.
Did he check?
Checked.
Has he? Okay. One way or another, the 45's getting in here, is it not?
Watson will always bet the turn.
Yeah, Symbolus with the check back. I'll tell you something. In spite of the fact that we know that Watson loves this king-queen on this particular board, I have a little bit of respect for the fact that he didn't just go flicking the 50 out there, giving maybe Matas something to think about in terms of, oh boy, how am I performing here? In case it wasn't such a foregone conclusion, but as we can see, it is, and the disappointment worn on Symbolus's face is with good reason, as he needs the ace, instead hits the 9, and, well, that's about as short-lived a stint as one can have at a final table. He was hoping for better, no doubt about it.
Literally played just one hand and had a great spot to double up and be in contention.
That's tournament poker. The life he's chosen. He'll be back, no doubt about it. Unclear whether or not he's going to dance in the PLO streets with us. But opportunities to register for that 100K pot limit Omaha available should he seek them. No, Maine holds that honor at north of $21 million, but it is going to be the biggest first place payout. Just 15 players were paid in this one. And who eked in on the right side of the bubble? Walk us through those who have already visited the pay desk, Randy.
Well, first it was Boss Paul, got 15th, then followed by Patrick Antonius, a legend in itself, 14th. Then
that was $317,000 for the Ming
Yes, $317,000 and $344,000 for both Ding Biao and Bryn Kenny, falling in 13th and 12th respectively. Then there was an 11th place finish from Christoph Vogel saying $390K. And the ultimate final table bubble boy was Stephen Chidwick, who jammed his 8-7 suited into 2 aces.
Oopsie.
You didn't get there.
Malinowski has jammed his ace-7 suited into Petrangelo and co. Jaffe out of there as Nicky P does make the call. And
big spot for Nicky P.
1.8 million chip pot available to Petrangelo. What a delightful spot he finds himself in. You see a better than 2-1 favorite. King 7 deuce, and the disaster that is a Malinowski side card pops its head up on this board. Deuce on the turn, and it is strictly an ace. No, the ace doesn't work either. Just the 10 for Petrangelo. Instead, it's the 9, and the GGs are issued.
This has been a rough final table for the short stacks. Ace-King can't beat King-Queen. Now Ace-10 can't beat the Ace-7.
Well, the worst of it is performing quite well thus far here at the FT. And Petrangelo, having already tasted glory, looking for his car keys. I'm kidding. $661,000, 8th place finish. When you consider that he's in for at least 200K, possibly more. You don't know how in the black he is. But he said his other title earlier in the week didn't count, and unfortunately, I'm not sure how he's going to feel about an 8th place finish here. Don't hang your head, though, Nicky P. Took the best of it, didn't work out. Show me somebody who wouldn't have.
Randy Liu alongside Brian Rast to take you to an eventual champion in this 200K massive payday where 5 players remain, $1.4 million guaranteed, and a top prize of $4.789 million. At the moment, Malinowski is the current tournament chip leader with 76 big blinds, $11.375 million, but look at all those short stacks out there, Rast.
Yeah, certainly. This is a very interesting chip configuration. I mean, Victor just has all of it. He has more than the rest of them combined pretty clearly, and Mateos is in a pretty clear second place, which is kind of a fun spot to watch how he navigates that. And then the other 3 are kind of in a race at the bottom, right?
Yeah, they're jockeying. They're like, hey, you know what? Why don't you step on the plank first and
Yeah.
see if you fall off and we can get that huge pay jump that's just around the corner, as we mentioned. 2 7 big blind stacks, 1 10 big blind stack. And Mateos, interesting to watch how he will navigate this one because he knows he's supposed to be a bit snug.
Yeah, I mean, he's happy. He's kind of happy to let Victor just try to wreck the others and then just come in with good hands once in a while to pick up pots and try to bust them himself. But stick around. I mean, look, like 5th is 1.4 and 2nd is 3.3 essentially. So, you know, you come into, if you can, all the other 4 players feel this way, but Mateos is in just such a pole position for it. Just stick around, try to get 2nd, and then you'll probably be at a big chip disadvantage most likely, and then you know, see what you can do to play that heads up, sit and go for 1st.
So chip leader going to jam the button with ace 5. Not much Makita can do. Just shaking his head. Show the ace.
Why did you lose?
Huh?
Why did you lose your card?
Just, I'm gentleman.
Did Makita ask him why he showed?
Why did you look at your cards?
Oh.
He's assuming, he's basically implying you're going to jam any 2 in this spot. Limitless saying he's a gentleman, that's why.
Mateos, first in.
Notice the ace-9 going into the muck.
Yeah, he's got to play pretty solid in this
All in.
configuration. Chip leader right to his left and 3 short stacks.
Feels like we're going to see a lot of this until someone finally wakes up with a hand.
But it's like one of those things where, you know, you get that through. How many times do you need to get it through to pay for the one hand, you know?
Exactly.
Right? It's 75, 150, so there's 375 out there. So he just picked up 750K. I mean, the short stacks have like $1 million.
He
right?
just gets to free roll the all-in
You're free
confrontation.
rolling where he's almost certainly going to have the worst of it, but well, almost certainly is too strong. But he's very likely to have the worst of it. But yeah, I mean, so what?
Who cares?
Yeah. What about this? I don't think it's any 2 here. Not on Adrian's big blind.
You're right about that. But King Jack, this could be enough for O'Dwyer, having seen the chip leader fold.
Feels like it's enough. It's so huge for him to pick this up and win that 375K.
800.
Yeah. Just think about it. Like, he wins that, he can now pay for the blinds, and he just gets in 3rd. Blind is coming up for him. He's going to have it, not this one, but the hand after. And now he's got a whole orbit on Makita, who has 1.1, and 2 orbits on Watson, who has 725K. I mean, Mike Watson's in trouble right now.
Watson is the shortest stack.
Oh, yeah.
But O'Dwyer's got another hand he can jam.
Now that he has 1.4 and he's under the gun going through 5, this range is going to be pretty damn tight for a 9 big blind hijack range. But Ace King certainly fits.
Well, that definitely is going to affect the calling ranges of his opponents, knowing that it should be a bit tighter. Jack 7 certainly does not qualify.
Yeah, like, I would guess, like, if you're Malinowski and you get, like, King Jack there, it's an easy fold. Even have it, like, no ICM on the call but for him, but just the range is tight enough.
So Dwyer making some clear separation between him and Badzikowski, plus Watson, sitting on 12 big blinds versus 8 and 5.
He's probably actually supposed to fold King Queen.
Well, guys, if you want to know what proper shoving ranges are at a final table like this, maybe check out GTO Wizard, where they've got daily quizzes, charts, plenty of ISIM spots that you can study. Just takes 5 minutes a day to really just transform your game. You can scan that QR code on the screen right there in the middle to go directly to GTO Wizard.
Or I don't know, King Queen gets dicey. But that's why I said King Jack.
Ace 7, is there ever a consideration?
You know, he's definitely considering it. My guess is he ends up passing this from the hijack, but...
Well, notice that he looks at Watson's stack and still jams. Almost jams, 750, 400 behind. And Mateos has got 2 queens. What bad timing is this for Badzikowski? I feel like for Mateos, you're supposed to click or just not rejam all in, just to stop Badzikowski somehow folding his hand if there was a rejam. Behind, and Malinowski's got Ace-Jack. Quickly in the muck, he knows that Mateos' range is strong. And now we play 1.875 in the middle with 400K back. It's a king high board. Can Makita save the remaining 400,000 somehow? It's not his texture.
It's a tricky spot for him. I mean, it really depends on what you think Mateos is continuing with there, but the King's not a good card. I do think Mateos can have some, like, maybe like King Jack suited, King Queen suited, potentially. I mean, his kicker with the ace is really low, right? Mateos can have ace-x, but almost certainly a bigger kicker than a 7. It's, like, hard to really... I mean, I don't know if Mateos is calling with Queen Jack suited, right? So, because Makita's range is so tight, so it's possible Makita just like never has the best hand here. Like literal never. And then obviously Mateos can have pocket pairs.
So he's just trying to figure out, is ace high ever good? Like you mentioned, the kicker is a huge issue for Badzikowski.
I mean, he has a club, right? So you're doing the math. It's like 400 to win 2.4. He's getting like 6 to 1. It's actually probably just a hair under that because it only has 400K, so it's 2.3. But
what if we sprinkle in some ICM?
I mean, the thing is, he's actually getting the right odds here, in part because of the club. I think that makes the math a little trickier. I actually think A7 off with no club. I bet he finds the fold. With the club,
does call.
Yeah.
So Badzikowski is at risk. Looking for backdoor opportunities or that ace against Mateos.
It's actually a pretty tough spot.
Turns to 10 and he's shaking his head. One step out the door, but can he find an ace? No. Badzikowski
It's actually a really interesting little pot, Randy.
Yeah.
Both, I think, like the pre-flop decision is interesting, and given what Mikita saved, his flop decision. Both pretty hard, I feel like. But it's always fun to watch Mikita navigate it, the streets. Great player. One of the best.
So he will have to settle for 5th place for $1.4 million. He will be remembered, as he's definitely one of the most dangerous players at this Triton final table. 5 titles under his belt, won't be capturing a 6th. And you are right, Brian. That was a very interesting pot because it was the choice of his pre-flop sizing that maybe gave him out. Maybe if he adjusted that accordingly, you could find a check fold. It's hard to say. But very cool hand.
I mean, how happy was Watson to see that? He just laddered.
How much did he just get? He went from 1.4 to 1.75. Malinowski jams King 5, and Watson is in prime position to double up as he gets it in. Dominating. 1.37 in the middle. Odwara just sitting on the sidelines now. Got another pay jump. Can he get one more if Malinowski can find a 5?
Watson in dominating position with just king high. Oh.
Oh.
Wow. Chop City.
Very likely to chop. And the full chop confirmed.
Yeah. Chop. Queen, please. Can I move back? Yeah, I want to move. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I'll say this, though.
I
actually think O'Dwyer doesn't mind that chop, right? He doesn't want to see Watson double. That would be the worst case scenario for him. So Watson will still have that micro stack sitting in 4th.
Yeah, I mean, nobody at the table was rooting for Watson in that pot. Not the chip leader who...
Indifferent?
No, the chip leader is not indifferent because he's the one who either wins or loses the chips.
Right.
Yeah. And then the other 2 players, they have a very clear pick. The other short stack they want out.
So Limitless is going to attack with 4 remaining. Ace deuce for Watson. Seems close for him. Knowing Malinowski is opening a lot of hands.
He's got no fold equity here and a deuce in his hand.
Deuce isn't a great card. Also knows that Malinowski would raise all the bigger aces as well.
But I mean, you're not that much of a favorite against just whatever Malinowski
like a 10-9.
is, really. Yeah. But the problem that he faces here and what makes it tricky is that even if he gets a spot where it's folded to him, it's like...
He doesn't have much fold equity is what you're saying, right? Having folded the small blind now.
He's so short. So like this spot, it'll be folded to him a decent amount. And it's actually a pretty good reason to fold the next pot. You know, he now gets this button spot and he gets the cutoff under the gun spot. So I think was a good fold, but you know, the issue is he doesn't really have fold equity.
And now he has to just hope to wake up with a hand. Mateos out of position against the chip leader. Is he interested to tangle? He is not.
It's a pretty important hand for Mike Watson. So next pot, he's got half his chips in as the big blind. Okay.
Doesn't look too bad, does it?
No. No, this looks like just what the doctor ordered.
So the big blind in his hand is O'Dwyer, who is the second shortest.
Which is like the best situation for Watson actually kind of having a hand.
Because O'Dwyer actually can fold some hands.
He can actually fold some hands, and if you double, he's the guy you want to double through.
Right, turn him into the short stack.
So, but we'll see if it even gets there. What Mateos does with King 10 off here.
There's a lot going through his mind. Is going to lay it down with the dominating 10. So what does O'Dwyer get? 3 deuce offsuit. That hurts. Because now O'Dwyer and Watson are tied.
Yeah, kind of. O'Dwyer also would like to bust Watson, but yeah, doesn't want to double him up there, 3 deuce.
1.75 guaranteed.
How much?
Survive once more.
After the ante.
And you go up to $2.15 million. That's 400K pay jump. Right around the corner. King 10 of clubs.
7 behind.
Brings in 300K.
This is tricky for O'Dwyer because Mateos has to have a reasonable opening range here because he's opening into Victor, who's directly in position on the button. And A7 off is just not that good. At the same time, yeah, I mean, he's really short, but it just doesn't quite feel good enough. The kicker not being suited.
This could be good enough for Watson to see a flop.
Yeah. Unfortunately for him, he's dominated.
500 behind?
Should be 550.
So Watson has 550K remaining, 825 in the middle.
Wow.
And Mateos flops the king high flush.
I mean, his hand is so big here, and the SPR is less than 1. I wonder if he just decides to check this back.
If there was a hand to check back, flopping a flush seems like it would qualify.
Yeah, a big flush too.
And also, sometimes Watson just open jams some hands to deny equity, right?
Yeah.
There we go. 9 on the turn is disastrous for Watson. Now he's got to think, I might have the best hand.
Certainly.
Isn't going to bet, though.
So now Mateos has an interesting decision as to whether to bet the turn or to bet the river.
Going to slow play once more. The jack is not a good card for Watson because those 2 9s are looking quite nice.
Yeah, this is really running out bad for Watson. I mean, he probably thinks it ran out pretty well, but little does he know his opponent has a flush.
To value bet or not is the question for Watson.
Yeah, the tough part about it is the chips he gains are not worth as much as those chips he loses, but he does come for a block.
Now we know Mateos is going to rip in his flush. Watson is going to be in a gross spot for his last 350K.
Yes, he is. And the thing when you're Watson like after Mateos puts him in here, which we know he will, is that it's like one of these spots where it doesn't really cost your opponent that much to try to bluff you either, right? Like for Mateos, he put in 900K, but he's risking only 550K, and there's a lot of money in the pot. So it's a spot where you don't have to think your opponent. I mean, Adrian Mateos is a great player who we've seen make big moves before, and so it's not like we question his heart, but you know, this is not a spot where you're like, oh, is my opponent capable of risking 550 to win, you know, a million chips in there with a bluff? And he can definitely have a lot of bluffs, right? You can have a bunch of just one pair hand, like just a pair of jacks, that where he was checking down, but now can't beat a value bet, especially like a slightly tighter range value bet.
The first thing that crossed Watson's mind is...
Yeah, aces with the club was what I was thinking too, because it's like, now can you really call ace high anymore? Like Watson's never value betting a worse hand than ace high, and he's probably a little bit tighter here than usual because of how short he is and the risk premium on his chips.
So just to remind you guys, flop went check through, turn check through.
If Watson folds, he'll be in the small blind with 75K, and he'll have 3 hands. That is a tempting aspect about folding. 3 hands where the big blind will be putting in that 150K ante that he gets to win on top of whatever should he win. How often is my opponent bluffing here? The question.
Probably not supposed to fold this hand, but I don't know. I guess I'll just fold it.
There we go, Watson. Says he probably isn't supposed to fold, but found the correct fold and gives himself life.
Yeah, it just kind of went down to like, he could be bluffing here, but maybe he's just not really doing it enough.
So that check from Mateos on the flop rewarded him with those extra chips from Watson, as he did pair to turn.
Despite it being a very small bet and a small raise, almost like a limit situation, like limit poker, I do believe that given how Watson's going to be tighter there, I don't think Mateos ever has worse for value. Like if he had like 9-10 suited or something and decided to have played it pre-flop, I think he just calls.
I think so. Now Watson's going to jam his remaining chips with King 7 offsuit, quickly called by Mateos, who's got Jack 5 off. Favorite is Watson, 64% to be precise. Will his hero fold be rewarded?
Now this is a spot where the chip leader is rooting for Watson.
Well, Watson is in the lead. Not anymore. Jack on the turn and a head nod from Watson, realizing that his fate is grim and officially over. Was a great fold from Watson, but couldn't spin up the very next hand.
I mean, Sir Watts, king of the value bet, first of his name, went for value with the King 9, got raised, and made a good fold. I mean, good run for a great player, and I'm sure we'll see Michael Watson back at many final tables.
Well, he's definitely going to be playing some PLO later because he is the holder of the Triton, winning a PLO, a short deck, and a no-limit hold'em title at Triton Festivals. Did happen to win the no-limit portion in the 30K for $1 million earlier this week.
So there are 3 people that have that now? I mean, Coon's got to have it, and Ivy maybe?
I feel like Danny Tang might be one, but I don't know for certain. I do want to touch up on that. Watson.
We'll get that answer from producer
1.75.
James. Get back to you with it.
We'll get back to you with it. But 1.75 million added to Watson career's earnings, and O'Dwyer got that pay jump. He's now guaranteed 2.157 million. And now we're getting to the business end of pay jumps, because if you survive once more, you get an additional 1.15 million.
This is always the biggest one here in these Triton structures, the third to second. That's always a huge one. The way they do it, third to second is, I mean,
You
not as
feel
much
it.
as second to first, but you just look at them and it's always massive.
So Mateos sits in second with 36 big blinds against the chip leader, who's got 82 bigs as they play this blind versus blind spot. Middle pair for Malinowski.
Yeah, and there's the shaman on the right of the screen. He's just wiggled his way up from being short the entire time to third.
No shame in doing that.
No. Congratulations is what's in order.
Well, he's thinking, you know what? Let me let these two clash, maybe. Maybe I can collect another million.
Yeah.
1.5. But also, obviously, he's looking for opportunities to pick up a hand and maybe get himself back into this.
No, at this point, looking at these stacks, he's got to get some work done. Waiting for these two is probably not a good strategy with 7 blinds when they've got 36 and
minimum.
80. Yeah, 36 and 82.
I hear you. Trip 9s now for Malinowski. Might find him a chance to get some value against Mateos' ace high. Sizing unclear.
My guess is he sizes decent here because you're probably saying you're value betting like a 9.
5.
Maybe it's like definitely a king, maybe a queen, maybe not.
It's slightly over pot.
Yeah, I think with the sizing, it's kind of like 9 or maybe a king that checks back turn.
So it's polarized, which makes the ace high have some chance of being good.
Yeah, ace high could definitely be good here.
We'll be folding though.
I think as Mateos, it's good to be unblocking the 10 and the jack, hands that probably find a bet on the flop or turn sometimes as Victor, but yeah, versus a bet that size, I don't think he really needs to call with ace high there. At like any kind of high frequency.
All in from Limitless and all out for Dwyer.
It's getting bleak for O'Dwyer over there.
The difference here is that he doesn't have anyone he can hope to go out first. He will be playing the small blind in this hand. So if he does fold this one, he does have a free hand on the button next hand.
And then that's it before he takes the big blind again. Three-handed, there's just no time to wait when you're really short. And this is a hand where we've seen nobody's cards.
A little bit of mystery.
Yeah. Oh, there they are.
Mateos is gonna defend the King Jack offsuit against the Queen 10. There are a lot of boards that can be quite interesting, and perhaps this is one that could get in a little bit of trouble. It is mid pair with an ace high on the flop. Gut shot for Mateos.
It's like this is a spot where, given that Mateos is clearly in second, massively out-chipped, and there's someone super short, he's just not 3-betting much at all, over 30 blinds deep. So Malinowski doesn't have as much of a nut advantage as you normally would expect in this spot. Like, Mateos probably never 3-bets ace-queen.
Okay, yep. That makes sense.
For example.
Mateos' range is stronger than normal on these ace-high boards.
Yeah. And I would be curious to see what he does with queens. I guess he probably 3-bets it, but...
6 on the turn, as Malinowski did bet the flop, 175K.
But it's like, I wouldn't be shocked if he didn't 3-bet queens. Like, maybe he mixes it, or... And the 3-bet was just like aces, kings, ace, king, and then some ace and king X stuff occasionally. I mean, king high has some showdown here. I do think, well, it is one of his weaker hands. I think Mateos is would always bluff jack high, right?
Jack
yeah,
10,
Jack
yes.
10
King.
specifically. But yeah, showing down king high makes sense. King jack specifically would normally check, but then the 6 pairing kind of corrupts the jack from playing anymore.
So Dwyer, third in chips, 3% of all of the chips in play, 4 big blinds. And Malinowski has a 3-1 lead on Mateos.
Big hand for O'Dwyer here. Half his chips go in the middle next hand if he doesn't play this one.
Is it enough? Doesn't seem like it. Instantly in the muck. And a free small blind sent over to Malinowski. Well, it's safe to say that O'Dwyer is going to be very committed to this next hand.
Yeah.
4 big blinds, 1 big blind going into the big blind, 1 into the big blind ante. So half his stack, as you mentioned. Can't really imagine him ever folding.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what he does with 3 deuce offsuit.
Don't think he wants to find out.
Yeah, I don't think he, not the spot here.
Like, you know what, maybe another day, but not today. All right, so ace 3, jamming.
Definitely don't want a 3 in your hand now, as O'Dwyer.
And let us call with 9-4 suited, which actually has 43% equity, not too shabby.
Yeah, the 2 overcards to the 3 and having a live suit, not too shabby. Agreed.
Queen 8-8. Dry. Dwyer looking for a 9 or 4 to stay alive. King on the turn, 1 more chance.
Oh. I think we got a view into the future there, maybe?
Clairvoyance, is it?
No.
No, it is not.
They were
It's
psyching us out.
actually the jack. And that is going to be the end of Steve O'Dwyer.
You saw the 9 of hearts there briefly.
I saw it. That was a
Yeah.
bit of a...
At least they didn't do that to Steve at the table. That would be like really dirty. Like, oh, a 9. Wait, no, it's not a 9.
like,
what?
Well, Shaman O'Dwyer is going to settle for third place, $2.157 million. You know what? It is always disappointing to go out, but I'm going to have to say he might not be too sad about it because he wasn't really hit with the deck, and that's a nice payday, Brian.
Oh, yeah, it is. You know, a lot of things are about perspective, and it's really easy to look favorably on a third-place finish here for big money when you were short the entire time, right? I mean, really, it's like things went way better than expected if you're starting from the vantage point of like the beginning of the final table as a jump-off point. But yeah, no, Steve, amazing poker player. You know, been just playing big tournaments, winning big money for as long as anyone. Guy who maybe, you know, people should maybe consider nominating him for the Poker Hall of Fame and give him a chance to get in there. And yeah, you know, another solid finish, another huge score for the Shaman.
Yeah, much love to Steve O'Dwyer, but now just 2 players remaining. It will be Limitless and Adrian Mateos. It is a massive chip lead for Malinowski. 94 big blinds plays 30. And of course, if we look at the page out real quick, 3.3 million guaranteed, 4.789 million. That is what, 1.5 million heads up match on the line. We're going to go on an 8-minute break, and then we're going to play and set the stage.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
time
Sure.
when they don't know you're deviating. That's when you get the edge.
Yeah.
You know, oh, I expect them to do this, and then you're not. Like, you can really create some nice value. But if you do it at the wrong time, you're actually giving away quite a bit yourself. That's why I love watching the best play. They really just shine in these kinds of spots. We do have an interesting development here.
9's shining. 225. And it's caught the attention of this king-queen suited for Mateos.
I think it's noteworthy that he's 3-betting this hand on, sorry, Jaffe right behind him. Ace-queen's in a tricky spot. But it's interesting that he 3-bets because some players have been flattening the king-queen suited in position.
Not El Conquistador, and let's see how Jaffe feels about it. This is UTG +1 for Jason, cut off from Mateos. Jonathan with ace-queen off in the small, using a time bank.
This has got to be one of the most uncomfortable spots for him. Early position raise, medium stack 3-bet against the 20 big blind open. Like, you can't feel too great about this. Also holding just 15 big blinds. You don't have the most fold equity, but it seems he's found the raise. Nice for Jaffe.
4-bet to 1.4. Coon promptly folds. Mateos, with a larger commitment, asks for the count. He is the covering stack. It isn't quite an all-in. And in terms of this choice to 4-bet from Jaffe, Randy, how important is him perceiving that Adrian has some 3-bet folds with that sizing before he plays it this way?
Extremely important. If he didn't think that, he would never be jamming ace-queen. He knows Mateos would be willing to attack. Mateos now, he's asking the question, how often is it a pocket pair lower than the king-queen? Because the more combos he can add, the more the better price he can make a call here. Is it jacks? Is it tens? Is it ever nines? And he's gonna go for it. Big pot.
Bigger for Jaffe, given he's the covered stack. And the dominant hand here. All of a sudden, another big one, Bruce. $3.4 million in the middle. I can tell you who Steve O'Dwyer's rooting for as the second shortest stack coming in. And it isn't that man to his right, Jaffe. To the flop we go. Oh. King, Jack, 9. Mateos finding top pair. Jaffe, Broadway gutter, and an ace hunt.
Jason folded 9s as well.
Would have been bottom set. Can Double J find the ace or 10? No. An 8 on the river, and yet again, the best hand gets it in, and the dominated hand kicks it out.
0 for 3.
If Len was here, he'd be very proud of you.
King Gaga in honor of Ren Lin. Well, for Jaffe, he finally found a cash here in Montenegro, but found a hand that was supposed to perform considerably better than that, and instead leaves him out the door in 7th place, $765K pickup. Was supposed to do better than he did in that one. What can you say?
It's actually 800s. Hello everyone and welcome back to continuing coverage of this 200K where me and Brian Rass is now joined by Jonathan Jaffe, who was watching the highlight reel of himself busting and felt like he needed to continue this final table in some fashion.
Ali said it. What can you say?
Yeah, was that coincidence? The highlight reel of the man came in here, he just materializes in the booth?
I think producer James saw me and said it's needle time. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're like, okay, so Jaffe wants to come in the booth. Let's put in the highlight reel where he does get 3 outed.
Well, let's be fair, because I hadn't seen that. That was dirty right there. It was a big pot, too, but I mean, real world money. But
yeah, interesting spot for both me and Adrian.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting, of course. But let's take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app real fast. Just want to point out, Jaffe did play this final table in case you did miss the beginning of this final table, cashing for $865,000. We did just lose Steve Oldwyer in third for 2.157, but now Mateos and Malinowski are guaranteed $3.3 million. They play for $1.5 million. And there is a huge chip discrepancy in this heads-up match. It's 30 big blinds from Mateos, 94 from Malinowski. But Malinowski is that guy who's got that heads-up experience. He's been known to play the highest stakes cash games for a long, long time.
Yeah, but this is a depth that is not in Victor's wheelhouse. I'm still actually, stacks aside, I would take Adrian as having the edge. I think he's got more experience at this depth with big blind ante. So as much as Victor is, also he's more experienced live, certainly playing tournaments. They're both going to play fantastic, I have no doubt. But it's interesting that you have a heads-up specialist against a tournament specialist, and I kind of like the tournament specialist's odds, again, stacks aside, in this matchup.
What do you think about that, Ras?
Yeah, no, that all makes sense to me. I mean, I think things like the big blind ante being there where it's probably not where Victor plays, and also online he's probably playing 100 big blind plus all the time, which is just way different. I mean, whereas Adrian's studying these spots and obviously a great player. So, yeah, all that logic makes perfect sense to me.
It's easy to let mechanics from one variant bleed into another when they're so similar, and you're just like, oh, that's a function of when we have, 8-1 SPR, but this is 3-1. I might have just really butchered something.
Yeah, well, do keep in mind that, remember, Adrian Mateos already won the 50K earlier this week, so he's already tasted heads up this trip once, and he's looking to overcome Limitless, as we are playing a $1.5 million heads-up match shortly. Official look at the prize pool remaining.
1.5 million sit and go. It's not too shabby.
Not too shabby. It will be the Spaniard versus Poland's Malinowski.
No deal.
No deal has been heard.
Let's go.
5.
Both players think they've got the chop, so let's go.
This one is mine.
First button over to Limitless. He's got 10-9 offsuit. Brings in limp.
600.
Do you guys remember, Adrian, in the 50K, how many hands that went?
Was that one?
Okay, so we didn't get much of a flavor for his heads up on this
I
track.
didn't see the one he won. I didn't do the booth for that.
I'm all hyping this guy up like he's got heads up experience this week, and he's played one. So you are right about that. Nice catch, Jaffe. We are going to play ace-9 versus 10-9 offsuit. Inflated pot, 6-6-3. Action on Mateos. Made it 4x from the big after the small blind limp. Checking.
He could have maybe came with a small c-bet sizing there.
Yeah, his hand certainly has value it can get from some of Victor's holdings.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he does have some just complete garbage in that ISO range that he's going to want to check over. Thinking with the backdoor flush draw makes a slightly better check call, and maybe if he had ace-9 no backdoor, it looks a little bit better for the bet.
Quite the blank on the deuce on the turn. Checking over to Limitless once more.
Does have the 9 of diamonds. I wonder if this is a spot he decides to stab.
Yeah, I think every time you check to Victor and he has a card that makes some sense, there's a possibility of finding a big bet.
Interesting texture. Backdoor diamonds get there. Also, the 5 would make a straight.
Pretty bad run out for Adrian. That's definitely has concerns at this point. Granted, there's not a ton of deuce or 4x in Victor's limp call range, but just between the diamonds, any 5 making a straight, it's not the best situation.
Can Limitless find a bluff with this 10-9?
Does he think that Adrian would fold ace high here?
Doesn't seem like it. First blood, Mateos.
That was a very respectfully played pot. So I got the answer from producer James, the Triton. It's only 2 players. It's only Jason Coon and Mike Watson.
Trident meaning you want a PLO, a short deck, and a no limit Triton title.
Yeah.
Ooh, we call that the Trident.
You like that?
That's nice, yeah.
Which prong is the no limit one? The middle one?
I feel like it has to be. That's the Cadillac of poker, right?
It's most of the Triton tournaments have been that, right? Yeah. If one of those Tridents on the side is slightly higher, I guess that would be short deck here at Triton because there's been more of those than PLO's been the least.
But PLO is getting a little run up. Look at this Queen Jack versus 2 5s.
Yeah, we could see some chips moving in.
And it's an open raise from Mateos.
Oh.
We're playing 34 big blinds effective to start this hand.
We're seeing jam here.
Just
from
rip,
Victor.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Painful fold for Adrian.
Just try to deny all that equity.
Mm-hmm.
You are right, Jaffe. Ship City. And a quick muck from Queen Jack. Guys in the chat, might as well ask you now because it's early in the heads-up match. Who are you rooting for? Let us know. Is it Mateos or Limitless?
I think you gotta root for Adrian to get closer, and then you can root for anyone because you want more action. You want to see these 2 battle it out.
I don't mind this one going on for the many hours.
Yeah, let's get them at 60 bigs each. Go from there.
But regardless, do tell us who your favorite is. Jack 5 offsuit versus Ace Mystery.
And if you're wondering with Adrian's Queen Jack, well, why didn't he just limp? That's a lot of hand to have to fold. You can't play a polar range at 30. You're going to have some decent hands that are crying as they fold. Hopefully that's not a huge portion of your range because shoves for 30 bigs are going to be coming your way, but you really don't want to polarize at this depth. Not fully anyway.
Yeah, and it's so nice in the pots where your opponent calls and you're just dominating a huge portion of their range and almost never dominated, really. So
exactly. It's very easy when things are going poorly to overstate how often you're going to get shoved on and try and protect yourself by using some other action like maybe a limp.
Limitless going to check his option with Ace 5.
Yeah, and when we're talking about 30 big blind ante, there's shoves just against limps, so there's a lot of possibilities. A lot of players aren't going to play that, but it's interesting as you see the candidates for shoving 30 bigs versus a limp get checked sometimes. It starts to inform you about how this person might be approaching.
I also wonder if, especially now at the outset of this match when they're deeper than they're ever going to be, sort of going forward as the blinds move up. Malinowski wants to play smaller pots pre-flop to have the SPR be larger, because at least in those situations, like maybe he's more used to large SPR post-flop situations. Is that part of his strategy or not? I don't know. I'm just speculating.
Yeah, possible.
Nice turn card for Malinowski.
I mean, like, so far he hasn't open raised. He didn't ISO this.
As far as unintuitive bluffs go, Adrian's got one of the best. I say unintuitive meaning lacking a draw, no 5, no 6. But it's flooded with clearance, just getting a fold from, a king 9, jack 8 with a backdoor that floated the flop. Those kind of folds can come your way. You still have 2 overs to suck out on his 7x and 4x. Not to say he needs to bluff that 9-8 on the turn.
Well, 9 high, certainly not good at the moment.
And this looks like one of the most intuitive bluffs when you get to this point. We're sitting with 9 high. We were betting a fair amount of our 5x and 6x on the turn. We didn't get check raised on the flop. And king high makes plenty of sense to be going bet, check, and then go for it.
It's an overbet, $1 million into 750 with 9 high against Malinowski's ace high. But he's thinking about this one.
Yeah, the ace is a very neutral card. It's not really having anything to do with Adrian's bluffs. You could say it does block ace-king for value. That's nice. Wow, good bluff.
There we go.
I definitely like going for it on the river. That hand makes a lot of sense. And when you look at the suits, too, he had, I think, the 9 of clubs, so that unblocks some of Victor's lighter floats from the flop. I don't know, though. Actually, as I say that, I don't think Victor's checking a jack-8 suited on the river.
What about the 5?
Yeah, the 5 strikes me as fairly neutral. Adrian's going to mix his 5x on the turn. Maybe one of the more likely. Yeah, I think like jack 5 and 10-5 are some of the more likely to check the turn.
Let us shrink the stacks a bit as blinds now are 100, 200K.
I don't know. King 5, King 6 are probably checking the turn a bunch.
5-4. Going to raise the button. Mateos quickly calling.
All right. This is telling us something about Mateos' approach here. I think he feels pretty confident in his feeling more confident now.
Flop a straight.
Yeah.
But finish that thought, Jaffe.
Yeah, that was a very quick response to the 2x while he's sitting with 25 blinds. He said, okay, call. Let's play this post flop when he had plenty of hand to jam should he want to go that route.
Round of checks on the flop.
I mean, it seems like here you go bet. Just
he is going to bet.
when he's coming with a small sizing.
30%. Must be a little bit disappointing there.
Yeah, he's got a lot of option there. A lot of options on the turn. After Victor checks back flop, Adrian's got a linear range. He's got all sorts of types of value and bluffs that want to be putting money in the pot. So I think starting small is a very reasonable starting point for a lot of his hands. Just kind of.
Yeah, it keeps that range very wide, but we get to find a lot more on the river. I'd imagine his hand would bet quite big on a lot of rivers.
Yeah. But when we have that small bet, we can accomplish some things even with our 8x.
Yeah.
And the smaller you go, the more bluffs you get to put in. So this time, opts for the quick call with the queen jack. This man gets a lot of queen jack.
Sure.
And Victor checks one of those hands that's kind of middle of the road where you can ISO, and I think a lot of people neglect this portion of the range. I don't know what Victor's experience is with 30 big blind ante heads up, but it's easy to overpolarize your ISOs.
Also a small adjustment for Mateos to limp queen jack this time, perhaps due to the smaller stack size.
And part of the reason is you might get limp jammed on by a decent amount of hands that dominate king 8 off, so that's sort of okay. And then occasionally you get hands you still dominate or have like perfectly fine equity when he limp calls you. Is that the thinking kind of?
Yeah, it's
and
going to...
it benefits from lowering the SPR out of position, all that. Yeah.
Yep. We'll just take clearing out 4-3 offsuit. Now, the bite you in the ass side of that is he just rips 2s in your face, ace-2 off, and you just say, why didn't I check the king-8? And I think that's...
Oh. Hold on a second, guys, because Malinowski bet the turn, 200K, got called, and now Mateos rivers the queen.
That's a pretty dirty river for Victor.
Yeah.
He's going to still like his hand. The queen doesn't hit Adrian particularly often.
Not
Kicker
only that,
plays.
but it missed Victor's bluff, so he can feel like he can maybe we're seeing 600 here?
Close. 700.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I'd bet, to be honest.
I mean, I think Mateos can value raise this, especially
Super
versus
close.
that size.
That is a super close spot. I think realistically...
How often are we up against a 5X is the question.
It comes down to how much, he goes for call. It's super close. It really depends how you think, Victor's playing, obviously, with his 5, his 6-4, or 6-9. I think when you see that size, 66 to 80%, a lot of times when in doubt, people tend to click call as opposed to raise because they're very worried about the blunder on the other side. And also, potentially a window into Adrian's thinking, I'm going back to the queen-jack suited and just saying, I think he just feels like he's got a pretty good edge on this guy.
Yeah.
We've got a one-sided heads-up match so far as Mateos is climbing up. Started the heads-up match with 4.5 million, now has 7 million versus the 12 of Malinowski. Button raise, ace-7, big blind call for jack-9.
And Mateos plays pretty quickly, too, for a tournament player. And, I mean, we know he's got a lot of trophies in his case, but he seems very confident heads up.
Yeah, he's in a flow state. To be able to capture this title in a 200K would mean so much to both players.
I might be making this up, but Mateos might, in that that very distinguished trophy case, he might have a heads-up bracelet from WSOP. It feels familiar that he won the 25K heads-up once.
You might be right about that.
$1,050,000.
Oh, check raised.
Yeah, not my favorite candidate, but
he's going for
getting
it.
Spicy.
Wow, a7 off. It's just pretty ugly.
Wow.
Man, this man
Here we
is
go,
a
Adrian.
killer.
He's just wrecking right now.
Yeah, you can feel the momentum. Victor didn't even give it that much thought.
So Mateos did actually win a WSOP 10K heads-up no-limit championship in 2017.
10K?
10K buy-in.
Yeah, those years they used to go back and forth between the 10 and 25.
Of course, play was much different then, but safe to say that he's stood the test of time.
Yeah, and he wasn't scared in 2017.
Certainly not scared in 2024.
Yeah, but he ponied up and decided to play a heads-up tournament with a lot of heads-up specialists. So this is a guy who's confident in his game. We could see C-bet check raise here.
Yeah, queen 5 off with the queen of hearts. Seems like an interesting one with like some backdoor equity.
So let's see, does Malinowski want to check raise?
It's one of those hands that, you know, check raise is a little better in three-handed play, big blind versus button. Maybe not with ICM going on, but heads up, you can call this hand as well. Not to say you can't call big blind versus button, but it's got more showdown value.
Well, you guys were right. Check raise.
Yeah, check raise has to be an acceptable move as well.
Well, Victor finally stole one.
With the best hand?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a nice move.
Nice to win a pot. King 7 and Ace 10. It is an open raise.
Really seeing all three options on the table for Adrian. The way he's played him so far, I wouldn't be shocked to see call. It's a big shove, but 35 seems reasonable. Yeah, he goes for shove. My hunch is suited. We would have seen a 3-bet.
Like, yeah, a small 3-bet, but not offsuit.
I honestly, though, going into that, if you told me he is playing call, I would have been shocked.
Yeah.
But I might be overestimating how much edge he's feeling right now. Sometimes it's easy to fall for the momentum of just a short sampling of hands.
Well, guys, on your downtime, do check out betacr.eu, where you can get your sports betting fix and even bet on who you think might come out on top at Triton events. Get a 15% bonus on a $250 top-up for your first. So do check out betacr.eu. Get your sports game on. Let us continue this heads-up match. $1.5 million on the line pay ladder. Ace 3 suited and the Queen 7 of diamonds. Two pair from Mateos.
Just enough to hang on if you're Victor facing a small bet.
With that backdoor nut flush draw.
Yeah.
Ace high as well. Especially against the 350, I imagine.
Sure. Brian and I talked about this with Ali in a previous heads up. Bottom two is just your never check back. This is like, let's hope they have top pair and let's get it all.
And the idea is that you're unblocking top pair and trying to get 3 streets against that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Turn is the 8.
Should end this hand.
Yeah, if you're Adrian, you don't want to slow down on this turn, and if you're Victor, this would be extraordinarily heroic.
I'd say extraordinarily heroic is a very euphemistic way to put that. I mean, I can't imagine Adrian isn't going to bet relatively large here. So
he wants to get the max out of
calling with Ace 3 of diamonds would just be awful. He just
look
versus a pot size bet.
Limitless strikes me as awful. So yes, he's not calling with Ace 3 suited.
You really do belong in the booth. Extraordinarily heroic, just such a euphemistic way to put that. The pot size bet, I'm going to call with Ace 3. He folded, so I'm just going to say it again. That would be terrible.
Yeah, yeah, I think that would be extraordinarily heroic.
Well, the Robbie's going to get a little heroic with this Jack 4, open to 450. King Queen suited for Mateos.
Oh.
Perhaps a
Small
3-bet
three
incoming?
Yeah.
1.6.
Pretty nice hand to juice it up.
Perhaps a silly question, but I
Are
do
you
want to
trying to
ask,
use
what
this?
if a 4-bet jam comes in? Does King
Oh,
Queen
he's
suited
calling. Yeah.
does
Yeah.
call?
Yeah, he's not happy about it, but he calls.
Okay.
You've made your bet
Yeah.
with it.
I think
Sure,
it's
yeah,
one of the
blacks are
worst hands you probably 3-bet call off there.
Yeah, I'm kind of having
Yeah.
flashbacks seeing Mateos with King Queen of clubs. You guys
Yeah.
are putting me in PTSD town.
I mean, they're even now. 46 bigs for Mateos
right,
and
I got my
47
wish.
for Malinowski.
Let's go.
Wish has been granted. Dead even, separated by 200,000 chips.
Now, I was at the table the other day, and I can't remember who, but they said quietly to Victor next to go, who's the best heads-up player these days? And he goes, me. And then they said, oh, okay, what about like 50 big blinds? Not me.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that is being flexed a bit right now
450.
in this heads-up match.
This was at the table?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, in fairness, too, I don't think antes were the assumption at all. I think the assumption was no ante. I don't know how much anti-poker Victor plays online. I'm sure he plays some because he's, well-versed in all the high-stakes, no-limit games. But it is a more niche thing to play 50 and lower. It's not desired by too many recreationals and probably too open to bots figuring it out easier and stuff.
It is gut shot versus gut shot.
For the same card as well.
The 10, that would be very bad for Malinowski if it falls. Did go check on the flop.
Sure.
Wonder if Victor had a check raise in store if Adrian had bet. I think we're seeing a lot of check back from Adrian here.
You're right about that. Blanks out with the 6.
Yeah, if you're Adrian, you might just have the best hand often enough.
Mm-hmm. I think Victor's got a real borderline candidate, but I like bluffing it a lot.
It's crossing his mind.
Go small.
He went 350K.
That is a unique size for this hand where you're going to have trouble getting folds from better hands.
Yeah, right?
Can King Jack make the call?
I would
It can.
imagine, like, his Jack 8 maybe finds something like this, but I would expect this to be the minority play
Wow.
if it's in there.
Mateos now with the chip lead. Just been soaring in this heads-up match so far.
Yeah, I think that's the most questionable move we've seen so far, and that speaks to how well they're both playing it. I genuinely, it might be a reasonable move, but struck both Brian and I as not the play between
Mateos as well.
check or big bet.
Did you see his face right after?
No, did he give him a
gave
curious
like a
look?
weird look, like, what was that?
Wow.
Like, right after, and then it went away, but...
Yeah, it's like, what was that trying to accomplish? Took me all of 7 seconds with essentially the next best hand. I mean, if Mateos calls that quickly with King Jack, I don't think King 4 is going to, find the bin too much.
Check.
To the flop we go, 9-4-4. Rainbow.
These are easy spots to c-bet too frequently and then find yourself 1, lost first check raise, 2, lost on the turn. Here, just going to lose Adrian as a customer, but I think board pairs, when you're relatively deep stacked, can get misplayed very frequently. When you're playing against a mediocre opponent, they just kind of get through the way that they do when you're playing chips play in a tournament where just people check fold a lot. They don't find the clever check raises. But when you're playing a good heads-up player, you're going to get put in a lot of tough spots. But certainly Adrian did not have the hand to put him in a tough spot there.
Not this time. And with Mateos limping, could see him get in trouble once the raise comes in from Malinowski.
Yeah. Not getting away versus a raise. Be interesting to see what ISO Victor's
100.
playing.
900.
He makes it 4.5x.
If Victor was playing a more nuanced ISO, as we saw Thomas Santurn in a previous heads up where there were multiple sizes, Ace King O would very likely go into the large size. And we're seeing them at 40
when it was like
deep.
6x or whatever. Yeah.
Makes me think Victor's probably, if he does have a static game plan, that it's one ISO size at each depth. But that's just a guess.
Victor still has the best hand.
Yeah, very borderline spot against a lot of C-bets if you're Mateos. Nope, not against that.
One orange, one black is 600K.
Oh, my mistake. I thought those were 1 mil chips. Didn't make it to that level.
Is there a chance Mateos calls in position with King 9 high?
Yeah, this is exactly the tough spot I was talking about. I think he's probably going to call here. No.
No, he's
Good
out.
fold. Good fold.
Good timing.
Yeah, just not quite enough. No spade, unclear where he goes, and I think you run into the problem that if your hand is good, it'll be hard to show it down.
Exactly, yeah. There's that King 10, King Jack, King Queen that's still in there for limitless. You know, that's by no means a polar C bet, so you do find yourself in some real dog shit scenarios later on, trying to decide whether to bluff or not.
Yeah. And they're neck and neck. I mean, the chip lead's passed back and forth a couple times now. I mean, Mateos just had it, and now Victor has it again.
A part of me feels like Malinowski prefers the 50 big blind heads up match versus like the 15-20 big blind.
I think so. I think Victor wants a chance to show off his heads-up chops. He's, you know, he's a legend in the heads-up streets.
And he's not shy of letting people know. He feels he's one of the best, if not the best, like you mentioned.
Definitely not shy about it.
Love to see players with confidence, but no short of confidence is Mateos, especially when he's got this dominating 9.
Well, I mean, is it also the type of thing, just to ask, where he's kind of, he'll just play anyone, right?
Yeah, I think that's I think he puts up. He backs up his word.
So on to the next hand. Raising. Queen 8 off.
Could we see the small 3-bet size here if
Big
Mateos
little?
wants to play it that way?
1.6.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, the 1.6. I mean,
Called
I'm
it.
calling that small because the other size is the all-in, but
And why do we use King 3 offsuit here?
We've got a high card. We can make top pair. We're blocking some of the shoves coming back our way, certainly the ace-king. And the 3 unblocks some of...
Wait, hold on 1 second. It looks like we have crowned a winner in the 25K PLO event. Samueli Sipila taking home his first Triton title of the first PLO events. And more to come.
Can I just say A+ pronunciation?
I tried my best, my friend.
I think your best was phenomenal.
Thank you. Your
I
best
also
was-
have no idea how to say his name, so you could be completely
I
off.
couldn't be wrong. Let's get back to this heads-up match. 10-5 offsuit versus ace-deuce. Deucey bottom pair for Mateos. Is it worthy of a bet?
Yeah, we're on the limp check line. Plenty of 2x in Malinowski's range. Some value to be had.
Little protection needed.
Yeah, we'll always take it. Get the 10-5-0 out of there.
There we go.
If Ali is going to hang out around us but not commentate, do you think he could just feed me some of those fancy words? I'd like to sound really
You
sharp.
have a lot of fancy words, my friend.
No, he's got the good words.
I know he's got a little bit of a thesaurus in his mind, but
He is the traveling wordsmith.
let us raise now for King Queen.
Another one of those potential 3-butts.
He just went to the well.
Yeah.
Will he do it again? Probably not.
Not this time.
Victor was ready this time.
Ace high board. The nut no pair for Malinowski.
Both players have big spades, the king and queen out between their two hands.
Yeah, I think Victor had options on the flop. Playing the check back is probably going to make this look very check down for both of them, unless the run out is such that Victor might want to try for value on the river. Adrian's hand just going to be too strong to bluff on basically any river.
Is the deuce one of those spots where Malinowski can go for value with King Queen high?
I'm going to say no, because now Adrian's 2 is 2 pair and every 5 is a straight. Yeah, I was thinking mostly about a 4 or maybe an ace.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's probably a slightly bad river overall for Victor. It's my feel. Just like as played in position.
Yeah, as played, if your opponent can hit both a pair and a straight, as opposed to maybe like a 9 where you can only hit a pair. We don't like that.
Also, like maybe Victor's bet 5x stuff like a little bit more by the end.
Sure.
Being in position.
Yeah. But once Adrian checks, I think Victor's feeling pretty confident. But again, what are we getting value from? Just some heroic king and queen high calls that we block.
450.
Mateo's going to raise Queen 4 off on the button. Jack 6 offsuit coming along with that big blind ante. Not too much for opponents. Malinowski does have a little backdoor action, but not the greatest stuff. Although one suit blocker, I suppose.
Definitely more than Adrian, though. But
can he continue against 350?
Super close. I think the Jack 8 with the Jack of Hearts is probably going to need to. Jack 6 seems like it could fold. Probably is a fold. Certainly want to continue with the Jack 10. That second over on a 9 would be very helpful. Jack 10 with a heart.
Blinds up. 125, 250. It's been quite the boxing match between these two. Mateo's currently in the lead. Battle of the garbage.
Both have been pretty careful so far out of the big blind with their trash. Not much in the way of ISO.
3-spade board. Limitless does have the 7 of spades.
I imagine at some point, especially if as the blinds keep going up and eventually the average stack will go down, at least one of them is going to leverage that kind of image play later.
Yeah, it might be a product of exactly that, where they say, look, the blinds are only going in one direction. Why don't I build as somebody who's not going to ISO, and then I'll use it when it's more important. That might be exactly what's going on.
Also, I suppose with deeper stacks now, 37 big blinds, you got a bit more limp calls, more playability post-flop.
Yeah, it can be ugly even if you say you've seen a 10-2 off play a lot of ISO at 40 maybe. But then post-flop is a nightmare, you know?
Yeah.
Just because something's a play on one street doesn't mean it's a play for you in this situation. I can tell you that if I'm ISOing 10-2 off, 40 deep in a heads-up match, I'm going to be lost on a lot of runouts and make a lot of blunders. Doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, but it's
unclear how to approach it.
Yeah, I should give you pause.
So we take a flop top 2 pair for Malinowski.
Victor would like to take a pause here and live in this reality for as long as possible.
250.
And he's going to love to see the 250K bet from Mateos. Now, it's interesting because we got so much hand right now, but we also kind of want to build the pot. Do we check call or do we check raise?
So this was limp pre, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
I think that influences us a little bit more towards call.
Does agree.
I would think both are fully on the table as options. Mateos has one of those hands that can really spaz out.
3 on the turn. Quite the blink.
And what makes this a great candidate for continuing to bluff?
Well, Petrangelo likes to call it the bad boy corner, ace low and king low. They just kind of lose their mind because they unblock a lot of the one call hands, Let's say Victor had 8-7 or 10-8. I thought that it was a heart might have saved Mateos from that fate. Maybe like the offsuit 3 of diamonds. I felt very confident he bet. I wasn't sure here, but this is the kind of generally above the rim play that a lot of high rollers find here.
Jaffe, he's just bet 1.9 million.
So in other words, when you do this and you overbet, you don't want to have like a 7-8, 10 queen, all that stuff.
Exactly. Victor's got queen 8 and 7-8 and 10-7 that are going to check call very high frequency and then check fold turn nicely.
When Mateos goes this big on the turn, he's asking more than those hands to fold.
Yeah. I mean, Victor's going to fold most 4 if it's not 4x of hearts and maybe mixes in some 9 fold.
Yeah.
Remember, we don't think he has much jack when we bet small and get called. The sick thing is, if the river's not a heart, Mateos has a lot of follow-through with this hand because you unblock 4x of hearts, 9x of hearts.
Well, let's see. River card is the 7 of hearts.
Oh, that may save him. On the other side, Mateos has 2 very clear bluff candidates in 5-6 and 8-10 that both get there. So of the hearts we could see, this may be the one where Mateos buries himself.
There's 5 million
Super
chips
close.
in the middle. Malinowski has top 2 pair. Mateos min bet the flop, over bet the turn, 1.9 million. Now has a decision with just
no
king
heart,
high.
Find the check.
Yeah. I mean, if his king is a heart, not a diamond, it's probably a different story here.
Yeah.
but
It's super close.
oh,
He's going to throw in a time bank. This is a critical decision.
I mean, I guess Malinowski is just going to call, but you're not like you're loving it on the turn, and on the river you're kind of like,
yeah, of all the hearts that like the 9 of hearts doesn't block Mateos's like heart draws because he wasn't banging 9x of hearts for that size on the turn.
Oh my. He has announced all in, and if Malinowski can call, he will leave Mateos on crumbs.
he's got a lot of time banks.
He's thinking.
I mean, he might fold, but you got to bet call here. Call's got to be a decent favorite, I would think.
Yeah, I'm probably calling against a wreck that I don't think knows how to bluff.
But this is Mateos.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The thought that he's thinking. I mean, you're playing for a trophy. You got to think, but
We're also playing for $1.5 million. Can Limitless find the call? He's uncomfortable, given what's on the line. Can he flick it in?
he's given it real thought. This is like he's not posturing.
So Mateos is really, his target at this point is Jack X hands, in particular, that don't have a heart, right? That have called twice.
I mean, no, because Victor has more. He's got a bunch of 9x stuff. Yes, he is targeting, hoping a Jack
Maybe
folds
some 9x that called turn, sure, yeah.
Yeah, the majority of 9x I think is supposed to call turn. That's
Yeah.
the crazy thing. You know, for Mateos' decision, which I think is the most interesting part, I mean, it comes down to how much 9x did he think Victor called. What did he say? Wow!
Oh my
Wow!
Just folded.
Dude, he got Jack 9 with a heart to fold.
God.
That's sick.
2 pair is
All
down.
I like my pregame guesstimate that this was Adrian's match, because if you can take the old King Dewey with no heart and just go 3 streets and get the guy to fold top 2 that check called the flop. Granted, I mean, yeah, 5-6 got there, 10-8 got there, but that's a hell of a fold.
He calls.
Yeah.
Mateos has 1 big blind remaining, and he is on pace to win $1.5 million more now.
Dude, one thing you can't say about Adrian is that guy doesn't have heart.
Man.
He did not have a heart either.
He's got so much heart when he plays. It's so fun to watch him. What a beast.
If Victor doesn't come back, he's going to have to wear a Spanish flag when he plays in public from now on.
It's going to be hard for him to come back because he's got 10-4 offsuit against the pocket queens of the Spaniard.
Dude, I would have laid it. You guys could have picked me off for like 2 or 3 to 1 probably. I would have laid 3 to 1. He calls.
The first 3 seconds, I just thought this was, we just have to make a stink about it because it's not fun. But like, I didn't think it was actually thinking. That's sick. And if we're trying to, see it from Limitless's perspective, I think, unless he's got, some live read that happened to be wrong in that instance, I think it comes down to that turn bet and just not believing Mateos has enough of the bluffs that might not be intuitive, which certainly the King 2 off
10,
is one
8,
of those
5,
unintuitive.
6, hearts.
Well, the 10-8's what got there. That's the kind of intuitive one. I think he puts him on exactly those types of bluffs.
Not enough bluffs that aren't like that. Yeah.
Sorry. So he's thinking maybe if Adrian's bluffing, it's just like the perfect like Queen 8 with a Queen of Hearts, but he's not giving him credit for this whole other group, because as soon as you dive into King 2 off, and especially King 2 without a heart, the floodgates open for potential bluffs, and you just call with every 9x almost.
Can Limitless claw his way back in after making that heroic fold?
That is sick. That's, in my time in the booth, that was my favorite hand I've seen.
Now, Limitless isn't short, though. Does have 27 big blinds versus the 48 of Mateos.
Yeah, we still got poker to be played here. I mean, that was a great hand. It was a massive hand for the match, obviously. I mean, if Limitless calls, this is over, essentially. But
Those
there
are
we
the
are.
chip counts.
We're still battling.
We are still battling. This has been the best heads-up match so far this series, in my point of view, and plenty more to come.
Adrian making a personal advertisement for the bad boy corner.
I mean, and you also called it, right? You said Mateos, you feel like he's got a little bit of an edge with this stack size, and he really is demonstrating this here in this heads-up match. 1.5 million more on the line. 3.3 guaranteed, 4.8 for first.
I wonder if Adrian felt that Victor was going to overfold both on the turn, and then I wonder what his theory on the river. I wonder if he was coming at it strictly from a theory perspective, or a live read that, well, in that case would also be wrong, that Victor was weak, or if he, just thought that Victor was going to overfold rivers.
Yeah.
It's tough to say. It's just that tricky, if you've got the guy who's just generally overfolding, then when you get to the river, you kind of need to check too much, but maybe he has him overfolding both streets pretty drastically.
I mean, this is one of those spots where it's like if you could get the person interviewing after without being too specific, but just like ask a question. Oh, hey, like what were you thinking on that hand when you bluffed the river? Like it would make for a really interesting like post interview, you know, or even like, let's say, Limitless wins and, what were you thinking when you folded the Jack 9? I mean, that was a huge pot, and just, get you can, listen to the player themselves.
Definitely.
Probably give something interesting about it without it being too technical or whatever.
Sure,
but yeah.
sure. I would love the technical too. I'd love
No,
to hear
I mean,
Mateo.
obviously,
yeah.
but yeah, like after they just won $5 million, they're probably I don't know. They might break down the hand, but
look,
I think a lot of the guys on this tour, that's what they want to do, is
Yeah.
give you the technical details. It's like dropping the platitudes and I just felt like this was a good time to, is like actually kind of more tedious sometimes than just kind of getting into the nitty gritty and like, you know.
Definitely a hand that will be talked about for a long time.
That's what's so cool about high stakes poker is so I'm a baseball fan, and at the end of my favorite team is the Orioles. Every game that they win, they take whoever the player of the game was, and they just ask them these banal, terrible questions, and they're just like, "When you hit that home run, how are you feeling?" He goes, "Great," and they like the players go out of their way to be like bland and boring in their response because it's like, "What are we doing?" And it goes on, and I don't know why I still watch it. I guess it's only 30 seconds, but it's just terrible every time. But here, like, you've got Rasty breaking down the hand with you afterwards. It's like a poker Hall of Famer.
Here we do have Ace Queen versus Ace 6.
yeah, the sports questions are so brutal. Like in almost all sports, they just ask the worst questions to the guys. It's
How
like,
do
dude,
we react against this? Sorry to cut you off, Ras.
Yeah.
1 million from Ace Queen.
Yeah, he's got options here. I mean, he is dominating the ISO bluffs a fair amount of the time with the Ace 6-0. It's not the ace that's doing so. I mean, you're doing fine against King 10 suiteds and hands like that. Victor has under ISO'd to this point on a short sample. I like this call.
just call, right?
No, that's not call. That's
click.
multiple orange chips. This is limp re-raise to 2.25.
All right, that's very strange. That was not my guess.
It's Mateos.
Victor licked his lips.
I mean,
Like somebody who's been playing tennis for 4 hours just got to the buffet.
Yeah.
well, what about...
I would love to know. Mateos maybe picked up something and thought that this was just...
Well, Malinowski went to the all-you-can-eat buffet.
Yep.
Just shipped it in. That's a massive pot for him.
That's a very big pickup.
Maybe Mateos didn't love the prospect of calling. Thought, you wouldn't think based on us watching so far that Malinowski's like over ISOing, but just, I don't know, Ace 6-0 and decided to try to win it right there versus the weak hands. And
Sure. It's a hand that loves getting rid of 10-3 offsuit, and when you get jammed on, it's very unlikely Victor was going to play that ISO with pocket 4, so it's not like we walked ourselves out of too many flips. And if
you were probably in real bad shape.
Yeah, and if it did happen to be the King 10 suited, I think Victor's possibly calling that that re-raise and maybe occasionally hero folding. So, playing it back, I think this is a reasonable move.
So with that last pot, Malinowski actually retakes the chip lead.
Mateos is really fun to watch in the booth because the guy has all kinds of well thought out aggressive lines with very interesting like large sizings. I'd imagine he can be he's very difficult to play against.
Mm-hmm.
Min bet and take.
Yeah, like same one like this. Thank you.
And Malinowski, don't look now, he's back in the chip lead.
Did he order a coffee? Like, all right, I'm ready to go. He's not going to let Mateos retake the lead. It is 41 plays 34 bigs now.
Also, just thinking about this, but on the Jack-9 hand, maybe the 9 of hearts is not the most relevant flush blocker. Like, does Mateos ever 1.5x turn or whatever with like 9x of hearts?
Yep,
like
100%
right?
agree. No.
Yeah.
10, 8, 8, 2 hearts open into straight draw. Mateos with 2 overs and the king of hearts could be very relevant, especially with king jack. Can turn a lot of draws. Mateos was the pre-flop raiser, does follow through with 325K.
Yeah, nice hand to start getting value from a lot of Victor's range.
Victor plays it as check call.
Jack would be a real bad card for Mateos. Great card for Victor.
4 hearts.
I think we're going to see Adrian check back here. He's just got the best hand a lot, but Victor would have been in a hell of a spot facing a bet. You really don't like giving up open-enders. Heads up, but it's a tough one to proceed.
Oh, that's straight for Victor.
And Victor has first to decide between check or block. His hand is not strong enough for a big bet for value, knowing that he loses to every heart.
Looks like he is going to reach for block.
Yeah.
It's not 450.
525. Quarter pot. Enough value to raise this king of hearts?
I mean, I think so.
Yeah.
Right.
We're raising this for sure. I'm just trying to dissect Victor's block, and I'm thinking I play check with this hand. I think, given that a jack came in, and that completes our jack 7, jack 9. We don't really have queen jack.
So Mateos will raise to 2.2, and can't be happy about that.
Already borderline to go for value to bluff catch with this. I don't see any special properties, but it seems difficult to dissect what a good bluff catch would be.
Yeah.
I mean, just having a heart simply takes out bluff cards from Mateos. So, by its very nature, having anything with a heart is going to be better.
Does lay down to straight. Advantage Mateos now in terms of chip counts.
And that's a difficult spot for Mateos to bluff too. And, you know, that's a line that's not going to come out of my mouth very often because he's going to find bluffs in spots that are difficult for a lot of people. But that's a tricky one.
Yeah, like what do you want to bluff with? I guess sometimes you just have a really bad hand.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is trying to pick up on how your opponent's playing his range. Is he blocking too wide for value? Is he using the big size too often with his top end value? And then more so playing the opponent in that spot. I think the specifics of your combo are not super relevant.
We might have a little bit of action coming in as Ace-Jack does limp, doesn't raise.
Definitely looking for some action. Adrian avoids that landmine.
Yep. Not playing the 40 big blind shove game. He's feeling pretty good.
Top pair, top kicker versus bottom pair with an ace kicker.
Victor has a great hand to just start building the pot. Top pair, top kicker.
Why not?
Yeah. Definitely has a small range advantage here as the player who V-pipped.
He actually puts in 450K.
So that's like just over half pot, right?
Looks about right.
Yeah, 450 to 750, so like 60% or something. Mateos calls.
Nine on the turn. Can't be the card that Mateos was looking for. Still, Malinowski does have top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, I mean, we can rule out Mateos having king, queen, and probably even 7-8 versus that big a bet on the flop. So the nine can hit some two pairs, queen 8 probably check calls. But there's a lot of pair and straight draws it'd be nice to get value from, but he decides to play it as a check.
And that's got to be one of the worst cards for Victor with this run out. A 4-liner. Flushes get there.
Yeah, we could be looking at exactly the scenario, not exactly, but similar to the King 2, where this run out kind of goes good for some bluffs, and Mateos makes a big bluff. Victor might have to fold a really big hand that was kind of trapping.
And I mean, I would be curious if he'd check raise bluff this, but I think it's going to go check check.
Yeah, I think given the opportunity, he's got the possibility for check shove. I don't think check raise we would see so much, but the big check shove,
that's...
Yeah, that's what you're implying.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Where you could just see Victor squirm with a queen. It's interesting that Victor's given us so much thought. Yeah.
Yeah, with Mateos' combo there, you want to go big because you blocking nut flushes and you want to mostly be repping a flush, right? So yeah, check shove.
I wonder if that's one of those spots where Mateos' hand likes to block and then come over the top of a raise.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, as well when he was
Our only worse hands are going to be some low spade combos that chose not to check raise the flop.
I do wonder how far ahead they are. Like, has Victor found out the results of his big fold yet?
Yeah, good question. I would think not yet.
Yeah, probably not.
Looks like he's looking for info, though.
He's like, anytime now.
He had a flush, right? It was a flush. A 10-8 or a flush?
Like, please, just give me a different answer.
King
Let me
2.
tell you.
Well,
yeah.
he had the King of Hearts, right?
Have you had this before, Brian, where you felt really good about a fold you made on stream, and you're just kind of waiting to get the validation, and you're like, oh, fuck. That was not right at all.
Limitless kind of made a little wince. Like, I thought maybe he saw it just now. Like, wait a second.
I'll tell you, I never feel really good about making big folds.
That's fair.
So I don't know. I've definitely waited to find out, but...
850.
850 from Mateos. 9-6 offsuit. Winner.
But yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Nothing comes to mind. Just like
Gotcha.
a spot where I felt wasn't worried about it, but later find out I got bluffed.
Yep. I don't remember one in a huge spot money-wise, but I had one. It was maybe like a PCA day 2 or day 3. It wasn't crazy deep, I know that, but probably close to the money or in the money. And it was button versus big. I won't tell the whole hand because I don't remember it, but I basically made this crazy hero fold at the end that would only lose to like aces and kings played in a funny way, but I just thought this guy was a huge nit, and that's what he had. And he had 5-4 offsuit. It was just stone airballs. I was like, oh my god. I made it my profile picture on Facebook for like a year.
That was your self-punishment?
Yeah. The world needs to know. I think there was a YouTube video made about it.
The YouTube videos don't come down. So that will forever be on interwebs.
Definitely the funniest part about that story is you making it the profile picture. 100%.
The picture is just me flicking the cards in. I've got them like in the air, and I'm like kind of cocky too while I'm doing it.
Quite the sparring match. Very close. Mateo's slight lead.
Is there some hands that can interact with a lot of blood?
I do remember a spot.
Wow.
Though. Yeah.
Checks the queen 10 suited. I kind of think of that as disrespectful, where he's saying, look, I'm going to small ball this guy.
We'll see. Does come Jack 10-8. You said it. There's a bit of interaction. When someone makes a pair, someone else often's got a piece as well.
The PLO guys just got to town. That's a nice looking PLO hand, huh?
Top pair, open in a straight draw versus middle pair in a gut shot.
He's going to be happy that he didn't raise pre. Inflate this pot.
Yeah.
But Limitless not looking to keep this pot small as he bets 350,000. In comes the check call from Mateos. 1.45 in the middle now. And the queen is top 2 pair from Mateos and the straight for Limitless.
This is one of Limitless's straights that can find a check here. When you block the jack, you are going to make Adrian a little more oriented towards... What did he bet on the flop? Small enough that 7x with backdoor was calling? I would think so. 1/3.
You have 350 into 750.
Yeah, you make Adrian a little more 8 and 10 oriented by having both the jack and the 9. Just if we have to check back some 9.
He agrees.
Yeah, it's a very reasonable one. Now, if we know he has queen 10, we're betting all day.
The 4, and now maybe Mateos thinks he's got the best hand with top, well, queen 10.
We're seeing bet and raise on this river basically every time. This would be a pretty nice looking hand if you're Adrian. Go anywhere between block all the way up to pot. Not expecting to run into a 9, and then Victor can raise really anything up to about 80%.
So he comes in with block, 350K.
Yeah, versus a raise with the queen 10 here. How are the queen and the 10 as blockers?
They're good.
Yeah.
They're good because I think 10-9 is a very natural check also on the turn, but also
900.
it just unblocks, allows for Victor to bluff because Victor's going to call with a queen so often.
Yeah.
Victor makes it 900K. It's a small raise.
That's a very small raise. This is 2.7-ish.
Can Mateos get away? Or is
I
this just
don't-
too much hand?
I think he's calling this size.
Yeah, I would not find this fold. It's just so cheap. You just can easily picture your opponent clicking buttons when you chose the smallest size in your value repertoire.
Is there ever any sliver of value he beats?
No. I mean,
so this is just a
same
9.
hand. Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah,
you know
like
what?
Queen
He
8
does.
maybe or
Yeah, Queen 8
something,
makes a
or
lot of sense. At
Queen
this
4.
size, this could be something getting greedy. This could be the 8-4 suited getting greedy for this size. This seems reasonable.
If that's the case, then it's
I
going
would
to be
do that.
very difficult to fold.
Yeah, Randy makes a great point. We're beating some value here.
Probably not 8-4, but yeah.
I just think that size is pretty small, and it could be greed.
Well, does call.
All right. So I have a hand for you.
Mhm.
I kind of never forgot this hand because I feel like it was like part of like teaching a lesson, and it changed my attitude in some spots. I just remember in one of, not like the first one drop, but maybe it was like the third one. I played a pot on day, it wasn't, I don't remember, again, I also don't remember the details. It was on day one. Was at the feature table, I think Ivy, and I played this pot versus Nick Petrangelo, where I don't remember the details. I ended up folding like top pair. I think it was a blind versus blind spot where I like knew I was supposed to call, but I'm just like, and this was not, anyway, I learned lessons from this, but I ended up making this fold because it's just like one of these spots where I felt like its population just under bluffs.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I'm just not, I should call, I'm supposed to call, I think, but like it's not good often enough. I fold. I find out later that I got bluffed, and I'm just like, guys are getting too good for me to like make reads like that against good players, you know, even in big tournaments. Because one of my previous reads was that in the biggest tournaments,
Brian, I need to cut your story short because it's top pair versus bottom 2 pair on this monotone board. Mateos even has the 9 of hearts.
This is a disastrous collision.
Yeah, this is, both these guys have good hands.
Yeah. And, you know, if that Jack-9 hasn't shown up, then Adrian would also not know that Victor check called top 2 on a flop previously, or whatever that's worth.
2.2 in the middle. Jack on the turn. Does change equities.
Pretty nice spot if you're Mateos to keep putting money in for value.
Counting down his stack.
Yeah, I mean,
Block 9,
probably
10.
just like bet and then check back river most of the time. Depends on the river, I guess, but
He is going to start with the bet, and it's going to be $1.5 million.
yeah, I mean,
That size does look like we're going to see some check back.
yeah.
river.
Yeah, it depends on his turn size, but yeah.
I think he had a lot of options on this turn. It's an interesting spot to just check shove if you're limitless. You know, Adrian's bluffs have a fair amount of equity at this point. There's only, I don't know, 10x no heart occasionally, but
And a pot size bet left.
Yeah,
and if you're
I'd
good,
just rip.
maybe he doesn't bet again.
exactly.
River card is a full house for
Calling if
Malinowski.
I know it's that river.
And a quick check back as you guys
Yeah.
expected. Huge pot.
And on one of the best rivers to bet, too.
Indeed.
Interesting hand. Yeah, check shove turn. I wasn't thinking that either, but after you said it, it makes a lot of sense, actually. Anyway, okay, so Nick bluffs me, and I find out later, and then but this wasn't like I didn't feel good after I mucked. Like I thought about it, and I didn't feel good about it, and folded. But yeah, I just felt like I learned some lessons. Like another thing is earlier on, I thought, like in the first one drop, maybe even in the early 2010s, guys were playing like really tight and scared a bit in like the $1 million buy-in tournament, right? And then I felt like by that one, which was later, maybe it was like 17 or 16, that wasn't really the case anymore. I just think it had been going, there had been a lot more bigger tournaments, and So yeah,
Makes
but
a
I
lot of
remember
sense.
this one specifically because I made a big fold. Kind of, I was wrong, and it taught me some lessons. It's like, don't deviate from spots you're just supposed to do this in against good players.
Yeah, I think that's one of those areas where poker is this great microcosm for life, where your instincts that have served you so well in one time period, you know, you enter a new era and they don't just not serve you well anymore. They might be the
Sometimes
worst thing.
do the opposite.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
like tell you to do something that's kind of a bad play now, basically.
Yeah. And you have to recalibrate to the new times and what players are doing, you know. I think a lot about like, you know, like when people make jokes about boomers, it's just they're not calibrated to the times.
Yeah, that was a great way to word that, but that is basically the lesson kind of that I learned from that pot. And that's why I always still remember it.
Therapy through poker.
Yeah.
We've paid for a lot of lessons.
Yeah, some of those lessons not so fun to learn. Well, the momentum has shifted drastically to Limitless. 3-1 chip lead.
Yeah, so this is where you're going to see sometimes the low suited ace has enough equity to check where the offsuit ace finds a lot of jam, but I don't know what Limitless's strategy is going to be. Power poker, baby.
There we go.
And the tides have turned. Limitless is back to having a massive chip lead here. It was pretty close to where we started this at, but the blinds are much bigger.
This is exactly where we started at. Mateo started with about 4.4 million for his heads-up match. And like you said, blinds are bigger.
I think my new profile picture is going to be Adrian with King 2 offsuit as Limitless folds. That's going to be, that replaces Jaffe's bad fold to 5-4 offsuit.
Well, you could do Limitless folding Jack 9, couldn't you?
I think that's for him to do.
Yeah.
Bad folds suck. You feel so bad.
Well, we are playing shallow stacks now, given how short Mateos is. It is 8-3 off versus 8-6 at the moment.
I love, even among the best players in the world, just that narrative, Brian, had Limitless's fold been correct. And this is not about Victor in particular. Oh,
no,
we got spot.
Top and bottom versus top pair. Could this be trouble for Mateos?
I mean, if he check raises here, it will be.
Yeah, this looks pretty darn good to check raise. We've got an unprotected top pair at a depth that's not looking to save money should we be coolered.
But he just check calls, and maybe there's a path to saving himself if the board gets dicey. Turn card is a 7. That's going to give Mateos a gut shot now and nowhere to go.
This is very grim for Adrian at this point.
Yeah, Victor's in full Reaper mode. You can see it. He's got a sickle in hand.
It's just got a clear bet, and Mateos can go nowhere. I mean, I guess the question is whether he should just jam or call this.
Yeah, it's close. I think some of it comes down to, do you think Victor's ever taking 7x and betting like this, which is reasonable because you check called flop. I could see shove. Cut off the equity to it.
He does jam, and he's going to get snapped off. Mateos at risk. 1 card to go. Looking for a 7, a 6, or a 5 to stay alive in this heads-up match where $1.5 million more is on the line.
How about a 4? Let's see more poker.
We could see a 4. 4 chop. And what is that fate for Mateos? It's a 10. And that's it.
Great heads-up match. That was really interesting.
GG to Limitless. Little fist bump to himself. A great journey. And a bit of disappointment for Mateos, who held the chip lead at some point in this heads-up match. We'll have to settle for second for $3.3 million.
He's got to keep his head held high, though. I mean, he played great, and really the hand of the match was a successful bluff that he executed.
Yep.
There is the
That was a great
champion.
match.
It was an excellent match. $4.789 million, and Limitless captures the title in this 200K against all those great names right below him. One being Jonathan Jaffe in 7th place. Just thought I mentioned that.
I thought you were going to say those great names and Jonathan Jaffe.
But guys, we do conclude this 200K match. It's not over. We do have some PLO to come, but talk to me about the heads-up match. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that was a great match. I was glad we got to see Mateos basically double up, and you know, they got to play some deep stack play against each other. In the end, the heads-up specialist came out on top, but I think Mateos showed that when you're playing big blind ante and you're playing 50 and lower, it's a very different game, and there's some different moves you can pull.
How about for you, Ras? How was that match?
That match was incredible. It was really fun. I mean, I feel like I learned a lot. You know, also it's a pleasure having Jonathan join us for Heads Up in the booth because he's an awesome Heads Up player, and I personally enjoy it. I hope you guys watching, you know, at home on the stream do too, because he just drops so much knowledge. And yeah, I mean, thanks to the players for really showing off their talents, and Jonathan for sharing his knowledge as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Jaffe. And we are going to go on about a 45-minute break until we do play the 100K PLO main, where there are 4 cards now being dealt. But we are going to hear from the winner, and Ali Najad will be taking that interview.
Well, there's a first time for everything, as they say, and for Wiktor Malinowski, it's his first career Triton title, and what a massive one it is. $4.8 million, richer for the effort, his 10th career cash, 4th final table, and Wiktor, as you stand here, the real question for me is, what does it feel like to reach the summit?
It feels great. I know I'm the best, so it took me some time till I'm gonna win one, but I just needed to showcase what I'm capable of, what I was learning playing online, and now I can show it you know, on this table. So.
Well, all of that confidence, of course, that you're displaying right here and now, emboldened by the fact that you came in as a chip leader, but that was a chip lead that you relinquished at one point, brought it back, marched your way right into heads-up play, and ran into perhaps the biggest roadblock here in Montenegro in Adrian Mateos. What is it like having to square off with him for a long heads-up battle?
Yeah, the table was very tough. There were many great players. I think it's probably the toughest table during the Triton series, but Heads Up is my comfort zone, so I just knew that the situations will come when I'm going to get the edge, so I was quite confident. But it's always great to challenge and play against great players, because poker is a beautiful game, and there are so many interesting situations and like next level thinking, so it's just overall a great game and nice to compete with everyone.
Well, part of what makes Triton so great is having greats like yourself and all others who were here at this final table joining us. I know you don't play a full schedule, but it seems like you make it a point to come out and play the big stuff. What keeps you coming back to Triton, and to what do we owe, you know, your presence here with such regularity?
Triton is just the next level. It's like a Champions League of poker. Everything is so well made with the with organization and how they treat players, with overall the scenery. It's a great place to be if you play poker.
Yeah. Well as we look to treat the players, Wiktor treated them a little bit worse, and for his efforts, $4.8 million, and of course, a Triton trophy, which comes your way courtesy of tournament director Luca Vivaldi, and you enjoy it. Wiktor Malinowski, ladies and gentlemen, your $200,000 no-limit hold'em winner.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
The gap between 9th and 8th. King, queen suited, no gap. Up we go.
Oh, we're sipping up, and there's a reason why.
Ace, king. Matas with medicine here. Now remember, he is the shortest stack at the table. Might he force feed it all forward with an opportunity to nab this 175?
So he's only playing a 10 big blind stack, is going to jam most of his chips in there.
The old in case of emergency. We have seen a few occasions on which remarkably the fold was appropriate given what developed behind. This is a more modern advent of the game.
This is just a tough spot because Watson raised from +2, getting jammed on immediately by the next seat over. It isn't that weak of a hand, but the price is quite good. Also important to note that Matas is the shortest stack, so he's got a little bit more desperation in him where maybe there's a bit more pairs. Looks like we're going to run it with 45K chips back.
It is a hand that has so many wonderful blocker effects to the ace-king, the ace-queen, kings and queens. Never mind just the sheer firepower, but up against an ace-king, it has itself some real issues. 1.65 in the middle, a club in the window, along with a queen. Watson hits the side card. What a disaster this is going to prove to be for Matas, who's not looking for an excuse to get away with just 45,000 back.
No, that light is flickering, my friend.
Has Watson acted yet?
He
Did he
has
check?
checked.
Has he? Okay. One way or another, the 45's getting in here, is it not?
Watson will always bet the turn.
Yeah, Symbolus with the check back. I'll tell you something. In spite of the fact that we know that Watson loves this king-queen on this particular board, I have a little bit of respect for the fact that he didn't just go flicking the 50 out there, giving maybe Mata something to think about in terms of, oh boy, how am I performing here? In case it wasn't such a foregone conclusion, but as we can see, it is, and the disappointment worn on Symbolus's face is with good reason, as he needs the ace, instead hits the 9, and, well, that's about as short-lived a stint as one can have at a final table. He was hoping for better, no doubt about it.
Literally played just one hand and had a great spot to double up and be in contention.
That's tournament poker. The life he's chosen. He'll be back, no doubt about it. Unclear whether or not he's going to dance in the PLO streets with us. But opportunities to register for that 100K pot limit Omaha available should he seek them. Nope. Cutting through that fruit. Same kind that Jason just ordered. I see how it is, buddy. No, I didn't do it on purpose. I'll get you one, Randy. I'll start you up.
I started to feel bad for saying that after you attacked me. I was like, all right.
Pass.
Maybe we should order fruit and soup, and we can be like Jason Coon. That's what he ordered.
Yeah.
Fruit and soup.
Fruit. Okay.
Not fruit soup.
Really? You know what?
There is fruit soup, by the way. It's like gazpacho, strawberry gazpacho. I've had this at one of these fancy restaurants.
Yeah, of course. They're fancy restaurants, my friend.
Randy's still mad at me because we punted like 600 euros on dinner in Monte Carlo each. And he was like, no, it wasn't worth it.
Nah, I'm not going to lie. Just because like, I spent a lot of money, therefore it's good. If it's not good, it's not good.
No, I agree with you, man. Queen 9 suited. Bueno, says Mateos. Suficiente. Limp, but now faces a raise to 250. Now, of course, we don't limp this sort of hand with the intention of going away when activation takes place behind in the big.
He also expects Limitless to raise a wide range, just given the chip distribution. Massive chip leader, of course.
Adrian's assignment could be regarded as the toughest at the table, even though he's not the short stack, just purely based on that phenomenon of having not just the chip leader, but Victor Malinowski as the chip leader to your direct left. Mateos has outflopped him, though, here on the Queen 8-7 board. Top pair, well out in front of ace-deuce.
Quite a good start for Mateos.
I think this flop decision from Victor could kind of give us an insight as to how hard he plans on going at things when he's involved.
Well,
check back.
Thinking about the limp calling range, and that flop kind of hits it, but the king is more favorable to Victor.
Third club out there as well. And Mateos just has to be so respectful.
Mateos' mission is to get the showdown as cheaply as possible, but still put in a bet or two if necessary. As played, Limitless, he sees the king, he knows it's scary if his opponent is holding like a 7, an 8, or just some random cards. He can really attack it and get a lot of folds.
He said 450.
450K, and
so 450 is a big bet. It's about 75% pot.
Right.
And the idea here is he can fold out reasonable draws, maybe one that has a club, a pair, like an 8-9. He definitely is targeting 7 and 8 to get those hands to fold now. If he bets really small, those hands will hang around. But once he gets called, he knows he's likely against a king or a queen.
So Mateos sticks in there. Not a river that should be complicated.
Very difficult to follow through once more because he is playing a guessing game about Mateos' range. It's very unclear.
Just imagine if Malinowski piles something big out there right now. You feel pretty sick.
You would, but then again, Limitless doesn't know if he's getting trapped.
Yeah, he does end up coming with the check. You could feel that he was contemplating whether or not pressure could really be ratcheted up on Adrian there. That pot was a lot more tense than you might be tempted to think of. Maine holds that honor at north of 21 million, but it is going to be the biggest first place payout. Just 15 players were paid in this one. And who eked in on the right side of the bubble? Walk us through those who have already visited the pay desk, Randy.
Well, first it was Boss Paul, got 15th, then followed by Patrick Antonius, a legend in itself, 14th. Then
that was 317,000 for the Ning
Yes, 317,000 and 344,000 for both Ding Biao and Bryn Kenny, falling in 13th and 12th respectively. Then there was an 11th place finish from Christoph Vogel saying 390K. In the ultimate final table, Bubble Boy was Stephen Chidwick, who jammed his 8-7 suited into 2 aces.
Oopsie.
You didn't get there.
Malinowski has jammed his ace-7 suited into Petrangelo and co. Jaffe out of there as Nikki P does make the call. And
big spot for Nikki P.
1.8 million chip pot available to Petrangelo. What a delightful spot he finds himself in. You see a better than 2-1 favorite. King 7 deuce, and the disaster that is a Malinowski side card pops its head up on this board. Deuce on the turn, and it is strictly an ace. No, the ace doesn't work either. Just the 10 for Petrangelo. Instead, it's the 9, and the GGs are issued.
This has been a rough final table for the short stacks. Ace King can't beat King Queen. Now Ace 10 can't beat the Ace 7.
Well, the worst of it is performing quite well thus far here at the FT. And Petrangelo, having already tasted glory, looking for his car keys. I'm kidding. $661,000, 8th place finish. When you consider that he's in for at least 200K, possibly more. You don't know how in the black he is. But he said his other title earlier in the week didn't count, and unfortunately, I'm not sure how he's going to feel about an 8th place finish here. Don't hang your head, though, Nikki P. Took the best of it. Didn't work out. Show me somebody who wouldn't have...
Can you get like a poo emoji out or something? I'm just curious.
Is this a 200K final table? See what happens when you pump the mochachinos into us and just off we go.
They kicked in. Let us raise King 10.
Reverend Randy calling the service to order there. 5-6 at the pulpit.
This actually falls in a big blind defense. Being connected like this. 6-4 offsuit, maybe not, but 6-5 definitely.
Queen 10 deuce, second pair, king of clubs working. Good looking flop for Watson here as Malinowski defends and knuckles over.
Have been a lot of big blind defenses, but they haven't been picking up a piece. This is middle pair for Watson. This is the type of hand you want to try to get the showdown. Maybe one bet comes in. This is actually an interesting turn card because now Limitless has picked up a gut shot and a club draw. I could see him attacking a weak ace high. I would check back the flop.
Just the 6 of clubs and the gutter, but perhaps enough to embolden the big stack.
He can really put a lot of heat on a 10x that doesn't have a club as well. Pocket pairs, especially if they're red.
And let's remember, Watson, this was a button open. He doesn't have to have any of this board here, but 6 high against 2 randoms is not performing well, and hence the 850 into 600.
That's a massive overbet, and this is going to put middle pair in a lot of trouble. And Malinowski actually expects Queen X to bet the flop a lot, so he is often up against very weak hands. It's very tricky for Watson because he's got the king of clubs. That is a lot of equity in itself, and he might have the best hand with the pair of tens. What sucks is when his opponent bets 850, he can easily put you all in on the river, and you could be in a tough spot if you don't improve. So this pot is massive, Ollie.
Watson making the 850 call. Another 1.7 unexpectedly is pulled into the middle, and now the jack of clubs on the end, giving Mike the third nuts, let's call it. Ace of clubs or 8-9 of clubs, the only thing that Watson would fall to. Now Victor has made the flush. This pot is 2.3 million. How does he want to approach?
He should want to check this one down because he did make the flush. He could have the best hand at this point. If he had not hit the club, I think he might have followed through with a lot of bets on the river. He is reaching for chips, and it's basically a block bet.
Boy, it is a little bit awkward for Watson because, yes, we have the king of clubs, but just in case Malinowski has the nuts, if we come in with a raise and he were to pile over the top of us, how gross do we feel? As we can see, that's unlikely to be what transpires, but...
Of course, that's definitely something that's crossing Watson's mind. Then again, if he was up against ace of clubs, would they try to bet to induce? Or maybe they just go for more chips. And that's what he's got to ask is, how would the ace of clubs play in this manner? If he finds it unlikely that they would bet just 10% pot or so, then he's got more reasons to value raise this spot. He's decided it's time to value raise. If he can just get those chips over the line.
I think he'll make it.
Close enough.
Oh, actually, he fell short of the... Come on, Mike. There's not an actual physical border between the cream and black there. You can just... Anyway. As soon as we don't get snapped, by the way, how happy are we? Because the quick one-chip flick or the jam to ask us for the last 30K, which, by the way, if Malinowski, not to get too far into fantasy land, had the ace of clubs, just calling and leaving Watson out there with 30K would be the way to go, wouldn't it?
You're a sick man, Ollie.
I am a sick man. I play. You haven't seen a killer whale spin a seal around for fun before it chomps it? Like they come up on the beach, they grab it by the flipper, then they play with it a little bit, and then chomp time. But in the interim, you know. Anyway.
I really like that you thought about that. Obviously, that's not going to happen. I wish we could have explored that. But I think you probably are right. For now, though, we do have to worry about, can Malinowski beat a bluff raise in this spot?
No, Victor is the seal. Bluff raising for another 30K would be just the most insane thing you've ever seen.
No, he's not going to bluff raise it. I'm just thinking, like, can he beat a hand?
Oh, is Watson bluff raising
Correct,
here?
correct.
Oh,
I'm sorry about not clarifying
I mean,
that.
super polar, of course. That's how sick I am, is that I thought that you were exploring the merits of Malinowski bluffing for another 30.
You are sick in many different ways, correct.
Imagine how Watson feels, though, if he did jam. Maybe not after this tank, but...
Yeah, he's definitely not thinking about jamming, limitless
No.
that is. He's just thinking, can I find a hand? He cannot, so he lays it down.
Saw the bluff.
Time.
Sure.
When they don't know you're deviating. That's when you get the edge.
Yeah.
You know, oh, I expect them to do this, and then you're not. Like, you can really create some nice value. But if you do it at the wrong time, you're actually giving away quite a bit yourself. That's why I love watching the best play. They really just shine in these kinds of spots. We do have an interesting development here.
Nines shining. 225. And it's caught the attention of this king-queen suited for Mateos.
I think it's noteworthy that he's 3-betting this hand on, sorry, Jaffe right behind him, ace-queen's in a tricky spot. But it's interesting that he 3-bets because some players have been flattening the king-queen suited in position.
Not El Conquistador, and let's see how Jaffe feels about it. This is UTG +1 for Jason, cut off from Mateos. Jonathan with ace-queen off in the small, using a time bank.
This has got to be one of the most uncomfortable spots for him. Early position raise, medium stack 3-bet against the 20 big blind open. Like, you can't feel too great about this. Also holding just 15 big blinds. You don't have the most fold equity, but it seems he's found the raise. Nice for Jaffe.
4-bet to 1.4. Coon promptly folds. Mateos, with a larger commitment, asks for the count. He is the covering stack. It isn't quite an all-in. And in terms of this choice to 4-bet from Jaffe, Randy, how important is him perceiving that Adrian has some 3-bet folds with that sizing before he plays it this way?
Extremely important. If he didn't think that, he would never be jamming ace-queen. He knows Mateos would be willing to attack. Mateos now, he's asking a question. How often is it a pocket pair lower than the king-queen? Because the more combos he can add, the more the better price he can make a call here. Is it jacks? Is it tens? Is it ever nines? And he's going to go for it. Big pot.
Bigger for Jaffe, given he's the covered stack. And the dominant hand here. All of a sudden, another big one, Bruce. $3.4 million in the middle. I can tell you who Steve O'Dwyer's rooting for as the second shortest stack coming in. And it isn't that man to his right, Jaffe. To the flop we go. Oh. King, Jack, 9. Mateos finding top pair. Jaffe, Broadway gutter, and an ace hunt.
Jason folded 9s as well.
Would have been bottom set. Can Double J find the ace or 10? No. An 8 on the river, and yet again, the best hand gets it in And the dominated hand kicks it out.
0 for 3.
If Len was here, he'd be very proud of you.
King Gaga in honor of Ren Lin. Well, for Jaffe, he finally found a cash here in Montenegro, but found a hand that was supposed to perform considerably better than that, and instead leaves him out the door in 7th place, 765K pickup. Was supposed to do better than he did in that one. What can you say?
It's actually 800.
For 300,000, the ladder between 6th and 5th.
Over to the small blind of Jason Coon, Queen 3 suited. He is one of those short stacks. Currently sitting in 4th with 13 bigs. Gonna try to sneak into that for a flop territory as he limps. 7-3 offsuit is one of those hands that we do mention that might activate, expecting a lot of folds. But he also expects Jason Coon to set traps, given the chip counts.
$375K, says Sir Watts. Don't scratch your temple. This is just activation with bottom of range, fairly standard protocol in these blind versus blind collisions. And no, Jason dominating, hanging in there with that Queen 3 suited, well aware of the polarity of this raise from Watson. Doesn't have to be a great hand, but here on a Jack 8-3 monotone board, advantage Watson in terms of position, betting lead, and of course the flush draw. Jason technically the better hand by 3% right now, 875 in the middle.
Problem for Jason is that it's monotone, and his opponent, if he's bluffing, they've got a lot of outs against them, as you can see on the screen. Get a free turn card. The ace is not what Jason wanted to see. He rarely has the ace with that stack size, as they would often just limp jam, expecting a lot of fold pre. If Watson wants to attack, he really can just blow out this 3 out of water. He's not going to realize his equity. Finds the 4th club.
Yep, the 4 of clubs at that. Watson making the flush.
There could be some value to be had with the 7 of clubs. If he feels that Jason would look him up with like a naked Jack X, it is possible. Watson also asking a question, would Jason ever play a bigger club in this manner, or would they just value bet himself? He is going to go quite meaty, actually, 625.
Perhaps perceptions that a club may have been heard from earlier out of Jason given the check back on the flop by Watson?
That's a good point. A lot of clubs actually bets the flop. Not this combo, just because it was paired up as well. But I think Jason does expect like a queen or king of clubs to bet the flop, but he just has a bottom pair.
Yeah. Bows out correctly after a 3rd and final check.
But the top 3 stacks have enough big blinds where they don't have to just play handcuffed. Like, they can fight back. They can pick on these short stack blinds. So it shouldn't be just one guy controlling the action. That's why Watson is still going to raise ace-5 in the hijack. Curious to see if he comes in with call or 3-bet. He has called king-queen suited before. We did see Mateos play his king-queen suited in a different form of a 3-bet.
There's the flat.
Yeah, he's just happier to play this one post-flop. More in his style.
So ace-5 taking on king-queen suited, and the queen 7-3 board is an absolute smash job here for Limitless. Just the ace of hearts plus that inside straightiness working for Watson. Relatively dry texture here could leave him feeling okay about a c-bet, Randy, or we're just checking as we see that's the choice he makes?
Like we've seen, the theme at the table has been check as pre-flop raiser out of position against the flatting range, which is perceived to have a lot of queen X's, pocket pairs. Malinowski, of course, can bet this hand. The only card he really fears is the ace. But with two hearts, you don't really mind if one falls, if the ace of hearts falls. But that's not possible given Watson's got it. You know, sometimes Watson actually check raises his hand. Not sure if he'll do so off of these stacks, but it's definitely a candidate with the ace of hearts. Oh, he's counting out chips.
Look at this. Delightful sight for Victor. Little does Watson realize the world of hurt that he is in. The line obviously does look strong out of Mike. It's just that king-queen of hearts is way too much hand to be able to blast through, at least for the time being.
A lot of incentive for Malinowski to just call. He can look a little weak as one pair. If a heart drops and he hits his flush, his opponent might just press on that. And I imagine Watson would if he does, given he's got the ace of hearts. The 4 is very spicy.
Wheel gutter, 7 high straight gutter. But is it going to be enough for Watson to think that he's going to be able to blast his way through? The trouble is the check raise check line, is it not, Randy, in terms of where that leaves us in future game, in terms of ability to bluff moving forward?
You lose the ability to bluff quite a bit when you don't follow through on the turn. I kind of feel that because he's picked up this much equity, he's going to bet again in case he can get hands to fold. A big part of Malinowski range actually is Queen X, though, with bet call, especially when he's holding the ace of hearts himself. So it blocks some flush draws his opponent could have. He is going to push in
1.6.
1.6. That's a lot.
That's heaps. He's got 3.7 back. Now, he does cover. Actually, he is covered coming into this one. Forgive me.
Our decision now for Malinowski. Of course, he can go nowhere with top pair, 2 hearts, but is do we call or do we just jam and ask for it all now because there's only 2.1 back?
That's an interesting thing to mull over here because obviously we don't anticipate many worlds in which Watson would raise pre, check raise us on the flop, barrel 1.6 at this turn, and then suddenly if we ask for the remaining 2.1, into the bin he goes. We know that we're never drawing dead with this king-queen of hearts.
So Malinowski would never expect a worse queen to take this line. It is possible he's up against the better queen, ace-queen, and an overpair. And with him holding hearts, it's also unlikely his opponent has got hearts himself.
Yeah, he blocks the kings. Obviously, he blocks the other queen combos, and this is a very hefty line for something like ace-queen to choose to take. Kings and queens on the river now for Malinowski. If there was a world in which this last 2.1 somehow, some way, might have been able to usher Victor out of this pot. It is certainly not this one. 5-6 in the middle, 2-1 back. Is Watson going to surrender?
It is crossing his mind. You know what? I actually don't think Malinowski has spades here very often. Because he bet called the flop and the queen of spades is on board, he can't be holding king, queen of spades. He does give up.
Yeah, in spite of spade removal perhaps as played, Watson just doesn't believe, especially when he holds the ace of hearts, Randy, that whatever's across the way is going to be stepping aside.
The big point you mentioned is him holding an ace of hearts. If he wasn't, there are hands that can fold, like ace X of hearts that call to check raise, call to turn. But the ace of hearts is actually bad now to hold for Watson.
Now, interestingly enough, you see Malinowski looking down at his stack. He could target aces with a bet here.
I feel like he does. Just needs to bet this one to try to get some crying calls, and that is what he's doing. Just 900K, hoping to get called by one pair.
Yeah, Watson just snap folds. And my. Just look at a little bit of a time machine flashing back to the way Malinowski.
What timing is that for Badzikowski?
Under the gun open for Mateos with the queen jack suited. A min raise. Bads just 830. Ready to saddle up. Not all, but most.
Mateos is going to be priced in here with queen jack suited, and he's got the chips that can afford this call. Oh, Watson's got ace jack, but it hurts. But he also knows that Badzikowski is going to get called and could be at risk, and he can maybe get that pay jump.
Yeah, he doesn't anticipate too much raise fold versus this sizing, and so with that in mind, and still pain percolating from that ace-5 check fold on the river, Watson bows out. Mateos ushers in the last 50, and we play for $2 million. That's his girlfriend on hand, as always.
You want a partner too, Mateos?
I don't know that there's any available for temporary use here.
Good start.
Love that sight right there. Those two so close. Never far from one another.
Oh, you might want to go back to giving him a little comfort because there's outs now.
Suddenly the warm embrace of his girlfriend picks up a little frost on the turn, but there you go. She knows when the kings have held. That was cool. Just as you broke down, Randy, it was the busted straight draw combos, king high or queen high, that Bads had on his mind. And he is tormented, but he'll feel pretty good.
750.
And he realizes he was up against a set of nines. Coon not feeling all that good, given that he's one of the two shortest stacks at the table, but ace-5 good enough, he says, from the cutoff to make it 750 to go. He's dominated here by the boss stack, who says, let's get it in. You saw a quick lick of the lips.
I got a bad one.
Jason says, I got a bad one, and take a look at just how bad it is. Now remember, all-in hands that have had the best of it have not performed well. Let's see whether or not the inverse will prove more fruitful.
Maybe flop a wheel. Slow start. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe chop. We can dream, right? 9.
Well, 9 commandant is what the turn says. Coon draws dead. A 6th place finish as the 11th Triton title eludes Jason Coon. Collecting the first of our 7-figure payouts, Randy. Almost $1.1 million.
So worried to lose the random bluff.
To add to his career total of over 27 million. You see good buddy Ben Tollerine there to support. The road's clear relative to moments ago. More clear, I should say, as Jason Coon and all of his fight have been vanquished. Not much he could have done.
Yeah, I didn't thought about that.
King 10 for Watson.
Nah, man.
Oh, he's attacking here. Interesting.
I mean, surprising, perhaps, a better way to describe it, is it not? And Malinowski, by the way, he can really give us problems.
Victor.
Leveraging O'Dwyer's nub. Nevertheless, the Open gets through the chip leader.
You know what's interesting here? Is that Watson's range is perceived to be very strong to raise off of this stack. O'Dwyer going to just try to flop any piece, has too much committed, he knows everyone's waiting for him. 210K behind.
O'Dwyer desperately needs to find a situation where he can get the rest of these chips in. A 5 of spades is the lone flush draw here, but 8 high is dusty.
Does have 3 spades, and is this enough? Wow. This is interesting because O'Dwyer's gone for the stop and go. He's got his opponent's got King 10, no spade in hand.
I mean, it's just about all in. And yeah, you see Watson, he's like, how did I end up here? Getting 4.5-ish to 1.
This would be a huge pickup for 8-5 off.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. You can see Brian Rast just finishing up dinner there. How was it? How was that?
Yeah, we're ready to go. That was great.
Yeah.
It was, you know, the buffet down there is delicious. The first week I passed up the dessert every time, but we're here for PLO, and so it's time for the dessert after the No Limit Hold'em. I thought it would be appropriate if I just got dessert after my meal as well.
Oh, okay. Was that the only one you had, or was it maybe a couple different? There's a lot of things to try down there.
You want to split it, bro? No, yeah, it's the only one I got. Yeah, they have a bunch more, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, on the
plenty
next break.
of desserts down there. I usually get like 6 or 7 and hope no one sees, and then just have a bite of each, you know, just like try it like Goldilocks. Everyone, welcome back.
I love that strategy.
Yes,
that's
the
so
Triton
GTO.
Super High Roller Series. Well, now you know, next time. This is the 100K PLO main event, our first coverage of PLO here. We did crown a winner in the 25K earlier today, but this is the big one. You know, they're playing for big money, and they're playing for one of those incredible Jacob & Co. watches. So, yeah, this is very exciting. It's the first time I've ever called PLO, so that's also going to be a lot of fun. It's nice to have a guy like you who has a lot of experience, you know, with the game and success in PLO. And yeah, should we talk a little bit about the feature table?
Yeah, let's do it.
So on the feature table, you will recognize some familiar faces. One being, of course, Danny Tang, trying to extend that lead in the POY rankings. We have
Coon caught up to him a little bit. He got like 6th, I think.
Yeah.
So didn't pass him, but now is in second, probably not by too much.
Yeah, we have Tan Xuan as well, who obviously, you know, was a force and a presence in that 200K. As we take a look at the room here, you know, you'll see some familiar faces like Sean Winter over there, but maybe some new ones. A lot of, you know, Scandinavians coming in, a lot of different PLO experts, cash game pros. There's Dylan Lin.
PLO's big
further
in Europe. So, yeah, and it's a short flight. Bunch of guys from Europe came out to play.
Yeah, I did remark just yesterday there was a lot of new energy in the building. A lot of these guys coming in. There is our feature table, and you can see they are very, very, very deep stack. And leading the charge right there at the top is Cabrerizo with 193 big blinds. That is a lot of chips. Andres Namath, actually quite an old friend of mine, someone that I used to be in the streets with, you know, playing back in sort of 2012 era. I actually bumped into him last night, had a great chat. Richard Greiko in third on the feature table, and then you can see Danny and Schwen there.
Listen,
near the
man,
bottom.
you just skipped over Elis Parsonen.
Oh, tell me.
Okay,
Tell me.
this guy's a beast. He's been coming out to Vegas and playing the Poker Go PLO stuff and just like crushing them and winning.
Great.
And I've heard that he's just a phenomenal PLO tournament player from people who I think know what they're talking about.
Well, then
and I
it's gonna
have
be a real
heard
treat
good
to
things
watch
about
him.
some of the other people at this table. But yeah, like the guy you skipped over might be the best. Might be the guy at this table who you would like take the piece of if all their stacks were even. Is what I'm saying.
This is why I need you. I love it.
Yeah.
Should we put it like this or
just go like this.
like this?
I love this
Wow,
jacket
look
too.
at
He's
this.
ready.
This is
Oh my gosh. Incredible
Jacket
vibes
with
here.
the hat.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's colorful.
Danny gonna let go of the King 6-5 combo there. Parsonen raising it up. Double suited ace queen 6 deuce. Fair to say we're going to see a lot less sort of raise and takes pre-flop compared to the Hold'em tournaments?
I don't know. We just saw.
Yeah, we just saw one.
That's got to be one of his lighter opens, I feel.
Yeah.
It's real bad having a deuce. The hand's pretty disconnected. Also, like the 6 high suit, like I think it's definitely an open with ace and queen high suits, but, you know, I mean, they're pretty deep, and maybe Parsonen likes what we looked to the left in that one and the blinds and liked what he saw and went for a raise.
Yeah, and someone who's going to be, you know, one of the most proficient at a game will, you know, have license to maybe play a few more hands than than the average player in this field should. Another pretty playable one here. Super rappy. Queen Jack 10-9 suited to the jack. Andres with a pretty interesting holding himself. Ace-8 of diamonds, those 3 connected, but letting it go.
Wow, passes it. Okay.
Just a utility of early position kind of.
Yeah, I would guess if he's on the button, he flats that for sure, or maybe just didn't like the idea of multiple people coming in.
What?
Maybe not playing a pot with Elis in particular. UTG opening range.
Namath got to look at it because he was wondering how
Yeah.
his hand would do, and he realized that he was very, very live with the ace-8.
Well, generally in
7-6.
PLO, you're going to be pretty live.
Yeah.
You got those 4 cards.
No more TV
You see
time.
equity's going to run a lot closer.
And unfortunately, it appears as though we are going to lose the Finnish superstar.
Oh, we're losing Parsonen.
Yeah.
I promise you no one on the table's upset about that.
Yeah. You can see light smiles.
Did you arrange that?
So even
No one
joking
gonna know
about arranging to get him taken off the table, was that?
Yeah. So heads up here to the Queen 7-5, the table chip leader and second overall on the leaderboard. Cabrerizo. Rurizo. Great name.
Got checked through, which Nemeth has to like. It's really uncomfortable there with the 5. Probably ends up folding it versus a like a large bet.
Kind of one of those strange hands where no one really has anything. It's a bit rare in PLO.
Well, ace high decide to bluff here.
Mm.
It's kind of hard to have worse than ace high.
Ace 5.
Yeah, and the 5 is going to take it down. Don't get used to that, people. And even pro beers, Andres
This
Nemeth.
hand was a bit less crazy than the ones we played lately online.
Yeah.
He had a few tables.
More that way.
Yeah, you can see it.
I could see like a flash of color.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Oh, these hand doesn't need to bluff.
Well, it might need, but I was just giving it up. It was a very gentlemanly thing, my friend. Just gave it to me.
So there's a little insight into
He's
some of
not
the history
usually
these
the one
players
who likes to give it away.
might have with each other,
It's kind
talking
of
about
fun,
how
few tables. Just everyone against each other.
they have a lot of history online.
It's what it
cash
sounds
games.
like.
Yeah.
It sounds like most of the pots they play online aren't
like
quite
that.
as passive as that one.
Yeah, yeah.
Cho la. 这里个 AA 他妈的。
There's Tan Xuan.
10,000? Okay. Huh?
Always fun having Tan at the table.
新手
Play some
新手啊。
Interesting pots. See if Danny flats this in position. Yeah, I don't think this hand is good enough to 3-bet
I'm
here.
new player.
That 4 dangler. Pretty good flop for Danny. You can see despite being behind, he has more equity. He's got the second nut flush draw, he's got a pair, he's got backdoor hearts, he's wrapped around the jack. He's not going anywhere. I do think they're deep enough here with like a 6-1 SPR or whatever, or 5. I don't think he's going to raise this. I don't expect. Probably just flat in position. His hand plays pretty well.
Call.
Calling. You can call like most of the time on the turn. This is a pretty bad turn card for Danny. And Tan has to kind of like this. I mean, his hand is not very robust. Right, queens with, you know, he does have backdoor hearts, but it's going to be a lot of turn cards Tan doesn't like, but that has to be one of his better turn cards. And as you can see, it actually makes the 2-pair counterfeit.
And is it fair to say that, you know, Danny shouldn't have a ton of 5s really in his range here, you know, with the kind of, you know, wraps he might have, the spades?
He can have a decent amount of 5s.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
In the same way that he already has a 4, he could simply just have a 5, yeah.
But after checking back the turn,
Yeah.
he doesn't have too many, and which has prompted Tan to value bet his queens. Now Danny deciding if he wants the call with his 10. He's playing king 10. He's not really beating any value. But it's not hard to find bluffs for Tan as well.
Is going to let it go.
This is not a great hand to play in the hijack. Can look attractive to people who aren't too familiar with PLO.
Open 只能约是1.5
be good enough for a button race.
Yeah.
哪个都是 pot 啊，没办法。pot 应该不止啊，不止这么多钱呢。我不想去想，因为他应该不会错。
And perhaps an indication about how the ranges do shift in later position. Something like Jack 7-6-5 to the spades, compared to, say, the Ace 8-7-6 to the ace that was folded in early position earlier.
This feels like a pretty light peel to me by the small blind, though. I mean, the button didn't make it pot. He did go like 2.7 or whatever, but still feels like a pretty marginal holding.
Between two players that are very, very familiar with each other and, you know, with a great deal of history.
他这个 pot 就是没有算 ante 的是吧？什么意思啊？就比如说没有，是吧？应该如果上 ante 的话，破还要多一点是吧？对。
The very rare 0 equity on the turn in PLO.
啊，那我们打现金的时候一直都算啊。对。
He has a pair of 7s, Lautaro, in the small blind. It's hard to have a worse hand than this. He also does have 1 heart and a jack. Can he find some bluffs here? And Nemeth, who was certainly not going to fold up until the river, may have just found himself a potential fold.
And this is sizing that suggests value, maybe some small hearts. You know, wasn't a particularly big bet at all, and it I think it tripped up on just a little bit. Looking out at the rest of the field, the chip leader right now is Joe Schwen. But before we do that, let's talk a little bit about Poker Stake. QR code's right there. It's the exclusive staking partner of Triton, rake-free and no transaction-free. You can also go to pokerstake.com to learn more about it. You know, you're watching these guys play, you're thinking, oh, it'd be nice if I had a piece of them, but I don't know them. I don't know how to reach out to them. Well, you can just go through PokerStake and end up having a piece of the action. Can tell you from personal experience of having action of players. It is lots of fun, and with the interaction, of course, with this incredible Triton Poker Plus app, going to be able to pretty much watch every single hand, and sometimes they'll be on the feature table, and that's going to be a really fun way to enjoy the Triton High Roller Series. So as I was saying, Joe Schwen, the chip leader with 614,000 up top with 200 big blinds. Second in chips is going to be the Spaniard on the table here. Clemens Reuter in third with 550. And some familiar faces to me, Joni Jokamainen, also known as Bustoville online, another old legend that I used to play a lot with back in the day. He's fifth in chips with over $500,000. Dylan Weissman, PLO specialist. We saw him playing a little two-card over the last 10 days or so. Had a couple of, runs into the money. Ike Haxton, 8th place. Paul Pua, 9th. Dylan Lind in 11th. Christopher Frank, another player I played a lot with. So a lot of players out here, a lot of experts. Jason Coon's in 12th as we go 3 ways to this 3-8-9, 2 diamonds board.
And Don Schwan over-calling with a really dusty one. This is not high-low here. This is PLO high only.
It's like he's trying to build a bike, but all he has is wheels and no frame, right? Yeah, easy takedown for Lautaro, who adds to his stack.
What do you play next after Montenegro?
I'll go to Vegas, but I'm going home first. I'm going to Vegas mainly to just get away from, life. Just go there and train.
Yeah.
In Asia, it's hard for me. I have friends calling me. You want to come out? You want to eat?
Life.
Yeah. In Vegas, I won't.
Yeah, I think during a poker trip, it's actually pretty easy to live well.
Yeah, exactly. Especially, like, actually, Triton's like so perfect. Like, you never have to go to bed past 2, pretty much, and they always force you to almost wake up around.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. So it's pretty good.
Hear that? Come play at Triton. We'll get you up before noon for your 2 p.m. start time. Ace King 5-5 for Greco on the button. The interaction of the spades must be very interested in entering this pot. Speaking of pot, he pots it to 10-5.
And after playing the ace 5-4 too, suited to the 4, pretty sure this one is going to look pretty good to Ton.
Yeah, Ton looks like he's really happy to splash around here on day 1 of this main event. Going to get an overcall from the King 7-6-4. 2 clubs that are notched by Ton's clubs.
We've got top 2 versus bottom set.
Whoa.
And Danny Tang also has the dummy end of the wrap.
Yeah, 6-7, 4-7, 6-4.
So every player interested here. This is not all immediately a very dicey spot for Danny in a 3-way pot when the first player bets pot. I think I'd actually like to see Danny fold this.
I would too. I mean, you know, if he does hit the 6-7 version of this straight, you know, the 9 also creates 10-7 and Queen 10.
They're all not the nuts other than the 4, right?
And, yeah.
So
and Richard now must be thinking, you know, this, sure, it could be 2 8s, but a lot of Jack 8 combos. He has bet about, you know, decent amount of his stack, only 130,000 back.
Yeah, I mean, Ton only has 130 back, so.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe soon.
Okay.
What a fish.
Perhaps also recognizing, you know, could be against a wrap. Is this more just a trap and just, hope for that?
Yeah, look for a clean card and see what happens.
Jack 8, right?
Same.
What's that? King? Oh, bottom set.
Schwen might be heading to the registration desk unless he rivers a Jack or an 8.
What a great fold by me.
How about now, Danny?
What a shit fold now.
Yeah, the 6-4 gets there. But a lot of reasons to
我
get
本来
out
有
of
点
that
希
pot.
望你走了，我现在玩什么呢？再抽这个，过来回来报仇嘛。
52 entrants so far here in this 100K PLO main event. 42 remain.
Oh,
Daughter.
you plan to get one more?
Yep. Yeah, hopefully soon. Would be nice. Yeah. It's even better than I thought. Being a parent.
Really?
Yeah, I love it.
I have like 0.
I mean, with your, what, like 28?
No. 32.
32. Okay. I mean, I'm 41, so when I was 32, I didn't have plans yet.
Ace King 10-3 double
if
suited.
I want to be a parent, I want to be a young parent, like being able to like play football with him or something when he's older. But then I wouldn't want to lose that kind of freedom right now either. So it's
Mid-set for
weird one.
Andres Nemeth as he discusses the merits of
key thing is
fatherhood
just to really have
with
like
Danny
a good
Tang.
wife or a good woman in your life. I think.
Betting with the King 10 gut shot here. Nothing else, much else to speak of, but
Out
Nemeth
of
playing
position
it slow.
this deep, Nemeth opts not to raise. He's going to lose these hands that he's crushing. You do run into situations where it can be difficult, but top set's pretty robust. And now he even has an open-ended straight draw.
Mid-set, you mean?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Mid-set is pretty robust.
And you can see that queen in Andres' hand does sort of block the king-queen combos, queen-8 that your opponent might have here, which is nice. And now, with that river, Nemeth actually does have that queen-9 straight.
So let's see if Andras decides to check if Richard bluffs. I think if Andres tries to get value, there's not much to say. Richard can't call with his hand.
what's a good bluff here?
Something worse than, I don't know. It was just, I guess, like something with a king or a queen, just like one pair, or maybe like shit two pair. Like
It's hard for you to.
I mean, like something like ace, queen, jack. Unless it's like ace, king, jack or something. No? I would think so.
Noted.
But I'm just, that's just a guess.
Are you better at this or are you better at hold'em? Christoph.
Me? I'm not good at PLO.
What are you doing here?
Gambling.
Got to appreciate the honesty from Chris Brewer.
Well, I mean, maybe.
Yeah,
Probably.
Good point.
but,
Yeah, good
like,
call. Missing a card from Danny Tang, but those first three look real nice. King, Queen of Hearts, and the 10 of Spades. Brewer, pretty nice hand. And Brewer is going to take a significant lead here with the trip 8s.
Wow, ace 8. Huge hand for Brewer.
Yeah, and the nut flush draw now for Danny Tang. But of course, he's not going to be playing it very aggressively or even really want to put too much money in on a Heart River. Nemeth some consideration here and is going to turn this hand
It's a
into
real
a bluff.
interesting candidate to turn into a bluff. I mean, I guess he does beat the board, but realistically speaking has almost no showdown. I guess he's deciding that it's just good to bluff with a bunch of cards that are lower than the 8.
Mm-hmm.
Because trying to get our opponents to fold pairs 9s through kings, potentially even an ace.
That seemed like a lot of cards from the exact same card.
Yeah.
The same denomination.
Oh,
sorry.
8,000.
So yeah, I mean, I guess Danny Tang's other card here is a king or a diamond that's probably like a 6 or higher.
Or maybe ace of clubs? Is that
Yeah,
a bit too thin?
potentially that as well.
I don't want the world to know.
Well, it's not the ace of clubs.
We're technically ahead with this ace, but, you know, unlike in Hold'em, if you were to have something like ace-4 of hearts, this would be quite a nice flop. Imagine in Omaha, you are less enthusiastic.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's pretty brutal because it's really hard for a run out to be any good for you.
The backdoor hearts, I imagine, is a big part of why he would call this bet, right? Without a backdoor flush draw, probably just a fold.
Yes. I mean, this is the problem in PLO when you play hands with a bunch of little cards in them, is that like deuces are horrible, threes are just barely a little better, and fours are like, you know, not that great. So yes, he has an ace and he has a suit, but the rest of his hand is garbage. Really, you're defending it in the big blind versus non-pot open just off the nut suit mostly. And yeah, you have an ace.
And quite a nice two-barrel here from Danny if we assume that the other card isn't, say the 9. Well, it can't be the 9 of diamonds, so.
But Latoro has shown that he likes playing hands pre-flop, but yeah, this is a fold on the turn.
Yeah, nice bet from Danny Tang.
Wouldn't be surprised if Danny had like the queen of diamonds or the 8 of diamonds. Or I guess there's 2 diamonds on the turn, but yeah, that was probably another diamond in his hand. Actually, probably not the ace of diamonds. He might check that back.
Game.
Might not. I mean, you can kind of go either way with the ace of diamonds there. It's okay to build the pot and check back river as well, unless you hit your flush.
Yeah, there is our leaderboard here, and you can see just so many more big blinds than what we're used to seeing in these early levels here in the PLO. Lataro Guerra still our table chip leader with 570,000. Richard, 146 after winning that nice pot and eliminating Schwen. Andres Nemeth, 137. Chris Brewer, just arriving at the table, has 112. And Danny with just 76 blinds. The average stack right now, I can tell you, is 310,000, 103 big blinds. So something to consider. We are playing 1,500, 3,000 with a 3,000 ante.
2 years, maybe.
I mean, if you go into EPT to play a 25K, this 25K here must be better, no?
That was a good one, the last one, like the big 25K there. But yeah.
Nemeth loving his first 3 cards. Not so much his fourth, but it's good enough for an open here at the cutoff. And takes it down.
Is it already public where it's gonna be the next Triton?
Monte Carlo.
Next one is Monte Carlo?
Yeah.
When?
1st of November.
1st of November. Okay. If I do well before, I might. It would be nice to go again.
I hope you do well.
Me too. Thank you.
Me 3.
What's your online name?
On.
I forgot, because people call you by another name, right?
Yeah, they call me Probius.
Yeah, that's the one.
On Stars, yes.
Probius.
Yeah, that's right. You know, like 20 years ago, or like 18 when I started to play, it was like a huge dream to become like a pro. It was not like now when it's like basically like a sweating word.
Pro what? Pro Pierce.
Beers. Beers, it's like a childhood like friendship gang we had, like in the middle school.
How do you spell that?
B-I-R-S.
B-I-R-S.
Yeah, it actually means like some sort of apple. But it was
Apple?
like, yeah, it has nothing to do with poker. It was just our friendship, like.
Andres getting involved with the 10-10-9 deuce. Double suited. How do you feel about this hijack open?
It's fine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That 10, 10 and 9.
Double suited 10s. You got
Yeah.
the 10 and 9.
And Danny completing in the big blind with that ace, queen, 4, 3 with the 2 hearts. You can see the percentages always quite close in Omaha. Just with that 10 deuce of spades right now was 42%. Now down to 27.
Wow, and I think Andres, he has a pretty nice hand to double barrel here because he's blocking queen 10 and he still has a flush draw. So this would be a pretty natural bluff combo here.
Yeah, and Danny,
he's basically never good versus check call. Like, so I mean, you could check back and realize, but yeah, I think you're kind of not really playing the game if you check this back, is what it boils down
it's
to.
pretty tough for Danny here, right? It's about 23% of his stack to call off here.
Yeah,
with just a pair. I know we have that sneaky wheel draw as well, but
he could be dead.
Yeah,
you know, if the guy has queen 10, like, yeah, I think Danny has to fold, and so Nemeth gets a nice one through. Would have been surprised if he didn't barrel the turn.
Yeah,
frankly.
Overall under 80. Overall under 85.
Under 85. Over
Under.
80. I think 80. I think I get 82.
Wow, Brewers did some quick math there. He's already thought about it.
Wow, that's very precise given that there's 52
so we're not even
people left.
halfway yet.
Yeah.
We're practically halfway now, actually. Yeah, halfway now.
It's like
And the last few levels get pretty shallow. Like someone will end up in for 3 or 4. Someone's probably going to end up in for 4.
How much?
9,000.
Danny with the ace, king, 8-4. Big part of the reason we see this flat. Surely the ace 4 of clubs. Nemeth with some 10-9, 7-5 action, but the big interesting hand, of course, Lautaro's aces. But very difficult, especially 3 ways to win a pot with just aces, and you can see that coming to fruition right away as Nemeth flopping trip 9s.
And Nemeth is taking his time here. I wonder if he's thinking about leading. Yep. And Lautaro is not going to fold, getting 4-1. Probably just call. Raise seems a bit crazy.
Yeah, you must feel like you're, still drawing to the nuts.
Still drawing to the nuts. You're ahead if our opponent is bluffing. Against wraps, maybe it's like 50-50. Against a 9, you're way behind. We're in position. Backdoor diamonds. Now on the turn, is going to be when Guerra really has his first decision, assuming Nemeth just keeps betting, because after leading flop, betting again seems kind of the most natural way. I mean, his flop bet was only 1/3 pot, so you're getting floated there, you know, by a decent amount of stuff. And at this point, the real semi-bluff hands was 7-8-5 or 7-8-10, something that picked up spades. And then your 9x want to go for a large bet that's kind of polar, and it's starting to put over pairs in a pretty tough spot. I do think that with no backdoor equity here, Guerra can fold.
So here's a question for you, Brian. So how does the fact that Guerra has the ace of spades have any relevance in this hand? Because obviously the board is paired and it's a lot different, but you know, were there a spade to come on the river that didn't boat up Nemeth, presumably he would check, and then having that ace of spades, maybe, does that matter at all, or it's just in these paired boards you wouldn't even be really betting a flush on the river?
I mean, he would be betting a flush. Saying it's not relevant now is not correct, but essentially you're looking for a node where your opponent has a 9, a flush comes, and now you're turning aces into a bluff to get 3 9s to fold because you're repping the flush, which only happens 20% of the time that you're going to hit that spade.
Yeah.
And you need your opponent to then not just fold, but also not decide to check
turn
raise
it into
you.
a bluff.
It's just this huge parlay, and I do think it would be a factor that he would consider if maybe he had a gutter to go along with the aces. I've got aces. I've got a gut shot straight draw, and I have this ace of spades. But, you know, he has no other equity, and I just don't think that's enough. So, you know, is it not a factor at all? It's a factor, but it's a really small one. That'd be the way I'd put it. And I think his fold is really understandable as the hand shook out.
Couple suited aces here. The ace 9-8 deuce. For
Like,
Danny
it's
Tang to
less
the diamonds.
important to have aces there than it is, like, you'd rather have jacks in a flush draw or like queens in a 7-8. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter aces versus queens really. His opponent never has like kings, and it's just like betting flop and turn into the pre-flop raiser. You know, 3rd pot on flop and then 80% on turn. So
Open-ended here for the aggressor, Danny Tang. The jack
Can I bet
would
20? Okay,
not be as thrilled. The 6 would be absolute gin, but Andres Nemeth with the very, very strong set of 7s. Just going to call. Doesn't even necessarily want to get it in here. He could be up against a bunch of wraps, better sets. 9 would have filled queen jack. Neither have any queens or jacks. Bit of a difficult barrel, I think, for Danny Tang. Certainly a lot of queens.
same idea here. This is an interesting hand to turn into a bluff, I think. It's really hard for Danny after, I guess he was the better on the flop, but it's kind of still hard for him to have worse than like a pair of 9s.
Yeah, and he certainly can have ace jack here.
Yeah, or just something else with the jack. 10 jack,
Doesn't feel
king
good about
jack.
this one.
Oh, would have gotten it through though.
That's all I have.
Oh, and he knows it now.
It's not 100% that bluff gets through, but it probably does.
Little hand funeral here for Danny Tang. You know, I don't know much about the proficiency of Danny Tang's Omaha game. I would probably suggest
I should say it to myself.
that Hold'em is
I thought that was not supposed to.
the game that he is the master at these days, and up against these huge cash game players. So how about sportsbet.io? It's your ultimate sports prediction destination, and it's fun, it's fast, it's fair, and they take crypto. So got a little crypto and you want to bet on some things, they got a wide range of digital currencies supported. Experience smooth crypto betting at all times with sportsbet.io. No lags, user-friendly site. Welcomes even beginner punters with the sportsbet.io. Back to the action.
Depends on how many hands you like on the button.
Yeah.
I can find some naked king tens with.
Yeah, so I don't want to make any judgments about Danny's game, but I would say if he wasn't as good at Omaha than he was at Hold'em, he would still be playing these events, and they're not. He's going to be playing against a lot of real cash game experts that play these games all the time, like an Andres Nemeth.
Notable laydown there.
Yeah.
See under the gun that Greco folded 10-9-8-6 single suited. And I actually think it's the correct fold, but I don't think it's one that most players make. I think people probably are overvaluing that hand under the gun with like 100 big blinds. It's close. You are kind of deep enough where you can play it, but I think it's showing some savviness by Richard Greco in that spot.
Yeah, Greco with no results on the Triton Tour, but was in London for the 25K pot limit Omaha and played yesterday's 25K pot limit Omaha. So it does suggest that this game is his specialty, and that's a good catch from Brian. That it was a fold there under the gun that a lot of people maybe wouldn't make, but is correct. Maybe an indication of pretty bladed ranges from the Brit. We have a new chip leader. Fan favorite, Sean Winter. 711,000 chips for 237 big blinds. He won a massive, massive pot against aforementioned Joni Jokamainen, Bustoville.
Did he win in cash last night?
Last night, I don't know.
Yeah.
Before he won like 1.7.
Oh yeah, I was in the game for that one. Yeah. A lot of it. I mean,
did you not try to play last night?
I was an alternate. I was in the PLO.
Try again.
Danny's showing a little
I think Adrian
sarcastic frustration,
but
but
like 2.5 million above all on EV against me. Probably exaggerating. It's probably like 1.5. But he is beat
That was a
so
pretty
much.
pretty gross hand you had.
That was something.
I thought those days were over. Like I was like, it's like a time machine.
too.
This is like
No,
2020.
I thought those days
like
were
this
over.
guy is now winning every single tournament. Like he was like always winner photo, PLO, whatever. I was like,
it's never over now.
It was kind of actually like nostalgic.
Throwback video.
Oh,
The
wow.
problem was it was like very big.
I mean, yeah, it was
Double
very
open
$13
ender,
million
although the ace
pot.
is makes both
Yeah, I mean that's
the wheel and Broadway
pretty wise. It has to be the
for
worst
Danny.
one taken.
And Richard Greco's got the nut flush draw and a gutter himself.
Tough to take. It's tough to run like 1.8 or 1.9 below in a hand.
full pot from Richard Greco.
I mean, you have to
Yeah,
have a
I think Danny pretty much just has to call
That
here.
day, like a few days later, like
I mean,
it settles.
all of his outs make the nuts, unless it's a spade, but the nut straight.
I mean, it's kinda
Danny
like
looking
better
for an
to have,
ace, 9, or a 6.
like this than having just,
Jack
like,
of spades
showing, like,
comes in, giving Richard Greco the nut flush, but board is paired. Don't think he's going to be too concerned about that, though.
I
Probably would
agree.
have heard from Danny with a Jack 10 or a pocket 4s.
Yeah, a jack's up as Danny probably bets the flop. So
Would you say maybe the only combination of boat Danny could have is maybe like a Jack 4? That would check back the flop and then...
he could have some like Jack 2. It's possible for him to have it, but yeah, it's pretty unlikely, right? He's just not going to play too many hands that way.
Yeah.
But you could find a hand like King, King, Jack, Deuce decides to check back the flop, for example. It's...
Would you say you run shit this series?
I don't know. It's confusing. I ran really bad when I had a lot of when I was in high leverage spots, but like I ran pretty good to
get there the first.
Yeah,
I agree.
But yeah,
fair assessment.
Oh, Richard Greco with a really nice hand.
Yeah, we want more money in the pot with this one, but yeah, Greco is going to pot it. Danny, another suited ace, finding himself with a plethora of these ace-X single suited hands.
Greco's a favorite despite having his clubs covered, and with the queen being lower than an ace. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, switches up pretty significantly though on the jack deuce deuce, down to 27%. As the aggressor, and sort of wrapping around that jack.
Yeah, not the flop Greco's looking for.
Yeah, an ace-jack going to be quite good enough as Danny Tang sorts himself out. Natural 8. Sticker falling off. Calls.
And that's a card that gives Greco quite a bit of equity. Wouldn't be... Thing is, hitting the pair of 8s, though, he might decide to make this a check call, and he's going to barrel again with other queen 10-9. Yeah, I like this, because he's going to have some other like queen 10-9 hands that he mostly bets, but when he has queen 10-9 with an 8, makes a lot of sense to now check it. You have some showdown with the 8.
River gives Danny Tang trip jacks. A good reminder for those at home that maybe aren't especially familiar with Omaha. You can only use 2 cards, so this would not be a full house like it would be in Hold'em. Danny right now has the ace, jack, jack, jack.
Danny has a very easy bet. I do think as Richard, it's not that easy to come up with bluffs that your opponent has as played.
Yeah, she's just going to have a jack so often, right?
Yeah, and I think also it's like, if my opponent's very experienced PLO player, maybe they'll have more, but like in this particular line on this run out, I don't know a guy that doesn't play a ton of PLO. Like, it's not easy to have bluffs because it's like you have to float with nothing on the flop that then the 8 helped or didn't help, either one, and you didn't bet when check 2, and now you're just like bluffing river with it.
Seems like a value line, yeah.
Yeah.
Lines up, 2,000, 4,000 with the 4,000 ante.
I have more chips than Laszlo and Stevie. And that's Yanni, right? Is that Yanni?
That's on Winter.
Yuki Mainen?
Yeah. So, I mean, doing
I
pretty
mean, it's
well.
PLO. None of this matters yet. It's like counting a stack in a short deck tournament right now.
Yeah.
It just doesn't matter.
I'm just trying to pat myself on the back, okay? Why are you doing this to me?
You have more than they have combined, pretty much, right?
14, right?
King,
Let's
queen,
have
jack,
more than
3
Chris.
double suited for Brewer. More than
Not more
enough
than me.
to open the hijack.
Going to.
Maybe. You probably need to play this hand then.
Lataro with the jacks. Ace, deuce. Only suited to the jack. This close for you, or is this a fold? Ace, jack, jack,
I think
deuce.
Laszlo would
Yeah,
call with
not
this
suited to the ace, I've
I
folded.
think I'm going to win.
Versus the
How much
hijack.
rear raise?
Suited to the jack, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
also
hell of a
versus
play.
a pot raise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I guess I
I think you play it suited to the ace.
You would play it suited to the ace? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know in No Limit, right? If you start peeling like 8-3 off, it doesn't matter who you are, you know. You're gonna be fucked.
Yeah.
But in this, it's not, right?
No, I think so too.
But you said Laszlo's gonna be peeling.
Yeah, but like
which is gonna be clear
he's
garbage.
he might find like he could maneuver post flop like very few players. So like maybe like something a hand I should fold. Like he gets it to like a bit better. Like just see it. I don't know. Maybe he folds this one too.
How much is that playing?
I mean, couldn't I think like Ivy could definitely defend more because people would play like more scared against him. At least sometimes in the past. Maybe not now, but like you know.
Aces and the Fugazi aces for Latero Guerra.
See what Nemeth does here. He could 3-bet this. Yeah.
Yeah, blocking the aces, so feeling a bit more comfortable too.
Yeah, it's also just
a good hand.
You have kings. You're connected with the ace, king, queen. You've got a king high suit. I do think versus a 4-bet, maybe he ends up folding.
Right.
I mean, his equity is very dust versus aces, and Guerra definitely doesn't need to have aces if he 4-bets, but he
does he need to
has
4-bet
them
is
a
the question.
Pretty, yeah, he's gonna 4-bet, of course.
120. It's 120 plus 4, so 124.
Yeah, if you're Nemeth here, I think maybe you let this go. I mean, they could have some dynamic where they've played a bunch of crazy.
Yeah.
You know, it sounds like they've played together.
I mean, based on expression,
yeah.
and this is a good call you made, Brian, expecting this actually to be a 3-bet fold and, you know, something a little different, I guess, in Omaha than, say, Hold'em. You wouldn't often 3-bet a big, like something like pocket kings and then just fold to a 4-bet. I mean, it's so different.
Well,
it's
because in PLO, what happens is some of your very strongest hands that aren't aces actually perform really badly against aces.
King 10,
So
9, 8 double.
if he had a hand like that, like King 10, 9, 8 double,
Ace,
or like
Jack 9,
he's going to call another 80.
He'll definitely call there.
Sometimes you just
because
take
that
the ace, Jack,
hand's
Jack,
fine
Jack,
against
fold
aces.
that or something.
So it's a weird interaction where in Hold'em it's very linear.
Like a Queen Jack 9, 10, even
Like
like single suited, he might
kings
3-bet
in that
call there.
spot. Yeah, you're.
If you had something
obviously
like
pair
that,
over pair, you're in bad shape. But if your opponent has ace, king, or queens, because it's like a very linear top of your range. Like kings is ace better than kings, better than queens, better than jacks by like the same amount, right?
Yeah, and if he has
an ace too.
Ace X of spades too is a consider. Like you don't have the nut flush even
Yeah,
draw.
PLO hands don't really work that way. Because like kings, ace, king, king is doing awesome against other top of range hands except aces, where you're crushed, right? So it's not this like very linear, like the 1 is better than 2 is better than 3, like all at the same amount. Like a hand like 9, 8, 7, 6 double suited plays great against aces.
Yes. And look at that top set in the door for Lataro. Danny Tang just 2% equity.
Queen
with bottom 2 pair.
10, 9, 7 double. Here we
Danny does have the bottom and middle pair, and
I think with top set here he might just they're not very deep. Actually deep you definitely raise, but he's probably still going to raise anyway. Yeah. I think Danny can actually fold this hand.
Yeah.
Because it's just his hand is so dust when he's beat.
Can't be
Like
good, right? I don't know. Not very good.
good fold.
Probably not very good.
Depend on the other cards. It's
Nothing.
Nothing. 4-5 or something. Oh, what I was meaning, like if people are a bit scared or they respect, let's say, Laszlo more, you might, realize more equity.
what do we think about the cutoff
Am I
open with
supposed to
10,
bet
7,
fold
7,
out?
6, 3 spades? Is that a bit loose?
What do you have like that?
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe that was the first mistake in the hand.
That's a fold.
Yeah.
For what it's worth.
What you did is fine too. It's gotta be fine, but I think I would prefer to show that.
It's just like a few too many things are bad. You have
Yeah.
3 spades.
Full house.
You're not that connected between the 10 and 7, yeah.
You know, 7s aren't that big a pair. Like,
Man, you said no
cut,
tone.
was he cut off?
How much?
Yeah.
Call.
You're probably opening like 8-7-7-6 with one not tri-suit.
Yeah.
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 Just stop playing.
Or like 8-7-6-6. But like even once you like 9-7-6, like 9-7-7-6 tri-suit's probably a fold.
So I would say the trend that we're seeing from Danny is whenever he has a suited ace, he's entered the pot no matter how, you know, not great the other cards is. This may be another example of a hand at the hijack that maybe we would consider letting go even though it hasn't a suited ace.
Yeah, pitch it.
Yeah. So instead he does limp, gets him another over limp, and we go 4 ways. So Danny doing a lot of fishing here in the first 2 levels
I would
of our
say,
broadcast.
assuming that Danny, well, there's a couple things going on. If he's just trying to play the highest EV style, like assuming that he's being authentic, which he likely is, that he's not a PLO player, I probably wouldn't go into a tournament where a lot of people are better than me and play like more hands that I should.
Right.
Right? That's probably not the
That's going to be
EV path.
difficult to cash.
Now, Danny might have other motivations.
Right.
Because Coon just got 6th in Player of the Year, and I don't think they've updated because Coon's still in 3rd on when I looked, but like it's got to be close between him and Coon.
Right.
So like Danny could be going in and going, okay, this is so close. Like I'm going to gamble a little bit. It might mean I re-enter once or twice, but it will increase my chances of winning the Player of the Year slightly, which not only is cool, but is also worth $200,000.
Well, I can ask producer James to if that has been updated, which I assume it isn't, and what
I need it for the
you know, maybe we can find out what he would have gotten for that 6th place finish.
No, but it could have been called to your 5K also.
Yeah, it could have been. It just didn't feel that way. That's why I laughed.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I thought it was funny.
Frustrating.
So I am being told it is up to date. Coon at 32.57 in 3rd place.
Okay, so he still has like a decent lead.
Yeah, he has about a 250 point lead on Daniel Dvoris, who I assume is in this field. And but
I don't know, is he?
Actually,
I don't
the
see
problem
him.
with assuming.
I don't think he is.
Okay, interesting. So
no 4 card for Dvoris, unless he's just like max late regging or something.
Yeah.
Oh. Coming after me, huh?
Seems like
Apparently, Dvoris did play the PLOs in
How much is it?
Jeju.
So yeah, he might be coming in later.
Yeah. I would expect him to, if being 2nd in the POY race.
How do we feel about this open at the cutoff here from Chris Brewer? Is this a bit?
I think it's okay.
Yeah, it's
Ace King is pretty nice,
yeah.
and you have a King high suit. I'd say like 7 and 4 Ace. There's some connectivity. It's probably one of the worst hands he opens.
So pretty crazy flop, actually. It has come King, King 4. Somehow both players do have Ace King. Danny Tang, facing a bet of 8,000, only has 86K back, and he is going to come in for a raise. And you can see Chris Brewer actually has flopped a boat with King 4.
I mean, I guess if you're Brewer here, you just call.
Yeah, your opponent's either bluffing or not, and you just hope that if he does have the king, that he doesn't hit one of his bigger kickers, right?
I mean, if he has the king, like the money's going to go in anyway. Danny's not deep at all. He's got less than a pot-sized bet left, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, pot is now it, and he does hit the 10, and Brewer probably knows that if his opponent does have, you know, a king, it's certainly possible that a 10 is in there as well. He would have loved to have seen a deuce on the turn. So Chris Brewer getting a little unlucky here, maybe something we're used to seeing.
Brewer is thinking, okay, if my opponent has a king, I'm probably getting all the money, unless he sucks out. And if he might have king 10 and I'm dead, or if he has some kind of bluff, how can he put more money in?
I got to say, Chris Brewer seems like a nice guy, but I am interested to see his reaction when he sees how unlucky he gets because, you know, It's becoming a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, and yeah, the defeated look from the American. Can't believe it.
So dumb.
What? I had a better hand the whole time.
I flopped a full house.
Yeah. What do you want me to do?
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not. It's just an annoying hand. I thought you. Okay. Oh, whatever.
How about another 4, Chris? Does that make you feel better?
Brian. I don't know, man. I've been on this tour too damn long. When am I going to catch a break?
You were staring at the river 4, like, do I still win?
You know, fuck.
Do I still win? Like, I don't want to ask you that. Like,
You know, Jesus.
So I will say, for Chris Brewer's sake, you know, he did say that he's sort of maybe joked or was kidding or was serious about not being good at PLO, but he did win the 25K PLO in Cyprus in 2023 for $292,000. Relevant. So he is prepared to play a little PLO and win at PLO. Queen, 10-5. Not a suit to his name, but on the button, that's going to be just fine for a raise.
You know who isn't here? Jared Blesnick.
Oh, the legend.
Where's that guy, the Blez? They're playing a 100K PLO tournament. Why hasn't he shown up?
He's the greatest in the world, right? That's the guy?
I mean,
Self-proclaimed.
Yes. He is really good. Who's the actual greatest in the world? I have no idea.
I was just kidding because it's what he says. But
oh yeah, but he's really good.
22.
Oh.
Greco, just betting here, hoping that Nemeth somehow doesn't have interaction with that 10-8 of diamonds, and this time doesn't. He'll take that. He didn't want to see any more action there.
Don't tell Chris.
I'm fine. I'm used to losing with 90%.
Don't
I guess that time.
No.
I mean, that's not 90%.
That time I only had 75.
That's like...
It's like 75.
On the flop?
Yeah. You have six outs.
10 and jack, yeah.
I mean, you share the 8.
You share the 8. You have 2 to chop.
So 10 and jack.
Yeah. It's like 70. It's like 70 40. I mean, it's fine. It's just a cool, just an annoying one.
Well, no, because I could have repotted pre and then
I would have folded. Yeah.
Well,
they actually outplayed him.
Yeah.
He kept in like the weaker ace-king combinations. He got lucky on the flop, but you got your justice on the river.
Mm. On the river, no, you got it on the tom.
don't get that Chris back. You know, the positive Chris kept winning. When it was the other Chris, he would just do this. You know, so don't get that one back. That one.
I mean, you said it yourself that don't count your chips at this stage in the tournament. It doesn't matter how much you have. So.
It is true. Still an annoying man. Still.
Yeah, like you flop king 4 and you get check raised. Like, it was pretty boring full house. I was hoping somebody had like something else.
It is interesting, Brian, about how there's so much lore with Chris Brewer when it comes to massive suck-out hands, really going either way in his favor against the biggest ones probably more often against, that when something like it happens, it feels worth. It's like they have to have this like sort of eulogize it because of the lore that's been built up about Chris Brewer. You know, it's a really interesting thing to watch. He's just known for, you know, these big suckouts.
Thank you.
Here, these guys gonna take a three-way flop.
Check 10, baby. How many do we have? We got Andres Nemeth. We got no heart draws.
Nope. Just Brewer does have top 2 pair, and Guerra has nada. Zip, zilch, 0.
Just a great jawline. Brewer not going to be thrilled by calling here, but feeling like he can make the effective nuts with a queen or a 9. He's going to stick around. See the percentages really, really favor Nemeth. 68% going to the turn, which is deuce of hearts.
即係撲得高啊！即係歐馬下嘅比賽，總之勁。我喺屋企即係温書，主要都係睇佢打。即係佢好平衡啊！平時人哋嗰啲牌中撚咗咧，都盡量覺得要保護啊，又成，佢唔一定咯。佢唔介意冒一冒險之後遲啲攞你。
Nemeth checked back on the flush. Wow, he's gonna go for value here. Little thin value. I wonder.
Just hoping to get a crying call from a set top 2. It's maybe a bit ambitious, but it's irrelevant. He gets a fold. Guess in the off chance that he also has 10-7, you know, that is another straight that maybe he might call. Trans Mountain Biker on YouTube asks, why 4 cards? What game is this? It's Potlow at Omaha. You're watching the 100K PLO main event here at the Triton Super High Roller Series in Montenegro. We're giving away one of those incredible Jacob & Co. watches. Big implications when it comes to the Player of the Year race. And that man right there you're looking at, Danny Tang, is the current leader. The Ivan Liao Player of the Year. He's got about a 250-point lead on Daniel DeVoris, who's in second, who has not yet registered this event, but Brian and I have theorized that maybe he will join later. Jason Coon is in third place on that leaderboard after having that incredible comeback last year against Stephen Chidwick. He is in this field.
Yeah, he could have won, or moved, sorry, he would have moved into first place. It's not over yet, with a first or second place finish in the main. But sixth still leaves him quite a few points out.
Fair fight between these 3 hands. You can see 28, 37, 30. Those are all going to get jumbled up now. As you can see, Danny Tang takes a significant lead with that 62% equity. Trip aces. Trip aces as well for Chris Brewer, who has 31%, thanks to, you know, the other full house outs he has.
Well, Greco's going to be out of there after Brewer calls. Looks like this is pretty much a 2-to-1 favorite type situation. Will any of them fill up on the turn? And the answer is yes.
Bit of a narrative.
Greco would have filled up.
Yeah. So a little follow-up quickly from Trans Mountain Biker says, I'm watching poker since 2 weeks, and I like it. We are happy to have you, man. Enjoy. And if you have any questions about PLO, about how this works, I'm sure someone in the chat will be happy to explain the rules a little more. We just use 2 cards by the river. You can't use all 4. You can't just use 1. You have to use 2 of your cards. That's the best piece of advice I can give you. $18K from Chris Brewer. Back on Danny Tang. Brewer's going to think he's probably pretty good here.
Yeah, I think so. I wonder what happens on like a 7 river where nobody pairs. Danny will likely check because he checked turn. Will Brewer value bet?
I mean, a 3 is similar to a 7. Yeah, and he quickly checks. I was going to suggest, I think, a quick check. And come on, Brewer. React incredulously. You just got pipped. Taking this one well.
Hard for him to be too upset. He didn't have the best hand the entire time, and he lost about as little as he could have possibly lost on that run.
You're right. Good job not losing too much. Lotaro Guerra is still our table chip leader with 603,500 chips. That's good for 3rd in the overall field of 41 players. Andres Nemeth, 120 bigs. These 2 guys have history together. They discussed it on the table. They play in the highest stakes PLO games against each other. Richard Greiko, someone who's looking pretty solid. He's impressed with some ranges earlier, Brian. He's the 110 bigs. And then Danny Tang and Chris Brewer, the Hold'em experts. Perhaps not as proficient as, say, the top 2 there on our table, but fighting it out, and Danny Tang really wanting to get as many points as possible to secure the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award.
Pardon.
Who's vaping, man? Someone's vaping for sure. It's super strong smell.
Yeah, it smells bad, doesn't it?
It's probably, it's almost guaranteed to be tan.
Tan? No, not tan.
Not?
Not tan.
Okay.
Tang, maybe.
Ace 8-6-4 suited to the ace, and you can see how that 8, 6, and 4 interact with each other for potential goofy wraps, straights. Brewer, king, queen, queen, 8. Is this a call here, you think, at the hijack?
10?
You mean
cutoff? Pardon me.
open?
Yeah.
Oh, the cutoff.
It's close, but it's not.
I like this flat.
Okay.
I'm okay with how everybody's playing their hand so far.
That's what I was referring to.
And Danny with that.
I do agree that the
9-7-6-5.
closest decision is Brewers.
Yeah.
I think Nemeth could also limp his hand, although no one seems to be employing a limping range right now.
Danny taking pause, but just has the 6-5 here and the backdoor hearts. Right? Am I reading that
Yeah,
right?
but he might also think that he has some ways to bluff and win this later. Like, maybe the hijack opening range just misses this sum and is c-betting. But it's definitely a little bit on the thin side.
Do you find a lot of, like, it's interesting what you just said. When you say just c-betting, you think that Andres would c-bet this board without an ace into 2 people as the aggressor?
It's possible, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's doing it
Just
super
with 8
often.
cards to
but
go through. Yeah, that's curious.
But also, it's like the person who flatted in Brewer who flatted in position in the cutoff, like, misses this board all the time.
Interesting. Okay.
So he's folding a lot. Then it's like getting it through the big blind.
And Danny speaks to exactly what Brian suggested, the reason why he called. I had so many plans for that hand, but did not come to fruition.
I'm going to check raise the turn a lot. And just bang.
But yeah, I do think that 5, 6, 7, 9, 1 backdoor only, probably too thin, even versus a small sizing. maybe you'd want a pair to go with it or 2 backdoor flushes. You know what I'm saying? They're just maybe a little bit more than that.
Other typical topics would be like, what are the good restaurants around? Like, oh, you have to try this place. It's so amazing.
Raise 12,000. Oh, maybe check raise flop bet the turn would have been.
Well, if you want to lose the maximum, yes.
Really?
I mean, I had a good hand. I was not folding.
Garo with the ace king 4 deuce at the cutoff, suited to the diamond.
Could be.
Nemeth
Maybe it has to be like check
happy
raise
to
four,
complete
and
with
then
that
bet
double
5-4
suited
or something.
10-6-5-4.
I have 5, 6, 7 with the 9.
Okay. Yeah, you could.
But then my realistic turn, not very good actually. Had it been ace 2, 5, it would have been better because it's ace 2, 4, right?
Pretty nice little flop here for the pre-flop aggressor. Top pair, second nut flush draw.
Danny's trying to get some lessons from Andras when he's in the middle of the pot.
Yeah.
I think, though, this pot's going to end. It's Andras's.
It feels like I have
yes.
something, but I really don't. It's kind of
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah, that was a great way to put it. Let's get Nemeth in the booth. Yeah, Danny. I mean, he's the king of the castle right now. I think anyone's going to be happy to
Maybe you could have check raise flop, 65 turn.
talk to him about this stuff.
You can just jam river, and then it might work.
Yeah, I didn't have a straight, and I didn't have a set of aces, but.
As we go out to the field, you can see that the next feature table is going to have
our chip leader, Sean Winner, or I guess former now. He just got passed by Zhou Shen again.
You can see some other familiar faces. Elton saying, there's Yanni Yakumainen.
Yeah.
Also known as Bustoville. Looked almost Bustoville there after that massive pot that he lost. Just 61,000 left. I have to imagine he might re-enter if he does bust, but can't speak for him. Some other familiar faces in the short stacks. Ding Biao with 20 big blinds. Phil Ivey with 23. Patrick Antonius with 38.
Well, Brewer decides just to knuckle this one back. Interesting. You do get to raise the small blind limp a lot in PLO.
Interesting.
I think his hand, it's not amazing, but it's kind of good enough to maybe do it with.
Yeah, a little something interesting actually for both here. We see Brewer has the 9 high flush draw and the pocket 8s, but it does also have 7-8 for that gutter. You can see that Nemeth is open-ended with the 7-5.
Yeah.
Has the ace of diamonds, which might become relevant.
It's going to cost him money if he wants to bluff a flush, because Brewer has 3 diamonds in his hand.
Yeah. So explain that. That's because when you have 3 diamonds, it's more likely if someone's
it's even
repping
less
that
likely your
that he
opponent
has 2 diamonds.
a flush.
Yeah.
So Brewer seems to have a nice hand just to check back here in some ways. I mean, he's got a lot of drive. If our opponent has a queen or a king, he's probably not folding.
Yeah.
Might fold a queen without much, which is part of the reason why Brewer probably bets pot. Puts a lot of pressure on queen X hands that that don't have much going along with it. Those hands probably fold.
So that's kind of cool, actually, your thought process there, which was that maybe it doesn't feel like a natural bet, but if it is, let's go hard and try to fold out something.
You want to be able to queen with little going on to fold.
And Andres actually calls and rivers the nuts with the 5-7.
This is a crazy river because Brewer makes a set.
And not only does Brewer make a set, but I mean, Brewer has a 7 in his hand, so he's going to feel pretty comfortable value betting a set of 8s here, you think?
Yeah. He's not checking this back.
No. And then he's going to be so pissed when he gets raised.
Realistically speaking, as played, he's only losing to 5-7 because queens or kings are check raising turn.
Yeah.
So
or perhaps betting turn.
Yeah, they're just not check calling. So He's only losing to 7-5.
Right. You know the pop. You know the.
And if you look at what Chris Brewer has bet and what he has remaining, has put exactly half of his stack in, and I think he's going to be spinning when he sees all of the chips go in.
Fuck. I mean, you thought about leading too. I rolled a big hand. So tilting.
Yeah, and with that 7 in hand.
Value bet, but I don't know if I have to call. I've been able to set with a 7.
Tells him.
I mean. So even actually bluffing, yeah. I mean, I just
Hard
have
to
7-5 a lot. It's in blind. I don't even think I need to hero, and I don't really like. I don't bet sets that don't have a 7 or a 5. So whatever. Whatever, I guess.
Great breakdown of the situation. Really nice to hear his thought process out loud. So often this is what players are thinking in their head, and we don't get that.
On for like half pot or something, but it seems silly.
5 seconds.
I think he knows he's going to fold. He just has to do it.
I fold.
Wow, that's a good fold by Brewer.
So cool to listen to his thought process, right? That was really, really, really a treat.
That's annoying. I don't know. You thought about leading. I should just fucking check back. I'm so bad, man. Oh. Apple value bet Apple.
Yeah, 887.
9887. With diamonds. And 7 of diamonds.
You had diamond?
Yeah.
I was in. Fold.
That's nice of Andre saying good fold to him. Hard to imagine what kind of bluffs, I guess, Nemeth would have, but, you know, some sportsmanship, letting him know, you know, I had it.
You live in
Here we go. 56-44. This is kind of like Ace King versus Queens.
You live in a house or an apartment in Malaysia?
Apartment. But I want to get land and build a house.
Build a house.
Yeah, I always want. Like, it's weird because it's just me and my girlfriend, right? But and I kind of live with Kid too, and his girlfriend. But I like one of the, like. So right now we're in a 4.5 bedroom apartment.
Okay, it's big.
And yeah, like 2 guest rooms is just always empty. But I like it.
Set of 10s for Lautaro. Chris Brewer looking for that 9, ace, or king. Gets it on the river. Sweet, he says.
What?
72.
6 and 8. What's 8 at once? Does he have diamonds?
I don't have diamonds.
Did you have diamonds?
No.
No.
Neither of us had diamonds.
Yeah, so what's 8 at once?
I had more. I had 9 outs.
King, right?
I had 2 kings, 4 ace. Oh, 3 ace.
He has
Yeah,
diamonds.
you're right. I had 8. I messed up. I get.
What is that?
What is it like?
It's 8. It's 8 divided by 40.
Yeah,
It's
20%.
times 2.5. Yeah, it's just 20%.
No, I'm just curious. So normally
Yeah, it's
you
20%.
So no, in Hold'em you like 2 outs, you times 2, right? That to the
I
river.
mean,
times
you just know 12 cards in PLO, so there's 40 left.
No, so what do you times it? Your outs times what? Your outs times what? There must be a number to times, right?
If you are just looking at your own 4 and trying to figure out how much you get there, you should still probably do times 2. If you know the other guy's 4, it's times 2.5. Right? If you only know your 4, you have 44 cards remaining in the deck. If you know their 4, you have 40 cards remaining.
I think then he just wants to point out how lucky you got. Again.
No, not at all, not at all. No, because he said 20%, but then if you only times 2, it's 16%, no?
I'm not sure if it works that way, but I mean, like, you can...
5 seconds.
I think it has to be
14%,
right?
Brewer
Isn't
racing
this
the
like-
Ace Queen 9-7 with new life, gets it through.
Your outs times 2 is just basically like an...
That's Hold'em.
That's like a simplification, right?
Yeah, Hold'em is roughly times 2, right? Short deck you times by 3.5.
Okay.
So what's PLO?
In PLO, everything is coin flip, so you just have like...
Yeah,
That's
back
the
to the
secret.
house. Yeah, I really like a massive house with like swimming pool and all that shit.
You don't think it would be really like a huge project to build it yourself? Like it's just like so hard, at least in Europe, like with all the construction
You just get developer to do it, no?
Yeah, but like you still...
You just pay them and see designs and build them. No?
That's what they promise. But if you're not there, if you don't overlook it, then it's just like...
Really?
I mean, that's how it is in my country. Like
10? Check.
Nemeth kind of has a lockdown on this.
Maybe this wasn't a defend, huh?
Yeah, Ace King of Diamonds, beautiful.
But
I like it. Small raise, yeah, fair.
Right?
I don't mind. There's no way it's gonna be horrible.
Had you make it 12, I would have folded. Correct?
That might be part of my strategy. Just make it cheap, so...
Yeah, I know.
Pop everything.
I've never flopped. Oh, actually, I have.
I mean,
There's the
easier to
beautiful-
pop a good hand with my hand.
What'd you call it? The spiky... it's the beautiful
Huge,
Triton trophy. And there's the Jacob & Co. watch. Oh, get in there. Wow.
So yeah, No Limit Hold'em's definitely the middle one. And to the left, connected to No Limit, is Short Deck. Because right, 2 of the Trident prongs are connected, and the one that's separated to the right is PLO.
Nice.
It's
Okay.
separated because there's
Always
a different number of cards.
Ooh.
No raise at all?
I like that. I like that.
Long deck, long
Unlikely.
Trident Spear.
I've not been
short
told that way.
deck, shorter Spear connected, 2 cards. Got it
You like raising
all
any
figured
fold.
out.
Right?
Not really. Maybe in Hold'em I would raise.
Closing out this level here, just a
You
few minutes to go.
promise
1 or
like
2
limp
hands.
Fold this, or limp raise, or like fold, or okay?
I can tell you my opinion, but I'm not a
I check.
connoisseur or something.
Quick shout out to my old friend Mad Zamot, who's in 5th place now. We had a nice little lunch with him today. Flew in just for the PLOs. Here he is, 5th in chips. Be keeping an eye on him. Danny Tang does have
Yeah. Can't really do much.
a little flush draw, but it's
I can't fold just
That's
because
about all.
Not much, is it?
if it's not the suited king or queen. I can't be folding. Right?
I wouldn't.
Obviously, with the suited king or queen, it's a no-brainer. I was just a 7-5 suited.
Yeah, I mean, a higher flush is nicer than a lower flush.
I think it's quite sweet that Danny's learning on the fly like this. It's like, you know, it's unique. It's like
You gotta pull out a hand ranking chart now.
Exactly.
it shows some
You know, like,
Full houses are better than flushes.
vulnerability, respect,
High flushes
you know.
better than lower flushes.
You know, I'm
He's-
good friend with Laszlo, so he's been...
He wants to sponge it up. He wants to learn. He wants to be better. He wants to be a Triton.
Grilling
You know.
Andras for like
Higher flush,
every single hand.
Yeah.
Lower
yeah.
flush, not so good.
Andras is actually dealing with it pretty well.
That's his cool.
I mean, he's an incredibly nice guy.
Yeah.
Like he's like, I
Small
bumped
bet
into him last night. He was just so lovely.
Wow, Danny probably should 3-bet this hand. So this is a premium hand here. You can 3-bet. You can call a 4-bet. It's just a good hand.
Yeah, I'm putting more chips in the pot with this baby for sure.
But he's going to be glad he didn't. Because Gareth flops kings full.
Are you always trying to sort of get money in against a 9 here, or do you ever sort of check and...
It's 9,000.
9,000. That answers that question. A very small bet of 9,000. Don't do it, Danny.
Danny could maybe find a fold here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, no, he has no boat outs either. Right? He's not paired.
Well,
in
it's
his
hard
hand.
to have boat outs, but
He doesn't have a 9. Fold. I can promise there's no 9.
Like, how's that fucking possible?
Yeah, I probably would have 3-bet.
Yeah, I know, but how is this happen? You know what I mean? What happened?
Yeah, he's
Yes.
queen jack 8 double. Oh, missed the flop.
I just had to fold the flop as well. Maybe I could have called, I don't know.
You said you promised you didn't have a 9?
So these are our chip counts for the feature table that's going on break now. Andres Nemeth. We love Andres Nemeth. He was helping out our boy, Danny Tang. 130 big blinds. Lataro, Guerra. You know, a bit of a lost little pot there to Brewer. With that all in, was a big favorite on the turn. He has 111. Greico, a little quiet there, but 86. And then we have, of course, Danny Tang, Chris Brewer. That was very, very interesting to see that. I mean, Danny just showing, you know, how much maybe he, I don't know how much he has to learn, but wants to learn to, you know, get better at this game to be able to compete on this stage. You know, would he be in this 100K? You have to ask yourself if he wasn't going for that Ivan Liao Player of the Year award. Hard to say, but definitely trying to learn as much as he can. Soak it in from guys that are just, you know, incredible.
Are we
PLO
making
players.
a market for this like on sportsbook.io? I'm taking the no at 50%. Okay, I'll bet the no.
But yeah, it was cool to see them interacting and just sort of be a fly on the wall. And you know, Chris Brewer obviously showing a little frustration with some unlucky moments there, and but getting the double up towards the end. And we are going to have a new feature table coming up, which will be quite exciting. We'll be able to see, you know, the likes of Sean Winter when we're back at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Yeah.
It sounds like most of the pots they play online aren't
like
quite
that.
as passive as that one.
Yeah, yeah.
咋啦？射了一个 AA， 他妈的！
There's Tan Xuan.
陈达人 ，OK。啊？
Always fun having Tan at the table.
新手
Play
新
some
手啊！
Interesting pots. See if Danny flats this in position. Yeah, I don't think this hand is good enough to 3-bet
I'm
here.
new player.
That 4 dangler. Pretty good flop for Danny. You can see despite being behind, he has more equity. He's got the second nut flush draw, he's got a pair, he's got backdoor hearts, he's wrapped around the jack. He's not going anywhere. I do think they're deep enough here with like a 6-1 SPR or whatever, or 5. I don't think he's going to raise this. I don't expect. Probably just flat in position. His hand plays pretty well. Calling. You can call like most of the time on the turn. This is a pretty bad turn card for Danny. And Tan has to kind of like this. I mean, his hand is not very robust. Right, queens with, you know, he does have backdoor hearts, but it's going to be a lot of turn cards Tan doesn't like, but that has to be one of his better turn cards. As you can see, it actually makes the 2-pair counterfeit.
And is it fair to say that, you know, Danny shouldn't have a ton of 5s really in his range here, you know, with the kind of, you know, wraps he might have, the spades?
He can have a decent amount of 5s.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
In the same way that he already has a 4, he could simply just have a 5, yeah.
But after checking back the turn,
Yeah.
he doesn't have too many, and which has prompted Tan to value bet his queens. Now Danny deciding if he wants to call with his 10. He's playing king 10. He's not really beating any value. But it's not hard to find bluffs for Tan as well.
Is going to let it go.
You know, yeah, so it's pretty good.
Hear that? Come play at Triton. We'll get you up before noon for your 2 p.m. start time. Ace King 5-5 for Greco on the button. The interaction of the spades must be very interested in entering this pot. Speaking of pot, he pots it to 10-5.
And after playing the ace-5-4-2 suited to the 4, pretty sure this one is going to look pretty good to Ton.
Yeah, Ton looks like he's really happy to splash around here on day 1 of this main event. Going to get an overcall from the King 7-6-4. 2 clubs that are notched by Ton's clubs.
We've got top 2 versus bottom set.
Whoa.
And Danny Tang also has the dummy end of the wrap.
Yeah, 6-7, 4-7, 6-4.
So every player interested here. This is not all immediately a very dicey spot for Danny in a 3-way pot when the first player bets pot. I think I'd actually like to see Danny fold this.
I would too. I mean, you know, if he does hit the 6-7 version of this straight, you know, the 9 also creates 10-7 and Queen 10.
They're all
I don't think
not
it's
the
worth
nuts
it.
other than the 4, right?
Yeah.
So
And Richard now must be thinking, you know, this, sure, it could be 2 8s, but a lot of Jack 8 combos. He has bet about, you know, decent amount of his stack, only 130,000 back.
yeah, I mean, Ton only has 130 back, so.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe soon.
Okay.
What a fish.
Perhaps also recognizing, you know, could be against a wrap. Is this more just a trap and just, hope for that?
Yeah, look for a
yeah.
clean card and see what
is that?
happens.
Jack 8, right?
Same.
What's that? King? Oh, bottom set.
Schwen might be heading to the registration desk unless he rivers a jack or an 8.
What a great fold by me.
How about now, Danny?
What a shit fold now.
Yeah, the 6-4 gets there. But a lot of reasons to
我
get
本来
out
有
of
点
that
希
pot.
望你走了，我现在玩什么呢？再买再抽这个，过来回来报仇嘛。
That he would consider if maybe he had a gutter to go along with the aces. I've got aces. I've got a gut shot straight draw, and I have this ace of spades. But you know, he has no other equity, and I just don't think that's enough. So you know, is it not a factor at all? It's a factor, but it's a really small one. That'd be the way I'd put it. And I think his fold is really understandable. As the hand shook out.
Couple suited aces here. The ace 9-8 deuce. For
Like
Danny
it's
Tang to the
less
diamonds.
important to have aces there than it is. Like you'd rather have jacks in a flush draw or like queens in a 7-8. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't matter aces versus queens really. His opponent never has like kings, and it's just like betting flop and turn into the pre-flop raiser. You know, third pot on flop and then 80% on turn. So
Open-ended here for the aggressor Danny
20.
Tang. The jack
Can I bet
would
20? Okay,
not be as
Can I?
thrilled. The 6 would be absolute gin, but Andres Nemeth with the very, very strong set of 7s. Just going to call. Doesn't even necessarily want to get it in here. He could be up against a bunch of wraps, better sets. 9 would have filled Queen Jack. Neither have any queens or jacks. Bit of a difficult barrel, I think, for Danny Tang. Certainly a lot of Queen Jacks in Pro Beers' range.
he could maybe find one there. Blocking turn 2 pairs, and you have an open-ended straight draw. Very little to no showdown value.
And maybe an opportunity.
Yeah, same idea here. This is an interesting hand to turn into a bluff, I
Yeah.
think. It's really hard for Danny after, I guess he was the better on the flop, but it's kind of still hard for him to have worse than like a pair of 9s.
Yeah, and he certainly can have ace-jack here.
Yeah, or just something else with the jack. 10 jack.
Doesn't feel
king
good about
jack.
this one.
Oh, would have gotten it through though.
That's all I have.
Oh, and he knows it now.
It's not 100% that bluff gets
Right.
through, but he probably, unless he's just like max late regging or something.
Yeah.
Oh. Coming after me, huh?
Seems like
Apparently, Dvoris did play the PLOs in
How much is it?
Jeju. I'm
So yeah,
being
he might be
told,
coming in
so,
later.
Yeah. I would expect him to, if being second in the POY race.
How do we feel about this open at the cutoff here from Chris Brewer? Is this a bit?
I think it's okay.
Yeah, it's
Ace King is pretty nice,
yeah.
and you have a King high suit. I'd say like 7 and 4 Ace. There's some connectivity. It's probably one of the worst hands he opens.
So pretty crazy flop, actually. It has come King, King 4. Somehow both players do have Ace King. Danny Tang, facing a bet of 8,000, only has 86K back, and he is going to come in for a raise. And you can see Chris Brewer actually has flopped a boat with King 4.
I mean, I guess if you're Brewer here, you just call.
Yeah, your opponent's either
Yeah.
bluffing or not, and you just hope that if he does have the king, that he doesn't hit one of his bigger kickers, right?
I mean, if he has the king, like the money's going to go in anyway. Danny's not deep at all. He's got less than a pot-sized bet left, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, pot is now 8, and he does hit the 10, and Brewer probably knows that if his opponent does have, a king, it's certainly possible that a 10 is in there as well. He would have loved to have seen a deuce on the turn. So Chris Brewer getting a little unlucky here, maybe something we're used to seeing.
Brewer is thinking, okay, if my opponent has a king, I'm probably getting all the money, unless he sucks out. And if he might have king 10 and I'm dead, or if he has some kind of bluff, how can he put more money in?
I gotta say, Chris Brewer seems like a nice guy, but I am interested to see his reaction when he sees how unlucky he gets, because, it's becoming a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. And yeah, the defeated look from the American. Can't believe it.
So dumb.
What? I had a better hand the whole time.
I flopped a full house.
Yeah. What do you want me to do?
I'm not. It's just an annoying hand. I thought you. Okay, whatever.
How about another 4, Chris? Does that make you feel better?
Brian!
And welcome back on the backside of the break. Ali Nejad back on the desk alongside Griffin Bencher and 38 remaining runners in the Pot Limit Omaha main event. A $100,000 buy-in as the big stuff is on tap here in Montenegro. Triton Super High Roller Series, Maestral Resort and Casino, and a chip-leading Joe Chuen. As we dive into the app, we see him with 900, 41,000 in front of him. That's 188 bigs. If we were talking the two-card streets, this would seem like a tremendous amount of chips, and granted, it still is. But as we've observed and as we've come to learn, Griff, you think you're deep stacked, and then a couple of proper ingredients find themselves into a massive collision, and the spin cycle is achieved. That's the nature of Pot Limit Omaha.
Yeah, and it's been really fun to watch so far on that previous feature table. We got to see Danny Tang, talking Andres Nemeth's ear off, just trying to get a little advice from the PLO expert. It's an interesting mix in this field, guys that we are accustomed to seeing in the big buy-ins in No Limit, and then these sort of specialists, a lot of them flying in over the last couple days. You start looking at that leaderboard, you see Mad Zamot, I know him personally, he flew in special just for this, third in chips. You see someone like Bustoville, Jonas Joachim Meinen, who I think maybe just busted. He was on this table, but busted right before the break there.
A number of names as you scroll down that you have not seen at all on any leaderboards, on any day ones. They've made the trip out. This was the idea, as we did replace short deck with Parliament Omaha, tremendously popular discipline of poker here in Europe. By conversation with Luca, there was an estimated 20 uniques that had not bought into any other event prior to the 25K, and then now obviously the 100K in total. A little bit more expensive, but nevertheless, these PLO guys, no strangers to gamble. So we're going to send it back down to this new feature table where 4 players are currently seated. Starting off with a wide shot of the room here. First ever $100,000 Parliament Omaha main event at a Triton Super High Roller Series. You can see the enthusiasm. Registration still open, 45 uniques thus far. Did give this one a spin. Those who have yet to rebuy: Alex Komaromi, Han Schwen, Chris Parker, Santosh Suvarna, Ding Yao Ding rather, Yoni Yokimainen, and Christopher Frank. Lena stack in the room belongs to Sergei Nestorenko, and then Samuli Sipila, who is the man that took down Nikolai Vaska-Boynikov, denying him his second title already here. I don't think Nikolai's going to be any worse for the wear. As you get a look at Sean Winter, he's going to have his hands full. Dylan Weissman, an absolute Parliament Omaha specialist of sorts, did get involved in the 2-card streets. Martin Dahm. Haven't seen that name thus far. And how about Elton Sang, just for a little bit of zest? A guy who is by no means a Parliament Omaha specialist, but has all of the risk tolerance required to get involved. 2,500, 5,000 with a 5K big blind ante. That's what we're playing at present here on day one of what will be a 3-day affair. That glimpse brought to you by GG Poker.
Yeah, and Martin Dem surely going to be representing the kind of players we talked about, the ones who have flown out specifically for these Omaha events. Just has one result on the Triton Tour, and it, of course, was an Omaha cash. He finished 8th place in the 25K out in Montenegro. We are playing four-handed here, which is obviously going to appear a bit irregular to you, but you have to understand these Omaha events do play 6-handed, so I'm sure there'll be a bit of someone will join us quite shortly, but for now,
as we touched on, registration open. Weissman will play Ace Jack 5-3 as a limp.
Yeah, Weissman regarded as one of the stronger American PLO players. I'm sure he was very much looking forward to this bulk of events, but pretty cool to see him playing a lot of 2-card as well.
Note Elton taking us upstairs with 10-8-7-5 and 3 spades. This is not normal posture. Comes Jack 9-5, so Weissman with top and bottom pair. A little wrap there for Elton. Ace of clubs becomes relevant in case of club arrival. Dylan, having invested 15K pre, now faces a 30K barrel into this 35. Again, it's not like no limit. Maximum bet on any given street is the amount in the pot. For those that maybe have a little bit less experience. Watching pot limit Omaha, and you see Weissman say pot. Elton says let's go.
Fair fight. Feel the board.
And you can see actually Elton a slight favorite, 56% with this wrap. You can see the way that the 8-7 interacts with the 5-9.
No, I think I folded.
Obviously the 10-8, so it's a lot of ways to win.
And he's 6, 7, 8, 10, queen.
That's pretty good.
It all works. The 5 dangler for Elton serving as a blocker to the boat, which would ice things. 4 clubs. Now puts the equity advantage in Weissman's camp. And a dry run out there. Elton.
How do you do it, Sean?
Brief participation here. Quick wrap of the table, and he's on his way.
Yeah, do we have to hold up?
Quick wrap.
I don't know.
Yeah,
the table.
Yeah, unfortunately, he got unwrapped.
Yeah.
Capital infusion. Quite prompt there for Weissman. We thought we would be getting a 5th. Now we're sitting here with 3 players. We're going to hold it up and hunt a 4th.
And Brian Rass sitting down.
Yeah, can you imagine? Hey, he'd be front and center if given the option.
Yeah.
Rumor has it Rasty will be playing the final Pot Limit Omaha event.
No, this
from
guy's
out here.
5-5.
No, I was small blind.
This guy just told me he's 5-5.
I limped, called pre-flop.
They move big blind, you can be on the big blind next to the bottom.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Just a bit of housekeeping
makes
here.
sense.
What will happen when someone sits down? They'll be taking the big blind.
Oh,
and
wait, but that
Weissman-
means he would miss his. Oh, then I get 2 buttons. Then is what you're saying.
Here's a look at some of the rest of the room. We see some familiar faces there. Jose Nacho Barbera, Dylan Lind. There's Danny Tang. And I would assume a rebot, Joni Jokamainen, Bustoville.
Multiple bullets, generally speaking, are expected in any given Pot Limit Omaha effort.
Especially when your name's Bustoville. I mean, you're kind of asking for it.
You know, I don't know of anybody that actually is a chronic buster that names themselves Bustoville. The deep levels of sarcasm. It's almost that false humility is the height of conceit sort of phenomenon, although not making any allegations.
So,
who have we
Greco.
here?
Yeah, you can't escape. He was just on our previous feature table. Brian Rass was pretty impressed with how solid he was playing, how his range is, was remarking about some opens that maybe other players would make. He was making folds pre, so, you know, must be a PLO specialist himself. You look at his history here at Triton, all PLO results, so another player that I think specifically flew out for this.
Snipers, as we like to call them.
Sean Winter with that significant chip lead.
Right?
Happy to play the ace 9-8-5.
Okay.
Suited to the
I
ace,
also just
but
want to pause.
playing it as a limp. Haven't seen too much limping yet on the previous feature table.
Ace 9-8-5 with nut clubs for Sean.
And a hand perhaps it would have folded to a raise without any suits, but going to get a free flop.
Jack 9-8-4, both players sharing that 8-9 on this flop. It's good for a gut shot. Pair of 5s for Sean. Currently the best hand. He does fire at it. And Richard will lay it down. Sean Winter, always so animated. Love to watch him in the 2-card streets.
Sure. This box?
Yeah.
Hate to be up against him in those streets, let alone here.
You have 860 apparently, Richard.
Thanks. Saves me a job.
Just trying to help.
Always good shirts, Sean Winter. Good, clean, smart shirts. Another limp. So could be a general strategy here from Sean Winter. Perhaps feeling so comfortable post-flop.
Those 3 little letters, 1 syllable, 22,500 on the heels of the limp from Sean, which he's prepared to invest. Both players with a Queen Jack, and look at this Jack 10-8 board. Top 2, along with Queen High Diamonds, versus the Queen High Straight with 9 high diamonds. Weissman got this party started. That's a lot of equity for Sean to be having up against the nuts.
They're bringing us all the big stacks.
And you can see how significantly these two are chipped up. Sean Winter 3rd in chips. Weissman in 6 of the remaining 39 players. In position with the nuts.
65.
Yeah, he's going to pop it up.
65.
Let's go.
So Winter's decision to lead perhaps being slightly lamented. We do expect a lot of the pot size raises to contain the double suited hands, a lot of the ace X suited hands, rundowns. They're sort of a usual suspects. Joe Chuen, overall chip leader, he's standing behind the table. That could be bad news for the boys here. Now Dylan picks up a heart draw and a redraw to that ace high straight. Same story for Winter, of course.
The king does, though, no longer make Dylan Weissman's hand the nuts. He does have to be a little bit concerned about ace queen. The pot of 187,500. Yeah, and does check back because of that. And now Winter.
Tens full for Sean on the end. Interesting decision by Dylan to check back, playing the pot control there, mindful of some of the ace-X limp, and then defend against the pot, given that he unblocks with his hand. The aces and kings sort of combos. And here, if it is any of that, along with the queen dangler, which he blocks.
Good. Full hand, please.
Could have problems. Sean barreling 64,000. Dylan snap paid it off there. Asks to see the full hand, but
yeah, not too greedy from Sean Winter there. Did get snapped off. Maybe that is, but
when the texture, when the texture pairs up like that, and then all of a sudden you see that like big pot size bet.
Oh yeah, that straight's getting
deeply polar. Obviously it just turns into a bluff catcher. Does that queen on, because we don't expect ace queen to behave that way. And there he is, the always well-dressed Joe Chuen.
And briefly dethroned from that chip lead from Sean Winter as a result of that very large pot against Dylan Weissman. Winter now holding nearly 1 million chips. Yeah, and actually remarkable the amount of chips on this table now. Winter, Chuen, Greico third in chips with 858,000. Weissman in 7th. So all the chips are on this table.
They really are.
Yeah.
Top 3 stacks could make for some potentially explosive collisions here. Martin Dom's queen 10 is in front of the field here in the limped one pre. Two checks in front of Richard, and this has nothing to do with the deuces. This is simply looking up at dry texture, no suits, pair on board, and saying, I'm going to represent. Now the 8, 9, 10 also with spades, there are some backdoor prospects. We're not looking to make flushes and straights on paired boards in pot limit Omaha, but Martin also
15.
one of these guys that's keenly aware that this could just be a position bet in this limp pot. Gonna make it 18,000, and this should do it, unless the rebluff is for some reason what Richard's got on his mind, maybe even a float.
Eights.
Yeah, I quite like that check raise there, actually. It just makes it a bit easier
Sean said
to play.
8s.
Yeah.
Just goes to show you, though, when he makes that comment, he recognizes that this isn't simply a 7 that has risen up, but rather some bluffy candidate. In particular, if you're blocking cards that would be associated with a rundown containing a 7, this could have some influence, dare I say.
Yeah, that's cool, yeah. I hear what you're saying.
Raise. Raise. 17.5.
17,500, say the kings. I could have swore I saw a glass of beer in the foreground there.
In front of?
Just an arriving player, was it? We'll keep an eye on that development. Ace, Queen, 9-9. Top pair for Zhou Chuan.
He's kind of in the middle of something.
Checks it over.
Yeah, quite a nice flop here for the kings with the clubs, and is going to get a contender in Xuan's hand here.
Note how relevant that ace of clubs becomes in
could-
the event that clubs do roll off.
Could get interesting. For those unfamiliar, you know, when you do have that one big blocker in the form of the ace, when it comes 3 of the suit on unpaired boards, you can see some players representing it like they would have too, and putting players with smaller flushes in tough spots. But Greiko would have a very big flush if the club came on the river. This is the kind of card that I think Greiko isn't going to be thrilled about betting all the time, simply because, you know, the 6-4's gotten there, the ace-4.
So after the 20K check call on the flop, a full shutdown for those 2 kings, which is relatively conservative, although you don't see a ton of value hunted by top pair in PLO.
Yeah.
Very specific, the spots in which you'll observe that sort of posture. Still so early. These guys are so deep. As we touched on, this is a 3-day, first ever $100,000 pot limit Omaha main event here at a Triton. You're not going to win it on day 1, but you can sure as heck lose a bullet or 2.
Yeah, that's the one that you want to use.
One of the double-suited combos that, you know, maybe you don't want to be finding yourself playing in early position.
This is a combo you're all too happy to play from any position. Aces with hearts and Broadway danglers.
I don't know if I showed my cards. Can't remember. Chance I did.
Sean, by the way, cut his teeth in poker out in South Florida, and that is a real hotbed of pot limit Omaha,
Ace 9, 6, 3.
as well as mixed games.
Yours or mine?
Mine. I was
Huge poker playing community down there. No one giving action
Good suit, bad suit, rainbow.
here at this community.
super good suit.
There's the
Respectful fold.
new arrival,
Medium suit.
Aku
Bad
Yoentausta.
suit, but not like I couldn't make
That's
a
going to
steel
be
wheel.
my effort with it,
Steel wheel. Yeah.
of Finland.
I got ace 9 diamonds instead of the ace 3 diamonds.
Now, you may not know this, Griffin, but the national sport of Finland is actually pot limit Omaha. I mean, at least based on the number of Finns that somehow got on a plane from Helsinki and came on down here, one would imagine. Patrick Antonius, of course,
Pass.
present day, the most well-known Finnish poker player, true legend. King, Queen, Jack, 7 double. Martin.
We did discuss right before the break that the man you are speaking of, Antonius, was pretty short. I'm going to do a little check-in on him right now. And he is not at the bottom. Patrick Antonius now up to 30th place. 33 big blinds. Not great, but still in there.
You know, not at the bottom is sort of like that participation award of chip status count there. That's, you know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
you know who is at the bottom
he
just
is not at the bottom.
I'll tell you who's at the bottom. Phil Ivey.
Oh, boy.
In last place with 19 big blinds. So has some work to do. but no stranger to 4-card poker.
Not at all.
Fold.
You know, for a guy like Ivy, who oftentimes feels like he's got somewhere else to be, Pot Limit Omaha does lend itself to the spin it up or get showered quickly opportunities. As we see. Aku.
I actually had a bit of a moment with Ivy at the buffet today.
Raising it up. Kings and spades. Go on.
Thank you.
Well, I hadn't seen Ivy in you know, like a good almost 10 years since I went to his place in Cabo for an Ivy poker sort of retreat, Life of Ivy. And I wasn't even sure if he would really remember me. And then he saw me at the buffet and he came up to me and he said, like, you came to my house in Cabo, right? And I was like, yeah. Griffin. He's like, yeah, I remember you. I remember you. It's nice. It was nice to be remembered by the great Phil Ivy.
Right.
Because he feels like someone who would maybe just forget that you spent a week with him at his house, you know?
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that. His top set, the evolution on this board. Note that Weissman has got himself Count Rapula with a pair of sixes after having come along for this 12K in the small blind. Unintrusive sort of rundown here. Of course, Grieco, top pair, some backdoor diamond action. We could see him continue to stay interested.
Yeah,
Aku C betting 27 into 41.
Back, right? Like this is, he's not especially deep stacked here. Weissman just, you know, might want to take this wrap and play for it all. He can certainly afford it.
This is beautiful. These look good. Oh no, no.
Perhaps, yeah, he does do it.
Oh, it's too dark. 68. Oh my God. Are these prescription? Yeah, no.
Do I still have pocket kings? Yeah, okay, I'm all in.
Let's dance. And I got to tell you, if indeed it was a glass of beer that he brought to the table, you're going to be ready to go with that gentleman. Top set as he shows up with the goods. And my guess is beer or not, Aku's a tidy player. You don't get on a plane from Finland and come down here
It's just
for no reason.
So like close. Even blocking, you know, with the 4 a little bit.
Queen of spades is last today.
Yeah, and you see
remember what I had.
some of Dylan's outs in the form of spade iterations coming off the board in this 332K pot. 5 pairs on the end. It's actually going to be kings full for Aku. As the wraps have not performed all that well here in the early going.
It's actually almost a relief to see a nice, tall, cold draft someone's enjoying at the feature. You know?
A relief, Griff?
No, it's just
how so?
I mean, just things are so serious all the time. You know, he's just fun. He's having a nice, he's having a beer. You know, he's playing the game he loves. He's probably, you know, some mega successful Omaha specialist. He's like, this is fine. Let's have a beer and play this 100K.
It'd be great if there was some sort of unfiltered apple juice or something that had that same cap on it that you could show up into the poker room with, you know, and just get everybody thinking you're on beer number 6 or 7 and just crush.
Oh, wow.
Because you know how much action you get, especially like lower stakes.
Yeah. Maybe we should go try this in Vegas sometime.
There's only one other liquid I know that looks like beer, Griff, and I don't want a glass of it. He's queen 8-8 double suited for Zhou Chuan. Kings once more with spades for Richard. Three waves to the 7-7-9 board, and kings have turned into trips. Way the best of it here. Note that Grieco, having played it as a flat, definitely under-repping those kings. The 9 is an unwelcome side, of course, as any sort of random 9 isn't looking to bet that particular flop. But here would be giving us problems, hence a second check from Richard. Now, you might be tempted to think that Martin Dom is counterfeited. You must play 2 cards from your hand in Pot Limit Omaha for those less familiar. So he is playing 9s and 6s. Joe Chuen, 9s and 8s. Jack rolls off. The 8s actually become blockers to 10-8.
Mm-hmm. Could be the kind of card that Chuen wants to turn these 8s into a bluff. But you know what? Greiko's going to come out firing and say, "I'll just do this. No funny business." And it really does freeze up a potential, you know, bluff, and because you would never really raise a straight here.
Sure. Or a 9 for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
Who's? Oh, pro beers.
Yeah.
8's a magical card.
7K and take it there for Richard, and I can hardly take it. And you just look up on the screen and you see these incredible works of art that the good folks over at Jacob & Co. Genève, our official timekeepers at the Triton Poker Series, put together. It's mind-boggling. Got a glimpse of that Bugatti W16 working motor inside a watch at one of our stops before, and just a mind-boggler. Absolutely brilliant.
Get money in bad and get there.
He got cool with it.
That's the way to do it.
Weissman, Ace, King, Queen, 9, along with diamonds. Makes it 15 to go. Queen 10, 2 9s along with spades. Flats to small. Now double suited kings for Sean Winter. This is a whole lot of hand.
Oh, yeah.
He pots it.
And Weissman, who went from one of our chip leaders all the way down to, you know, basically an average stack. He's going to have to fold that. Martin goes for it.
Yeah, be able to close the action.
200 and then
Does make the call. Let's see how he performs. 10-9-5. Middle set here, and not the kind of texture that Ace, King, King, 6 with spades and clubs is altogether fond of. We unblock heart draws. The rappy stuff, we're not really blocking.
Yeah, this has just got to be all over Martin Dom's range here. Closing the action from the small. All those wrap type hands, which is exactly what he has. Like you mentioned, unblocking the hearts, and Winter does his patented sneer at his opponent. Probably not going to feel too much reason to bet. And if he does, wouldn't expect it to be very much. Yeah, he's going to check back.
And now how skewed would you say Winter's range is to overpairs that don't like what they're looking up at here, which Dom would be looking to target?
Right? Yeah. And even if you do believe, and wow, look at that. Martin Dom checks again. Maybe anticipating a big bet here. Won't be met with, you know, much resistance. Maybe, and it goes to the river.
Yeah, pretty interesting choice there. I thought perhaps Martin would look to get at least some sort of bet in there, but instead tried to induce, of course, Winter. No noob.
I suppose if he just expects that Winter might even fold those overpairs to a big bet on the turn. Now would be the time, now that it's bricked out, where, you know, kings are not the worst bluff catcher. You would think you would have heard from something like, say, a set of nines by now. Unlikely he has something like a set of fives, threes, or deuces with the pre-flop action. You know, doubtful he has many two-pair combos. What, like a 10-5, 9-5. These aren't really hands you expect him to have of the 4 cards. He's decided to play for 65,000 pre-flop, 60,000.
5 seconds.
This is some high-level Omaha stuff, and it's just from 2 checked streets, like we would have expected, you know, players to have put chips in by now. It just hasn't happened. And Dom really taking his time.
It's 105,000.
105 into 140. Now, what's interesting about firing in this particular spot is if we do think that there's some of that ace-ace and 2 other cards in Sean's range, ace-4 very much could be present. And it does feel like a little bit of a fishy lead. Out of damn, why did you flat check 2 streets and come out swinging now? The thing is, the kings are bluff catching, and I don't know that Sean thinks he needs to turn them into a bluff here.
And I think Martin Dom would probably be aware that Winter is good enough to take, you know, 2 aces and turn them into a bluff as well with that wheel interaction. I mean to say, it wouldn't always work were you to raise, right?
Queen, queen, deuce, deuce.
You can see Winter saying queen, queen, deuce, deuce because these low cards shouldn't really help him. And you think you would have heard from the pocket 10s, the pocket 9s, the 10-9.
Look at Joe Chuen looking over at Sean Winter like, what's going on with you, bro? Everything all right? Maybe he's never had a front row seat to SW.
And it doesn't make sense, but it does, as you said, Ali, feel fishy.
I threw in one already.
And Winter makes an excellent fold.
Need change?
Taking a look at Sean's Triton resume in search of PLO results. We actually have a filter in the Triton Poker Plus app now where you're able to narrow it down to just strictly cashes. Last time he cashed in a PLO? Never. This is a deep surprise to yours truly. I mean, that doesn't seem possible, does it? Relatively early in his career at Triton is Sean.
Ace jack 10.
And we don't run that many PLO events, to be fair.
Did not have a deuce. Oh.
But yeah, he's played multiple, just hasn't found the money yet. Meanwhile, Weissman, ace, ace, king 3 with the spades.
You love the jack, huh?
Here goes double suited, once in.
Martin Dom with an incredible queen, queen, jack 10 double suited. Going to be very happy to pop it up from the button here. Weissman, though, is holding aces with 2 spades. So this could get quite interesting. I mean, they could just play for stacks here. Wouldn't expect Martin Dom to be folding to more pre-flop action.
Weissman back over Martin.
How much?
The fold becomes easy for Grieco, but now Martin asks for a count here. Double suited queens with Broadway interactivity. If we're indeed up against aces, that does block pathways. 2 straights.
Yeah, and the
Nonetheless,
reason,
though, he's ready to play a big one, almost 500,000 in the middle.
reason we don't put in the other 117 is in the event that it comes, let's say, ace deuce deuce. Perhaps you would want to fold.
Sort of on cue here. This is a really bad board for Dom.
But 3 clubs and 3 diamonds relevant still, but 11%, as you can see. Like, if you believe that Weissman would only, really 4-bet with aces most of the time.
How much?
Martin wants to ask for a count. Not sure he'll be all that interested.
How much is in there?
Going to be about 480 in there before the all-in.
About 460.
Now that's interesting. I don't know that I can recall players asking the dealer for the size of the pot. Now, granted, the dealer does need to keep that in mind for the purposes of being able to advise what pot is anytime that's declared as a bet. But in my experience, it's incumbent upon the player to calculate pot
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it
in a situation such as that.
looks reasonable.
All my stuff was alive though. Your backdoors? Yeah. I kind of wanted.
Maybe
you to
that's
fold,
more
I
in
was
the no
scared.
limit streets.
I had no backdoors.
You didn't have an ace.
No. I'm not folding an ace, Dylan.
Why not? I only have aces.
Little discussion post-hand. Pretty nice.
You wrapped around the 7?
No.
Oh, wow.
I didn't really wrap around anything.
Oh, that's going to be really...
Except for like the turn.
Yeah. At least I didn't check. I wanted you to have like the ace, jack, 10, 5 double.
Nice little holding here for Weissman. Fresh off that near double up.
$15K. Double suited. King and a 3-card rundown. Winter along with better clubs. Broadway kit. A couple of 10s. Along comes Aku from the big. 52-5 in the middle. To the flop we go. 10 Jack Queen. King high straight for Weissman. Bottom set for Sean Winter along with the Broadway redraw. Some backdoor clubs.
It's an action-packed game. Like, look at this.
Not so much for the ace jack 7-5 in terms of desires. And Weissman.
Might get checked through though, yeah.
Yeah,
Ace
does
jack.
not follow through. So the check through.
Check.
Backdoor spades showing up. Nobody has it. Generally speaking, ace-king would have been heard from on the flop, I would imagine. So after taking it easy for a street, Dylan could very well fire a barrel here. All done with the deference. Back to our regularly scheduled programming, says the pre-flop raiser. 53, full pot. 52.5 rather.
Yeah, I don't think Sean Winter is thrilled about this big bet. You know, obviously you have bottom set on the flop, so you could be up against, obviously king 9, set of jacks, set of queens, but he does block the queens with the queen in hand. And Weissman with that king high straight. So confident, as you said, that he has the effective nuts, seeing Sean Winter check back on the flop, which would surely almost never be ace-king.
King 9.
Winter ends up a customer here. Has Dylan well covered and is
Did you drink a coffee on break?
saying goodbye.
Huh?
I had a cat come snuggle me while I was hanging out, and I think that was a good luck.
To the full 158. Had the ace blocker there.
One what? 157.5.
Yeah, and also probably thought that Dylan Weissman will be betting
that are never right.
the flop with ace-king
I mean,
himself.
it's so stupid.
Maybe has some sort of busted spade draw or quick call. And
you know, you heard Sean say, and I don't know if he's, because listen, he's
folding without it.
fairly legendary in terms of his capacity to troll. But he suggested there was a neck tell that misguided him there.
Oh, that's interesting.
Might be
If
telling
you're
the
wearing a
truth.
scarf, I would have folded.
Now I don't know.
Glad I wasn't wearing a scarf.
Dust into the bin from Richard. $15 out of the hijack of the Dane. Joe Schwen, double suited. Deems it adequate. He'll take it in position here. His hearts are smothered. Does hold 4 unique cards, none of which connect with the Queen Jack Deuce board. Different story for Martin. Backdoor hearts, Broadway gutter, second pair. Just backdoor wheel as well.
Not much for Schwen to want to continue with here.
21,000.
Bit ceremonial at this point in this hand. And a quick fold.
Well, trying to right the ship is Martin after being forced to fold against that exchange with Dylan Weissman where he held the aces versus Queen, Queen, Jack 10 double. It's a game that gets expensive. And I've often said, and this is not to discourage interest, but don't presume that the manner in which it plays out in tournaments is the same that one should expect of the game when it comes to cash. Especially as you work your way down to a champ at a final table, you'll observe some really different things out of PLO relative to its cash counterpart.
Yeah, I actually had an interesting conversation with Andres Nemeth last night about this event that he flew in for these PLO events.
Yeah, part of the Hungarian delegation that includes Laszlo Bojtas, he as well.
If you were with us last level, you would have seen, you know, Danny Tang picking his mind every single pot he played, asking him advice, which was really sort of refreshing to hear and see. But the thing that he said that I found interesting was, you know, a lot of the best PLO players are PLO cash players, but what might separate him is that he's also has a lot of success and experience with tournaments. So the combination of the fact that he plays these high stakes PLO, but also, you know, has that experience in tournaments is you know, part of the reason he's out here and playing these huge buy-ins.
Although I suppose it's weighted towards
because it is different, surely.
Probability of
Yeah.
3-bet and take it there for Aku on the button. Not sure what that fourth card was. I'm guessing it was a spade, the ace-10-4. That's all we got a glimpse at, but it was enough to get through Sean, who binned the ace-queen 10-10. Now here he is under the gun. No thanks.
Up to 63 entrants now. Someone in the chat was asking about Patrick Antonius, if he was still in. Well, he is, but he has exactly 250K, which says to me he may have re-entered.
Yeah, you don't need to put the man on blast, but sure. Sometimes we got to put another one in the chamber. 9964 holds the current best hand, although as you can see, King 10-9-7 along with the King High Heart draw has the better equity. Action checked over to Martin, who wagged his finger at the small blind limp effort from Greco.
Yeah, not the easiest continue, I would imagine, for Greco facing a bet, but more checking from Martin Dom.
He now picks up the best hand on the turn along with a gutter, double gutter for that matter. Richard still quite content to check. Martin also knuckling. Now he makes the nut flush.
Don't think Greco is particularly interested in this pot.
Well, 3 checks in front of us. We're not worried about a boat as played, that's for sure. And let's see if Dom can dial up something milky here. Obviously, it's not going to matter much, given nines are just waiting for an excuse to put it into the bin and be let off the hook, so to speak. Here we go. Quarter into the machine. Take it, sir. Take a look at Martin Dom's resume. I know you touched on it briefly, if I'm not mistaken. Played the 25K PLO here at his first ever festival, finished 8th, so people on notice, given his performance in that event, ultimately, Nikolai Vaska-Boynikau, who already won our 125K main event for $4.7 million, did succumb to one of the PLO snipers. The Finn. Supila? Is that how we pronounce it? But Dom was right there in the running. Late in that one.
Back to the limping proceedings. Schwen, ace 9, 8, 5, suited to the ace. Gonna limp under the gun. Dylan Weissman following suit. We could have 4 here.
First four-way affair. Check. King 6-5 with a couple of hearts. You see the nut flush draw along with a wrap for dessert. This is the whole wide world for Martin Dom. Now, same wrap for Sean Winter. The two of them have checked. Pair and a dusty gutter for Joe Schwen. Weissman with no interest. All of a sudden, that dusty little pair of fives has turned into trips here for Zhou Chuan on the turn. Note how he blocks the straights from being any good in terms of 7-4. He makes fives full if an 8 rolls off. He also makes a 9 high straight in the event the 7 rolls off. So really grim prospects.
It's on me? Sorry.
5 seconds.
18.
18,000.
Martin announces 18,000 into 30. Now, trip fives aren't going away, but they're not necessarily looking for some sort of excuse to sail a bunch in there.
Raise to 44,000.
I stand corrected. A raise to 44,000 from Zhou Chuan. We do need to be a little bit careful because I don't know that he expects kings would be involved in this one pre-flop as a limp small blind with the pot having been opened and called. We saw it already on one occasion, but no matter.
Yeah, that dust turning into fairy dust, and he's flown all the way to the top of the leaderboard.
I mean, he was already sniffing around.
Yeah, he was second, and I
that
wanted
nest.
to make a Peter Pan reference. So.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, I'll allow it. I'm into it.
Does just hop past Richard Greco.
Four of the top 7 stacks in the room here at this table. So some deep stack PLO on offer.
And the other 2 players are PLO experts that flew in specifically for this tournament.
Yeah,
It's a pretty amazing feature
strap
table.
in.
Yeah, this is going to be some good maha.
18.
Raise to 18,000.
Martin simply attacking here from the
20.
button. King 10, 7, 6, and
I started with just
Sean Winters here for it.
This is
Ace, ace,
175.
king deuce with diamonds.
Raise to 60,000.
Some quick math. from
Sean
Martin.
potting it. King 10-9, along with a couple of diamonds, the overpair for Winter. Nut flush. Currently, the kings and 10s are in front, but note, in spite of that, and the presence of the little gutter with the 6-7 dangling, a 2% dog with 2 to come is Martin Dom. 132 in the middle, just north of that 1 SPR for Dom, and I suspect that Sean will be prepared to face all of it as he leads for 39. That's the follow-up sizing.
Yeah, I don't think Sean Winter's like thrilled by King 10-9 in particular, but obviously with those 2 diamonds, happy to play for it all with an SPR of just over 1.
There's the jam, a double check to make sure diamonds are there, and you see the little flick and call.
Such flair. I love watching Sean.
Sean's table presence is unrivaled in terms of uniqueness. Plenty of entertainment. 432K in the middle.
Ace of clubs. Oh, greedy.
Ace of clubs would be
I didn't
bad.
ask for a diamond.
Note that the 9 would do the trick as well.
I want ace of clubs and then
Everything's
8 of spades.
Yeah, I know.
Diamonds. So all of a sudden the nut flush just needs to fade a king or a 10. You see one's busy already in Sean's hand, 3 outs. We'll save Martin.
I like to hear that.
That ain't one of them.
Great playing with you.
Great flash.
You?
Yeah.
Wow.
Straight flush. Flop straight and the flush draw.
Like Jack 10 of diamonds
Yeah.
with the queen.
Yeah. Jack, king, jack.
King, queen, Jack 10?
No, no, no. 10, jack, queen, 3.
Oh, Jack 10 of diamonds.
So Schwen saying he had actually would have had a straight flush with the Jack 10 of diamonds, Queen 3, I believe it was.
All right. Thank you for help.
Martin
Buy you a Real-
take his leave.
Buy me a scarf?
Thing to be focused on is the fact
I
that
called
there's
you with
another
nothing
100K
because
going to
of
be
your damn
required
neck.
if Martin wants to
You'll call
stick around.
Yeah. Sean, I'm just always so nervous.
Well, absent one Martin Dom, 5 remain here. Very deep stacks. At the feature in this 100K Pot Limit Omaha main event, our first ever at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Glimpse brought to you by Poker Steak.
Yeah, between those 4 players, I mean, we're looking at like almost 600 big blinds. You can see how in Omaha there are situations. It's not like they're just sort of, you know, exchanging a few blinds here and there. Like we have seen some pretty significant pots between a bunch of these players, and PLO is action.
You know, I've gone back because I don't remember seeing that Jack 10 of diamonds in Joe Schwen's hand in the stream. And he didn't have Jack 10 of diamonds. He had Jack of diamonds, 10 of hearts.
Oh, wow.
So
what a
just
liar.
keeping an eye on everybody out here.
Obviously, he
misremembered.
It happens to the best of us.
You did great. Called you absolutely nothing.
I believe you.
Playing the rush.
Playable hand here in the small blind.
Check.
Pretty good run out from my hand, that hand. The king 9. It's pretty solid. It was like 6
Blind
of
versus
spades.
blind, 5, 10.
Queen, Jack 10, rainbow. I was drawing dead.
Oh, right.
6 of spades, 4 of clubs or something. It was like the clean, no pairs in my hand on the board, no flush drawn. I was drawing dead. Were you? Oh, that makes sense. Swap it straight? Swap it straight?
Joe leads and takes it.
I'll do with ace queen.
Wow. I mean, you weren't drawing dead.
Oh.
You could have hit a king.
Give me 3 king 9.
No.
8 king. Give me 3 card. King 9, 8 king.
So Winter's saying that he called him with ace queen, a bit of gamesmanship, I think, Ali, because he did have a set of 10s in that hand.
That would have been
He
nasty.
said, I was drawing dead in the king 9 hand, he told him. And then he's like, really? He's like, I called you with ace queen. But he had 10s as well.
I mean, listen. The PLO streets work different, man.
Dude, I love it.
Okay?
I want to move in here.
It's a little grimier.
Yeah.
Than the 2-card streets. And, you know, the characters that it tends to attract in terms of poker variant. A lot more of the old school. A lot more of the sort of jockeying, whatnot.
Huh? When do you go to Vegas?
27.
Are you going early? About 400 actually?
Not quite.
Where do you live?
Huh?
Where do you live? Perfect, thank you. Like 340, yeah.
Aku.
Home.
Double suited ace queen 8-6 here,
Where do you
mindful
live?
of
House.
Dylan's stack depth.
Travel.
And one of the things that Brian Rass said in the last level is that in these limped pots, the big blind does a lot of raising, but I guess with Dylan's particular hand, I mean, that's a pretty poor start,
not
queen
playing
5-3, and
Where do you
Aku's got a nice one with the ace queen 8-6
game.
double suited.
No, like your
Some
house.
big cards.
Like, I don't know how to.
I don't know. So,
Juicy flop, takes it down, open-ended, flush draw.
Yep. Lead and scoop, sir, says Dylan. Aku, another one of these names that we've not seen at a Triton Super High Roller Series before, and another guy that found the cash in the 25K PLO. He finished 14th for 38,000. Zhou Chuan also made the money in that one.
It's translating it wrong. Hold on.
No?
Hold on. I don't know.
9th place finish for Zhou. That was good for 55K.
You got to be careful with some of those
We're determined to get the information. I hope you get an answer after all of that.
You got to be careful with the translators.
It is a bit of cliffhanger at this point.
It said, I put, where do you live? And it said, where you last my brother or something.
Yes, some of them go pretty literal, I think, so you can...
Sean's riding the struggle bus pretty hard in terms of the Google Translate trying to get down with Zhou Chuan, who, by the way, is a wily character himself. Don't get it twisted and let that suited look make you think that he's a stiff. No shot. 9-8-6 here, 7 serving as blockers. Up against a set of 8s. Richard flicks in 20 here. Defended the big against this early position open from Winter, who's not expected to be interacting with this board nearly as well as he is. Note that he does have a gut shot. In addition to the set, he wants to take a peek at the turn. Make sure things stay clean, which they do. Now Grieco, does he want to lean on what he has to imagine at a minimum is going to be an overpair, maybe a big flush draw, based on its willingness to continue? There's your answer, a wrap at the table. Over to Sean.
Yeah, I think the fact that there are also 2 hearts on the board, he has no hearts in his hand. Going to expect a lot of continues here, and perhaps these 2-7 blockers aren't enough, you know, to really scare off Sean Winter's potential range here. Certainly a set wasn't to be folded, nor would a big heart wrap. Good instincts from the Brit.
I had everything. Oh.
27,000. Grieco simply bowing out, not looking to get creative there. Sometimes you'll see the blockers get heroic.
So what do you think about this look-alike for Sean Winter? James McAvoy.
You know, I've long said that McAvoy Winter is something to be explored.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you saw the M. Night Shyamalan movie, I believe it was Split.
Yes.
The Beast.
The Beast.
By the way, McAvoy did just a bang-on job.
He should have been nominated for
in that one. He really... How many different personalities did he play in the film?
26 or something? He really elevated the whole thing.
Completely ridiculous. By the way, Sean has a number of personalities as well. You keep an eye on this man. There's different,
including the Beast.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, Beast Mode is just always engaged by Sean. Short Stack Ninja, another one of his personalities.
We have met him.
Weissman, interests peak to the tune of a flat on the button.
Winter might want to make it a bit colder here for this limp.
Sean looking to call the herd here from the big blind. See how much heat the boys are willing to take here. Another 18,000 on request if you want to see 3. Dylan will play it in position. No, hearts would be a problem for him here. King 5-4, gut shot. Second pair effective. Sean pips up to kings. Will check it, however.
Omaha's so funny because I feel like this was a pretty loose limp by Weissman with the 10-10-6 deuce. And once he's faced with a raise, it's like because he's put money in the pot because he has position, he elects to continue, but it's,
20.
you know, the way that the hand kind of escalates for him. And now being checked to is going to bet with that 10 of clubs in hand and the 6 deuce for the gutter.
Strangely enough, the pre-flop aggressor now has himself in a very defensive posture, as tends to be the case when we're playing one pair in PLO. Both players pick up a heart draw on the turn, and it's one that's going to create some real adhesion for Sean Winter, we would imagine, especially attached to the king. The deuce is a wholly irrelevant presence.
But what's so interesting about this turn card is that because Sean Winter raised in a very strong position in the big blind after 2 limps, out of position to Dylan Weissman, shouldn't really have a lot of interaction with this 4-7-5, especially with like something like a 6. You know, Weissman's going to have a lot of 6x type hands. It could be at this point a 6-8, a 6-3. So going with max pressure, betting 80,000 into 100,000, I think that's, you know, what it has a lot to do with. I think Sean Winter's way too high up in his range here with the king and the hearts, and will be continuing, but he is concerned, and I'd be really curious to see what happens on, you know, even something like, and you know what? He actually just folds. Yeah, wow. So the power of perception, and that is a
I'm super surprised because I have to imagine
Nope. Better.
All right. Good.
that we anticipate
Never know with
Dylan wouldn't be limp opening the pot on the button with like a suited ace or an ace king.
So you would think your flush draw is then live.
Yeah, and if my flush draw's live, now granted 80% pot, if the king queen is no good, now we leave ourselves thinking hearts are the only out. Maybe we need to discount some of those hearts in terms of board pairing iterations in case there's a set or 2 pair.
I guess the problem also becomes you don't expect to make any money when the heart comes, right? You're out of position.
Reverse implied odds?
Yeah, so, you know, if you are really concerned whether he has 6-8 or 6-3 or not, he's going to represent it on the river when you will always fold. And if you make your heart, you don't make any extra money. So I think there's a lot going on. You know, it's too bad that he did get bluffed, but I think I understand what's going through Sean Winter's head in that spot, right? Wholly different maybe if he's in position or whatever, but yeah, really interesting hand. I'm definitely enjoying and learning a lot.
Class in session there by Aku. Eight, 7, 6, 6. His choice of kit double suited. Willing to play all parts, and I think that's important in terms of not allowing yourself to get exploited. If you're one of these guys that shows up to a PLO table and you're only waiting on aces and kings, and that's the only time that you're repotting it behind an opener, a lot of guys may just come along, and when they find these board textures that are awkward for what would be an overpair, you just get showered.
Yeah, whether they have it or not.
Right. You just get punked off of your hand. I remember very early on playing PLO, I played far too tight and caught myself in really easily exploitable scenarios as a result.
I've been pretty impressed by Dylan Weissman here. I'm starting to see why he's such a specialist at this game. I think that was a really, really interesting way he played that hand.
Can you let me win a pot, please?
Nope.
Yeah.
Why not? I'm greedy.
So
Sean politely asking whether or not he'd be allowed to win a pot as he flats the 18K Open. Round 2 between the boys. Not sure what that 4th card is, but it's deeply relevant on a Jack-9-4 board for Dylan. We can see he's got at least a gut shot and a pair of nines. He's checking over to the open ender and the nut flush draw.
If I had to guess, it's not a, you know, Jack or 10 of spades. You know, I think at the hand like that might be 3-betting in position. So,
well,
unclear
he's
at this stage.
he's out of position, right? He opened the pot to 18,000. Winter
mistake,
flatted.
My mistake. I thought he would just flatted.
But if it was that kind of kid, that maybe he would follow through with a flop bet. Instead, he just concedes to 32.
Yeah.
Into
Everything.
61.
Tight fold.
51 rather.
Huh? The tight fold
Open-ended.
for me.
Yeah,
I'm in
tight
it.
fold. He's saying because he was a bit. Did definitely have some
Slamming
interaction.
Queen 8.
No, not that tight.
Well, the world's largest online poker room makes sense as an official partner to the Triton Super High Roller Series. Talking, of course, about GG Poker. Perhaps we'll get a graphical representation of the union, and perhaps we won't. The musical cues are like a Pavlovian bell. I'm suddenly just reading copy. We'll give them a shout out whether we put up the banner or not. Sign up to GG Poker today using the promo code Triton_2024. Get yourself a free Global Millions ticket added to your account within 72 hours.
Ali, I think you handled that really well.
You know who didn't handle it really well? Whose ever job it is to bring that graphic up. Shout out, by the way.
It was me.
To that
It was my
mystery
job.
person. You know? Griff, we wouldn't shoulder you with that sort of burden. We're just going to, we're going to ease you in before we
Yeah.
16.
add load. Ace Jack 6-4 double 16, says Sean. Dylan, bit of a nemesis. Does defend his big, understandably, with the ace, king, 10, 6, which turns into the Broadway gutty. Top pair, top kicker. Knuckling over to Sean, who's been a flush draw magnet. Is behind with ace jack, but happy to bet. See how Dylan seeks to approach matters. You really do need to take your Hold'em goggles off when you're playing Pot Limit Omaha, because the game just plays so differently in terms of hand strength. We see the club roll off, and this one's over.
Yeah, wouldn't expect Dylan to, lose any more money in this pot. It's just such a clean 4 of clubs.
Note, by the way, that Winter has a redraw to a full house. Not that he needs it. Happy to keep the board pair free with the nuts. Happy to fire again as well. 86,000 now. And unblocking clubs is Weissman. These are ideas that guide us away from altercations. We expect the pre-flop raisers to have suits. When we lack even a single of said suit on the board, then these folds are made easier.
Yeah, definitely a theme we're seeing, though. The two of these
Everything again.
players battling. Winter getting some blood back in the last couple hands. Some massive flops and turns. I will say that, Dylan Weissman, someone that certainly gives off a great deal of confidence when he's at the table, but a different swagger, I think, seeing him in the Omaha than we did in some of those Hold'em events. He just really gives off the impression to me of someone who really truly believes that he's one of the best at this game and is willing to tangle and
good hand.
And even sort of chat back to the likes of Sean Winter.
Had a good hand too. None of
It's
the
fun to watch.
Sean, VPIP levels are high here. 16 to go, fold it all the way around. King 10 8-6 with hearts. Extra 10 plunked in there by Grieco. Got himself second pair and a Broadway gutty. Quick check over to aces and queens.
Give it to go. I want to hot water.
Hot water, okay. Lemon?
No.
Sheer power of the hand, Sean.
Everything?
Follows through.
Little this, little that.
You're slipping.
Yeah, you can't have everything on this board.
I was starting to worry.
Taking a peek at Grieco's resume. He did actually play with us in London last year. 25K PLO, showed up, didn't cash. Played the same event here in Montenegro, only his second ever prior to this one. Didn't cash there as well, so hunting the money, as all parties are, but
Be careful.
his
I didn't.
first taste of that.
I saw you. I saw you try to look.
I would have
away.
told you if I saw anything.
I believe you.
You look? I purposely didn't.
He didn't. He didn't look, but he possibly could have.
No. Only this one.
And if the 10-10-6 deuce single suited was good enough, bet the ace jack 10-6.
Well, that one was played as a limp, as I recall. This one, though, we go up. 7-5-5-4. Guess who? Weissman versus Winter. www.king3 deuce offsuit .41 in the middle .org.
Open-ended for Sean Winter. Backdoor diamonds, only having a
20,500.
tiny bit of relevance because Dylan Weissman doesn't have any diamonds. Well, he has one.
$20,500 the follow through here. Look at Sean.
It's not 20,000.
No,
Over.
sure isn't. It's a check raise just on the sheer power of holding 2 5s in his hand and an open ender, and even just a naked king is going to have some issue.
Yeah.
Continuing in that spot, especially given the deuce and 3 sort of stuff, more likely to be involved in Sean's big blind defense.
Naked king will have issue. Emperor's new clothes.
The naked king will have issues. Interesting. I wouldn't go just saying Emperor's new clothes when the flop comes out, assuming we're all going to just be there with you.
I mean, we could make it a thing.
Seems like it.
You know, I don't like to spoon feed it all, but I've learned that we do need to do most of the dot connecting
What do
in
you guys
here.
think of Emperor's new clothes there? Please let us know on YouTube.
You're doing okay since then. You beat me the last 3 pots. 3 in a row.
I need about 8 to get back what I lost there.
Maybe they're not familiar with the story of it. I mean, the best jokes are the ones that you explain. So maybe I should just tell the story.
You know,
of Emperor's.
Griffin, that's akin to when people tell you if a bird poops on your head, it's good luck. That's what people who got pooped on by birds told themselves. It's not. You run real bad or hang out beneath seagulls with alarming frequency.
So something for everyone here. A lot more for Schwen.
Yeah, I might take the under on something with a pair of 4s in the gutter. But, you know, I hear you. Now what? 7's full of 8s for Joe Schwen here. This one was limp blind
I don't
versus
want to
blind.
fight in front of everyone. Can we just can we deal with our problems we have with each
3
other?
no
Are we done?
problems. Come
No?
on now. Don't plant those seeds. Sean gives the cards a workout before sending them back.
Alex Blumenfeld liked my joke on YouTube. Alex, if you'd like to follow me on Twitter, I will follow you back.
Wow.
Okay, thank you.
What's like the digital equivalent of get a room? Is there something like
Probably that.
You know, get a Discord. Get a look at the next featured table. How's that? Brought to you by Jacob & Co. Boss in the streets here alongside Tolerine.
2 first names guy.
Christopher Frank. Ike Haxton in there. That was the Finn who we got a glimpse of in Monte Carlo. Efforting the name. Give me a moment.
How many do you think this will get at the end?
Triton Poker Plus app. There with all my answers. I'm talking about
Max Slate Red.
Illis Parsonen. Came out and sniped
Over on 80.
the PLO streets.
But yeah, I think
Monte Carlo.
Still a great 100. That's good. Yeah.
Well, 12 cards, unrevealed. King Jack A5 board. Gonna make it a little tough to unpack things in a limp pot 3-way. Aku.
Yeah, maybe like high 80s, low 90s.
Firing 24.
Low 90 seems like a stretch, but high 80 seems good.
Sean wants to stay involved. And I don't blame him with
Depends on how many people want to fire.
what he's got here, which is
What did
4
people-
wild cards. The 4 Triton
What did people even
rundown.
talk about back then when we didn't see cards?
It's so crazy. It just makes you realize and appreciate the undertaking for those before us in the booth, the likes of Lon McCarran and Norman Chad. Gabe Kaplan
They had it
used to
rough.
put in some time in there. Outdoors on Fremont Street, playing for the World Series of Poker main event championship with no RFID, no whole card cameras. I think we'd be dangerous without being able to focus on hold cards.
I actually stopped listening to what I was just I'm not
We're
even-
dangerous
I'm not
enough
even-
without it. Yeah.
I went on my phone.
Guys, Griff is actually not at the booth right now. He's commentating from the coffee stand. That's
you
how
want a nice
deeply checked
mocha?
out of this one is.
Is it too late? It's probably too late.
Might be
for
a
nice
little bit
mocha.
too late
Yeah.
for the mochaccino.
Aku
Big
bets,
hand?
of course, with
Big hand.
4
big
cards he
hand.
had.
It's crazy because it was a chop, as we could see. They both had 4 tridents.
Yeah.
What happened there? Whatever it is, I hope it doesn't happen again.
I mean, after the
We're going to have our work cut out for us.
After
PLO's
the-
hard enough.
after the ad thing too, it's like
Yeah, what's
you're
going
gonna
on?
have to go back there.
Is this one of those, like, the pilot's asleep in the cockpit kind of thing? We're banging on the door. It's like, hey, man, we're going to run out of fuel. Get us back on course.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Oh my God, it
Oh,
feels so.
you're
Oh,
good
they
enough.
just give us double suited the first cards we see, even if it's an 8 and a 3. I'm just so happy to see them. You know.
Yeah, it's crazy. You guys didn't, you know,
They folded.
we don't have a shot of us now. Griff broke out in a very cold sweat, anxiously over the prospects of having to navigate these streets without RFID.
What?
8865. Played as a limp on the button here, and pot the announcement from Aku. Out goes Dylan.
Raising to a cool 24,000.
Were you playing off of his first name? See, the smug, I didn't even look at his face, guys. I looked over the smugness on Griff's face there, seeking approval on really an unprecedented level here at the Triton booth with that one. A cool 24,000. Okay, I see what you did. Overpair here, and the gut shot for the pre-flop Potter. And Joe plants those 8s into the muck. I would deeply enjoy if Aku flagged down the wait staff here and just asked for what I would imagine would be a second beer. Now all of a sudden it looks like cola is what he's working there on the side table. But you remember when he first got there, didn't it look... Because, you know, I can
It
tell the
was a
difference. But it was a
beer.
gold-colored lick. It wasn't...
It was a beer.
By the way,
But
no
maybe his-
judgment, you know.
Maybe his backer was watching the stream and be like, switch to cola.
Listen, if you're in my stable, you better believe. Keep a keen eye on the beer tendencies. I might urine test if you're in my stable. You know, I might. There might be some crazy forum posts about
after
me.
a couple beers, though. Put me in, coach.
So, yeah, I've heard that. Jack 4-4. Nobody has a sailboat. Best hand at present. The Jack 10 of Aku. Joe Chuen has decided he'll take a little stab here. Trying to intercept the button, but now all of a sudden he's going to have to play another street. Goes back behind the lenses. So Aku has made the call on the turn now. Joe just happens to connect with this queen for the lead. Does check it over. And it's kind of interesting because we don't imagine that a 4 would play in this fashion, and yet Aku isn't going to put pressure on. Checking back. Now the king. Coordinating things a bit.
Yeah, don't expect either of them to put any more money in here, but...
How much is in the middle?
Ooh, famous last words. Probably recognizing that.
32.
Oh, I like it.
Let's go.
Yeah, if this was just a naked jack, it's going to have a really tough time finding showdown with the queen-king run-out. Maybe not so much concerned about the 2 overs, but incidental straights with the ace-10, 9-10, maybe the 4. Yeah, that was nice there.
Yeah.
Out of the fin. Who somehow escaped the clutches of rally car driving, which, as we know, is the #1 sport in Finland. I actually don't know anything really about any facts on Finland. I've got this in black and white right in front of you. Massive stacks of plenty. Here at the feature table in this 100K Pot Limit Omaha main event, our biggest Pot Limit Omaha buy-in ever. Attracting both our Triton regs and the Euro PLO snipers alike.
Yeah, and it looks like someone wants to duke it out with all these big stacks. New player on the table.
Michael Dueck.
55 big blinds. 330,000. You can see Sean Winter with that 983, almost up to a milli. Second in chips in the full leaderboard to Jonas Kronwitter from Germany. Also a player who only has one other attempt here at Triton, and that was in Montenegro, which was also in a 25K PLO. So yeah, there's a lot of these guys coming out of the woodwork. Just biding their time all series long.
Your phone can't be on the rail. Looks bad on TV.
Thank you for that, Sean.
It's not just an aesthetic matter, but Sheriff Sean, always at the ready. The newcomer, Michael, by the way, did play the 25K PLO here, but that is the
Which side?
only other Triton event he's ever played here at his first ever festival.
Good. Like this is fine?
He's a known entity, though.
Like the corner.
Like this?
Is
like
Michael.
All right. All
Or
right.
you can just kind of like
Hold on. Don't yell at me. Relax.
Just
There he is.
speaking on your tone.
Okay, got it.
There goes the 4 minutes.
Pot.
Well, he's already had a little exchange with Sean Winter, and I believe I heard him say pot. Was that him, or was it? No, it was Dylan. Okay, forgive me.
I like these cards better.
King, Jack, Jack 4 for Weissman. No, I take it back. It was actually Michael who made it pot. So what happened was Weissman limp button, Greco flatted, and then pot was announced.
From
All
the
three
ace, king,
players.
jack, 2 spades.
Yeah.
And
Which
one
is sitting really pretty
Yeah,
on the
it's very
A7
nice.
3 right. The Trident Dangler.
Yay!
Good start.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Those chips look like they're itching to get in motion. I don't know, just,
Yeah,
you know,
he's
call it my
gotten into
read,
shape.
but
7.
I don't think he's trying to grind out here.
You know, I've always wanted to see, like,
Better deal.
sometimes you'll be in a situation when the last card will be dealt on the...
You're just yelling at everyone.
And then the person on the button says, oh, I need another card. Now, this would never happen here. These are the best dealers in the world. But I've always wanted to have a moment where I'm only dealt one, they don't know, and I win the pot with the one card, you know?
You know,
And then I'd be like...
I actually dealt a
I was
hand on
making
a
change.
cruise ship when I was not a dealer.
Yeah.
Over 20 years ago.
Okay.
Involving Carlos Mortensen
Markers
and
down.
Phil Hellmuth. And I believe Randy Jensen. That's a name a lot of people won't really know, but if you're old school, it was a big no-limit game that had relocated into the library of the ship on account of the fact that the casino had closed and the guys wanted to keep playing, but obviously the dealers aren't working anymore. So enter yours truly.
How long is this friggin'? Where is this?
Commissioned to deal. And all of a sudden, pre-flop action occurs, 2 bets, 3 bets. And Carlos looks up and says, dealer, can I have it one more card? And I'm counting the muck, make sure it's an even number of cards, nothing untoward.
That's a lot
Like, I
of chips you
guess
got there.
I owe him another
It'd
card.
be a shame if
And he 4-bet jams after I give him
doubled for you.
the second card. It was one of the most awkward moments
So he
ever.
made the original
It wouldn't be a
raise?
shame if I doubled for you.
Like, he was did he
Yeah,
already
he was
voluntarily
going for
have
the
chips?
glory with
Okay.
one card.
And then he asked for it after.
Then
there
he
was-
got.
oh,
Then he asked for
that's
another
great.
card, and he 4-bet jammed. He had
Oh.
Queen Jack, by the way. So a little less kit than you might have imagined.
Carlos Mortensen's a legend. Oh, I would love to see him pop up at a World Series or something.
Jeez. That would have been a fun stream.
Weissman limps the Ace King 9-4 with a suit.
I didn't know you were so much of a tanker.
Mike double
Played
suited Queen
me,
5-4-4.
What do you think it taught me?
That's a real thing.
He really turned into a tanker after he made main event.
What are you talking about? Relax. Do I have to take this off? Can I take it?
Maybe
I
we
can take
should
it?
keep this crew up here. Jack 10 deuce board. Action went check, check. All the way around. Nothing particularly interesting brewing for all parties. Of course, we don't know what this 4th card is for Joe Chen. He has fired 15,000. Weissman has a Broadway gutter. No pair, and maybe the sense that there's some board development that would leave him able to take this one away. 3rd diamond on the river. Might Joe Chen have a flush here? TBD, the King of Diamonds becomes the relevant card for Dylan.
And position just so relevant. I mean, if we do see a check here, Dylan Weissman, you know, finding himself at the bottom of the range, but no, that is going to be a bet. Making sure there aren't 2 diamonds under there. Takes it down.
Will we ever find out? Would appear not.
Okay, here we go.
What do you think? Air or it was there?
I'm thinking there.
You're just looking for glory. For old Joe Chen. So the blinds will be headed up to 4 and 8,000 as the players are going to a break. This feature table will be giving way to another where one would imagine the stacks are going to be a lot leaner, but we're going to get some fresh faces, opportunity to observe some other navigations here in the 4-card streets. Back at the booth, Ali and Griff with you here. A little shimmy for you, Griff, a shimmy right on out the booth as you're going to give way to Randy Lou, who's going to be coming in here. Enjoy the rest of your night. I take it you're done?
Yeah, it sounds like I'm going to be done for the night. And honestly, this was, I was like a little bit nervous coming in to do the Omaha. You know, been getting, have a lot of hours logged with the Hold'em, but I actually quite enjoyed it. And it was a real treat. And it's a lot of action. So, and as this gets deeper and deeper, we're going to see, you know, the stakes raised. So
I remember the days where we used to haze the new talent, but now you get an early night out. Get out of here, Griff. Go. Get out of here. Go to a commercial. We'll be back. More Triton after this.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
appear a bit irregular to you, but you have to understand these Omaha events do play six-handed, so I'm sure there'll be a bit of someone will join us quite shortly. But
Yeah,
for now,
as we touched on, registration open. Weissman will play ace jack 5-3 as a limp.
yeah, Weissman regarded as one of the stronger American PLO players. Sure, he was very much looking forward to this bulk of events, but pretty cool to see him playing a lot of 2-card as well.
Note Elton taking us upstairs with 10-8-7-5 and 3 spades. This is not normal posture. Comes jack 9-5, so Weissman with top and bottom pair. A little wrap there for Elton. Ace of clubs becomes relevant in case of club arrival. Dylan, having invested 15K pre, now faces a 30K barrel into this 35. Again, it's not like no limit. Maximum bet on any given street is the amount in the pot. For those that maybe have a little bit less experience. Watching Pot Limit Omaha, and you see Weissman say pot. Elton says let's go.
Fair fight. Feel the board.
And you can see actually Elton a slight favorite, 56% with this wrap. You can see the way that the 8-7 interacts with the 5-9.
No, I think I folded.
Obviously the
Queen
10-8, so it's a lot of ways to win.
And he's 6, 7, 8, 10, queen.
That's pretty good.
It all works.
I didn't have a 10.
The 5 dangler for Elton serving as a blocker to the boat, which would ice things. 4 clubs.
Did have a 6 and an 8.
Now puts the equity advantage in Weissman's camp.
Wheels left.
And a dry run out there. Elton.
How do you do it, Sean?
Brief participation here. Quick wrap of the table, and he's on his way.
Yeah, do we have to hold up?
Quick wrap.
I don't know.
Yeah,
the table, huh?
yeah. Unfortunately, he got unwrapped.
Yeah.
Capital Infusion. Quite.
I'll tell you who's at the bottom. Phil Ivey.
Oh boy.
In last place with 19 big blinds. So has some work to do, but no stranger to 4-card poker.
Not at all.
Fold.
You know, for a guy like Ivy, who oftentimes feels like he's got somewhere else to be, Pot Limit Omaha does lend itself to the spin it up or get showered quickly opportunities. As we see. Aku.
I actually had a bit of a moment with Ivy at the buffet today.
Raising it up. Kings and spades. Go on.
Thank you.
Well, I hadn't seen Ivy in like a good almost 10 years since I went to his place in Cabo for an Ivy poker sort of retreat, Life of Ivy. And I wasn't even sure if he would really remember me. And then he saw me at the buffet and he came up to me and he said, like, you came to my house in Cabo, right? And I was like, yeah. Griffin, he's like, yeah, I remember you. It's nice. It was nice to be remembered by the great Phil Ivey.
Right.
Because he feels like someone who would maybe just forget that you spent a week with him at his house, you know?
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that. His top set, the evolution on this board. Note that Weissman has got himself Count Rapula with a pair of 6s after having come along for this 12K in the small blind. Unintrusive sort of rundown here. Of course, Grieco, top pair, some backdoor diamond action. We could see him continue to stay interested.
Yeah, no,
Aku C betting 27 into 41.
Back, right? Like he's not especially deep stacked here. Weissman just, might want to take this wrap and play for it all. He can certainly afford it.
This is beautiful.
These look good. Oh no, no.
Perhaps, yeah, he does do it.
Oh, it's too dark. 68. Oh my God! Are these prescription? Yeah, no.
Do I still have pocket kings? Yeah, okay, I'm all in.
Let's dance. And I got to tell you, if indeed it was a glass of beer that he brought to the table, you're going to be ready to go with that gentleman. Top set as he shows up with the goods. And my guess is beer or not, Aku's a tidy player. You don't get on a plane from Finland and come down here
It's just
for no reason.
So like close. Even blocking, with the 4 a little bit.
Queen of spades is less today.
Yeah, and you see
remember what I had.
some of Dylan's outs in the form of spade iterations coming off the board in this 332K pot. 5 pairs on the end. It's actually going to be kings full for Aku.
145.5.
As the Raps have not performed all that well here in the early going. Well, registration is still open here on day one of this 100K Pot Limit Omaha event, which has attracted not just Randy Lou in place of Griffin Bencher, alongside yours truly, Ali Najad, but a number of fresh faces to the Triton Super High Roller Series. This is what we had in mind when we threw it on the schedule in place of Short Deck. Dive into the app, if you will, and take a look at the top of the leaderboard where we find one of those fresh faces, Jonas Kronwitter of Germany, his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series. He is sitting ever so modestly in front of Sean Winter, who we just watched over at the featured table. That crew has given way to the crew that you see on the left of the tab here, which includes not just 10-time title winner Jason Coon, but Triton co-founder, boss Paul Pua.
Well, if you look at the rest of the table as well, we got Isaac Haxon. That's a player who's known to be just an all-around crusher.
Sure.
But he is joined by Ben Tollerain, who has been known to be one of the best PLO players of all time in cash games, as well as Nolan Hold'em. So it's good to see him in the mix, as well as Elis Parsonen, who is obviously one of the greatest online players as well.
Yeah, you know, Parsonen actually came out and sniped his way through Monte Carlo to some effect, as I recall. Here, as soon as the 4 cards were activated, something about it in the air, he just sniffed his way, hopped on a plane, and there's a lot of Finnish delegation that has made its way down over here. Don't want to overlook Christopher Frank. He's sitting deep as well. 104 big blinds in front of him, so he's going to be the boss stack here, and it's not close as we are just about a minute away from getting play underway. Did you manage to catch any of it during your break there, Randy, or were you like, come on, what is this, double Hold'em?
I'm not that silly, but to be honest, I would have liked a little bit more Hold'em, but I'll settle for 4 card, and I think obviously the viewers are enjoying it.
Down toward the bottom of the chip counts, we do find the aforementioned Elis Parsonen. He is 37th of the current 38 runners. Gergo Nagy, 167,000, 21 bigs. Then Phil Ivey, of course, hanging around. Nacho Barbero did well for himself in Jeju in the Pot Limit Omaha Street. So we're going to get a chance to see some fresh faces. Obviously, if you want to keep tabs on what's going on elsewhere in the room, do yourself a favor, download the Triton Poker Plus app. But with all of that said, let's send it down into the arena for the resumption of play here. Christopher Frank holding court with the 3 Americans, the Malaysian and the Finn for 8K, 8K. 20 in orbit, the price of poker. 6 max is this PLO event.
Well, 6 max is the preferred format for cash games online, at least. So people like Parson and Tollerain will feel right at home.
It's interesting, though, I've kind of touched on this, that the game just plays differently in the cash game streets versus in the tourney streets.
Of course, there's a big adjustments, and that's why tournament players are able to still perform very well in PLO tournaments. They get to understand the concept of having a prize pool. Yeah, it's very fun to watch.
Yeah, how does this even work?
Right here, right there, boys. Just like that. Pro tips.
So on that table, I was sitting here. Are you sure?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Take this. That's how she
Okay.
works. Stack them on 4s.
How much is the pot?
78,000. That's 22,000.
Boss, 10, 10, 8, 3. Tax from the button, Chris Frank.
Yeah, of course. I want to play.
He called so fast, and he also flopped bottom set.
That he did against the overpair, along with an 8. Pua checks back.
He really doesn't have that much.
Chris fires 40 into 56 as they play with pace.
Wouldn't expect the 2 10s to be able to continue here. As you can see him observing and tossing.
Good decision.
Oi. What? What?
Dropped it.
Chris
And on the
shows
turn.
the force.
And on the turn.
Pretty sure we've actually seen
We
Chris
have.
Frank in the past.
Vietnam for sure, I can recall.
Just Vietnam, actually. Played 4 no limit
100K.
hold'em events.
3-game mix.
But skipped all the
Pot
no
limit.
limit here in Montenegro.
Short deck, pot limit, Omaha, no limit hold'em.
You know,
It'd be awesome, but we get 6 players.
you found the short deck. It's a good game.
2-game mix, yeah. Hold'em, Omaha, main
Yes.
event.
Yes.
That should be
Next time before
Hell yeah.
before the Omaha starts, we do one mix.
Mixed.
That would be sick.
Mixed high
That's
roller.
a perfect idea.
Sadly, I think the short deck kills it for a lot of people. No,
we-
but the
no,
2-game.
no,
Yeah, I
mix,
agree,
short
I agree.
deck. This
No,
Omaha.
They're talking
the-
2-game mix. Instead, yeah, I know, man.
Yeah, the golden finish.
If only we could figure out a way to trick people into playing short deck with us.
I know.
You guys are too
Feel
good.
Like,
Good check. Thank you. You have like 200?
No, it's 250 in white.
Jason instantly putting a pin in his thought as he
Thank you.
realizes Ike is involved in a pot over here. Nuts on the flop for Chris Frank.
Well,
Just a queen for Ike.
He's going to need a running full house.
maybe
The slots are limited.
Yeah.
Whereas in Monte Carlo, we only have like 14 days or 13, you know.
Yeah.
Even for next year, we book already only 13 days.
I just wish we'd play here every time. I just wish this was the Triton Hotel and Casino. It's the only place we ever played. I love
You can change the name.
Montenegro. Yeah, exactly. You can change it. It's your place. You do whatever the hell you want. But I love it here. I feel safe. I like the food. I love the energy. You know, today before the 200K, I went and I got in the sauna. I was the only person in there. Just went out to the sea. It's just perfect, man. This place is amazing. What year did you buy this place?
After I came back from the US 2017, end of 2017. Then I refurbished it. 2018, the opening, you were here, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
During Triton, the
Yeah.
opening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the big grand opening.
Yeah. That was 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2017, I bought, refurbished it.
Doing our
Great
best.
shape.
Not to step
Very
on story
run down.
time.
Yeah.
It's like less than 3 stars.
Wow.
And then certain rooms very small. We make it 2 rooms into 1 room. That's why
Oh.
you see the toilet a bit.
Yeah, the toilet's
You know,
very
outside of the
confusing.
bedroom.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's 2 rooms before.
Oh, okay.
Very small.
Yeah.
Then to make it 5 star, you got to put a bathtub.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Flop
Then
one
you get
check
the
check.
5-star status.
That's much nicer, yeah.
Frank bet 8,000 on the turn,
Oh,
got
wait,
called.
this is a bad.
Have been finished.
Yeah, now the day I just
40K
made
on the river
funny
makes Ike a
mistake
believer.
Last Saturday, he was here for 1 night.
Are you gonna consider redoing it? Like finishing that project?
Waiting for the government to reply.
Well, when you do that, can I could I buy one?
Yeah, okay. So 60 units.
Yeah, I'll buy one.
Let's see for the government to reply.
Be good just to have a place out here to hang and gamble.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be good just to
for
be able to
granites,
engage
for example.
in a conversation at a poker table, and
Also get a visa.
once you get the sense that there might be a unit available for sale, just say, yeah, all right, I'll take one. Must be nice.
Should we all team up and share one?
Yeah. Maybe producer James, me, you, Griff, Rast, Martins.
Why you always call me?
We should ask Boss if he'll have a timeshare option.
Do it against everyone.
Who's going to the timeshare meeting?
Oh, you're looking for the free nights, Randy? Wow, grimy. Ace King 8-4 here. Boss, kick things off. Chris Frank, double suited with queens, plays it as a flat, and now Haxton wants to see what's what. Takes us to 88.
88.
Very lucky number.
Oh, I hope Jason didn't just influence action here.
Oh, and he's got an 8 in his hand as well. Paul, that is.
Look,
Good
I caught
discipline.
against him is very, very quick.
This
Not
Christopher
personal.
Frank plays so fast.
Not personal.
How much we got there? Like 70?
170.
Over pair. Open ender.
Seems like just enough to just put it in for Frank.
Well, first we got to wait and see what Haxton wants to do. Action on him.
And then end of the year Caribbean. What it's looking like.
Caribbean, just the invitational.
Just invitational, nothing else.
Maybe 100K.
I think I can't fold this, even though I don't like it. Like to hear that? Maybe you're not. You don't like to hear that. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. I have a real bad one.
You know, that doesn't happen too often in the two-card streets, but PLO and the current
Maybe I'm steady.
SPR lending itself to Haxton getting a call.
Flippy.
Frank is actually the equity favorite.
Yeah, almost 3-2.
With that crying call.
Take a board bear.
Turn could flip things.
GG.
Now the 9 high straight.
Oh.
Oh.
Haxton drawn dead.
So was that microphone.
Takes it all out on our audio equipment.
Thanks. GG.
Raging. No, it's not what happened.
It's called an accident. It happens.
Look at Chris Frank. A leg up.
All right.
A boosted stack. He got a haircut since we saw him in Vietnam. You remember he came through.
He
He
had
had that.
a little fro going on.
He had a definite fro going on.
Yes. Oh, he was wearing the Teddy KGB outfit.
That's right. Well, it is right here in Montenegro that we first announced that Triton has gone full-on mainstream. Out in the United States, we've launched a 24/7 subscription-free streaming channel on Pluto TV, a leading free streaming television service setting a new milestone in Triton poker history by providing fans with an unmatched poker experience. Not just the entire archive and catalog of Triton festivals that we've streamed and edited down for television, but also a wealth of ancillary content that we have been putting together will be dropped through that platform. You don't want to miss any of it.
I have to say, this is the first time I've seen someone play with that posture. You know, knee on chair. Is it not?
I can't remember a time where I was staring at someone's kneecap on the rail. I've seen some hands where people got kneecapped, but I've never seen an actual
Kneecap.
patella.
Too much?
Sorry.
Ace, queen, and fours. Brought 28 off a Jason stack. Tolerine defending and flopping top 2 here against top pair. Well ahead, he checks it. Jason and Ben know each other well, by the way.
Oh, yeah, they were good friends. After Jason busted that 200K, you saw him go to Ben Tollerian. Hold on. Is that top 2 now for
Yeah.
Jason?
Coon making friends with the turn as he now takes the lead. Imagine Tolerine identifies this as a very bad card. Hence the second check.
Tollerian also doesn't have any redraw to like any straights or spades. His hand's actually quite weak. Coon going to try to get some value with top 2. Just one of the worst 2 pairs you can have. No backup. Looks like he's going to keep his opponent honest for one street. Nine on the turn. Doesn't really change anything. And we'll go check, check.
Whoops. So one street of value for Coon after he had the best hand. Shuts it down. Relatively uneventful exchange. And we've touched on Coon, the 10-time title winner, being one of those players who has picked up a title in short deck, no limit, and in PLO.
And we call that a Trident.
Triton Trident, yep.
Watson also holds one of those Tridents.
Picked it up right here.
That's right. Nolan Hold'em was actually the last
Yeah.
one he needed to capture it.
Oddly
Surprisingly.
enough, yeah.
The one he's played the most in, but nice to see.
Tollerine did play the 25K PLO, did not cash. This is just his second ever Triton Festival. Disappeared for a couple of years. Cyprus 2022, last time we saw him in our streets. And he did not play any PLO at that one. Here he is with a set of sevens on the King 7-6 board. Just the gutter.
16.
Really all that's working for Boss. And
You know,
happy
the
to lay it down.
reason I think Tollerine came out to this Montenegro is because of the increased number in buy-ins for the PLO section. So it's nice. He can play PLO and he can play no limits. So he
made
gets
it
the best
worth
of
his
both worlds.
time? Is that
Yeah,
what we're suggesting? Okay.
just enough. Because I remember he was the guy that was sitting alone at heads up no limit cash. No one wanted to play him. And he was the guy setting up by himself at heads up no limit. I mean PLO. I mean, and no one would sit him.
King Queen 8-5 here for Tollerine on the puck.
Position just has to be one of the most important things in PLO. You get to realize a lot more equity. Your opponents can really just only pot it. You can just take a lot of flops. So 9-6-5 other.
Oh, I like that. Other. Boss once again involved. This time it costs him 20K to take the peak with the King Queen 8-5, which turns into top pair here. See the double gutter. Sorry, Ace Jack 8-7 belongs to Pua. He's got the double gutter. Checks it over to Tollerine, who's got the top pair and backdoor hearts.
One of those gutters isn't clean, the 9 that is. Best hand now in the hands of Paul with top pair. Quite weak holdings for both players.
Second street of checking. King on the end. Backdoor spades and a 4-liner show up, and Boss has Broadway.
It feels like there's more value in inducing a bit of ace jack, especially with the flush arriving. It's rare to get called by worse.
Tollerine's got some showdown with kings and queens, though, so he's not looking to turn it into a bluff. Checks it back. 56 over to Pua. Well, closing in on $20 million in career Triton earnings is Paul Pua. 39 cashes, just one title, countless hours of cash game action after these tournaments wind down. Each and every festival for him and a select few. Not always privy to all that goes down there. We do stream or shoot a lot of those cash games, cut them together. Randy then will voice over those games.
I think the important point to make about that is that if you follow the Triton YouTube channel, you get access to it.
Yep.
And it alerts you.
Are you saying that people should be subscribing to the Triton Poker YouTube channel, Randy?
Yeah.
Because I've been saying that for a minute.
But you haven't given good reason
Boys
to.
and girls.
I
No, I don't
finally
need a reason.
have.
You know what I mean?
You do. Best
Just
content
do
in the
it.
world. Just
All
do
right.
it.
Works for
Oh,
Nike.
You're not a Nike ad.
Ace 9-6 here. Not suited, but not a problem against King 9-5-3, and that fact remains on the Jack-Jack 10 board. Frank with just a gutter.
Pretty much just naked aces for Tolerine. It's just really important to have a little bit of backup, whether it's a straight draw, gut shot, or flush draw. Queen on the turn, going to give Frank the straight, the best hand.
Binky.
By no means a clean hand. He could easily be up against an ace-king.
Does check it over, and Tolerine looking for showdown here. Now, if you're new to PLO, don't you dare think that Tolerine has rivered a queen high straight. 2 cards must play. Hence the king and the 9. Activating for 17.
Going for a little bit of value. Tolerine just has aces and jacks.
King
He
9.
is going to keep his opponent honest.
So Ben, keeping an eye on Chris Frank there. As played, obviously, we can feel a little bit more comfortable with 17K to get to showdown post-flop.
Man.
Aces were, of course, under-repped.
Yeah, sure.
Ben's one of these guys, by the way, Randy, if you've spent any time around him, you know he's just got a fantastic temperament to play high-stakes poker and endure the swings. And actually is just one of these kind of soft-spoken characters for the most part. Just has some strong friendships in the community, plenty of respect. Doesn't draw much attention to himself, but absolutely lets the cards do the talking.
Here for business.
125 behind, right?
You know, I did
This
a
isn't a
little,
tax write-off. What'd you do with them?
I was going to say I did a little work browsing the field, and actually 23 players are names I did not see play a single no-limit hold'em event here.
Now listen, you don't need to be a marine biologist to know when things are shark infested. I don't need to see a dorsal fin breach the surface, right? I don't need to see jaws pop up out of the deep, brandishing rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. This is, you know, on the surface slightly tranquil, but just below predatory. Snipers, man, they're out there. Randy, would you ever go shark diving? Like if we had a Triton Cape Town, for example, and I was like, hey, we got a day off, let's go.
You talking about the thing where you're in like the cage?
Yeah, buddy.
That looks kind of fun.
Randy, you in?
Only problem.
Remember, you're on record.
It looks fun. Can you get hurt?
I did see a video where Shark got through the bars. And anyway, King Jack 9, the nuts for Tolerine.
Wait, but did they make it out? I need to know.
Right, do we have a hand in progress? There's no reason to make things morbid.
So there was a chance.
Well, hang on.
Is that a boat? It is for
All of a
Tolerine.
sudden, an upgrade for Tolerine, who already had the nuts, to 9s full of jacks. An upgrade that he doesn't want, granted that now the hand is vulnerable
Can't really talk too much.
to not being best.
Looking at the other two hands,
I played, man. It was
they
like
won't be able to pay off with
three-way
that.
all in.
So Jack is pretty nice in this spot.
Yeah, Chris Frank not looking to get cute. How about quads? His Tolerine's hand gets stronger and stronger.
I've got a question for you. What's the quad 9's kicker?
Queen.
Yeah.
Did you think that was some sort of tough quiz? If every teacher I ever had in my life that wanted to throw me a curveball came out and asked me something that simple, I'd have done a lot better.
Hey, I'm just saying, you know, maybe someone else in chat did not think that. But never mind. You know what? Not everything I say is useful.
And by the way, not every pocket pair on the 3-of-a-kind board is going to be good, in particular when it's up against quads. You see Chris Frank thinking maybe I can stab at this, and I guess it's a little mergy maybe into 32 to bet 11. Do we clear out things like 8s ever?
I'm not so sure of that price. Yeah, it's interesting.
Got punished for greediness.
He's saying greedy, so he was a value bet.
Ah, I have a 9.
Paul, you can't have a 9.
What's going on out here? I'm staring at the 9 in Tolerine's hand, boss. Maybe he thought he had a 9.
He had a 6, probably.
That's the one that we always mix up.
Good big blind, Paul.
Ace King 6-3, 3 diamonds into the muck for Coon. You really don't want to have the 3-card flush in hand, reducing your own outs. I like the way Paul holds his cards in Paul and Omaha, because if you don't have as much experience, you need to kind of regularly look at them, right?
Yeah, for sure. Work some things out as boss giving the Queen Jack 8-4 double a workout, defending his big against Parsonen, who looks down. He's got a wheel wrap here. Backdoor clubs. 68 in the middle.
Hi, brother. Hi. Could I get a chicken soup?
Did you say wrap earlier? Because I kind of want a chicken wrap now that he said chicken soup.
Randy, for those that don't know, actually Xeroxed his first plate at lunch by going back to the buffet, and all of a sudden I thought I was in some weird Christopher Nolan movie. I could have sworn I saw him polish off the first plate. I looked over, and there was the exact same food on there again. He doesn't look like he can put it away, but let me just tell you
It's
guys.
the turbo version. If you
There's a lot of
remember
Nano
that
fans
from-
out there.
That
He
was
ain't
a
going
stupid
hungry out
cat.
here
I
at
remember.
Maestral.
That was a silly
Anybody in the line at the buffet behind him could go hungry just based on the volume of food that he
Gave some
removes.
fish a chance, though.
I think I gained a few pounds here. Food's too good.
That's what
I
I
wish I
told
could
him
say
in my
I'd burn it
interview
off
afterwards,
between
too.
Tritons,
said,
but I
"This
just
thing
put on
went
a few
turbo."
more, and then we come out and put on
She
some
was
more.
giving him the trophy. I went home.
Double suited kings for Chris Frank, worthy of the open. Boss getting involved again. The suited aces do pique interests. One simple piece of advice when you're playing Pot Limit Omaha to keep the game simpler
I like playing it too. It's fun.
is don't draw to non-nutted hands. And playing the suited ace is obviously one way to do just that. A little gutty for Boss, under pair.
Better gutty for Frank.
Yeah. Goes check, check. Board pairs on the turn. Now Boss recognizing it may be difficult to represent this board texture as a flat caller from the small blind, so not tempted to try to represent the range. Backdoor diamonds have arrived. Both players just playing the pocket pairs.
Well, Paul's hand is unlikely to be good, but can he get a better hand to fold is the question. Looks like he's going to try.
That's interesting because we fall to a 6, a 7,
No diamond.
and no diamond in hand. The unblocker factor for Chris Frank here. Looks like a milky bet.
Nice.
Look at the way Frank's approaching this very much like a PLO cash game, though. He just slams the call in there.
I like this guy.
Oh, they're in the muck. Doesn't matter if it was a straight now.
I wonder if Boss sizes up a little bit there.
I think he could probably shake up
You know what I mean?
two kings.
2/3 plus, 75%. Maybe all of a sudden we get a little bit less curious.
But maybe Boss is worried about some crying calls out of flushes anyways himself.
True. He had 1 diamond in hand.
Is it 4-8 still?
I think so.
I don't know where I'm posting.
Rascal in the YouTube chat asks, hey, Ali, where is Henry? Really missing him. Well, Randy actually has kidnapped Henry, and he's not telling us where he's keeping him. No, that's not true.
But really?
Rumor has it that Henry is actually on the high seas inbound on the Bombay yacht.
Is he?
To Montenegro. Apparently there's some potential seafaring cash games that could be taking place on said yacht. That's all I'll say.
Cool.
I could see him in. I could see Henry in the captain hat.
Yeah, I was going to say, is he like the, what do you call it, the skipper?
See, I could see him as a skipper, for sure. Meanwhile, queens for Chris Frank have been toasted by Trip Jacks for Illis Parsonen. He was the pre-flop raiser, up to 20,000. Frank simply defended, and look at Parsonen looking to induce a little misbehavior out of Boss. 10-10-4-4.
No flush draw present. No, nothing to be afraid of. Now we do have hearts arriving.
Yeah, for Boss. And I like the check back from Boss, by the way. Just doesn't have to be good here with 2 10s. As we can see, Queens already had him beat.
Hands I've ever seen in my entire life. Look at them hands on that guy right there. Man, look at them fingers. Zoom in on that camera.
Please don't.
Man's got some beautiful hands. My hands look like somebody beat them with a hammer, man. They're all crooked and I got to turn. Let me see them hands. You got long hands. You got them big giant hands, huh? Pretty nice fingernails as well. Wow. You guys are some real grown-ups.
Oh, my goodness.
In America, it's like, I don't know.
Jacks full of 10s versus 10s full of jacks. This is a one-out disaster for Boss.
Literally the one card that Paul loses a ton of chips.
To America for a long time.
Oh, yeah?
It'd be over 2 months, I think.
Oh, 2 months?
Yeah.
Play all the WSOP stuff?
And before and after New York.
Oh, cool.
Family obligations.
Family obligations in New York?
Yeah.
Now the question,
that's a great place to be in the summertime.
For Paul is,
That's Vegas.
does he raise or just
I
call?
like Vegas more than most.
Yeah. I love Vega.
Jack 10 is unlikely with 2 10s in hand, although that is the case here.
It's so shitty.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't do that ever. I couldn't do it.
Jack 5, Jack 3. It's not that common from the hijack.
175.
That's going to be all of it. Parsonen, of course, snap calls, and look at just how gross this feeling's going to be.
Oh my goodness.
Doing that.
Well, 4 would have worked for Boss.
You missed it.
But
you get 50K.
boy, that is savage. The deck choosing violence here.
Yeah.
Beneficiary on this occasion, the Finn, Parsonen.
Hard for him to have a house.
Heard Jason say it hard for.
He doesn't have many hands that have Jack 3 or Jack 5 in them.
Yeah, same thing you pointed out, Randy.
Just unlucky.
River.
Jason, by the way, validating Boss's choice to ask Illis for the rest with 10s full, just on account of the Jack 5, Jack 3. Not supposed to be involved. We block Jack 10, of course, mightily.
Yeah, Boss obviously has a little bit less experience than the rest of the field, but willing to try and learn this game.
Limping 8 of his remaining 50 is Pua with Queen Jack 6-6 here. Chris Frank has the spade smothered. Comes along, Parsonen freshly doubled. Says, let's run it to the Ace Jack 4 board. So top pair for Chris Frank.
Yeah.
How's it been?
Out in front.
It's been a lot of fun.
Has it?
Yeah.
Actually, no one has a good
Played
piece
so
here.
much that I had to stop because I couldn't hold on to the racket anymore. Like my grip was just done.
Frank looking to thin the field.
And he's done so as the Broadway gut shot lays down. So does the
I
Jack.
played tennis one time with Seth.
Not your thing?
No, I like it. I just, all these hobbies are so much fun, but I just can't, I don't have enough hours in the day to have any hobbies. I really don't, you know, especially if I run and do my weight stuff, and then after that, if it's not poker, it's family time.
Yeah, I understand that.
Make a couple babies, it's,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
It's fun.
Stuff.
The making part is the best part, Randy.
Don't get to do that as much.
Yeah. God.
It's all the work that you got to do afterward. That's, anyway.
Right.
Keep it up.
It's the reason you have no kids. Makes sense now.
I'm a big kid. Come on, you know this.
Very.
I have a very different issue on my hands. Jason doesn't have enough hours in the day. I have too many hours in the day. I'm accepting hobby suggestions, by the way. YouTube chat, where you at? I'm looking for a new hobby.
Please
throw one in there.
Give us some good ones. This guy definitely needs some exercise. I've seen him walk around.
Kite surfing. How's that? That didn't get typed in, by the way. That's just my
Kite
idea.
surfing.
Rapid round of checks here. This one was a limp from Boss. The ace 10, 9, 7.
So Frank has the best hand. He wouldn't know it with just ace
No.
jack.
Yeah, found that hook on the turn. No, tolerate. Open-ended here. Frank betting like he knows it. Third pot.
Perhaps there's a reason why Frank has all these chips, because he's been just attacking all these small pots.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Get out of here. You got a special guest. Your lady's taking your place.
Competitive eating.
Hello.
Try to take that one on, Molly.
Did that get
That got
did
written
that
down.
get submitted? I mean, I'm pretty good at uncompetitive eating, so who knows? Maybe I'm missing out on my calling. Not missing out is Chris Frank on eating up all the chips around him. 1.3 million, 100 bigs of clearance between himself and Jason Coon, who isn't exactly short stacked 60 bigs deep.
He has more big blinds than the other 4 players at his table.
It's pretty wild.
It's 1 versus 4.
Coon, hijack involvement, hearts, 7s, an ace. Queens here for Tolerine, bad queens, given a lack of suits.
A little discount in the small. Also with the min raise.
What is that?
Pre-flop.
25% promo code out of the small blind.
Very bad.
Spoiled my play.
Boss has made the call. He's got only 10,000 back.
And
he's flopped the set.
Oh, but look at Tolerine. What did he flop?
Top set.
When you finally get there, you're drawing slim. Nice for Tolerine that Jason Coon comes along with a little 10K call.
I mean, Ben's out of position. Does he think he can flat and then get chips into a dry side from Jason?
That's the tricky part about being out of position in this game is it often just goes check through on the turn and you give your opponent 2 cards. I feel like in position more you can slow play. Although with top set and him holding a 4 and a 5 which blocks some straight draws, really just has all of it.
Yeah, that's really kind of what Tolerine is mulling over right now. Any raise should shake out Jason quite promptly. Yeah.
I misread my damn suit. I fold. Thought I had the fucking nut suit, and I didn't.
It's not changing anything.
Yeah, I know. I know.
One out.
I know. It's
Play it
just
the
I
same way.
wouldn't have. Yeah.
Back, no flash.
Well, the set over set has been revealed, courtesy of Jason Coon, who confesses that he misread his nut suit. That ace was not suited.
Oh,
So
he had
maybe
the thunder waiting on you. I didn't
10K.
realize he had the top set there.
that he could have saved.
Seems crazier.
Boss was hunting a straight, now hunts only quads, 1 out, and it was never really
No, I'm going to the cash game.
Oh,
cash game?
Okay.
much of a sweat.
That's what I heard. Hey, if you if seat's open, I know a guy. I bet. GG. This is yours, I think.
Ah, thank you. Yeah, this happens to me all the time. Like, I keep playing with them and they go to my opponent. Thank you.
Well, GG's to Boss, who
I'm big blind.
confesses he's not going to be buying another bullet here, apparently headed for the cash game streets. And Randy, I'm sure you're looking forward to that.
thank
That's
you very
yet
much.
another opportunity for you to commentate
That's
on.
perfect. Exactly what I wanted.
He also
Perhaps.
probably
Very much.
prefers to have 2 cards rather than 4.
Yeah. Yeah, be it short deck or be it long deck. But what I was going to say is rumored to be the winningest cash game player of all time is Pua. I love the mystique of that.
Yeah, just
I love that we don't
just
know
leave
for
it
sure.
mysterious, yeah.
If you know, you know.
If you don't, you want to know.
I'll tell you this. I had a conversation with Boss once. Not going to divulge any numbers. They were staggering. But what was most staggering for me is that that number that he said that he was winning, he said he was also owed at least that much. So imagine being able to fade all of those sorts of scenarios where perhaps the underwriting department in terms of credit Didn't always get it right there. Tolerine, ace, ace, king, 5. With the clubs. Made it 24,000 to go. Club coverage against Coon, who is double suited. Very reasonable defense from the big blind. Again, these two take a flop. Queen, jack, deuce. Wrap for Jason, and the deuce dangler becomes slightly relevant. Up against the Broadway gutty and the overpair for Tolerine, who does have a 7% advantage. Blocker effects of the aces, part of that.
Yeah, quite a good flop for Coon. No diamond draw for either player. Some of those outs, though, are tainted for Coon. Do see a 17K C-bet from Tolerine. Jason gonna go straight draw hunting. Finds the nuts on the turn.
Presto. A very clean 8. The untainted out. Goes check, check.
As good as it gets for Jason Coon.
Yep. Cost him 17 to get there. Couldn't induce, and now the opportunity to fire a barrel on a very clean-looking river here. That deuce 8-6 stuff isn't supposed to be his neighborhood.
Yeah, he's going quite big. 82K. Trying to represent a very narrow value betting range.
Wow.
Tolerine can't do much with 2 aces.
Didn't even think about it.
Yeah, one pair just shrivels up so much in this game.
No, but I did have a pair, actually. My other card was a pair.
So the king 10-9 got flashed as Jason showing his buddy Ben that
No flash draw.
was the nutters.
Not that careful.
Hello, Chris Brewer.
Bluff. This time.
Welcome aboard, sir.
Pretty sure Brewer has a PLO title,
Maybe not.
if I recall correctly.
Yeah,
Thing
if
where
I'm
you
not
get your money and
mistaken,
just check some points.
was
Oh,
it
yeah.
heads up against
I'm fine
Jason
with that
in
now,
Northern
so I'd take
Cyprus?
this a little bit.
Man, that
It's
is
Christoph
one heck
Brewer.
of a read. Let me take a look for you.
Christoph Brewer saying, back in the house, baby.
Christoph Brewer saying. That's a new one for me.
You need to wear a giant hood one day so I can just call you Christoph Brewer saying all day.
I have something for you that you're going to crack up at, but I don't want to tell you on stream.
Okay.
I was telling Ike and Divorce this the other day.
So Brewer won a title into 25K PLO in Cyprus 2023.
Okay. Efforting now. That player that was runner-up was indeed Jason Coon in that one. That was the stop where Coon caught up to and dethroned Stephen Chidwick for the Avonlea Player of the Year award.
That's right, because after that second place, he got a first place in a no limit main for 2.4 million, and then third in the 50K short deck main event to get the final points he needed.
Oh, he was a man on fire for sure in that one. Parsonen made it 20 to go pre, picked up Chris Frank for the ride. Chris with diamonds in the gutter, plenty of overs. Checked it on the flop. Let's see how he feels about things after the check back from the overpair, which has picked up the king high heart draw here on the turn.
That king high heart draw is going to give Parsonen what feels to be just enough, but it is a pot-sized bet, which is always uncomfortable. Maybe since you're not drawing to the nut hearts, you might not be as interested. There we go. Nice one, Chris Frank.
52K getting the job done.
Starting to see why Chris Frank came out to play PLO exclusively here in Montenegro.
Yeah.
No, they're not. One more level rebuys, I think.
Blinds up. 5 and 10,000 with a 10K big blind ante. 25 in orbit, the price of poker now. Did I get any good
Cool.
hobby suggestions out of the chat, Randy? You said competitive eating. That's not going to happen. I like to savor my food.
We got rabbit hunting.
Like actual hunting of rabbits?
There wasn't that many good ones in there to worth
Somebody
mentioning.
write bonsai?
I have 209 just all the hand.
Go Mr. Miyagi.
Snowboarding, golf? Come on.
Yeah, we want the exciting stuff. Something where Ollie can hurt himself.
Yeah, by the way, I also want that. If you know me well enough. I got it. Wingsuiting. The only problem is, I think you've got to hike like hours to get to the top. Which that's the part, you know.
So we need to drive you up there.
Well, I don't think there's roads, but, you know, a little helicopter would do the trick. It's Parsonen. Taking flight with kings once more. Looking up at a similarly unattractive board texture. 6-4 deuce. He does have the gutter with that little four dangler, incidentally enough, after having picked up Jason on the button, who really doesn't have much of anything at all.
Yeah, just an ace-jack, 10-8.
Checks it over to him. Quick check back from Jason, who hits an 8.
Actually has outs now.
Ace would have worked, of course, but now plenty more equity.
2 kings don't look too hot on this board. It looks like he expected a better hand to bet at some point on the flop.
Well, he also does not expect Jason to be interacting with this board in any sort of meaningful way as a flat caller on the button pre-flop. Two-tone texture, he does block both a heart and a diamond. So 52,000, get her done, Mr. Parsonen. Tennis is the thing that everybody's been playing on the Triton Tour now.
Should we play, me and you?
We should play ping pong, Randy. Let's be honest
How
with
about we
ourselves.
play, like, Wii tennis?
First off, we wear embarrassingly expensive shoes to be out on the clay court here, because that's the shoe destroyer, that stuff.
I've heard.
Okay.
Yeah, basically.
Now, also,
Did you?
that's a high-impact sport. We're not
It's nice
really
comeback
built
in the heads, very
for
nice.
that. But there is a ping pong
He's pretty
table
hot
on the
now.
property, I'm told. So maybe if we figure out where it's at.
I feel like you've got
Heads up for
got a little
rolls.
bit of experience under your belt, don't you? Do you hold the paddle in the funny
I
manner?
don't do that funky.
Okay.
No.
Like a
Hope he
pencil?
also runs good with his swaps. That his swaps.
I don't know how you hold your pencil, but definitely. No, just, you know, standard Western grip. Standard little blind versus blind here. 5, 6, 7, 8. Not really an attractive board.
Yeah, when you're holding your hand like 5, 6, 7, 8, you're always thinking, all right, let me just get that little wrap going on. Wow, just completely missed it.
Parsonen didn't exactly smash with a pair of 10s. Third club arrives. Broadway gutter acquired for Elis. Still checking.
So both players have quite bad hands.
10,000.
Look at Brewer. Betting 10K. Realizing that Parsonen's check is very weak throughout this hand and should get the job done. Or, wow. Pair of 10s is good. Got him.
Sniffed it out. Did Parsonen. Who I don't know if you ever watched $1 Million Listing New York, Randy, but looks a little bit like Fredrik Eklund.
Yeah.
The Swedish real estate broker.
I know who you're talking about.
You know who I'm
actually.
talking about?
Yeah.
That show was great, by the way. I don't know why they got rid of it. I love watching those sick condos and houses.
You watched the Beverly Hills one as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you do.
the what's her name? Heather was my agent when I was in.
Oh yeah.
When I lived out there.
Watch that new show? What's it called? Selling Sunset? Do you know that one?
That's a little bit more of a soap opera, man. I wouldn't want that crew.
It's not classy.
Handling my contracts.
A little
I
avocado.
mean, I wouldn't mind, you
a little
know.
rice, put it in the soup.
Just it's good watching.
I like
You know?
the pivot and where your head was going.
You know? Well, hello. King Jack 9-7. Up we go.
Do see Jason with King Jack 9-7.
Turns into kings and jacks on this offsuit Broadway board.
Very scary texture. Shoots out 10K.
Yeah, both blinds took the price, but will not be taking the turn in the face of the follow-through there. Now, you asked whether or not I might have had a little experience in the table tennis streets, Randy, and put some respect on the game if you're going to take it seriously. It is table tennis. I actually was coached by a woman who was on the South Korean Olympic team for a time. Yeah, I had a fish on
Race.
that wanted to play like 5 times a game. Table tennis, so needless to say, we had to get polished up. She had me hitting off this like robotic machine, man, that would just spit out the.
So for a reaction.
Yeah, no, I was nice for a while. I'm not that nice now.
Did it pay off?
Your money's safe.
But did it pay off?
Yeah, man.
Nice.
It paid
A
off.
little hustler, Ollie.
Come on.
All right.
I might have made some money playing foosball and billiards too at a point. Pool, I should
You
say.
also got a Olympic coach to coach you in foosball?
No, I don't think that's an Olympic sport. Nor do I think Ace Queen 9-7 wants any as Parsonen succumbs to the 3-bet from Jason. Reasonable with the Ace King Queen 10.
Playing a great game.
Shout out Cyrus27 in the chat. He's saying, I'm trying to be Forrest Gump. Funny enough, Cyrus.
Played the short decks with me back in the golden years. I wish you could have been there. Really do.
Just because it was fun or
It
good?
was fun. It was good. It was huge. It was.
Hang on.
You just win so much. Just the win rate. Like,
yeah.
It's like crack.
Definitely missed out on that.
A little nostalgic reflection there upon
Similar
perhaps.
kind of vibe. Similar social vibe in short deck. You know what I mean? It's like everybody's casual, like, but still the action's crazy.
Short deck's even more casual.
Yeah, like
Yellow.
everybody is just kind of unhinged and. but
Yellow people are still scared of like gain 4-bet by aces. No one KOs in short deck.
Yeah.
It's like fuck it, man.
Still, it's fast and short, like
Yeah.
short weights, and
Early years in the Macau cash game streets.
especially in the beginning, like it was so cool to play a game when like literally no one really knew. That was really fun. You know, we had like a year where no one really knew.
Jason and company
Playing big stakes.
partook
We can
in
just
some
start playing
mythological.
nets. We just start throwing some Badoosie tournaments out here or something.
Yeah, maybe we should roll into Bobby's and lose our sanity.
Nosebleed cash
I'm
games.
good on that. Quality of life's too high.
Oh no, I mean we do Triton mix. Not Bobby's room, fuck that.
Bring them all out here.
I wouldn't mind a little Triton mix.
I was going to say, we do Triton mix, and Ollie
You'll lose me.
might also lose his bankroll.
Yeah, that's
Unclear.
true. That's true.
I know you got the chops, but everyone will come out. All the pros. Not sure if you want to hang with them.
Uneventful. Frank speaks up on the river and takes it down. Now, I was telling you, Cyrus is saying, you know, Ali trying to be Forrest Gump. I visited a friend that lived in Shanghai. He had to go to work, and I decided I would find the local table tennis kind of gymnasium, which, by the way, was, I mean, there was 100 tables in this place.
Carlota's like, yeah, are you scared?
I didn't speak a lick of Chinese, really, and they didn't speak a lick of English. I showed up in a tracksuit and a paddle, and I got my ass kicked by every person that I played in there. I'm talking 75-year-old dudes, you know, kids, literal children. Everybody waxed me. And this was after the coaching. So they're nice out there.
So did you ask for a refund for the coaching?
I bet you I was in the like the Chinese like academy for, you know, prodigies. Like the dude that was 75 was probably a 9-time gold medal winner from, you know, the 64 Olympics. Anyway.
But did you ask for the refund?
It was so cheap, man. I would have paid double just for the humility of it all. Tolerine, cut off limp, Coon, finger wag, Jack 10, 9, 8 here. Brewer decides with the double-suited kings. The price is going to have to go up. Tolerine's decision should be fairly simple.
Well, he's calculating how well his hand goes 3 ways all in, because if he continues, I mean, Jason's in anyways, no matter what the action happens for Tolerine.
So even the 4, 5, 7, 8 with Dusty Spades is wondering if it isn't an opportunity to potentially triple if he gets involved, and might he be assuming interference between Coon and Brewer's hands?
Well, Brewer, not so much, right? Brewer usually has aces in this spot. Coon's a little bit more unclear, but, you know, typically re-raising hands are big cards, so technically they could be sharing. Ideally, though, Tolerine would want like an 8, 7, 6, 5.
Just gonna call, let you outplay me post flop there.
So gonna play a big one. A little bit of chips remaining for Brewer. 65-35.
Jack 4, 4. Jason does connect. Brewer does send the rest forward. It's so bad for Coon that there are 4s on board because the side cards are no good as a result against these kings.
4-4 really hurts.
Fact's not lost on him.
Ideally, Jason wants to pick up some equity on the turn.
Instead, it's Brewer who picks up a gutty that he does not need. So just the jack to fade for Chris. And mission accomplished as he will double through. JK.
Yeah, that one hurts.
Is Christopher Frank supposed to clean up those chips? They're just sloppy in front of him.
You know, I don't think, like, this is a guy, if I go over to his house or apartment, I don't expect it to be spick and span. You know what I mean? There's going to be dishes in the sink. Pillows on the couch are going to be in, you know, various
clothes all
configurations.
over the floor.
You know, multiple laptops lying around.
Some broken, some...
Yeah, right. Just...
Maybe. Well, shucks.
Folded around to the small blind of Brewer. He limps. Parson says, let's see it. Ace 10-8. Bad gutter for Brewer. Double gutter.
Yeah. 2 nut draws to the straight.
That's for Parsonen, of course, who does bet it. Chris's decision is simple.
Hey, another kneecap.
Now, I don't know how to tell you guys this at home, but if you felt like energy levels were maybe a little bit lower for the time being, we may have just the solution on our hands. A loose threat of a little nightcap in the booth for one Nacho Barbero. Says, give me about 12 minutes. Don't tease us, Nacho.
Yeah, you're committed.
Okay. He's committed. He said
Please
yes.
talk to producer James. That's all right.
Be careful with your calls though, Chris. I thought I saw a black call in the bottom, but I don't know for sure. But like,
Well, Nacho.
be very careful.
Here's a headset, my friend. We'll get you in the mix. There we go. And just like that, we bring you Nacho Barbero.
Hello, guys.
Yes, just what I needed. Save the day for me, Nacho.
Okay, Randy, I do it for you because I like you. Just for you. When are we going to have 100K mix games?
Hey, listen.
Hey.
That's my question.
100K PLO not good enough for you?
I love PLO. Man, I was tired of that 2-card games. Not for me.
Well, let's see if Chris Frank is tired of checking here as both flop and turn. That's exactly what went down. He was the pre-flop raiser to 45,000. Note that Brewer on the button with relatively good aces. Did play them as a flat. Frank, I think the king is worth hunting value. 115,000 in the middle. How much is he going to barrel? 20? This is cutesy.
King.
Jesus.
And Brewer keeps things simple with a flat. And you see Chris Frank's facial expression. He immediately, Nacho, is confused by
I'm a bit confused
aces.
about it. He didn't quite understand it. And it's like...
Well, even though I really wanted to hear what you had in store there, Nacho, we got to pay some bills. And the people that are helping us do it on this occasion are the good folks over at GTO Wizard. They help you beat the best and crush the rest. If you aspire to compete in a Triton event one day, then study with the world's most powerful poker solver. Try it for free now at GTOWizard.com. Get free access to all of their features for the first 24 hours. User-friendly software that provides clear and accurate solutions to poker's most complex scenarios is GTOWizard.com. All right, Nacho, talk to me. You're out there. You are actually in real time on a break in this very event that we're watching on a delay, are you not?
Yeah, I've been following you guys and watching the whole coverage so far.
Well, we're following you and all of these other guys. What percentage of the players would you say who've been playing the full slate in terms of the Hold'em have stuck around to play the PLO? Are you seeing mostly new faces out there, or a lot of the guys that were playing before are still here regging these PLO events?
I would say mostly new faces, but like at least like 20, 25 people stayed.
Okay.
Many regs, many finish Rex the game.
When you see a new face, you just instantly assume anybody willing to get on a plane and come down here for this part of the program is going to be a sniper, yeah?
He's a sniper, yeah. Many PLO snipers. But we play with them every day. They come to the Poker Goes, and yeah, they're everywhere. Many good players came, but I'm actually surprised about like the amount of players, and it's good value for 100K.
Flush here for Parsonen, who checks back and closes the action after playing it as a limp pre-flop. He's got way the best of this one. Both his opponents are drawn dead. How do you feel about one more check in this spot? Silly? We need to get value?
I think it's kind of one of those hands. It's like one and done. Like he doesn't get too much value. It's kind of too loose to open that. I think it's kind of it's okay to limp on the bottom. I would 100% limp if I'm Ellis. Besides, he might be one of, if not the best on the field. So he can get away with playing other hands that I wouldn't recommend playing if you don't have his skill level.
Yeah. He did play the 25K PLO, did not find the cash. Now, your personality type is the kind that I feel like we're more accustomed to seeing in the mixed game streets, and of course, Pot Limit Omaha as well. Do you just enjoy more of the banter and sort of the vibe in these PLO events?
I think it's way more relaxed, actually. I'm surprised. Like, I mean, actually, we have Masashi Oisa at my table. We're going to go to the feature now. You guys going to see us play on and I'm with Dylan Linde and Seth Davis. So the table is very talkative and super fun. And yesterday, 25K was amazing. Like, it's more relaxed. I mean, also, the 25K, when the stakes are not that high, like, people is just, like, more...
Are they gambling out there? They're spinning?
Yeah, I did 3 bullets.
Yikes.
People was gambling, firing. It kind of feels small after the whole festival to play at 25K, but yeah, it was very fun. And I was also with Mikhail at the table, the main event winner, so it was more fun.
Well, Jack 3 is plenty of fun for Ben Tollerine here as he chose to limp the button. Chris Frank with nothing on the stovetop does check it over. Have you had a chance to play thus far in the PLO streets with any of these 5 guys that we're watching?
1500.
Yeah, I did. I played today with Benjamin Tolerance and a lot with Christopher Frank in the past. Yeah.
Any scouting report?
I think Frank is pretty good. I see him doing very well, and like he's always playing like the 10K plus at the World Series.
He's got the third biggest stack in the field right now. I can't imagine that's an accident.
Probably actually.
He's very creative. I was watching him playing like some creative bet sizings, like block bets with the 7s. Yeah, when there was quads.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
that's right.
You really are watching.
I watched the whole stream. I'm there bored. No, I'm actually. It's a lot of action. My table is. I was never bored. How do you guys like PLO?
I mean, look.
I don't have
Randy and I are not PLO pros. Obviously, each successive festival we get a chance to observe.
He was like, I would have folded. He goes, I think it's, and he goes, actually, I don't even want to say it's close. I have no fucking clue. And I was like,
I was going to say observe some of the best to do it, and then all of a sudden Chris comes with a story about Ike not having any clue, and Ike considered one of the foremost minds in poker. But we do pick up a lot. We learn a lot, and obviously we appreciate opportunities to get those who are out there doing it in the streets right here at Triton in the booth to talk about it. Jonathan Jaffe's been in here on a few occasions. I'm sure you've had a chance to maybe listen to some of what he was doing in the 2-card portion of the program. But, you know, I love the game because it just inherently creates quite a bit of action. You know what I mean? More so than maybe the 2-card.
Yeah, but believe it or not, there is like less 3-bets in PLO than in Hold'em. Way less, actually. So it's kind of like the 3-bets like come mostly for aces.
When is the first?
So
10K or any
like the pots, like there is a lot of limp pots also
25K 6 max
that you don't see much.
They have a 5K like day one.
It's kind of weird. All the tables have like a very different dynamic depending the stacks. As in Hold'em, they're pretty much all the same. Somebody opens, somebody 3-bets, that's it. Here there is like a lot of limps, ice, like some ISO.
Yeah, no, it's good, but it's just
it's kind of weird. It's like
yeah, you want it.
Trying to figure it out on the moment all the time.
I thought I was gonna win it last year.
Because you have like all, this guy open in that stack size in Hold'em. He gets 3-bet. What is people 3-betting with here? Because it's so many limps. What do you raise with on the? I just limp like a monster on the bottom. Like it just changes all the time that what you're doing. Because trying to be in you, the one that is dominating the others. So it's a different dynamic. Anyway, I think I gotta go, guys.
Yeah, we're looking forward to observing your dynamic.
We're coming right now. It was a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thanks
I will
for
come
coming
with
by.
more time.
Yes, thank you, Nacho.
Do it. Good luck out there, Nacho.
Thank you, guys.
If I like blow the opportunity. I was like.
So a brief visit from Nacho Barbero, gracious enough to spend his break in this 100K PLO main event with us in real time, of course. He is being moved to the feature table, we're being told. So once our delay on stream does catch up, we'll get a chance to watch Nacho and company.
154 behind.
Yeah, nice.
4 to a flush.
That's always been thinking. That was
No, that's not how it works.
That was the favorite.
Not how any of this works.
Yeah,
Nevertheless, Sparson is going to get after it.
Something I've
He
had
would
to
rather
work on through
raise.
over the years is just like letting go of that. That kind of stuff's hard because it just always results in you like hating yourself in a bunch of situations. You're basically helpless.
Lorraine
to
calling up
minimize.
Ace King 7-5.
It's not like a motivational anxiety.
Quite similar hands.
The ones that like, they can get anxious about.
Key
like,
difference,
not
of
being
course,
good
to
enough or
Jack
something, but at least it
and the
motivates
7.
you to like walk all of. This one's just like, this one's just toxic.
Yeah, it's exactly right. You feel like you're superior to people, and then it upsets you because they beat you. And
makes you for anything. It makes you waltz too because you're not playing to win anything.
Yeah.
Like you feel as if you can only lose.
Totally.
Winning gives you nothing because you're supposed to.
Yeah.
I mean, you fucking see it. You see it in like all the sports though. You see like teams win the Super Bowl and then like, obviously the Chiefs just keep winning. But you'll see a bunch of teams like they get to the Super Bowl, they win, and then the next year it's just like everything just looks wrong.
Yeah.
Parsonen able to c-bet and take it there despite tolerating holding ace-king as well. Did want to defer to that conversation between Coon and Brewer. Jason just fascinates me, Randy. You know, we know each other relatively well, but just
pretty well last year on the.
I took the trip back from
second
Jeju
or whatever I lost in the semis
to Seoul with him, and
that was the one with Doug.
we shared a car over between airports.
Oh yeah, now I remember.
While
the
transiting, and
yeah, it actually is.
I in the moment I found it funny. I was like, yeah, this is hilarious.
not unlike a lot of the sort of new leaf vibes that we've observed of Phil Ivey, you know, really in a good place in life in general, mentally playing some pretty good poker relative to, you know, some of the darker stretches that he had. Jason, and I'm not suggesting this is some sort of recovery effort, but he is just happy and like just in a perfect place to come out and play these things. Here he is in an imperfect place on a 9-7-6 board with involuntary participation, courtesy of being in the big blind, and one that was limped by Frank to start things off.
Yeah, just to finish that note, I remember Jason saying that he spends time to play the Triton series is where he does his business.
Yeah. Heart redraw in the second nuts right now against bottom set. As this one got interesting all of a sudden.
22, right?
Chris blocking one of his boats with that 7. Can't find the board pair on the turn. Still lags behind. You see the snap check. Over to Parsonen. He asks for a count.
Definitely worth protecting his 8-5. Also with 2 hearts. Actually reduces the outs of his opponent if they were holding hearts.
Yeah. Could serve more as blockers than anything else. Which the 8s do as well. Don't need to be so concerned about 10-8 as much. And note that the 74K barrel on the turn just sheds the set for Frank correctly.
Yeah,
no less.
Very, very fast too.
All right. Every now and again we're up against 7s or 9s perhaps. That could be a potential issue.
Also didn't expect 2 pair to bet the turn. And, oh, Nacho. Is that him right there?
There it is.
Davies, Dylan Lind.
Masashi. Who's that other character?
Well, if you download the Triton Poker Plus app in the top right corner,
I've got it right
you
here.
would know. But I'm telling you, they can also download the app and find out themselves. We don't need you, Ollie.
Wow. Your words hurt.
Okay, but did you find out yet?
Yeah, it's the Spaniard.
The Spaniard who?
Sergio Martinez Gonzalez.
There we go. So you are useful after all.
Oddly enough, we did not see Gonzalez in Madrid. First time he paid us a visit was in London last year. Came down, played one event, 25K PLO, finished in 12th. So I'm looking at his resume actually, and he only has played PLOs at Triton. So sniper confirmed. Here we go. Our bearings restored. This was a Jason Coon raised to 30,000 in the small blind. Chris Frank defended his big. Aces, which were played as a check on the flop against Frank, who's got 5s and a gutty. Checked again on this turn, did Jason. And now he faces a question.
Just to overpair. Makes the call.
Mickey.
Mickey.
Yeah, it's 1.6 million.
Yeah. He scooped like a huge 1.2 million pod.
Yeah, I saw that
Did you
one.
saw that one? What a flop.
I mean,
like, what the fuck?
Brick River here as Jason hung in.
Flush draw middle.
I guess middle set with the not flush.
Chris not looking to try to be a hero on that particular river. So a little pickup there.
Yeah, nice pickup for the one pair.
That if it happened to you in a private game, you'd be like, yeah, this game's cheated.
That's for sure.
Well, that's what we're playing for. A second Jacob & Co. Epic X Watch, along with another one of our extra large Triton trophies, which are awarded strictly in main events. First ever 100K pot limit Omaha at a Triton.
Over to Frank in the small.
Just enough for 100 behind or something?
Yeah, I have like 4 or 10 to start the hand. or something.
Queen 10 versus Queen 10.
Nut.
Brewer's got a redraw somewhere because he's got 2%.
I guess with the Queen Jack, here comes 10 King. No? Oh, with the pair dangler, he can fill up.
Ah, this is like a puzzle.
Ladies and gentlemen, Randy Lou Ali Najad here to just shepherd you through with expert care these PLO streets.
You know, I'm going to go to the lab tonight.
I'm going to go to bed tonight. Frank, now interesting turn card here. I was going to say Chris played it as a check call of the 30K, which was below half pot, sizing out of Brewer.
This could open the door for someone to try and take down this pot, but then again, their Queen 10's got showdown value.
Chris unblocking the spades. Unclear how often Brewer, Chris Frank that is, unblocking the spades. Need to differentiate here. Unclear how often Brewer would be checking back a flush on the turn.
Call.
And you see Frank getting after it. Relieved, of course, when he gets snap called that he's going to be chopping. That does feel like best case scenario, doesn't it?
It does. That was a bit of a block bet there.
Fail fight.
Yes, way better hand.
Yeah, I might have called a pretty big bet.
Queen, Jack,
Just rep the straight flush.
Brewer.
Didn't have a spade. He could have got me off.
Yeah.
Fantasizing about
Seems a bit ambitious.
opportunities. Coon. Makes it 35,000 to go. Ace King A4 with the hearts, which are smothering Parsonen's Queen High hearts. Ellis defending is big. 10 of hearts was a spicy window card, followed by an 8 and a 5. So it's going to be the 2 overs, pair of 8s, gut shot for Parson in here, a better pair of 8s for Jason.
And Parsonen's hand looks like he's got a little bit extra value. Turn on the 4.
8s and 4s now for Jason.
Now we got a decent hand, but look at Parson, and he still has 42% against 8s and 4s.
Parsonen leading out for 45,000 now. Not giving Jason credit for this board. Or the ability to really continue. Note the offsuit texture. No flush draws present, and yet Jason does make the call, so we do begin to question what exactly is going on across the way. The look on Parsonen's face seems tethered to that. Counterfeiting 5 on the river here for Jason, but note that the ace kicker now comes back into play, and he's got a winner at showdown.
If we get the showdown. Question now, is Parson going to follow through with one more bet?
Boy, doesn't it feel like a card that's ripe, perhaps for him to put a lot of pressure on. Could be thinking he's up against an overpair that could get sticky, though. So how big would he want to go?
He would need to go quite big if he wants to shake out over pairs, right? Try to rep the straight. 6-7. Doesn't look like he's interested, though.
Felt for a moment like maybe there was going to be some ambition on display, but instead he knuckles. Now let's see, does Jason feel like he has to turn this hand into a bluff?
It's crossing his mind, of course. With 3 pair, maybe he feels he can shake out a 10.
I think I just won a lot. I check.
Good read.
Queen 8.
Jason has such great situational awareness when he's out there. He's got great wrist wear too.
You're a watch guy.
I am a watch guy, a fan of horology. Now, this is not the study of unsavory ladies. It's just rather watches. It's actually the name, Randy. Don't look at me like that. I know you think I've made it up, but I spy with my little eye what I believe to be a Patek. An Aquanaut with a little complication, if I'm not mistaken, there on Jason. He loves himself a nice piece.
Nice.
I always see him rocking that AP. The open worked. Jumbo, by the way, extra thin in rose gold, for those wondering, 39mm. But here he is with a new one.
Look, Ollie, I don't know much about watches, but if you appreciate it, do tell us.
What do I know less about, watches or PLO, Randy? It's close.
That's a good question.
Raised to 30 here from Parsonen. Ace King 7 deuce. Little gutter. No.
Tollerine's got a nice hand, right? Nut flush draw, little gutter.
Yeah, it's Ben with the gutter and the nut flush, as you mentioned.
Parsonen doesn't have anything. Complete whiff.
Hence the check.
Whatever amount of chips Tolerine puts in, it's going to win this pot. Does have slightly north of pot. Will pot it. And win it. Cards in air.
Yes, we do.
Look at this. Look at this scramble. Look at the speed with which the dealer's trying to get this in.
Man, that's a fast shuffle.
That was a fast shuffle. I mean, Jason in the big blind. Look at Chris Frank getting a kick out of it. He's going to end up at the higher blind level next hand. He can afford it.
He can afford it.
Queen, Jack, Jack 3. A limp under the gun.
Monotone. No good. 3-0 flush. No good. This one, though, doesn't look too shabby.
That's dope for her. I like her, but I didn't expect her to be here.
That gotta happen in the video. It's like the leaderboard was like 50K, and Katie Lindsay just chipped with
Party of 3 to the King 8-3 board, which provides Frank the Queen high spades out in front of Tollerine's 10 high spades.
2 jacks also are good.
He'll close the action with a check back, pick up a Broadway draw. Nobody with an ace.
Yeah, hard to believe that no one's got a king or ace in hand. We take one more card off. The 5. Jacks are good.
Two full streets of checking. Make it 3. As Frank is somehow going to roll over 2 jacks for a winner here.
I did.
So that's the last hand of the frame. Players on their feet. Christopher Frank wearing a smile with good reason. He is among the chip leaders in the room, a top 4 stack. That's what he will be taking to the break, and along with him, his band of merry men who will give way to Nacho Barbero and company. They will be headed to the stage. Blinds will be headed up to 6 and 12,000. Brought to you by GG Poker. Alina Jad alongside Randy Liu. Not a lot of time for us to hot swap out of here. Griffin Benger, Brian Rast, going to be here to take you through to the end. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of this 100K PLO main comes your way after this.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Hey!
top 7 stacks in the room here at this
Yeah.
table. So some deep stack PLO on offer.
And the other two players are PLO experts that flew in specifically for this tournament.
Yeah.
It's a pretty
So,
amazing feature
strap
table.
in.
Yeah, this is going to be some good maha.
18.
Martin simply attacking here from the button. King 10, 7, 6, and
I started with just
Sean Winters here for it.
This
Ace,
is
ace,
175.
king deuce with diamonds.
Some quick math. from
Sean
Martin.
potting it. King 10-9, along with a couple of diamonds, the overpair for Winter. Nut flush. Currently, the kings and tens are in front, but note, in spite of that, and the presence of the little gutter with the 6-7 dangling, a 2% dog with 2 to come is Martin Dom. 132 in the middle, just north of that 1 SPR for Dom, and I suspect that Sean will be prepared to face all of it as he leads for 39. That's the follow-up sizing.
Yeah, I don't think Sean Winter's like thrilled by King 10-9 in particular, but obviously with those 2 diamonds, happy to play for it all with an SPR of just over 1.
There's the jam, a double check to make sure diamonds are there, and you see the little flick and call.
Such flair. I love watching
yeah.
Sean.
Sean's table presence is unrivaled in terms of uniqueness. Plenty of entertainment. 432K in the middle.
Ace of clubs.
Oh.
Greedy.
Ace of clubs would be
I didn't
bad.
ask for a diamond. You asked for
Note that the
card
9 would do
wrong
the trick as well.
I want
Eight?
ace of clubs
I think
and then
it's ace of
8 of
clubs.
spades.
Yeah, I know.
Diamonds. So all of a sudden the nut flush just needs to fade a king or a 10. You see one's busy already in Sean's hand, 3 outs. We'll save
I
Martin.
don't like to hear that.
That ain't one of them.
Great playing with you.
Great flash.
You?
Yeah.
Wow.
Great flash. Flash was great and the flash draw.
Like Jack 10 of diamonds
Yeah.
with the queen.
Yeah. Jack, king, jack.
King, queen, Jack 10?
No, no, no. 10, jack, queen, 3.
Oh, Jack 10 of diamonds.
So Schwen saying he had actually would have had a straight flush with the Jack 10 of diamonds, Queen 3, I believe it was.
All right. Thank you for helping.
Martin
Buy you a
Real.
scarf.
Take his leave.
Buy me a scarf?
Thing to be focused. Good just to be able to engage in a conversation at a poker table, and
Also get a visa.
once you get the sense that there might be a unit available for sale, just say, yeah, all right, I'll take one. Must be nice.
Should we all team up and share one?
Yeah. Maybe producer James, me, you, Griff, Rast, Martins.
Why you always call me?
We should ask Boss if he'll have a timeshare option.
Do it against everyone.
Who's going to the timeshare meeting?
I'm supposed to.
Oh, you're looking for the free nights, Randy? Wow, grimy. Ace King 8-4 here. Boss, kick things off. Chris Frank, double suited with queens, plays it as a flat, and now Haxton wants to see what's what. Takes us to 88.
88. Very lucky number.
Oh, I hope Jason didn't just influence action here.
Oh, and he's got an 8 in his hand as well. Paul, that is.
Look,
Good
I call
discipline.
against him is very, very quick.
This
Not
Christopher
personal.
Frank plays so fast.
Not personal.
How much we got there? Like 170?
170.
Over pair. Open ender.
Seems like just enough to just put it in for Frank.
Well, first we got to wait and see what Haxton wants to do. Action on him.
And then end of the year Caribbean. What it's looking like.
Just the invitational.
Just invitational, nothing else.
Maybe 100K.
I think I can't fold this, even though I don't like it. Like to hear that. Maybe you're not. You don't like to hear that. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. I have a real bad one.
You know, that doesn't happen too often in the two-card streets, but PLO and the current SPR lending itself to Haxton getting a call.
Frank is actually the equity favorite.
Yeah, almost 3-2.
With that crying call.
Take a board pair.
Turn could flip things.
GG.
Now the 9 high straight.
Oh.
Haxton. Drawn dead.
So was that microphone.
Takes it all out on our audio equipment.
GG.
Raging. No, it's not what happened.
It's called an accident. It happens.
Look at Chris Frank. A leg up.
All right.
A boosted stack. He got a haircut since we saw him in Vietnam. You remember he came through.
He had
that
the little fro going on.
He had a definite fro going on.
Yes. Oh, he was wearing the Teddy KGB outfit.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series in Montenegro. I'm Griffin Benger. He's Brian Rast. We're here covering the 100K PLO main event. How you doing, Brian?
Good, Griffin.
Good?
How you doing?
Good. You digest that dessert and everything's all good down there? Feeling good?
Yeah. I did go for a nice run down Queens Beach to the Amman.
Really?
Check that out. Yeah.
Little night run.
Little night run.
Oh, that's great.
You know, run, walk, but yeah.
Yeah, good for you. Worked it off. Okay, so here we are.
It's beautiful there if you want to visit Montenegro, I'm just saying.
It's actually insanely beautiful here.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. So let's talk a little bit about the table that we are going to be covering here. A new table, and it's got a lot of big names that we are used to seeing. Nacho Barbera sort of leading the charge of what I would say. Yeah, someone who is just so energetic and fun to have on the table. We have a couple of other familiar faces like Seth Davies, like Dylan Lind, and Andres Nemeth, who I spoke about on the first level. Someone that is, has a long history of playing online and really plays high stakes cash. So I really think he's going to be interesting to watch as we get a list of that feature table and their chips. Seth Davies leading the charge with 63 big blinds. Not many massive stacks on this table, but a lot of interesting stacks. You might see some all-ins. Oya Masashi from Japan, 61 big blinds. There's Nacho crammed in the middle there. Dylan Lind with 28. Andres Nemeth needs a little help with 250. A clean 250, so maybe a rebuy. Probably what we're expecting to see.
Yeah, I think Reg just closed, so if he has a clean 250, good chance that was a re-entry. And then let's not forget Shingas Satubayev bringing it in with a short stack.
Can't forget Shingas.
All the time in the world now.
Best believe it. So you say hi by racing, right? Okay, perfect. All
right.
We see
Wow,
that.
King.
I'm not happy to see you, Nacho. I have a stack where I need to get lucky, so I need unlucky players at the table,
not lucky ones. Like
yeah, exactly.
You were at the wrong table for that, Anders.
Yeah, it's been pretty unlucky.
Between Nacho,
Straddle
Nacho's
seems
super unlucky
like
that's
incorrect.
Maybe a graphical.
Since you're not actually allowed to straddle in tournament.
All day, it's crazy hard.
The guy just bluffs.
Probably raised it to 27,000.
I like it. That's
No more.
We got
Japanese PLO
Seth
professional.
closing the action here with a playable hand in the big one.
Yes.
Yes.
You just started, right, Andre?
Yeah.
One bullet?
You?
One. I was all in for tournament life and I won.
with the worst hand.
So open-ended here for Undersnema. That is going to get checked through. And actually, it's Masashi turning Broadway, which was not a great flop for his red ace king 7-5.
Everybody made a straight.
10 minutes of commentary.
Yeah, because I was there and they look bored.
Some better than others.
Whether they liked it or not, you helped them out.
No, I love Randy and Alia, so I went. I hope I don't bust, because then I will have to go, I promise them.
Oh, we should send you there to the commentary. Yeah, that's a good idea.
It should be fun.
Then you'd be really happy to see us play with you busted as it too.
Or maybe I bust you and you go over
Starting
there.
stack.
No, it's not going to happen. Too tight. Can't be busted.
Well, you guys are all welcome to come in the booth.
Who doesn't like it tight?
So homies only.
So small graphics error here. We did see that jack come out on the turn. This would have been a bit irregular of a pot-sized bet. And now Anders Nemeth recognizing that this is not good news. 8-9. Not only is worse than ace king, but also... Oh wait, he has the king 9, pardon me.
Yeah.
So this is really brutal for Pro Beers as he goes by online.
You wouldn't want to wear your head.
Laugh in the first hand.
You have something?
Something.
Little.
We never had a doubt on this one, by the way.
And he may
By
have
the way,
lost
you had
a portion of his stack there, but Andres needs to be
Does it again.
pleased that he gets to see the nuts, having folded the stone second nuts.
King 9.
It's, how many bullets to see how tilted are you?
3 bullets.
3? Oh, that's very tilted in my world.
3 is only medium tilt.
Nah,
Not tilt enough to call in drawing dead, but call off drawing dead. But
that's smart.
it's kind of tilt.
Queen, 9-8, no suit for Dylan Lind, but good enough on the button for an open.
That should clear out the blinds. Yep.
How do you construct, I guess, your sizing pre-flop with your opens? We saw the 27,000 from Andres under the gun here. 42,000 full pot on the button with the Queen, 9-8. Is it positional? Is it the kind of hand you have?
I think before the ICM part of the tournament, the most common thing you see will be like limps and full pot. Kind of you either limp or your full pot. And there is I think there's more limping in PLO pre-flop than no limit hold'em. Especially at different stack depths. Like find a limp at PLO with like 30, 20, 30, 40 blinds, which you don't see much in hold'em.
Gotcha.
There are people that construct it differently and do stuff like a lot of 2.5xing, for example, even without ICM. Later in the tournament, when ICM comes into play, it does become more standard to not full pot in a lot of spots.
Wow.
Taking a look at the rest of the field. Nice to see Phil Ivey. Fan favorite Phil Ivey, 6th in chips with just over 900,000.
I hope
Danny
soon.
Tang in 9th place, making a little run here. So that holds some deep significance for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race. Masashi with the decent ace-queen 10-7, but not suited to the ace. Under the gun. Yeah. Thinking about folding, thinking about putting chips in. close one for you here under the gun?
What are they playing? 6-handed? I think it's pretty close. Like ace queen 10 is pretty good.
Yeah.
I might actually play this like ace queen 10-8 and maybe fold the ace queen 10-7, try suit not to the ace.
Interesting.
I would play this suited to the ace, even try
Of
suit.
course.
Yeah.
This is mine, yes? You?
So another 21,000 being demanded out of Shingus, and that's going to represent about a quarter of his remaining stack. Tri-suited to the ace. Does have that ace-king. Going to need to flop well now. The pot
Just getting
now,
such a great
yeah.
price in the big blind, though. I mean, I like that call for sure, but not his flop.
Not his flop at all. And actually, the 10-7 flopping the stone nuts.
I mean,
Nacho showing some interest.
Quite a good flop for Nacho. He's got top 2 pair. He's got overs with the nut gutter, backdoor clubs. He's thinking about leading here. Obviously, Musashi has that hand in big trouble because he's matching the queen 10, has the nut straight. So really, he only loses running clubs or a 9 or an 8.
Now, would raising this bet seem too obvious in that he would have the nuts? Should he be calling in this spot, or is this about getting more money in the pot?
I think raising is fine,
16.
especially having the queen 10-7. He also has backdoor spades. I mean, he could have a free roll against another 10-7. Hands like set or a set, queen jack 10. You'd love to charge those hands.
Yes. Okay. So especially those combos that can happen. Say if Nacho had something like 8-8, jack 10.
It gets into a tricky thing about PLO constructing your ranges in these spots, like being able to have hands that aren't the nuts. Like, what hands do you make plays like this with?
Without it, yeah.
What hands can you be kind of bluffing with here, so to speak, like raise fold? I mean, I think when he's putting in half of Nacho's chips, it's not a raise fold situation.
So would you maybe investigate a different sizing here if you were at Musashi, or are you going
could
full pot?
You could, if you wanted to say I could have raised folds, certainly.
Something like 130.
Yeah, like 150 even.
Gotcha.
Which still, if called, leaves a pot size bet left. Oh wow, Nacho's going with it.
10-7.
So feeling the gamble, 21%. Bit surprised Nacho put this in, but
sure you could have also.
Can make.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. One of the things he's thinking, if he's got like queen jack 10, Nacho's in good shape.
Right. Very good
Right.
point.
He's not doing that bad against 7-5.
Not that one.
And that's a total brick. So now Nacho's just down to the 9 or the 8.
9-8 or a jack for a chop, and that won't do it. Nacho Barbero just finding a spot that he felt couldn't let go of.
Very unlucky.
Wait, this yours? Huh? No, it's not mine.
I mean, that hand, it's just a scam, man.
Too bad, Nacho. Always so fun to have at the table.
Yeah, I know. What the hell? We don't get. Now we're just deprived of Nacho.
Well, he was kind of our third commentator, right? He was kind of going to give us a break, drive the conversation. And now we're going to actually have to work. Ridiculous.
I know. We were going to be able to sit back and just let him drive the table talk, and promise you this table is going to be a lot quieter now.
And the range is good.
Seth with interesting little hand here in the cutoff. Seems like he's trying to figure out whether to play it, and if so, how. Limp. I think this is a perfectly reasonable play, and just goes to show you here, I mean, Seth's got, what, over 50 blinds? You just don't see this in Hold'em. So Seth showing off some pre-flop expertise. Cut off limp. Actually like this play. I like the hand he chose to do it with as well. See if Seth just fires a C-bet. It would take it down if he does. I don't think backdoor hearts and the 3 deuce is enough to continue with here. If he goes...
30,000?
Yeah, definitely not against that size.
He finds it.
And as we zoom out, let's take a moment for one of our sponsors. I like gambling, you like gambling, we all like gambling. So check out the all-new betacr.eu, your exclusive hub to predict your favorite players' action and outcome in Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start gambling. With you, me, and your mama. We all want to do it.
All right. Ace, Jack, 10, 8, double suited. A beauty for Seth Davies in the hijack. Anyone would love this hand. You, me, and your mama.
Oh, my mama loves me some ace, jack, 10, 8 double suited.
Are you kidding me?
She sees that. She knows it's time to gamble.
Ace, 9, 8, 7. Not good enough for the short stacked pro beers. Triple kings. It's like a triple rainbow. Probably wants to show it.
Is this the hand to go all in with? Shingus?
Well, it is suited to the diamond. You are technically ahead pre-flop. And you know what he says? Why not?
Yeah, I mean, he gets to put it all in pre and just, you know.
Go heads up against.
Yeah, go heads up. There's 30K in the blinds, right? So he's basically flipping 48% equity, free rolling the blind equity. I like this play.
Go. And covers Seth Davies' diamonds, which is nice. Just eliminates that suit.
Gorgeous. That was a beautiful one.
It's like...
He's got... That's nice.
I feel like everyone is waxing poetic about Seth Davies' hand. It's just like, it's so beautiful.
Two better flush.
Yeah, you got something.
Okay.
A little, wow.
The turn is
ace, and only an ace.
I hate this game.
66, right?
Wow. God damn it.
Wow.
And collective groans at the table, not because Shingus doubled up, but because somehow that beautiful hand had no sweat. Seems like an affront to the very game of Potluck Omaha.
Yeah. That was that. I mean, he had the ace. The ace from space.
Did not come. Did not land in Montenegro. The ace from space. Shingus is back in the action.
Yeah, your boy Mads who we had lunch with, is 15th. He's still chugging along.
Mad's a PLO pro from Norway. Has 1 cash, good for final table back in Monte Carlo. 6th place in the 50K.
Aces. Seth is probably going to find a defend here. I would imagine 5579 should be good enough to get to work. And I am curious if versus a C-bet, Seth decides to check raise. In these spots, some of your favorite bluffs are small pairs because you have outs if you're called, right? You can always hit your 2-outer. So, which makes it better than other hands which don't have outs. In some really weird lines, occasionally you check raise call.
Can I have some change,
I have seen check down and win.
Paying.
Pay the man. Pay the lady.
Pay the lady. Pay the house.
Pay the house.
109.
Masashi enjoying what I imagine to be some orange juice.
Seth will be glad he didn't do it that time, though. Aces would not have folded on the flop.
Shingus with the 3 Broadway cards at the hijack deserves at least some consideration. And he says, you know what? I think he deserves 30,000 chips. Double suited king, queen, 6-5. Suited to the king and the queen. Well, yeah, probably feeling like he wants to put some money in. And you know what? That looks like it's going to be a little more than 30,000.
Oh, he's 3-betting him.
Yeah, prepared to play 4 stacks against Shingus.
Yeah, he's ready to gamble for the 140K and
sometimes he gets folds.
Overlay at the 30K from the blinds. And even better, just takes it down.
Nice little hand there from the Japanese native.
Yeah, Shingus is open a little on the light side.
Yeah.
I think in the hijack. I think this would be as well. Yeah, rainbow. Just chuck it in the muck.
Call.
Andres hoping to get a free look here, but yeah, Setabayev says no, 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 no. You have to pay 24 more thousand. Now Nemeth is looking for some equity here. The pot bloated to 84,000, just 73,000 behind. So he wants to see those low medium cards. That ain't it.
It's bloated to 84,000 and there's only 2 cards above a 9 in their hands.
Kind of a weird spot.
Even
for
better.
Setabayev, yeah.
3 cards above a 7.
And now, Nemeth.
No one has a diamond.
Yeah, not only comes ahead, but is open-ended. But as you said, you know, 3 diamonds on board.
I wonder if Nemeth just puts out a little bet here. It would be nice to have a diamond if you bluff.
Yeah.
The thing is that it's kind of nice having that open-ended straight draw. just like in case you get called and your opponent doesn't have a flush, he has like a king or whatever. I mean, you just have extra outs.
I think Andres might be able to mostly eliminate flushes from Shingus's range too.
Yeah,
he wouldn't just quickly check back.
Exactly, which is part of the reason. I mean, because he's dead to that, which means his 5-3 is a live draw.
Yeah.
You know, and versus the check back range, he kind of gets to probe a lot. So I like this play by
he
Andras.
might be able to fold out black queens, for instance. You know.
Yeah, with nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah. So nice play by Andras.
Yeah, that was cool.
And even if black queen's called that, it's like he kind of has a lot of outs.
Yeah.
So.
And if he really wanted to, he could go all in on a brick river. Anyway, if he misses, right? Because he really can be the only one who can have a flush. So these are the cool little intricate moments of these mega high stakes Omaha tournaments. As we see an updated chip count, Oya Masashi up to 128 big blinds, 1.538 million. He's not only one of our leaders, he's second in chips. Seth Davies, 52 blinds.
He has more chips than the rest of them combined.
He does.
All the rest adds up to 99, and he has 128.
You were counting that in your head, I could tell. Dylan Lynn, 27 bigs. Andres now on 13 and bringing up the rear. Shingus, just 7 blinds. And it sounds as though the payouts are now live.
What was that? What was that, Producer James? Payouts are live. Guys, go on the Triton Poker Plus app and check out the payouts now.
Yeah, we're not going to tell you, even though it's our job. We will refuse to do our job to get you to download the app. No, we'll tell you. We'll tell you. So, final table would be 6 people. We'll start there then. 6th place is going to get $495,000, just a little south of $500,000. 5th, $635,000. 4th, $795,000. 3rd, $982,000, almost a cool million. The runner-up's going to get $1.488, and the winner, the champion of the Triton Super High Roller Series 100K PLO main event, will get $2.187 million. And, of course, official timekeeper of
next
the series, Jacob & Co. Watch.
Right?
Yep. Back home. I live in Vegas.
You live in Vegas? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to play the whole thing.
So I have to mention, actually, Brian, this is really interesting. I don't know if I was on, I think I was on with Ali when when they were discussing.
I would play it every year as well.
When they were discussing how many players.
I like the
Should we listen to this? Yeah, let's listen to these guys talking about.
It's nothing like this, but I don't know. I like it.
It's a good time.
All right, I think it petered out.
Okay, yeah, my bad, yeah.
It's hard not to be excited.
So anyways,
when everybody's excited.
Yeah.
They were discussing
have a bunch of friends in
how many
town,
players they expected to enter this event. And someone says, set the line at 85. Another person said, oh, I think 80. And then Chris Brewer said 83. And that's what it is.
Oh.
This is when it was like 63 registered.
I saw when there were like 52 regs.
Yeah.
Brewer was like, it's going to be over 80 and under 85.
Exactly, yeah. And here we are, 83
and
exactly.
I look and it's like 50 and there's still the whole day. I'm like, that's like weirdly specific.
Every year, I'm going to take it slightly easier, but no, we'll see how that goes.
Yep.
Yeah, I can say from experience of going into the WSOP pretty much every year, and I've gone in with a bunch of different plans over the years. Well, let me give the advice, and then I'll say, it's like, I think the most important thing, if you're going to play a lot of poker for like 6 weeks, is you have to keep yourself engaged. So like one of the things I never like doing is getting too married to a plan. Now everybody's different, but it's like the one summer, the worst summer that I've had was like in 2013 or something. I made like a couple bracelet bets, and all of a sudden I was like making myself play more. And I wasn't really much of a tournament player back then. All of a sudden I'm playing all these tournaments, and then after like a week and a half, like it wasn't going very well.
That's like a huge boost.
And I just like wanted to play cash. But I kept making myself go to the Rio because of the dumb bracelet bets. Then all of a sudden it's just like you don't want to be there. You're not playing your best poker. And I just ever since that, the one thing I learned is like, just do what you want. It's six weeks.
Up in the same hotel
Obviously,
room
you're
for
trying to make
a long
money.
period
You're
of time is
but
not-
Super
make sure you
lovely,
stay
right?
engaged.
like
You
that.
won't feel like playing this
feel
tournament.
like the
Go
stuff
like
is
you're a
your
cash
family
game
now.
player, but all of a sudden this
Yeah,
tournament
exactly.
comes and you're
Oh,
interested.
look,
Go
I
late,
found the
Reggie.
coffee maker. I love it.
Yeah.
The problem with WSOP is it's good for average people because they can become superstars. But you guys are superstars now, so it's like you don't have the extra motivation.
You just live the test. It's like a 20-minute drive from my house.
So, despite previous advice you might have heard,
Hard to say no to a poker tournament
out
that's
there
20 minutes from where you live.
in the world, Brian Rass wants to tell you, don't bet on yourself.
Yeah, it's kind of cool that it's like that long.
Huh?
And there's just kind of
The bracelet bets.
That was definitely not the point of my story.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, people always say, bet on yourself. Come on, you can do it.
No, the point is,
No, it wasn't the point.
I think for sure.
just like
Sure, like
Be fluid. Don't.
fluid.
Yes.
It's a
Yeah,
long time.
Absolutely, of course.
It's a long time. And,
Yeah.
you know, if you're a person who you know, like, all you do is play tournaments and you're never going to do anything else, okay, well, there's not that much fluidity there for you.
Yeah.
But, like, I was a person who always
People you'd
did a
never
lot of
play
different
with,
things.
it's
So
really
for
fun.
me, I would just need to stay fluid.
Yes. I
You
mean,
know,
to
everybody's
piggyback
had
on
different
what
things,
you
but
actually
yeah.
said without being facetious,
yeah.
my experience of the World Series, it's like there will always be a tournament to play. That you can always find a reason to play a tournament. There's doesn't matter which day it is. There's something you can go play, whether it's a Venetian 1K or whatever. And my advice for you would be to take some days off because you're going to need them. You know, it's a long summer. Whether it's one day off every 2 weeks or
I mostly just force myself to be there.
Yeah, I don't know. The day off.
That's not your style.
Not too much in the past.
Yeah.
Easy as that.
But nowadays I'm not quite playing. I used to have insane endurance, man. I was a beast.
Yeah.
I don't think if you go back like 10 years ago, I don't think there were too many people playing more hours of poker during those 6 weeks than me.
Back to the action, Dylan Lind.
I remember when I went and got my I think it was in like 2011, and I was going to pick up my bracelet. I like forgot about it to pick up my Poker Players Champion bracelet because I did went out to dinner, and then I played a cash game from 9 p.m. till, I don't know, the afternoon the next day, and then I got a call from like Jack Effel or whoever, and then I left my chips in the game to like go over and pick up the bracelet,
Yeah.
and then come back and keep playing. It's like, just, you know, stupid stuff. Not stupid.
Yeah, you were telling me a story earlier about like a 36-hour session. I mean, that's it's incredible.
Yeah, my biggest get out.
Yeah, that was a treat.
It was just over 7 figures. I got stuck just over $1 million. Won 150K.
Got it all back.
Oh baby, hard to forget that session.
And look at this.
It's hard to forget that 4 on the river if you're Andras Nemeth.
Yeah, and this is a pretty big pot, and forgive us for getting swept up in the discussion about, you know, World Series and that process for a lot of players, because Andras Nemeth, this is a great chance for him to, well, it's more than a chance. He's locked in here. He's guaranteed, and he's going to take down this near 200K pot.
Should do it.
There's the ugly little 6-4. The engine that could. Found it. And look at that, Andras Nemeth. Rebuying at the break on his 3rd bullet. Going down to 100K, and then suddenly
My kid grow up, it's really given me a lot of perspective on
all the way up to
like
356,000.
my son's 3 now. Our kids are like the same exact age, right?
She's 3 as well.
Yeah. And I drop him off at his school every day, and like I just kind of hang out with the kids for like 5 minutes, you know. And like,
You're the cool dad, right?
Yeah,
Like
I hope so.
The poker superstar, like they're pretty cool.
I
Like.
mean, they're way too young to understand any of that.
Yeah, that's true.
But like, it's just watching them change in, you know, a 6-month period of time. It's just like really. Oh, you don't? You can just kind of hold them like that. Oh, okay. Oh, sweet.
Sweet, thank you.
Sweet. Yeah, but I just like watch these kids growing so fast and see how quickly they change. It kind of gives me a lot of perspective on poker too. It'd be like, you know, playing the 2K is like kind of awesome. You know.
Yeah.
I remember 10 something years ago, I would have dreamed to play a 2K at the WSOP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. I agree.
Kids have a way of teaching you things like that. You know.
Also, like, you're like, she's going to kindergarten from September, so we had to go to the kindergarten to like to do some stuff, and like before that, and she was like walking around in the building, you know, like holding my hand so strong, because like, you know, like, and it reminded me of like my own time in kindergarten, like, you know,
How
like
scared you were.
and it was like, you know, for her, it's like she's usually in our house or summer house or like, and then it's in a new building, and she was super excited, but also she was like, kind of scared.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like so.
It's like all these
to
new
see it.
people, yeah. Yeah, you're like watching them experience things for the first time that will like, you know,
2%
you
from
have
Masashi.
memories from those
Yeah, you know what
ages
Seth
that
is
they will
saying.
never
I
forget.
feel like
Yeah.
it's
Might
a
be
really
something
cool
like that,
point,
like
and
first
there's
day of
some
school
different
or
things
whatever.
about it, but it definitely
meet their
ties
first
into
friend.
the other point.
It's
It's
really
like
nice. You can-
put
I
in
can see that, like,
perspective.
you really enjoy
Like it's
being
not
a
all
part
about
of
like
it. Yeah, like,
maximizing your
you
EV.
just love it.
It's kind of
Yeah,
my
it's,
point. Like over the time you go back to
it's nice to
WSB,
see
enjoy
that.
it. I mean, it's like, dude, a lot of us got into poker. It was fun, but like you lose some of the joy. But you need to recapture the joy, and then it helps you play better. Like go have fun at the table. You know, every hand's a puzzle. Like figure it out. And all of a sudden you're more engaged. You're playing better. You know, so much of this stuff is like a mindset.
I can't believe he's going to put all those kids in the WSOP 2K though. They just
How rich is he?
Yeah, my God, like
Yeah.
they're going to be useless.
100%. That's how I feel when I like hang out with these kids when I drop them off. Like I look at these kids and like I can just see them as like teenagers, you know? Like you can just see it like in their faces. You like I can see it. And, like, it's crazy. I can't really describe it, but yeah, it's something. It's something. It's kind of terrifying, but like it's just superhuman, I guess.
Yeah.
It's just,
Dolphin Man keeping an eye on the action there and how absurd it was that Oya Masashi had 2% all in on the flop there. That's pretty crazy. 2% to win.
In that in the last hand with Jack.
Yeah, on the flop, Queen
sixes,
6-6, yeah. Because he had Queen 10, 8.
Yeah, the Jack's
and a
Jack
wrap.
was covered by the straight.
Yeah. Very hard to find a 2%er.
I didn't see anything. I was looking now.
Just flashback to me.
Good eye, Dolphin Man.
Seth, Ace, King, King 5.
And
Wow, oh my God, Shingus found a hand that's absolutely buried.
Ace, King, King 5.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Couldn't
a pretty
be-
good hand.
I got 2 spades.
Shingus has got 3, although his spades are live, I guess. Kinda.
They're sharing mini cards.
Yeah, this is a good situation for me. With all those spades dead, yeah.
But still just 65. Oh, well, 65-25.
Wow, that's
What is happening?
There's a lot more.
What is happening?
There's
Yeah.
a lot of chops, is what's happening.
Yeah.
Oh.
Aces and 5s.
That's a real card.
Shingus going to need something like a jack or a 9
Or need to
or a
fade
10.
Queen 10.
Chop it.
Or a 9. Yeah. Take the money back. Everybody. Everybody
You need
wins.
to fade that one.
You get a pot. You get a pot.
For all of it. I'm fine with the shot.
it's pretty fun if we, let's say we still, I'm saying like, let's say we still play poker in 10 years, and we're back, and we just talk about like our kids being teenagers, and then just being like huge
being
assholes,
assholes,
like
yeah.
just so.
This is the worst thing ever.
Yeah, my kid is so annoying. Yeah, mine too. Like.
I hate this. I wish I never would have done it.
Yeah, man. It's just,
I hope not.
my life is just downhill ever since.
That's a fucking scary thought. I remember how big of a shithead I was when I was a teenager. Try to raise them right.
feel like this is a very different conversation than the one that we would be having if Nacho was at the table.
Yeah. Yeah, it's taking things in a different direction for sure.
This is like way more wholesome.
I had a really wholesome chat with Andres Nemeth for about 40 minutes last night, and we talked about similar things. He's a wise man.
Diamonds are covered, but the king is not. Pretty good flop for Shingus here. Nemeth doesn't have much going on at all interacting with his hand. And he's out of position. It's not comfortable. He's going to c-bet, but I mean, Shingus is pretty short, so I'm curious. I mean, normally this is just a pretty easy flat, but I wonder if he's short enough that he raises or calls. It's sort of both seem okay. He has 2 backdoor flush draws. His hand's very robust.
Yeah, there's not a lot of bad turn cards for him, right?
Yeah, but yeah, he's just short enough that it's nice to just win.
Take it down, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the only real bad turn card is an ace, which, you know, nothing. I don't even know anything else, like, what is he folding, other than maybe an ace.
3 kings, 3 flop. Even better.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
The chat's talking about PL08. It is a great game.
It's going to be hard to remember not to do that.
I have a big sort of philosophical PLO question for you.
Yeah.
Shingus got it in with 3 kings and 1. Which 2 kings did he use? Do you think it's ranked by suit?
That's deep. That's
Which king is left out?
Which
king would be left out for you? Is a better question.
It's the 2 that didn't. So he had the king 9 of diamonds. So it was the other 2.
Oh, that actually that's a really good answer. I like this answer. Seth going to call the raise from Masashi with that ace 10 9-7 for Oya 9-6 double 5s. Why not make it 3?
Oh my goodness, is that ace 9 on the flop too? Ooh, this is
danger.
This is
danger.
Big
high
pot
voltage
alert. I mean, wow. If you're Seth here, he's blocking a 9. I mean, like, honestly, raising is not ridiculous. I guess, yeah, he's not going to do it, but I think you could.
I will say the interesting thing about Omaha compared to Hold'em in a spot like this is, you know, if you had ace 9, you would just be still jumping for joy. But the turn card always going to complicate things a little bit. It doesn't bring any backdoor flush draws, but, you know, certainly ace jack possibility for Seth Davies.
Oil will probably bet this again, although it's not a sure thing.
It's drier than most.
It's pretty dry. The jack doesn't interact much with the board. Ace 9 is still probably good. You do want to charge hands to come along, kind of get value, charge draws. Like in Omaha, like protection and getting folds is a pretty big deal. Like denying equity is a pretty big deal. You know, it's not. You don't have very many hands in Omaha that don't mind winning the pot right now.
Yeah, I mean, you could have, you know, Davies could have ace, queen, 10, deuce, 1 suit or no suit. Like that hand is a reasonable just defend.
Yeah.
Which is now open-ended as well.
Yeah, and now Seth does it on the turn.
Now he comes out of the bushes.
And yeah, at this point, you know, the jack might help Masashi get away here because he is losing to ace-jack as well, but it's pretty easy to put Seth on. And he doesn't have very many outs against either a set or ace-jack. Against ace-jack, he has a 9 and an 8. And against the set, right, he's got, depending on what, wow, he's just going with it. This is a pretty light get-in by Masashi.
Yeah, this feels quite light.
I mean, if you're Masashi and you think your opponent is like a
He does have a gutter too, right? He does have a gutter.
He does have a
V8.
gutter, but if you think your opponent is a lunatic, then I kind of understand it. But if you think your opponent's playing pretty solid,
he should never have worse than ace-9 here.
No.
And the 7, although scary looking, is not the straight for Masashi, and that is a massive pot, and they're gonna switch places, and that's gonna bring Seth Davies,
huge
the American
pot for
crusher, gonna bring him right up there into the top 5 of the leaderboard.
So Griffin, you said something which I think might help illustrate this, and I'm not going to pretend like I know Oya poker background super well in this regard, but this idea that ace-9, you're like fist pumping and hold him in the spot. Like it's a huge hand. If you're just gonna in a tournament for 100 blinds or less, you're out. Like no question. You know, it's a super cooler. It doesn't really work that way in PLO.
No.
Like, so, you know, and especially like that jack turn, like in Hold'em, it's kind of like, okay, well, you know, ace jack, but like ace 5 is still busting versus you. And, you know, it just in PLO, it's so different. I mean, with 4 cards instead of 2.
I would even argue that there is no turn card that he needs to get the remaining 560 of Seth Davies' money in, because every single one of them either completes a wheel straight or completes the straight between the 5 and the 9. There's no brick, really.
Yeah.
You know, the board is always going to change on the ace-9-5 with that turn card, where ace-9, once you bet and you see Seth Davies activate, he doesn't have jack-9 here, right? Like it's, you know, his range is crushing ace-9. So, you know, frankly, I think that was a pretty, you know, sizable mistake from Masashi. But you know what? At the same time, he still has 787,000 chips, and that's you know well above average. So, you know, I'm sure he'll try to bounce back.
What he really wants to see is a hand like 6, 7, 8, like, you know, 10, 8, 7, 6, whatever. These type of hands, like, and Seth's just making a move with it. Now, I don't know if Seth would play those that way. You know, that's another, but that's why I'm saying, like, if you're playing against a maniac, there are people that will start taking non-made hands in those spots and kind of playing
more
them.
likely they'll do it when the turn creates a flush draw, which is more combinations for them to make that more profitable, right? But just the dry 4-tone like that.
Yes, with ace. It's definitely possible that Seth had little to no draws and that ace-9 was just kind of buried. But, you know, we can only speculate on what Seth's actual range would be there with other hands. We don't know. So...
Just flopping the nuts. No flush draw, nothing out there. Just the nuts for Dylan Lind. The affable American. Such a little sweetheart, Dylan Lind. Won't be able to find a single person that would say a bad thing about old Dylan Lind.
Do you want to know, like, the ace-9 you probably can't fold if you bet it? Specifically, like, ace-10, queen-9. Right. So you have the ace-9, but you also have the queen-10 open-ender with the jack-9 and the queen overcard to the jack. So now this gives you, against ace-jack specifically, you have 3 queens, 2 9s, and then the 8 open-ended straight outs. right? So now you have 13 outs against ace-jack. I mean, this is one of these things that, like, as you start really getting better at PLO, just to kind of break it down for people to stream, stuff like this matters.
Yes.
It's like, how much equity do I have here when I'm beat? You know, the problem, like, with Masashi's hand is you could see it's like when he's beat there by the set, he's got, what, 17% equity or whatever. I mean, that's not very much equity. And the thing is, it's not, your opponent doesn't have 2 cards, they have 4 cards. So some of these hands aren't that hard. It's like it's not that hard for him to have 5s or like ace-jack. You know, especially ace-jack. Like, that's pretty not hard. I mean, there's so many combos of hands that can have ace-jack in it if you really start breaking it down.
As prophesized by the great Brian Rast, should expect to see some limping. The wizard Brian Rast prophesized there would be limping. Shingus comes in under the gun, and we're getting the rare 5 card. You know, I always thought maybe they do 4 and they put 1 on the side. I've never really seen 5. They just go for, they squeeze in the 5. It's an interesting choice by the graphics team. I think it works. But, you know, what do they do if it's more than 5?
Not
they make
quite
it
a
6?
family pot, though. Dylan Lind did not play his hand. He said he's tight. He is the only person not denying the family pot. And this Nemeth has an 8. Andy has the ace of clubs.
You know, I said that no one would ever have anything bad to say about Dylan Lind, but from what I've seen, not a family man.
It's hard to see who's going to play with him. This is a 5-way pot.
Yeah.
Oh, is he going to call? Wow, this is not doctor recommended. Wow, peeling with the 10 high flush draw.
You don't need to say it. It's speaking for itself.
I mean,
it's live. Hey.
It is live.
Hey, listen. You know, do you have a flush draw at home? No, he does, and it's live.
This would be, yeah, that would be. I mean, the flop call was irresponsible, but calling the turn there, that would have been too much.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would say Masashi maybe showing a couple of wrinkles in his PLO game, or maybe showing a little frustration, a bit of tilt, deciding to play that.
Let's see the next hand.
All we can do is speculate generously.
Well, I will say that tilt, it seemed like he had some things firing, but let's see if he has another hand here in the next couple where it's like a little bit of kind of a train coming off the tracks.
We're officially on Oya Watch. This one he is definitely allowed to play.
Oh, yeah. This is... Oh, wow. You know, I mean, honestly, it's sort of fine.
Yeah.
Just because it's like the 5-4. Yeah. But I was actually... He is kind of allowed to, though. I was surprised he didn't play it.
No, I just mean maybe in the sense of, like, the narrative we were spinning in our head, because we were just like, okay, he's...
Well, after the last pot.
Yeah, he's calling with the 10 deuce of clubs here. He's off the rails, and then he makes like a very
kind of
disciplined fold. It's
maybe this was a
bit jarring.
After the last fight. He's like, maybe I'm tilting here.
Yeah,
no,
maybe
we're just
I
not
need to
playing this one.
sit a couple hands out.
Take this one off. Yeah. Shingus with a big hand. I mean, I think he's going to pot this up, and versus limps, and I like this. The double suited jacks, somewhat connected with an ace.
Mm-hmm.
Nice decision to pot the limpers. And yeah, Nemeth, after limping, needs to defend this. In PLO, you don't fold much after you limp versus like raises. You're kind of just in there most of the time. So really what you're doing is when you're limping, you're picking hands that you want to play that way. Like they're good multi-way and you're fine calling a raise with them. Occasionally you have some traps in there as well where you like limp, 3-bet. So Nemeth's hand is actually a hand that really makes perfect sense like this.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't really want to raise and get 3-bet with this. And you're kind of happy playing multi-way, and you don't mind calling if somebody ISOs you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the other part of it. You try to hands that are kind of good, and it's so gross, like raise folding or raise calling. Another good reason to put them in your limp range. But the interesting thing about all that is it's kind of complicated because what hands go in which of those classes really depends on your position, right? Cutoff, low jack, etc. How deep you are. It really changes how you feel about some of that. But yeah. Yeah, poker's complicated. We all know that.
And Andres Nemeth gets there on the river with the 2 pair, 9's full, 9-7. And he will take it.
What is it?
What did I just lose to? You river 2 pair.
10s. Jacks beat 10s.
7-9.
Sorry?
Flop,
On river.
river.
2 pair on river, yeah.
Hey guys, have you heard of poker steak? No, I'm not talking about the delicious ribeye at the buffet downstairs. I'm talking about pokersteak.com. And if you want to check it out, go check out the website or use your QR code and that'll get you right over there. You want to buy some action, some players? That's the way to do it. And you know, you'll be able to follow them along on the Triton Poker Plus app and maybe even see them on a featured table.
Is
So
that
it's a great
Fedor for
opportunity.
no markup?
Yeah, can you imagine? Look at that. And he's playing a $75 buy-in.
Work out, eat, come play.
Get me in there.
Play.
Oh, I was just told by the producer it's sold out. The $75 Fedor holds
Fedor, no
package.
markup.
Yeah, that was just
waiting
used for the
anyway,
graphic. It's already
Also
been
my
sold
girlfriend
out.
That had to be a 75K, right?
Yeah, yes, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, this is sweet. Like, I mean,
This is an easy place to spend some time for sure.
yeah.
Yo, man,
We
give
could
me
just
some
have
Fedor, no
No
markup.
complaints.
Triton in Vegas, I would be really happy.
Wow. That would be incredible.
I think they were trying to do something like that, like a lower stakes thing. But, it wouldn't be like a full high stakes. Yeah. Do some kind of like not satellite, but like
Circuit.
Yeah, circuit type event.
King 9, set.
So see, this hand is kind of bad enough that you don't want to limp call it.
Yeah.
But then Nemeth decides he still wants to
Yeah,
play it,
have like
which
a-
is
whatever, whoever
questionable.
wins gets like a seat to come
Might be
play.
a function of the big
Certain
blind.
someone
but,
in the big blind who's
but like, yeah. So he's potting it
Get a
and then
little
just
foothold in the-
snap
in the
folding
US,
to a
you
3-bet.
Mm-hmm. Then ship them out to play the real thing.
Yep.
All right, a little something for everybody in this. You can actually see that
When you hear
Masashi
everything, sometimes you forget,
has
like, how
more
incredible
equity
it
despite
is.
having a worse hand right now and
Never
not
played this
any kind of
type of game
amazing
like
draw. Just
Mhm.
an
I bet it's
over,
like
a gutter,
bullshit.
a different pair, backdoor flush
Yeah, you
draw,
see that with all
and
those,
that's
like,
good enough for
ACR qualifiers,
53%.
and they were doing those, and they were all
Dude.
like, this is the sickest thing ever.
Playing with some of those guys is so much fun.
Yeah, it was great.
It's like,
And I respect the guys who just sits down and admits it, you know?
yeah.
Some of them, like, sits down and just,
Yeah.
which is fine too. You know, both is fine. But the ones who's like, yep, I qualified and it's so cool to play with you all.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna have a great time. I respect that.
One of those dudes in Jeju was like, he actually
the
did well
Iceland
in some
guy,
stuff.
right?
Yeah, and he
Yeah.
was like drinking some beers. Like he was.
The guy was having a time.
That's a turn card.
He did great. He won.
He
a
did
bunch of
great.
money,
Yeah, he did super well.
Ten
He,
of
like,
hearts.
I mean, he didn't really seem like nervous or he just
Not
like, he
only
was
making
just
Broadway
doing his
for
thing.
Oya, but
Respected the shit out of
Yeah,
it.
the
that was
royal draw.
Yeah.
That was a cool story.
They're very, like, polarized, right? One's either admit to it.
Yeah, I mean, I
straight
don't
away
see
tell
what
you,
Nemeth
or
is
they're
going
like,
to really do other than check.
So what?
Doesn't matter.
You know?
And then I don't see how he can call a bet on the river. But he's taking his time to check
My
this
first
back.
ride, and I was like, wow, okay, here we go. Buckle up.
But that's different because your first Triton is not like your first high stakes. You know?
Yeah,
You've been
it's
around,
true.
you know?
It's true. But
Well,
First
he
time
might have found a river.
Triton I
Well,
played
he
the
will
first time I walked
consider
Oh,
calling.
boy.
One of the VIPs had a. he
But
was sitting by
not
the
blocking
table,
the
his, like,
ace queen
assistant was feeding him strawberries.
whatsoever.
I was like, what the fuck did I walk in?
where am I?
Still might fold, especially if Masashi like pots it. If he pots it, he's probably folding.
Like, he had
Yeah,
this, like,
shouldn't
little
really have a
plastic
bluff
strawberry.
range either. I would also say that
he can have some bluffs.
Yeah, like what?
Yeah, like what if you have a hand like Ace Jack XX double backdoors? You defended flop. It's kind of hard. Ace Jack 9-6.
Yeah, I guess you kind of just have to call sometimes too.
Royal flush.
Maybe if you reckon your opponent might be even value betting 2-pair. Not as in most opponents might not, but I'm saying maybe he would think that Masashi might.
Queen Jack 8 backdoor. I don't know. There's like
they're out there.
There are hands. They're out there. But yeah,
the truth is out there, and so are the hands.
I would say it's not that he can't have them. I would say maybe he doesn't have enough bluffs.
Mm-hmm.
That is a thornier question.
Do I make you thorny, baby?
Do I?
Do I? Ace King 85. Great year, 85. The one I was born. Seth considering it maybe for a limp or a pot. I mean, he is kind of the table boss here with 79 big blinds after that huge double.
Yeah, doing it with, it's nice to do this with the ace and the king in your hand from UTG. Max pressure.
Big fold.
Big fold.
So far, I'm liking Seth's pre-flop strategy here.
3 3.
Only 2 3s.
He's got the limp and the pot
The other two.
strategy going on.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't making call.
No 3s over here, pal.
I think given how good this turnout has been, right, maybe I should just ask them to do 125K PLO next time.
Yeah, crank
just
it
so
up.
they have the record.
Crank it up.
Because there's never been a bigger than 100K in the world, right?
I mean, this has got to be the biggest PLO, 100K PLO. I think I only know one.
Roll one was probably about this size.
It was tiny.
It was smaller than this?
Much smaller.
Oh, okay. Yes, this is the biggest PLO tournament ever.
Yeah.
You hear that?
No, but just
YouTube,
have the
Twitch.
record of
We're
the
making
biggest
history.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, just.
Yeah, and I mean, the mains at 125.
And Shingus already has 2-pair. What a game.
That's what I was saying to Paul earlier, that 200K side event and no limit. Just like keep sneaking the buy-in up a little bit more and just see when people stop showing up.
The two sides of Seth. The Seth Davies, man, I want to go back to appreciating the me 10 years ago that was happy to play the 2K
It's just
WSOP
like,
tournament.
It's a pretty special thing if you think about it. Like a $2,000 buy-in, like that's amazing. Me 10 years ago.
And now 200,000. We should have Paul sneak that
like,
up and see.
Hey, Paul, sneak it up a bit, huh?
What about 250, 275?
Come on, we got a $250,000 in us.
350.
I got a set. Oh, that's bad news. That's really bad news. I got spades.
Seth Davies going for the pot pre-flop, thinking Shingus has been opening a lot of pots, a lot of hands. Figured.
I mean, Shingus also only has, I don't know, 7 big blinds.
Spades working for me?
Oh, yeah, okay, good call.
7-7 is not what you want to see.
Nah.
Yeah, let's make a royal flush, huh?
Oh.